There's a dog on the dog. The dog on the dog. There's two
Dove
dogs.
season's coming up.
There's a big dog and two doves.
So is mine, P-Mac.
I got a joke. Why do you duct tape a pigeon? So he don't.
Because they don't have pigeon tape.
So he don't blow up when you're having sex with him.
Hey, Michael. We're bird watchers, right? I love watching birds too, right? Gamsey, right down, yeah. Here's a bird joke for you. You probably heard this one before. It's my favorite
Stop
one of
giving
all
me the
time.
bird enthusiast role.
Well, I love birds, bro. But anyway, what's more deadlier than a seagull? A seagull with a gun. Blow your brains out, bro.
Seagulls are deadly, bro. A seagull stole my sausage from me when I was younger, and he looked like he was flying away with a fat,
I gave a seagull, an Alka-Seltzer the other day, but he didn't like it. After he blew the fuck up.
It was against the law.
Wow. Don't talk to me about law.
No.
Christ, no, don't, please. Please, we'll be here for an hour. Listen to Michael talk about law. Please don't, please.
Right.
This is torture, bro.
I was gonna give a penguin a pickle the other day to see how they like them. I couldn't find no penguin.
But you had the pickle, right?
Well, I had the pickle. Just no penguin. I wonder what penguin tastes like, and I'm not lying. Is that fish or is it a reptile? Is it red meat or is it white?
What's red? What's red and flies around the kitchen?
Red and flies.
You drunk.
A frog in a blender.
That's green, bro. No, it's a mouse in a Ferrari.
Once you hit the blender and it gets flying around, it's gonna be all bloody. It's what?
Okay, what's red and flies around the kitchen? It's a mouse in a Ferrari. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Let me finish. How do you know the mouse is in the fridge? The Ferrari's parked outside.
You dickhead. He's only funny.
Park my ride. I'm about to give me some cheese, motherfucker. I'll be back in a minute, player. Raise up.
What do you mean?
I like to believe I can reconcile the past.
I believe I can fly like a seagull.
Resurrect those waited.
Right, now I can finally change my server banner. Alright. I'm trying to do it to a GIF that's like, my computer's too slow for me to change it to a GIF because it just starts freezing. To do it when I freshly turn it on.
You mean your brain computer is too slow? I just kidding. Yeah, I just kidding.
Oh, did you hear that shit? They said apparently we're living 15 seconds in the past. The brain can't catch up.
Yeah. I heard that one.
I heard that we don't consciously move, that actually we don't make the conscious decision to move. Our brain already made it for us.
I heard that.
Well, then that's a great excuse for every rape case, surely.
I knew it, Your Honor. I was already up in there before I knew it.
Yeah, 15 seconds later I knew it was wrong. Can I get a pass?
I plead insanity, Your Honor. I'm just crazy over them women.
Yeah, I plead our brain is 15 seconds behind. 14 and a half seconds after I did it, I knew I was wrong.
In fact, I have a scientific I have a scientific thing here that states that this is also the truth.
Who's heard me talk about the birds in my yard? The blue jay and the
Cardinals.
That nest together. Look, they chilled too. The dads, they was all chilling in the thickets while their kids were attempting to fly around and shit.
Do you have robins over there, Michael? Red robins.
Where can I download gifts from?
Red-bellied robins, yeah.
Yeah, red-breasted robins. Them little motherfuckers are. Yeah, they're tight, bro.
Yeah.
I've seen them chase away starlings, right? 3 times their size.
They're fucking beasts.
They're like little packages of dynamite. I thought that the other birds would take the piss out of them.
Actually, listen, that's what I bought my camcorder for. I used to see birds fighting in the bird feeder all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, they would. I had the idea I was high one day, and there was a squirrel fighting a robin, fighting a little sparrow, like 6 sparrows. While they was all fighting for these seeds.
Hang on, Michael. I can't hear you too well. Niz.
Yeah, who the fuck is that?
Niz.
Niz, why are you playing music on the live stream?
So,
yeah, no. Yeah,
the first thing I seen these motherfuckers all fighting like the sparrows were fucking the squirrel up while the fucking cardinal kept trying to just creep up there and get the shit, and then the sparrows would switch, go after the cardinal and leave the squirrel alone. But first thing popped in my mind was, and everybody was kung fu fighting. So I thought, I need to get a DVD, little camcorder and get it. And I ain't seen a bite like that since I got this little, camcorder. I was like, man, it's a bitch.
I seen the little red-breasted robin come in, and there's like a whole pile of starlings, and they're all. I've got bird feeders at the back too, and the little robin just went for them. And they all fucking scattered, and I was like, what the hell?
Sparrows are beasts too. Little sparrows, them motherfuckers, they're gang members. They like, yo, represent sparrows up in this motherfucker, cardinal killers, bitch, blue jay rapers.
They move in packs of like 20 too. They're like gangsters.
Yeah, they're just in a large group. Like, we finna get them bird seeds, motherfucker. You just don't know.
But I read up on it in the red-breasted robin. He's a territorial little motherfucker. He won't allow anything in his patch, not even other red-breasted robin. He'll fight.
Yeah, and they don't. Yeah.
And they're tiny. And another one, I noticed, is the magpies, the big black and white magpies. There's only 2 of them nesting here. But if one of them flies in and there's like 6 crows, them crows fuck off. Like half of the crows are bigger than the magpie. But
really?
I've noticed, you see the crows, they don't fuck with a magpie. If a magpie flies in,
you're talking about the light blue, white, and black magpie?
No, the black and white magpie over here is what we have.
Oh, the black and white one.
Yeah, and they're like half the size of some of the crows, but the crows don't mess with.
Where are you at?
In Ireland, Northern Ireland.
Oh, because that's called an Australian magpie, right?
But I noticed that the crows, they won't fuck with the magpies, even though the magpie's half their size. The magpie flies in, the crows fuck
will
off.
not.
Oh, I know.
You're telling the truth on that one.
Maybe bastards. They're just bastards.
You might be a sparrow in the morning, bitch, but I'm a magpie. Represent. I like. That's why I like watching birds, man. Birds be bucking.
It calms you down, bro. It just calms you right down. I don't know what it is. Like I stand for 10 minutes just watching them feed, and it's just I'm calm after.
Birds are insane. Batamal, were you saying you bought a camera and then you couldn't reproduce your experience once you bought the camera? Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think birds know that they're moving on a globe Earth, or?
I'll say no, they're not. They don't think about shit like that.
They haven't got scientist birds, mathematical birds.
I don't know, bro.
That kind of magpie. I
Not, yeah, not
like,
quite. That
yeah,
looks deadly though.
I like your colors. Yeah, it's like the damn birds here knew I got a camcorder or something.
All the best stuff happens when you're not recording.
Can you send me our VIP sectional information for when we VIP partner with their service?
What do you
I
mean?
got to add artwork to it, but
Our VIP what?
when we VIP partner with another server, the information that we want included. Can you send me that shit, please? So I can them there copy and paste it.
Where does it? I don't know what the
I
fuck
don't know where it is,
we want.
bro.
I
Get
don't
off
know
India
what the
or
fuck
some
we
shit.
want from a VIP member.
No, a VIP partner when we VIP partner with another server.
I
want
know. This server is dedicated to server features, action owner, staff. I don't see
No.
any label of info we want. Where's this information at that you want? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you for it.
Well, I'd say fuck people. I wouldn't partner with them, if they, hit it tainted with the tongue.
Bro, we already partnered with them, so.
But I don't know where the information is. They just come up with some shit. Their server model, server mission. I don't know shit. I don't know what the fuck we want from a VIP partner. Partner. You know what I'm saying? Partner.
Hey, what have you guys been following this worldwide revolution?
Worldwide
Last 2 days.
revolution of what?
Basically anti-government mandates or whatever you want to label it as.
Oh, illegal mandate authority.
Yeah, I can't get enough of this stuff. I'm watching one from London right now. This shit's active.
Mm-hmm. We're going for it, bro. People say that we didn't have the spite and spirit. We did.
I knew you did. That's how hard you were oppressed.
We them tough motherfuckers.
Oh my god, little girl, slowly now. My fucking female cat isn't eating. The bitch won't leave me alone.
Leave me alone, please leave me alone.
I know, it's like, go play.
What do you do in that situation? I have the same problem, actually, man.
I just keep
Please don't.
throwing her from the love seat to the bed. Get the fuck on, bitch.
You adopt a male cat and you say Merry Christmas.
Right, I mean, the fuck you want from me, bitch?
I know. I had the same thought with the conversation I was having against someone else yesterday, and they're like, "Well, do you want 10 cats in a couple months?"
Exactly.
I was like, "Damn, what do I do?"
I usually say, "Get away from me, you whelping bitch." You know what a whelping bitch is.
It's a tricky situation because I have this person, like my family member, was trying to convince me to get her spaded, I think is the term. And I'm like, I'm not comfortable with that. Like, if I was the cat, I wouldn't want to get my genitals cut off.
Spinny dick? You said spinny dick?
I did the same thing. I did the same thing with my cat. I wouldn't let them vax it or anything. I just wanted it to be a cat, and it died of cat flu.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cat flu? I've never heard of that.
That's still a thing here, where we are. Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, the pussy flu.
Yeah.
It was a fluted
Did you
pussy.
see that pussy too? It was blue. You're disgusting, bro.
It was a fluted pussy, bro.
I've literally never heard of that.
Yeah.
Cat flu.
You never okay.
And he caught the pussy flu.
No, they die within 3 days.
Didn't
Yes.
know just what to do.
Yeah.
I thought because all the other cats have been vaccinated against cat flu, it would be okay. And the vet says to me, "You don't want to give it the vax," and I was like, "No, I just want it to be a cat. I don't want it spayed. I want it. It's a Tom. I just want it to be a cat."
Yeah, I get it. Did
Yeah.
she go? Did she go outside?
Yeah, I let her go outside. Him go outside. He would
I
disappear
think
every
that
night.
maybe how that happened. Maybe probably I would. I'm not an expert.
Well, I think somebody around here fucked with it. Maybe locked him up in his shed for a couple of days or something. He was gone for 4 days. I thought he was gone. You know how cats do
Oh,
find a second home.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
went off.
yeah.
Yeah, he was black and white. I called him Buddy, and he was brilliant. He came back, and then I would get him the pouches of stuff, and I would put it out, and he would be, while they're eating, he would growl. He'd, "Don't go near my food," you know.
Yeah. I think it's just cute.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, he was just being a cat, and
He ready to fight for his food.
Mhm.
That's my food, Dad. Just my
Cats are
food, bitch. Every time.
Cats are the best. We were appreciating birds a few minutes ago. But
It's
cats
funny
are
when you
cooler.
get them, you fuck with them so much, if you even reach for it, they jump on your arm. Meow, bitch, I said don't touch my shit.
yeah, and they kill more birds than anything else in the UK anyway. And,
Yeah, that's the way my tomcat is. But I got a
Yeah.
cat named Buddy too, but his full name is My
Yeah.
Buddy.
Really?
My buddy, where you at, my buddy?
Yeah. Somebody, they asked me how did you get it? How did you come up with that name? And I just went, well, he's my buddy.
Yeah, I can dig it. That's
I
my
gotta
little
tell you.
buddy.
Yeah, I was teared up for about 3 days after he passed. At least
no.
3 days.
No kidding, dude. That's sad just thinking about it.
Yeah, well, I'm over it now, but it was. I should have done better. I feel really guilty about not getting properly vaxxed against the cat flu and all that shit there. But I just wanted him to be a cat.
You didn't do anything wrong, though. You were just trying to actually protect the cat, right?
Yeah, I took him to the vet a few times. He got his tongue cut, and he was sitting salivating, and there was a lot of shit going on in his mouth. And I took him down and got that sorted. But
Usually when they're salivating, they got something wrong with their gums or their teeth.
he was licking everything. He probably licking a drain one day and had a bit of glass or something and cut his tongue, was what the vet said. So they injected him and they did things with him. And while I was doing that, they said, "Do you not want to get him neutered? And do you not want," because they go out and fight. It's a tomcat. And I said, "No, I just want him to be a cat." "Do you want him to get against the cat flu?" I says, "No, don't put anything in his body. I just want him to be a natural cat." And unfortunately, after about a year, he disappeared for 4 days, came back skin and bone. I thought I'll take him to the vet on Monday, but he died on the Sunday. It cut me up, bro.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's a sad story.
Mm-hmm.
Because they become like family, don't they? They really do. Pets become like family.
Oh, my buddy's my son.
That's it. There you go.
I tell him my daughter's his sister. It's your tizzy. Be nice to your tizzy.
Your sister. Is he Mexican? That's your sister.
It's your sister, you little pussy. Don't you be mean to your sister. Look at that's the look I get when I'm holding my cat. It's my fucking cat, and he gives me that look like, don't be mean to my kitty. He's watching me intently. What's he doing with my pussy? That's my bitch.
I'm going to get another one, but I'm going to get him as a house cat that I don't let out.
The thing I like about my dog, Milo, is he got perfectly uniform ears. You know what I mean? He got a perfect pair.
That's cool. My cat has really cool ears, like a fox, really tall. It's
He's a
pretty
little
cool.
beast. You look at him, he's fucking, he's tough. He's a lover though.
That's cool, P-Mac, that you're gonna get another cat though, because
He's
yeah, and
tough
you're
if you
gonna.
fuck with his animals.
Yeah, because at the time you're like, do I want to go through that pain again? Because it does hurt a little bit, and then you know eventually after a year or two, you're like, yeah, I can get
Yeah.
out over it. May as well do it again. The cat will have a nice home. It'll be well looked after.
Mm.
You know,
Listen,
That's why.
man,
That's the
I'm
reason
a
I had
dairy
my.
farmer,
I,
and
I want to get birds too, but
every fucking idiot and their brother goes, ooh, Smith Dairy Farm, let's drop these cats here. They got milk. They love cats. No, bitch. Just because we got milk don't mean we want your throwaway kitty, you cocksucker. Keep your fucking kitty cat. I love a kitty, but keep your fucking city cat. I got one too fucking many kitties. Motherfucker. I like my buddy.
I also want to get birds, but the girlfriend won't let me because she doesn't believe, and she's right. She doesn't believe in birds being caged. But I would really love a nice stand-up cage, about 6 foot tall, with like a couple of.
Yeah.
I gotta lean towards your girlfriend's sense here. I grew up as a bird, with a bird. I mean, as a bird, with a bird, a budgie, and I don't think birds belong in cages. I gotta agree with that.
No, I know. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Like cats can survive in small little areas like humans can, right? As long as you guys interact, you can get along and have a good time.
But it seems almost
birds have to like move around. They're like little airplanes. You know what I mean?
Airplanes, yeah. It's almost criminal to put them in a cage, isn't it?
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Is it wrong?
Yeah. Little airplanes. I'd let them out though. I would. I'd let them out. I'd close the kitchen door and let them fly around and shit everywhere. That's okay. I'll put newspaper there.
I had a cousin who was a little less than. Well, let's just say his IQ is a little lower than most people's, right? And he took his bird out for a walk one day. This was back in like the 90s. And then obviously the bird didn't return. And that's that's that story.
The bird really loved him. The bird would have came back.
This is one of my favorite clips of all time. I'm going to put it in the live stream here. It is absolutely brilliant. You have to watch this. It takes a little while, but it is absolutely hilarious, man. I laugh every time I watch it.
Hey, this is my little buddy, eh? My buddy.
It's only 2 minutes, but it's fucking brilliant.
No big loss.
Watch it, please.
Where the hell is Red Pill? Where's Red Pill music? Oh, Red Pill movie. What? Fucker. Yeah, where?
Isn't that fucking hilarious? The cockatoo, I think, isn't it? He just swears the fucker out. Yeah, that's a good kitty, man. I just want a bird that'll fly around and sit on my shoulder and talk shit in my ear. And the bird and the cat will get along. They'll love each other. The cat will just look at the bird will look at the cat. They're not going to fuck with each other, right? You have sharp claws, I have a big fucking beak.
Oh man, I forgot about that video. I saw it years ago. It's so funny.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
It's hilarious.
Fucking.
Oh man.
I don't know where it's from. He sounds Canadian, the guy who's doing it.
He doesn't. I'm getting Canadian vibes there for sure. You're right. Good point. Canadians are special these days, right, guys? As of 1 week ago.
What happened?
What happened? You fucking kidding me?
I've been living under a rock for a week.
Oh, well, okay. There's a giant revolution. There's a giant revolution happening in Canada.
Oh, the trucker thing. Oh, yeah.
And now it's gone global. So no big deal.
That's what it takes, isn't it? It takes people just to stand up and say, no more, fuck you. And what can they do? Fuck all.
Well, it's a good start.
It's a very good start.
I didn't think Canadians had it in them. Man, I've been up here since the start of the whole thing, and I was like, man, why are Canadians such pussies all of a sudden? And then this thing happens 2 years later. I'm like, what?
That's life, isn't it? It'll surprise you where the revolution will start from people who you don't think are gonna fucking start it, and suddenly, bang.
I know. I'm impressed by Canadian. I'm not ashamed to be Canadian anymore for the first time in a long time.
Eh?
Yeah, damn right, eh? I was literally ashamed to be Canadian for quite a while. I was like, I'm a slave. I can't control my government. Like,
I think most of the world feels like that. And then that girl came out with that lady, or woman or female came out with that. You know what we do to traitors, Justin Trudeau? We hang them from the nearest tree.
I never saw that one.
Out to the New World Order and blah, blah, blah. And that's fucking true. Like,
that's badass. Mm. Yeah, and then that little coward goes and runs off conveniently at the exact same time, right? He's like, oh, I have COVID.
Yeah.
Or my daughter has COVID and I'm infectious, so I have to run away now. It's pathetic.
Well, it's just it's an exercise in control just to see how far they can push people. That much is obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty clear now, isn't it?
Yeah, and even people now that I know we're not supposed to talk about this, but even people who were completely for the vaccine, got double jagged and whatever, they're like, hey, fuck this shit, man. Fuck
Trudeau is triple jabbed. He's still infected.
Yeah, that's what he says. The needle probably didn't pierce the skin at all.
Well, maybe someone should have jabbed it in his neck. Maybe that would have helped him.
I mean, remember that one? There was a premier of one of the states of Australia, and they called them premier to make them sound fucking important. And they went on live TV, and somebody zoomed in, and the needle never pierced the skin. And they were like, "Oh, I didn't even feel that. Oh, wow, that was so easy."
Yeah, that happened to a bunch of places in Europe too. They put it like behind their arm for the cameras.
Yeah.
Plus, a lot of people think that a lot of these vaccines are salines. Like, there's been multiple doctors who actually got arrested for giving a bunch of people like saline vaccines. It's basically just like water and salt.
Oh, that's right. There was one in India that happened the other day.
There's multiple doctors who got arrested for doing that. Mm.
But now they're standing up. They did the whole thing. You know, did you ever hear a guy called JP, Awake with JP? on YouTube?
No.
Okay, he did a thing in Washington. They did there was how many was there? Like 20,000 people there or something. There was a lot of people.
Washington D.C.
Yeah, DC. Yeah, the whole thing by the Vietnam Wall and the reflecting pool and everything. There was a shitload of people. And there was doctors. Sorry, yeah, there was doctors standing up. Actual MD doctors.
Oh, is this the one where there's like 20 doctors all standing in a line with their white coats on, and they're like representing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I did watch that actually. Part of it anyway.
Cool. Well, like one of them's like one of the most published doctors for I don't know what field of study he was in, but you know.
Do you remember his last name by chance? It's okay if you don't, but whatever you knew. I know there's so many. There's so many. It's hard to keep track.
But the thing is that there's so many instances of that where you would hear doctors had found this kind of cure and that kind of cure, and suddenly they were how would say it, suicided.
Is that Dr. Gas fucking off often? I know him, that's all I'm saying.
You know him well.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, there have been a lot of people.
Prostate 2-finger in your assholeism.
There have been people who have been.
So I heard you got 5 fucking prostate exams since you was 22, ET. What's up? Did they lie to me?
Oh no.
Huh? You robot it out there, brother.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure if they lied to you or not. Who knows? I wasn't there, so it's. Let's leave that up to you. You were there.
Butthole at the doctor's office. Is that blown out?
Pure and simple. I know what you're talking about.
He couldn't feel it. I mean, I think I know something been in my ass.
It's pretty obvious.
You're no fun, man. I can't even control you. What you been up to, EG? I gotta admit,
yeah, not too much. I just been hanging out. Good to hear your voice
came
again.
Back and I said, "Oh shit! If PMAC and EG in the lobby at the same time," but y'all was talking.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to just let everyone else. Trying to let everyone else talk, rather than talk. I've just been hanging out at other Flat Earth servers the last couple of months. I haven't been in here in a while. Took a break. It's fucking hilarious to see people.
Yeah, ET, I've heard that you've been talking a load of shit about me, actually, in fact.
No, have you? Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Cockroach, it's good. It's good to hear your fucking voice again, dude. I actually haven't talked to you in a good while, haven't I?
Well, have you been talking shit about me? You've been saying stuff about me to people?
No, I've been talking shit about Jin behind his back.
Hey, that's the guy
I'm telling you right now, bro. It's come from big people that have told me you're chatting shit about me. It's come from people that I trust.
I think I mentioned
you were addicted to prostate exam.
Battlemod told me you've been chatting shit about me, ET.
Mm-hmm. It ain't true. It ain't true.
You calling Battlemod a liar? In your butthole.
It's a false.
Michael lies all the time. Michael lies all the time. Come on.
Are you calling Battlemod a liar, ET?
I'm telling you.
Don't gaslight me, bro.
In your butthole.
Don't
gaslight me, bro.
I'm playing with you, dog. I love you, bro. Good to see you, man.
I love you too. Yeah, it's good to talk to you too. It's been too long.
I'm telling you, ET got
I'm the only guy around here
since he was 22.
Everyone else always says, let's ban ET. And I'm like, fuck no, we ain't banning ET.
Really? Oh, thanks a lot, man. Who the fuck wants to ban ET? Who said that? Who the fuck said
Lots of people, bro. I don't give out names.
They don't like aliens.
I know. It's bullshit.
Halfway and that's it.
They're alien racist.
Like, I think if I change my name to Bob, people would be a hell of a lot happier. Like a Bob, and I put the
What do you
picture
mean,
of
Bob?
like a normal guy. You know what I mean?
Hank Hill's already got that cover, bro. Nah.
Oh yeah, I miss that guy too. Yeah.
I'm just
Oh yeah.
Bob. Oh, he's
I'm
here.
still-
Well, at least he's not kneeling, Bob. You get it,
You
kneeling,
heard about
Bob?
Battlemod's new escapade? Battlemod
Kneel.
recently got a prostate exam that he paid for. So Battlemod
okay,
paid
maybe
to be
you'll get
sexually
it this way:
assaulted,
Bob
apparently.
and Neil.
I don't know, Battlemod. I don't know how I feel about you paying to be sexually assaulted, bro.
Neil and Bob. Are we walking around in this, or do we get to the homosexual head reference?
Wait, did you say you've been talking shit behind Jen's back?
About
I was
Bob and
I was
Neil?
joking, but kind of. He was being ridiculous on one
He
of the
always
other
is.
servers. Well, I know, but one time he really went crazy. I was just laying there in my bed in the dark one night listening.
Okay.
Right,
All right. Okay.
He was all up in his bed, just laying there, gripping it.
It was just he almost crossed the line at.
He was
one
thinking
point.
about bobbing and kneeling.
Wait there, I want to hear about this Battlemod.
It was actually really fucking funny. So this was like I think on Friday night, so it was like 4 days ago. He was in one of the servers, right? And he
Too late, baby.
and he made
I
this
ate
little poem about
ate it,
flat
Milo.
Earth, and he kept repeating it over and over. But
Oh.
everyone told him to shut up, but he wouldn't stop. It was fucking hilarious. He had to be there, I guess.
Mate, Jin is one of those guys, man. He can take shit so too far. I love it when he's so authoritarian with what he's saying. He's like, look, it's the truth. Okay. No citation needed. I'm telling you, I've got the experience. Okay.
Yeah. Great impression. That's exactly what he does. Fuck. Oh, that's funny.
That's because I was near London too. Like I was a near Londoner.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So it's not so much an impression. See, they said us black men and white men were completely different, but you see that I did an impression of a man called Jin there who's black, which means us white men and black men ain't so different after all.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
Circumstantial evidence at best. Did you know everyone always says that people think that me and Crypto both sound black?
I don't think either. You guys sound pretty white to me, but you guys
But
do
we're
have a
both black,
similar.
so you're
You do
white.
have a similar accent, though.
We sound nothing alike.
You kind of sound alike.
You know how offended Crypto with his high education must get offended by people saying that we sound the same. People
I'm sure he
mistake
does.
Crack Villain for Crypto, and Crypto is like a highly educated, is from he's from West London for fuck's sake, from
But both of you guys are
in London.
Both of you guys are so funny though. So you have high IQ in the sense of comedy, and so it doesn't really matter. But you guys both sound like you're from the UK. I guess maybe that's a way I could say it.
Yeah, but we sound too similar because there's lots of people from the UK, but no one ever mixes us up.
I confused you guys a couple times last year, just because I did. You called me out on it one time. You're like, "Hey, Jake, this is Crack Villain." I was like, "Oh yeah, sorry."
Yeah.
You got kind of mad actually, but
I probably get angry because I'm like, fucking hell, I don't sound like that posh fucking fairy who's up there in London. In literally, this guy, he's up there in London, mate. Wait there, I've got a call.
okay. I haven't heard that guy talk in a while. Apparently, some people got banned or quit recently in the last few months too.
Be right back.
What? Yeah, well, I don't really keep up with all the drama and everything, but I've noticed some people seem to have quit this room.
I will be right back.
Okay. We'll stick around. Like a couple women that I can think of, like Stacy B. She doesn't come here anymore for some reason. There's some drama. Does anyone know anything about that? Stacy B. I guess Mary Mom is still here, but she changed her name for some reason. Anyone know about that?
Just our common sense everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well, for instance, with the horizon. As you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up, totally flat, and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball.
If you were to go to NASA, it's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. Put an end to this topic once and for all, turn Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, but they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. looking at these images of Earth, including the one they called the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. They got lazy.
If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, there must exist a curvature drop of 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile. 1 mile means there should be an 8-inch curvature drop. 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8 is 32. That's 32-inch drop. 3 miles would be a 72-inch drop. And this would exponentially continue. Here's the longest bridge in the world. The Danyang Kongchong Grand Bridge in China, 102.4 miles long. There should exist nearly 7,000 feet of curvature drop in that bridge. 7,000 foot curvature drop. Do you see it? It ain't there. Look at the horizon. It's flat.
You can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside, and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave. A lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat.
Hello. Hello. How you doing?
How you doing?
No. How you doing?
Why did I just put that?
Excuse me?
No. How are you doing?
In proper English, how are you doing?
How are you doing today?
I'm going to get a little bit risky. How the hell are you doing?
Nice. Good.
What the hell are you doing?
What are you actually doing right now?
You want a cup of tea or anything?
Are you doing? What are you?
What even are you?
Bloody hell, mate.
I'm just watching these London protests live streaming right now. There's
What's going on with it?
There's 3 people watching. So it's a huge stream, but it's amazing.
3 people. 3
people watching the huge stream. Send it to me. We'll make it 4.
It just jumped up to 5, actually.
Send it to me then, bro. Let's make it more.
Put it in the
Okay.
right.
Yeah, it's a cool little stream because it's 4 streams all collected together. You know how people do that?
Oh, you better give me that.
Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out. Let me figure out how to do this.
Copy paste.
I know, but how? Oh, I can do it. Okay.
You're ET, bro. You can do anything.
I think I got this. Hold on.
That remains to be seen.
Just wait. Okay.
Eh? So the revolution started in Canada. Bah.
Hell yeah.
Where the fuck told me?
Hello. Can you hear me?
No.
It's fantastic to be here outside New Scotland Yard on this day of action.
Okay, I figured it out. Posted it.
Yeah, fucking disabled, bro. It's like a video with a wheelchair.
Yeah. So, ET, where have you sent it to, bruv?
I put it in the main voice chat, I think.
What do you mean you put it in the main voice chat, mate? We could get our fucking server took down for that.
Server ban?
Yeah, mate.
Should I
Yeah,
delete
bro.
it?
What the fuck?
Are you being serious?
Yes, mate. Fuck.
Okay, I'm gonna delete it then.
Alright, calm
saying,
down,
bro.
calm down. It's unavailable, bruh.
Okay, it's gone now. Sorry, I didn't know you guys were so...
I'm just fucking with you, ET. You deleted it, man. I didn't even get the chance to click it. Repost it. I'm joking.
Okay, there it is. There's 5 people watching.
Bro, I just told you how bad it was.
No, I'm sorry. There's 7 people
I'm
watching.
in a funny mood. ET, I'm in a funny mood. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Now there's only 6 people.
Give that man a fucking Oscar. That was good. That was some good acting.
Crackmelon is a great actor. He's a man of many characters.
I am pretty good at that shit, and
You are.
That was pretty good.
One day, listen to this. I've even caught some of the admins out like it before, where I've pretended in an admin mod meeting to be really pissed off about something I wasn't. And one of the nicer admins, I won't name him, I won't say name, was like, oh look, all right, Crack, look, we're really sorry, bro. Like, we'll do everything we can to sort it out. And I was like, everyone's there. Then one of the other mods started laughing. They was like, you ain't taking Crack seriously, are you, bro? Like, fuck that. Like, that's Crack, bro. Like, he's an actor. Like, he can act. He's having a good crack beer.
No. He's not one of the nicer mods. He's lying to you. He's the worst mod ever.
No, I said one of the nicer mods pointed out that I was.
No, you're probably the worst mod ever that I ever seen in my life. Wow. How's that for acting?
I liked it, bro. It was the truth. That's why it was.
You like that? Does that sound real to you?
It did, yeah. That's why it was good. It was good acting because it was the truth. And the reason why I know it's the truth is you can't act to save your fucking life, boy.
Shut up, you ham bastard, you.
I tell you what, if you could act,
yeah, you're so wooden.
For you to convince me that you're acting, you would have to tell me all the good parts of my moderation right now.
Right.
So you would have to tell me how good of a mod I actually am for me to believe that that was acting when you said I was a shit mod. So go on, blow steam at my arse.
Yeah, you actually are a shit mod.
You know what's interesting? You said that if I posted the link, the watchers
somebody like that
would go increasing in numbers, and they haven't. We're still at 6 and 7 ish.
Yeah, because 8. I've wait there. 7.
6.
5.
4.
I'm at 6 now.
The rocket's about to go off. Ain't that brutal, mate? Ain't that, wait until the stabby knives and that come out, all the black lads and that with their knives.
Actually, there was a video that came out yesterday in Winnipeg, Canada. There was a bunch of people protesting on the streets, and this car drove over 4 people. Unfortunately.
I bet it'll be a white supremacist who hates blacks, who's actually working with Black Lives Matter, but, we'll ignore that.
Actually, the last one to do that was actually black, and he said the car just drove itself.
In Waukesha. Did he? Yeah, and the guy didn't even have a Tesla, bruv.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That piece of, whatever happened to that piece of shit? Does anyone know?
Well, what they did is they exonerated him on the fact of the fact that he was black and his skin motivated him to do it. Apparently.
So is he walking on the streets now, free?
He's walking right to your house right now with a Tesla.
He better fucking not be.
And the thing is the dude was on parole.
Yeah, dude.
Unbelievable.
I actually hope he is, because if he goes to your house, he probably did, man.
I feel like you keep your fucking motherfucker up on accident.
I could fuck a motherfucker up if I had to.
E.T.'s one of those motherfuckers that will end up killing you on accident. Like, he'll like turn around. Listen, wait there. He'll turn around with something heavy in his hand and like accidentally hit you in the side of the head. And then pick up like a knife off the side, and then as you stand up really quickly from the like head blow, the knife will end up going in your back as you stand up into it. And then you're dead. But the actual guy who came there was planning to kill E.T. altogether. And it's like, fuck, I just killed a man. It's like, if we only knew the motive of that man who was trying to kill E.T., really. And E.T. accidentally killed him.
Did anybody ever tell you you're really intense, bro?
Yeah. If you read my name.
There's a video out there I seen the other day, right? You know these hijackers in South Africa?
Has anyone ever told you that you sound like you're actually more of a Scottish man than an Irishman, unfortunately?
Hey, what's wrong with being Irish? I'm black Irish, motherfucker.
Mate, he is Irish. P-Mac's Irish. And the black Irish, we whip them every fucking game in rugby.
So you're like a black Conan O'Brien.
No, black Irish doesn't mean black Irish.
The Irish were the blacks.
Black nobility.
For a long time.
Black nobles.
Mate, P-Mac is actually Irish, by the way, Joshua.
Nice. In fact, I was told that one of the largest land areas continuous that was owned by one family was owned by my family. Not to dox myself.
Well,
which country, if you don't mind?
Ireland.
Oh, really?
Black Ireland.
Cool. Black Ireland.
Red roses, dude. We had the black bloke at the top of our crest, like on top of our helmet, right, with a wreath around his head, the symbol of peace. Yeah, crazy. I found that shit out. I'm just like, what? So I started looking into it, and I'm just like, dude, I'm a fucking noble.
Is it
then
all
I find out
as if I introduce Leopard Pro and welcome him to the room?
Sure. Hello, Leopard.
Greetings.
Hello.
Salutations.
How goes it?
He's a professional on leopards.
Nice hexadron, bro.
Oh yeah, that's that was from when I had my name as Hexahedron on Discord, and then I thought I'd change it to My Leopard Pro because that's what my name is in Elder Scrolls
Real life. Imagine that was your name in real life. That would have been great. Like when you said that, because that's my name in, I was like, wait, he's gonna say in real life, and I was like, whoa, yay!
My real life name, I am currently not reading.
Ryan? Is it Alan?
He's a gamer. He's
all right.
a gamer.
Don't try and ask his real name.
I have crossovers.
It's Brendan, isn't it? It's fucking Brendan.
No.
No, only people in Ireland are called fucking Brendan.
Or Conan.
Is it Gary?
Forget about Conan. Conan O'Brien. He's Irish.
Welcome to the server, My Leopard Pro. It's far easier to say than what's that first name?
What do you?
Oh,
right. We know what
if you like.
So his name's My Leopard Pro, and he said that he's been looking into the topic since 2015.
Well, that's what I was going. Yeah.
Knows that the Earth is well. He said he's still investigating. Right. He doesn't.
Yeah. Right. So
like significant proof or evidence yet, but he is on the hard side of flat. Let's put it that way. And I didn't get into all the different things that he's seen or done. You know, since he's been looking into it. I just verified him.
Let me ask him one question then.
Down here. So maybe he can go over that with you guys and share.
Right. Let me just ask him one question first. We know his love of shapes in terms of the hexahedron, or how is it hexahedron? How we say hexahedron. Hexahedron, yeah. I know your love of that shape. What do you believe the shape of the Earth actually is? And I know you say you're a flatty or whatever, but I'm saying, what do you believe the shape of the Earth is?
I'm not exactly sure as to the outer parts of the shape, but Antarctic region surrounds in a roughly circular pattern around the oceans.
But do we really know that?
I have no real idea. I wish I could visit Antarctica to really see which way.
So even if you were to visit Antarctica, it would be very hard for you to tell, wouldn't it? Like, for instance, the exact shape therein of the coastline, or for instance, any of these attributes that we talk of, right? It's very impossible to tell the shape. That's why I actually think they made the Earth into a globe. Hide land on a globe all day. That's why I say to people, Columbus was sailing around using globes as an efficient device for lots of men to stand around a table with a singular piece of metal in the middle that on it hung a ball with a paper mache map, or a cylinder even sometimes. Shut up, cat. And thus, it would allow lots of men perspectives to view the same map and chart out where they were going. But remember, those maps, the Americas, in the narrative that they tell us, were not yet on. Because the globe is a perfect way of encompassing 360 degrees in a spherical way, of hiding land, of mapping out that which is already there to be discovered. So, like, as the shape goes, here we like to say we really don't have a fucking clue. Like, there's no way of us knowing, right? Like, but yeah, so just sort of ask you really, like, how did you find us? And, like, tell us a little bit about yourself and your flat Earth story so far.
Because we are all really interested, believe it or not.
Yeah, we really are.
Well, I started out long time ago believing that the Earth came out of a Big Bang along with everything else. And then I came across a book called The Big Bang Never Happened. And it was getting into what was called the plasma universe type of system. And I thought, so it might not be just one Big Bang, possibly multiple small Big Bangs, but we might be just in one area that had been in a thermodynamically stable system that has almost the same heat signature all around.
You understand what that would take from lots of explosions to create a thermally, dynamically homogeneous and effectively equilibrious state in terms of...
be inside one of these to actually see it on a thermally stable level. If we were outside one of these, we would not necessarily see that thermally stable system until...
I get that, but it would take lots of these systems coalescing together for it to make one of these systems, if that makes sense, because it would take thermal exchange from lots of different places to where it would equilibralize eventually in the center to create this habitable zone. And I guess the point is that's what they say the universe really is, and that we are. And that's how I find it hard for them to say that we're not the center even in their own narrative, because we have this Big Bang and the one habitable place, which is this one place that thermodynamically speaking doesn't have such, resistant issues with entropy and things like this, and the laws of thermodynamics are not so violated that it becomes unlivable for biological life, right? How they could say that we aren't the center even in their own narrative. In their own narrative, to be true, it would have to be that we were the center in their model of production. It would have to be. And the axis of evil, like that observation that they took over 30 years off of the equator and also off of the northern hemisphere, it showed 7 different galaxies slowly but surely coalescing toward our planet, which is impossible in a singularity Big Bang crepuscular explosion where all things will expand away from one another exponentially as time goes along on a linear line. And this is why they talk about the warping and bending of space-time. It sort of fills in the gaps there for them. But it's why it's dubbed the axis of evil, because it really heralded the idea of geocentrism, not heliocentrism.
Yeah, that was another interesting thing that showed up around.
I believe it's in the book.
Oh, sorry. What was that? A book?
I said I believe it's in that book. Yeah.
Yeah. Dominant theory.
Sorry, I want to get you back on track. I want to get you back on track. Sorry, I took you off track there because I'm going to talk at Moon. I'm being a twat. So you were simply saying you started to read a book effectively that was The Big Bang Didn't Happen. A great book, in fact. You were reading this book. You were talking eventually about a thermodynamic equilibrium state. As like a pocket, like there were like lots of micro Big Bangs, almost is what you were saying, I guess.
Yeah.
I believe that's how I heard you. And from there, do you want to lead on and continue what you were saying, or if you're able to?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes I lose track of what I'm thinking, but and then I thought, is there more to this? I had to put it on the back burner, and then I ran into hollow planets. And I thought, interesting. So, what's inside these? I could only speculate. Some say there's a star inside of each of these hollow planets, or a sun.
Black hole.
But
that's exactly how I said that. You're like, is there something more to this?
Well, even the gaseous planets, technically, they claim are hollow planets if we don't include the fact that there are gases on the insides of these planets.
Yeah.
These planets with gases that when you seemingly look at them, the gases somehow are in forms of like tornadoes and storms that never seem to really move at all, but mere inches over hundreds of years, or 50 years, for instance. Just like that of Jupiter or whatever it is. Is it Jupiter? I might be wrong.
Yeah, and I think there's a great red spot. Sometimes it grows, sometimes it shrinks.
Yeah, they say that's the head of a storm that seems to never quell or stop, existing next to a vacuum that's 10 to the 17 negative taut, and gases, as we know, existing next to a lower pressure system such as that, i.e. a near-perfect vacuum of 10 to the 17 negative taut. That is so ridiculous to have such gaseous pressure within a planet, effectively where we have a head of a storm that is never, ever changing. It's almost a stable storm at this point.
Yeah.
And it's like, how does that exist in space adjacent to this privation of space where there is no gas? Where it would seek to fill that privation of gas instantly.
Here's the crux. We took a photo of Saturn 65 years ago, and we took another one just the other day, and they look exactly the same.
Yes.
That's odd.
Nothing changed. That's the crux.
Is it a stock photo?
So there's all these storms going on. Everything's moving and rotating and moving and doing things. But nothing's changed.
Hold on. You said photo. They're images, not photos. You got to
post the images if you can find them. That would be brilliant. Of the two images where 60 years apart, I know exactly what you're talking of. It's insane. It's insanity. And really, a lot of these are artist renditions. You go back to the times of someone like Galileo, who apparently observed the moons of Jupiter. Well, we have P900s that have zooms of 99. I personally have the capability of looking at planetary systems with a camera that has a zoom and a wide-angle lens. It's got a 28 times zoom, and then I've also got a spotting scope that's 75 times zoom, which gives me roughly. You can do the maths. It's roughly above 125 times zoom, and they're both wide angle lens because one's a spotting scope that's wide angle, right? And so is the camera. So in that, right, what you have to realize is that I have a zoom capability and a focal capability with the sensors that I have and the array I have, in comparison to Galileo, to observe the moons of Jupiter in their orbit around Jupiter way better than he ever did. And I'm telling you, I'm really struggling to observe these moons. We've got rough pictures with the P900s of the moons with a 99 times zoom. You get a much better telescope, you'll see these rough, two bodies that seem to be there, which are 2D shapes. We see, we see with a basic monocular vision. We don't see binocularly with a 3D capability outwardly into the expanse of the universe. We're always looking up to find out what's down here, and it's really weird when you think about it in that way. And it's like Galileo, what he purported to see with his, I believe, 30 or 32 or 38 times scope, his telescope. It's ridiculous what he claims, because you can go out and try and do it now with stuff that has triple of every capability his scope has, very easily.
Never thought about it like that before. Well spoken.
And another proportion that I'd like to add to this is that when we think of the planets that are outside of our universe, apparently out there in the vacuum of space, right? These places in which that we wouldn't even be able to test the air pressure between, because it's a privation of gas. So, testing the speed of a rocket with an accelerometer on it for which somehow would use a capability of measuring wind speed as it enters in the side of the porthole. How is the ISS measuring its speed without the ability to feel gases go into the nozzle of the porthole of what would be needed for an accelerometer to be able to measure the wind speed, for it to be able to tell how fast it's going, or the barometric pressure, for instance, or even how hot or cold it is without the thermal exchange of gases telling us what the temperature is out there in space. How did they measure any of these things going back to the moon landings? And then again, I ask you, what properties of the planets that we see out there does the ground beneath you seemingly ring out to? And what I mean by that is we look at the sun and we compare the sun as if it's something similar to the way the Earth is. We look at Mars, we say it's something similar to the way the Earth is. We look at the moon, they say it's similar to something the way the Earth is. Do we see light somehow just randomly emanating outside of the whole expanse of the disk of what we see of Earth when we go up to a high altitude of 120 miles? No, we see dark extinction points of light, and we see some light. Rarely do we see that whole disk lit up other than in NASA pictures. But every time we look out to planets that are out in the sky, at all times in our solar system, every single planet's main face is not like waxing or waning. The whole thing is lit up, right? Other than the moon. How many different directions of light do you need for that when it's all a parallel light source? This is why the sun has to be the center in the story, right? Because otherwise every planet wouldn't be able to be observable, okay? But there's an issue with that with the orbital mechanics also, because inside of that, our frame of reference of us orbiting around the sun, there is no way with the orbital speeds they give for every other planet while we're orbiting around the sun that we only see the same faces of every single one of these planets. It makes no sense. They say it's a thing of relativity. But again, we look up to see what it is below our feet. But do we see the same attributes ever come from our own ground as what we do from these other planets? Light emanating, for instance, up out of the floor as if it was, like lit galore. Like, we don't see this stuff, bro. We just don't.
From underneath.
Mm-hmm. The whole story is ridiculous. It's dependent upon one event as well that we're able to breathe right now, me and you. One event. It happened 4.5 billion years ago. This is like a childhood story. I tell it to you like it's a bedtime story. Athea, the wayward planet, was on a wayward course for another planet, formerly known as Earth 1.0. Athea, on its wayward course, though not on a full-on course bad enough to destroy Earth, was on a course that was bad enough for it when it collided with the Earth. It effectively had an impact strong enough, like an RPG, with an inverted copper cone, somehow like a shape charge, bored its molten iron core into our own planets, that bored all the way to the center of our Earth's core. Why is this amazing and brilliant? Well, it's amazing and brilliant because it's exactly in the chronology of the Earth and the Earth's existence and creation in their story of the heliocentric model that our Earth's core was just about to burn out within the next 100,000 years. So thank the Lord that Thea, the wayward planet, was on its wayward course for a glancing blow to deposit its molten iron core to replenish ours that was about to burn out. Even though every single planet out there's all molten iron cores were all probably created around about the same time anyway, because they became from a singularity of a Big Bang. So I don't know how there would be different time differentials on their molten iron cores. Maybe it's the composites of what they're made of. But this is the point where it gets further. Remember, that exactly happened, allowing us to have the electromagnetic field that we have still to this day, even though that molten iron core goes way past the point of magnetation, meaning its heat point is too hot for magnetation. I don't need to. So, again, Athea also is attributed to this. Where did the moon come from? Well, where she came from was also Athea. Athea, on her impact with us, left debris all the way across the face of the Earth. And because of Newtonian mass attracting mass, which we never see in nature ever, the debris that was on the face of the Earth slowly coalesced together toward a form of a shape of an egg-like ball on the side of the Earth. And the Earth, with its, slow but sure centrifugal force, which is a very minimal force, so this must have took a long time because there's a 3% differential between that and gravity that makes up our weight, because gravity overcomes the centrifugal force of the Earth's spin of 1,039 miles per hour. But remember, eventually the moon was created and formed via mass attracting mass. Eventually, from the centrifugal force of Earth, it was cast away from Earth, and today that is how we have a moon that is exactly the right size as well. The size to distance ratio needed, meaning the distance the moon eventually cast away from the Earth and ended up in its lockstep position between the sun and the Earth in a gravitational force field that allows it to stay in lockstep. It's exactly 400 times the distance to size ratio. That's exactly needed for us to have and experience eclipses.
And
if that event didn't happen, we wouldn't be able to breathe air, boys. 4.5 billion years ago. This is a story they made up to fill up the gap. You can type it in. Athea, the wayward planet that replenished the molten iron core of Earth that would have been dying out, and where the moon came from. The same planet.
Do you have this all memorized in your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it seems pretty clear you do. I just was wondering because, if I need to ask you about this sometime in the future, you could repeat this, right?
Yeah.
I think you could. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty crazy stuff, man. But
I'm sorry, that took me too long to say. To be honest, I've not said that stuff in 4 months, so that's why.
Well, it's amazing you even remember.
It was so bad.
Remember it even is impressive, to be honest. I mean. Yeah.
Well, it's because it's a story, and because it's a story, it has parts of it. That's why I explain it. Like this planet's like it's a wayward planet. You have to imagine that planet hurtling towards the Earth, and you have to imagine it like an RPG head, right?
Yeah. Right. So, do you
exactly.
think the moon was artificial? Might be a bad word, but some conscious force moved the moon to Earth. Do you believe that?
No, I believe. Well, yes. I believe there's the greater light and the lesser light, and I believe I know which one the moon is.
As in, when the sun, moon, and stars were placed.
Hey, Leopard Pro, you could turn your mic up a little bit. It wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, you're very low. You're very, very low. Yeah.
Oh. So, on
the reason I went on a bit of a tyrant as well, I want to explain this. I'm not being someone who's stealing the mic from the new guy that came in. It's because Truth had said that he didn't have much evidence or solid evidence in the way. So I was going to be like a flat fact regurgitation machine for a moment.
You just did good.
Bosh, and just give him some steam up his sails to let him know that we're not a bunch of fucking idiots. We've really fought out our position. We really have. So yeah, if you could turn up your mic, that would be great.
The story of the
you sound good now.
The story of the heliocentric model is basically their own mythology to replace the Genesis accounts.
Yes, and it's the same. In fact, it's the exact same variant of the story, because the Big Bang was actually devised. I don't know if you know anything about this, but effectively, so there was a Catholic priest, right? Basically, do you know who created the Big Bang Theory?
Lemaitre.
Lemaitre. Yeah.
George Lemaitre. Yeah. Do you know much about George Lemaitre?
No.
Henry Joseph Eduardo Lemaitre. Well, but he's basically a Catholic priest, right? And also a mathematician. I think he was a physicist also. And he was the one that came up with it. And the way that he did this, I believe, is said and stated in one of his works. And his doctoral advisor as well also has confirmed that he said this. He said this in Cambridge, in fact. He said, Yah spoke us into existence, which is acoustic sound, vibration, frequency, right? Frequency is all that is needed. And we know that frequency and vibration can shatter windows. It can levitate things if used in the correct manner with the right shape of frequency. Cymatics produce patterns, lots of different things with frequencies, right? So Yah spoke us into existence, right? And we are but dirt and ash, we're made of... Eve was made of Adam's rib, right? And Adam was made of what? Clay. Remember the story, the way that this goes, right? So when you look at that, what is this? We are but dirt and ash, carbon. So the Hydra Collider is a miniaturized version of the Big Bang Theory, right? It's this idea where they're going to smash atoms together using what? Well, in the start of the Big Bang story, we have hydrogen being the only thing in existence, right? And in the Hydra Collider, what do they run through it to create acoustic sound? Hydrogen. And hydrogen eventually created helium also in the Big Bang Theory. So in the Hydra Collider, they use hydrogen and helium. Then they use the very basic form, apparently, of atoms which have never really been isolated or proved to be in existence. Remember, atoms come back to the old Epicurean and Democritean philosophical thought pattern that everything is divisible up to an nth point, that anything can be divided into smaller and smaller pieces, cut in half over and over again infinitely. That's where the idea of atoms came from, that everything was made of a bunch of things. Like
do you believe that? Because I came up with that theory in my head when I was a little kid.
Well, every kid would come up with that theory because it's a childish theory. But it's not necessarily that it's not true. It's just that you can't divide everything into half pieces over and over again, over and over and over again, and forever. Why? Because if you try and cut a table in half, exactly in half, it doesn't work. Atoms are this idea of a perfect... almost they represent a celestial system. They have quarks, quasars, protons, neutrons, right? Photons, and they orbit around one another, right? And they orbit around one another in this sort of perfect natured, harmonious state, right? Almost like a miniature solar system, funnily enough.
That is funny.
And the point is that when we think of devising something up like a block of wood into perfect half pieces time and time again, to the extent to where we had cut them down into the level that they were atoms, do you believe all the pieces that you would have left would look perfect like every atom would be? Because every atom is an atom in its own right, okay? You're not going to end up with pieces, if you divide something in half over and over again, you are not going to end up with pieces that are all perfectly the same shape or size, even if you tried your hardest and had the best tools known to man, because there is only so far that it could go with the level of precision.
Isn't that an assumption, though, Crack Villain, that like there is only so far you can go? Because, well, I'm proven in this current time, but like remember when the atom was the smallest thing, and like you mentioned a minute ago, like
that's why I'm saying the atom doesn't exist. That's what I'm trying to say. In the Hydra Collider,
how could hold on? Good morning, guys. How could that be an assumption?
Exactly.
I'm just going off the way my mind is trying to make sense of the whole thing. Like they developed quarks, and what were these other things?
What did you mean? What did you mean by the assumption? That's what What do you mean by the assumption? The assumption of what again, and why?
Okay, Elijah, but the assumption I just meant, like, isn't it possible that we could find something even smaller than quarks and whatnot?
Yeah, but we haven't found quarks or quasars. They already are the assumption, ET. That's the problem.
Okay.
There is no valid or empirical evidence or even photographic or whatever evidence of quarks or quasars. These are theoretical building blocks of the form of a select group of atoms that created by the proton, the neutron, and all of these things together coalescing to create one atom. And I'm saying that
so it's like a mathematical assumption almost then.
Yes, it is. It's exactly a mathematical assumption and formula. And I'm saying it comes from the archaic time, which isn't always bad, of Demosthenes and Epicurus, where they said that you could, and this was a developed theory, and I could tell you the whole evolution of this theory, is that you could divide every individual thing in half, and then in halves and halves and halves and halves again, perfectly, into forever. And the point is at the end, you would end up with the atoms of the very thing that it would be created of in the newer theory, right? But I'm saying, if you were to actually put that into practice, could you imagine that any of these pieces would be in any way equal? No, they would not be, right? But my main point was this, is that if you could do that, which is the assumption is that someone did that already with no proof that they did it, then they flew these things down the Hydra Collider, which, again, I'll bring you back to what I was originally saying, is the thing that has acoustic sound, is supposedly a privation of gas pressure, and is something they introduce gas pressure into. They introduce harmonic frequency, the frequency of sound itself, and electrolysis, the idea of God speaking into existence out of clay, out of dirt and ash, carbon, the atoms, and then being smashed together, the idea and conception of Yah speaking us into existence. This is where George Henry Joseph Edouard Lemaitre derived his idea of the Big Bang from. I'm just expanding it to be why they went for the Hydra Collider in the first place and smashing atoms together. So everything they really do, that was the biggest project in terms of monetarily that the scientific community was involved in. It was a massive failure. They found one thing apparently called the Higgs boson, the God particle, they named it, because they couldn't find out anything about it. It was that ambiguous, and they couldn't recreate it either every single time. Right? They effectively threw dirt around a chamber, not realizing their original theory of why to fly the dirt around the chamber came from a Catholic priest who was a Jesuit who brought the idea up from the Bible in the first place anyway, and they just lost that it was from the Bible, and they thought it sounded good. And they're stuck on that tangent point now. So their stories between these tangents of the Big Bang, evolution, and all of the other things mean they have to fill in the gaps. And that's why I tell people about this story of the Thea, the Wayward Planet. Because in the creation of the Big Bang Theory, and in the creation of the evolutionary story of the evolution of planets, and the evolution of biomaterial as well, the evolution of planets with the Big Bang Theory means there are gaps that need to be filled in, because on their evolutionary story, the Earth's timeline was that the Earth's molten iron core was going to burn out. And because it was going to burn out, they thought recently, 4.5 billion years ago, part of our main theory that's so big and so large that we cannot destroy it and rethink it, it's a superseding structure to everything. It supports the whole idea of the solar system and the whole universe itself. We now need a story to fill that gap as to why the Earth itself has an atmosphere, because our own chronological story says 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth's molten iron core would have burned out based upon its evolution and based upon the chronology of that story that they originally created. So these tangent points of the Big Bang in this thing mean they have to create extra points to fill between the tangents to keep the tangent stories going.
Patches for patches.
Exactly, bro. And the fallacies they're involved in, Elijah could tell you the fallacies. I don't know if he's still here. I hope he is. The fallacies, just the idea of asserting that we live on a globe. Do you know of the court cases, in fact, where someone was offered lots of money to prove that the Earth was a globe, and they brought it before a judge, and the evidence, in fact, of which was shown to the judge was so insufficient that the judge himself said, I would have to side with the idea that the Earth is flat based upon the evidence provided. And the evidence that was provided from every single body of science, NASA, every accredited body possible, because it was just the final data and peer-reviewed studies that were provided for the judge. He reviewed these things, and he effectively stated that, wow, these things don't really amount to much. Lots of them are just assumptions, theories. None of this is valid. The fact is, as well, he said, yeah, we apparently have pictures of the Earth from outer space, but again, you admit in your own literature that these are composite images, they're not photographs. So there's no real proof that anyone actually took a photograph as this as a whole. You could have technically filled this in paint, which you openly admit you actually did. And so thus that's null and void. So, and again, you wouldn't know how to take a photograph out of there in upper space because of the way that light works, because you would be further away from us outside of our atmosphere, which the atmosphere is what would be the thing that would create the light to come through the lens that allows us to take the photo. Well, outside of the atmosphere, how do you do that? Now the light comes directly from the source, which would be the sun. So you would get a whiteout instantly in that expanse with no protection of gas to be the atmosphere for the light to be held in. So there is no way to take a photo. That's why they don't take photos of Earth from outside in space. But yet they lead people to believe that they do this and that they could do this. But then they admit in the literature and the small print that they don't do this. And so when the judge reviewed all of this, he said, okay, so then how was it that you first derived the size of the ball that we're on? Oh, we use geometry and spherical trigonometry based upon the attributes of what we see stood on the very Earth that we're stood on. And we do this in very simple ways. Distances to the horizon, for instance, and we can do this by assuming, let's say, a certain height and altitude. We can measure the dip angle and take out the variant of the dip angle between us to the horizon, and we could draw up a number. Elijah, if you wish, you could take over because you probably know this better than me.
No, I just wanted to just continue, but I wanted to say, everything that you just said requires a plane. An elevation angle.
I know.
So to prove that it's a globe, you need a flat Earth.
You were. So, so they take this idea, right, of these dip angles and distance to the horizon, and in doing so, they come up with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 24,000 rough and some odd miles, right? And thus now, because of that, we have numbers that we can test. Well, based on the radius of 3959, we effectively have formulas using spherical trigonometry ourselves of spheres, which is that if I'm 6 feet tall, a horizon should be no further than 3.1 miles away. At 8 feet above sea level, it should be no further than 3.48 miles away. Sorry. At 1 foot off the ground, the horizon should be no more than 1.2 miles away, right? The higher you go up, the horizon should be able to be slightly further away because you've increased your angle to resolve the sagittar, the leading edge of the sphere, the part where the Earth is apparently dropping away from you, right? But using their mathematics against them, everybody knows that they've been at the beach as a roughly 6 foot man and looked out at the horizon and saw that the horizon is further than 3 miles away. We have images, in fact, that prove this time and time again that the horizon is continually over 3 miles away. Sometimes to the extent of, I've seen things 100 miles away. I've seen France from the south of England at 10 feet off the beach when I should have only been able to see roughly 4.9 miles away, based on their spherical trigonometry, based on the numbers they gave us for the proportions of the ball. So thus, again, how did they even get these numbers? These numbers, again, are a reification fallacy in of themselves. Remember, they've handed the argument to us very recently in the fact that, I'll explain it very quickly, which is this, is they now admit that the Earth's actual rate, they used to say ships, remember? They went down, and they went down below the horizon because that was them being hidden by the Earth's curvature, correct? You remember that?
Oh, yeah. They even called one of the Great Lakes long-distance photographies, this is a mirage. That's what the weatherman claimed.
Yep. We have people that have taken photos of that from our server at many different times in the year, even.
Yeah.
Mirages are very extreme. That would have to be what you would call a terrestrial form of refraction as well.
Yeah.
Remember, mirages invert and switch out and change things around. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mirages don't make homogeneous images that we're able to see. You know, like they affect the way that we view things, and refraction is ever present according to them. And again, if that's the case, that's the argument that we have for the geometric horizon itself, on which they apparently derived the geometry for the size of the ball that they say that we're on. Meaning, how do you derive geometry with these so-called dip angles and distance to the horizon when the horizon's distance is based on the atmospheric conditions of the day, and it's an optical phenomena in which how far it seems the horizon is from our eye, meaning where the sky appears to meet the ground. When they previously claimed that was when they previously claimed that that's what boats disappeared behind was the horizontal line, remember? So okay, it's optical then, right? So it's not geometric. So where did you derive the geometry from and the size for the geometric ball that you claim is this size? And how did you come up with the numbers needed for you to, let's say, put enough fuel in the rocket to slingshot out into space? Because they could claim, you know, we got the numbers once we got out into space to measure the ball, but they needed the numbers before they went out into space even, right? Because they needed it for the trajectory and they needed it for the orbital mechanics to get out and slingshot out of our Earth's gravitational force and pull. So it's like, okay, you claimed you had the Earth's ball size all the way back, how many? 3,000 years ago with Al-Biruni with the dip angles. But remember, also, what do you need in order to create dip angles to a horizon? What would be used? What instrument was it that he would have used? A sextant.
Yeah, a sextant.
Right. And a sextant needs what? It needs a 90-degree angle. It needs the capability to see to the horizon. And it also needs a 90-degree angle, basically. It needs a pocket. On a sphere, how do you establish a 90-degree angle? Because that's horizontal, right? Flat.
Yeah.
The same way if you use a sextant to do celestial navigation, right? Aimed at the horizon, you have 3 stars or 2 stars up in the sky, and you create points and tangents between them, and you create some form of triangulation / trilateration. You would need a flat surface at the bottom to have a 90-degree angle in which you would measure the angle from for the other two things. So even the methodology in which that they claim to have measured the distance to the horizon, even to create these numbers for the ball, going back to Al-Biruni using the sextant, don't work that way. We know how sextants work. We've looked into it. It says it in the manual that a sextant needs a flat plane in order for it to be effective in these manners. You need to assume a flat plane. That's why surveying, when you go back to the bare bones of it, it's called planar surveying, which means a planar table, right?
Yeah.
So it's all completely been fabricated at this point. Fabricated to the hilt. And the whole argument with them saying it's been a geometric horizon that boats disappeared behind for so long, now the scientific community effectively has gone back on that and admitted, no, it's optical. It's an optical phenomena. The horizon that we see, the distance to it, is based upon atmospheric conditions of the day because it gets refracted backwards or forwards. And it's like, okay, what type of refraction is that, buddy? Because the top people on refraction never ever spoke of a form of refraction that not only could move horizons backwards, but at the same time refract buildings up over the top of the curve into our view to almost have a homogeneous view of them, as if they're right there in front of us, as if there's not a hump of earth curve blocking them whatsoever.
No,
and yet, all in the same line of sight, buddy. You have the horizon itself being took further away behind, and in that same line of sight, you have things being pushed forward towards you. How do you have a type of refraction in the same line of sight that's pushing things backwards at the same time as pushing things forwards that look natural? That makes no sense. How do field guns, in fact, like the German 88, which was repurposed from a flak gun that used to shoot down aircraft to shoot down tanks? The German 88 was used on the Tiger tank, right? And it was also used as a an anti-tank gun off of a turret, being used by multiple men with up to 10 people that had field notes every time. And they shot targets out to 14 kilometers on a daily basis with the barrel with the barrel in bushes from up to 1.5 feet all the way up to 8 feet off the ground. When at 8 feet, the horizon should have been 4 miles away, and they were shooting targets nearly every time that were further than 4 miles away, when there should have been a leading edge of the sphere, meaning the Earth, in the way of the tanks that they were shooting and the people they were shooting at 10, 12 miles away with barrels that were 3 miles off the ground. We have applicable line of sight. They can say refraction, but we have applicable line of sight, direct, actual physicality adhering to this, proving that it's not just a trick of the eye. I really hope this makes it more solid to you what we think here, and that we've thought about our position a little bit.
Even solid radar locks.
Yes. It's nice to meet you, by the way. Sorry, I went on a massive rant then. I haven't done that in a long time. I haven't had the capability to. I've not really been around much, and then when I do come in, there's been other people like
that was Crack. That was massive indeed, but incredibly impressive. Well done, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Formation.
Yeah.
But we're not the types of flat earthers that they wish to put on the news. They like to put people like Mark Sargent on the news on This Morning Britain, and they have him come on with a snow globe and make us look like a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yeah.
That's why nobody wants to talk to people like you, Crack, is because you obviously destroy most people in debate, right? So I wouldn't debate you even.
Well, yeah, we do destroy everyone in debates. PhDs every time.
So
some of the older guys. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were mentioning Mark Sargent. What's the news about him lately? Like, what's going on with him? I haven't heard much of him, to be honest.
I hope nothing. I hope he's making no content. I hope he's keeping his mouth shut, as asked. If we need him to potentially debate someone like a PhD, and then him fall ill just before and say, I can't make it, and then switch out for someone more intelligent than himself, then Mark, please do that. But other than that, keep your mouth shut, really. That's my opinion about Mark, and it's a pretty harsh opinion, but I don't like the position in which he's put us into of us having advanced and very specific claims that are made by people such as Mark Sargent, right? And meaning he has pigeonholed us into positions where we have to make claims about things that we have to, defend claims that people like him have made at the same time as us have to appear that we also have those ideals in our minds and those beliefs, which is what they are, beliefs, because there's no evidence for these claims that he makes sometimes. And same with people like Eric Dubay, even though Eric Dubay is my friend, right? Eric Dubay's brilliant. He's a brilliant explainer. But the level of, how do I put it? The level of onus and the level of proof that they've put onto us, you should never shift the burden of proof. They are the ones making the positive claim. The globe is a positive claim. The Earth appears flat. It appears that the Earth is also not moving. We do not feel it. We have a vestibular system that is very acute and very, very accurate at measuring any angular change or motion. And on a globe, bear in mind that tilts at 23 degrees to 24 degrees, depending on the time of year in their model. We're on a orbital, right? No matter what, on that ring, it's not a linear path. We're always moving at a tangential speed. We're always moving in a ring that's got a tangential speed. Our angle is always changing because we're on a tilt, which means that angle change always means that our vestibular system would pick this up, right? And it's
I like how you bring up the vestibular system as well. It's a good point.
Oh, the ear balance. Yeah.
Not my point, but this is what we've all built together, guys. We've built these arguments together as a server over years.
Right.
These aren't my arguments alone.
No, but you do a damn good job, man, Crack. Hey, what is up with Witsit these days? I haven't heard from him in a long time either. Once it gets it.
He was around a little bit the other day, apparently.
Oh, really?
I haven't spoken to him in months. I'll admit it.
I haven't talked to him in like a year. Crazy.
I think it was last time he was here, he was talking about some kind of court case appealing or something.
Really?
Yep. The Mount Rushmore thing.
What's it? That's it?
Yep. He got harassed at Mount Rushmore.
Wait, he got arrested at Rushmore?
Not arrested, harassed.
Oh, okay.
Go on.
They cited him and pretty much told him, well, you can have your free speech, just not in the free speech zone. But basically, that's law of Mortmain, 14th Amendment. The government has no right. Repugnant war.
So if you could lay it out any better than that, Joshua, like what happened on the day, any examples? Like Witsit, by the way, Mr. Leopold Pro is one of our finer and most brilliant flat Earth explainers. Same way we have scientific explainers. I guess we've got our flat Earth explainers now. But he's a great debater and is he's really good. He reminds me of like a mix of myself and someone like Crypto mixed with like 10 other people all in one.
Stop flattering yourself, crack villain.
What do you mean? I'm saying he's like me mixed with a few others.
He is. I was just joking. It's just a joke.
Oh shit, he ain't on my level yet. No, definitely not. No, I'm joking. Shit, no, he's really good, man. He's really, really good. He really knows his shit. He knows his shit, and he's good at saying it fast and hard, and he's good at debates basically because of it.
It's good. It's damn good to know you. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
He can speak the way I just did a minute ago, but like while someone else is also there debating him, I can't do that in that same way.
You maybe not be a good debater like he is, but like you guys are both really sharp with your knowledge on your facts. Like you guys would probably make a pretty good team. Like imagine
we used to smash it.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, we used to smash it at Gems together. We used to really do their heads in. We used to do shifts where we would just continually, we would turn them all down so that we couldn't hear them, and we would just regurgitate flat Earth facts over and over again.
Yeah.
And it's like whenever one of us would get muted, the other one would take over. And we would take shit. We just took shifts doing it for like 24 hours straight once.
That's
and then
kind of funny. But
then they were like, Witsits on meth, cracks on crack. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Joshua.
Funny.
Yeah, sorry, I would go back to Joshua. Was all I was going to do. Unless you had someone else to add, ET.
Yeah, this was published 1992. A long time ago.
What is it you're looking at that?
Isn't it crazy to think that 1992 is 30 years ago now? Hard to believe, hey?
Yeah, it's been
29. Don't make me feel old. I was born in 1993.
I was born in the 80s. I'm feeling old.
2012. Yeah, 30 years.
30 years.
Wait, I was born in 1993, and so it is exactly that, because I'm 28. Like, man, I feel old as shit, bro.
Yeah, and that's only going to get worse. It's crazy.
I know. The years have gone so quickly ever since.
They went by so fast. My 20s went by so fast. I can't believe it.
Same, dude. It's insane.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, you're just aging like a fine wine, you know? Don't look as if badly.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't feel like a fine wine. I feel like I'm getting like turning into an old man slowly.
I feel like a lot of the things that were acceptable before, like in my mind's eye, are now like socially wrong as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, all the little jokes we used to make are no longer acceptable.
That made it sound like I was talking about like something else then. I wasn't. Sorry. Sounded so bad in my own mind.
It's
Luckily,
okay.
no one else caught. No one else caught it.
maybe you used the C word a couple times. You know, you're human. Fine.
Oh no! What C word? Wait, what?
I don't know. Whatever. Computer. Like, look at Joe Rogan these days. He's sitting there making apologetic videos all day long for his stupid Spotify platform.
Yeah, if he uses that, he loses all his money, and then he loses the ability to speak some truth, I guess.
Not just that, but he was under contract, so doesn't he owe that money?
I don't know. Who owes who money at that point?
No, he owes it back to them if he breaches his contract.
But I mean, it'd be interesting to read that contract, because I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan signed that contract saying he could say pretty much whatever the fuck he wanted to, right?
That's if you believe in free speech. They lost $8 billion in stock prices, dude.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice. Jesus.
$8 billion overnight.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, they're annoyed at him, trust me. It don't matter what your contract says when you cost them $8 billion in stock.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
That's pricey. No, $8 billion is a lot.
Oh, by the way, Joshua, I got some cherry wood pipe tobacco.
Nice.
Yeah, dude.
Nice.
I'm smoking it in a cigarette, dude.
Anyway,
it's nice.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Mr. Leopold, you're welcome to like chill out and hang out like whenever you want. What I'm gonna do is give you a role called Seem Sincere, so that like no one gives you any shit when you come in, like because basically like, you could get picked on. What do you identify as? Not as in like your sexual proclivities, none of that bullshit, please.
Please don't be an egghead.
Just a normal man.
Yeah, don't answer the question if it makes you uncomfortable. They did that to me.
Shut up. Right there. So,
I'm basically a Bible believer. That's it.
Right, you're a Bible believer. That's great. So the Bible also says that the Earth is flat. So that we got that on our side.
Right. There's hope for him. He's not an egghead.
Right, wait there. Bible believer. So do you want to get pinged for our Bible studies?
Not necessarily. I like to do things on my own time.
Well, just as an option, I mean.
Everybody reads the same Bible I do.
What do you read?
King James is basically my main go-to.
King James version.
You wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't last in the Bible study.
No, I figured as much.
No, King James version is where it's at, as far as I know.
A lot of people are fine with it. No one's gonna rip your head off for it, bro. Like, what's this? Like, he doesn't need to have a sefer. He doesn't need a sefer. He doesn't need a fucking Jew.
But what will happen is he won't understand a lot of the words that we're using, and it would take time, which I don't mind doing. I don't mind taking the time and breaking down the meaning of the words and the etymology. I don't mind doing that, but it tends, like, the other people in the room get annoyed because they've heard it like a million times from me.
Okay.
Yeah. And guys, I think you're putting him on the spot. He's obviously nervous.
King James Bible believer, Lord is Jesus and Savior. I'll just put you King James Bible believer.
I use it basically as a standard reference Bible, because if you look at other versions, there's always something either missing or added, or different wording. It's not consistent.
KJV, yo.
Well,
KJV.
About
KJV's
the KJV,
really
there was
inconsistent,
something
actually.
that was removed from the KJV. Something very significant.
Oh, you're talking about the ones the Roman Catholics have added.
No, we're talking about the logos.
Logos?
Can I ask you another question? Are you Canadian by chance? I am.
Yep.
I knew it. I could hear it in your voice. You're Canadian.
If you can't tell your own fucking people by now, ET, and not be surprised that you got it right,
I just picked him out. I just picked him out.
I knew he was Canadian the moment he came in. Fuck.
Well,
I'm just saying you should be surprised by that shit. You know, like you should.
Well, his mic was so low, I could have barely heard him.
I'm just playing with you, bro. Right. So let's go back to the logos thing, ET. Let's not divulge from the true conversation that was going on.
Okay, sorry. I don't know about the logos, but I've heard a million times that KJV.
Him talking.
Okay, you have logos?
Logos, like a logo with an S.
Software. Okay.
Same. No, it's not software.
Oh, you're thinking of logos, the word of God.
Yes.
One. Okay.
Yes.
It was the same word that brought everything into existence in Genesis 1. Yeah, you were talking earlier about
Balashit.
Voice.
Bara Arat. Shamin. I can't remember the rest.
Bara Shamin. Is Bara Ala Shamin or is it Bara Shamin? I don't know.
Bara Arat. Bara Arat.
Is
what I can say, my brothers. It's Hebrew, yeah. Can you not feel it in the Ruach HaKodesh?
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
I get it sometimes mixed up with Arabic.
Yahusha HaMashiach resideth inside of thee, brother.
A lot of it has to do with word and breath, right? In fact,
the Ruach means breath. Yep, holy breath. That's what Holy Spirit is. That's what Spirit is. Ruach. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Huh? So the Spirit is like the air that's in your lungs.
Yeah, exactly. That's where it says that, to be spiritually baptized, for instance, is to speak Ruach to Ruach. Man to man can speak Ruach to Ruach, right? Breath to breath. Like and go back to what it says, that he breathed life into us through our very nostrils, right? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Like, when is it that we pass on the gift of the gospel? It's like we breathe through that medium of air using our Ruach, our own breath, right? And we are Ruach, and they are Ruach, and we connect Ruach to Ruach. It's like entropy, my friend. I've started to classify it in this way. It's the same way that all of the sinners are going to be burned when the Spirit of Yah is poured out in its purest form out onto the earth with no containment. The frictitious nature of the bursting through, of the pouring out of the Spirit of Yah as it goes through the places that cannot equilibralize thermodynamically, almost so, with the Spirit of Yah. Right now. Or its darkness will make it set on fire and will make it turn completely. That's how I feel like the earth's going to get set on fire. I'm straight up. I had a vision of this shit. It was crazy.
Did you have a vision of a long period of time with no sun, no moon, no stars?
Yes,
and we were being hunted down by drones.
No, not the drones part, but the floor was falling away from us, and there was lots involved. Now I have to speak to you about it privately, the way that works. There's a lot that went into it. It was a crazy vision of what I saw. Okay,
yeah, very similar.
Well, maybe ours could connect up. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like ours, if we overlay them, do they make sense together as a story? Do you get what I mean? And then,
interesting concept.
Yeah, so because like what you said doesn't not necessarily that doesn't not what you just said doesn't necessarily not fit in what my vision was. You get what I mean? Like that could be a part of it. But mine's more in the spiritual sort of sense of it and like what's happening behind the scenes in the Ruach. So first in the spirit and then in the physical, right? So there's the conscious thought and then there's the action after. There's me thinking about punching you in the face and then there's me punching you in the face. First in the immaterial, then in the material, right? Like But so yeah, you wouldn't be interested in the Bible study thing tag. That would just give you a ping when there's a Bible study on. That was all. That's cool. I gave you the tag of the Bible believing King James thing. I just gave it to you since it's what you're repping. What about Earth rolls? Earth rolls. You seem sincere. So, like, would you say you're an Earth-shaped like agnostic? So, like, globe skeptic, or on the fence, or globe earther, or what?
I'm okay.
You could give. You're okay with what?
I'm okay with flat earther.
Well, I'm not going to give you flat earther right away, right now.
No.
I'm going to tell you that.
They gave that one. They gave that one, and they took it away a few months later. It's funny.
The reason is right is because, like, we get a lot of people that come in and pretend to be flat earthers, right? And then they make videos and stuff like that.
I was a fake. I guess I was a fake.
That's just because we didn't want people thinking that you repped our server because you were talking about aliens and shit, bro. Like, nah, man, we couldn't be dealing with that. So we was like, I don't know what it was. I don't know, dude. I know you're a flat earther, dude, but like you were on the fence for so long, and then like you would go there, and then you go, but it might be a globe again. So that's why we took it away, because you
finish your point with Leopard Pro. We can talk about this later.
So, Leopard Pro, I'm going to give you globe skeptic. Because that means you're not on the fence. You're skeptical of the globe.
Yep.
And I would say also, like you're not on the fence. Like you're a potential flat earther. Seems sincere. We should, I guess, have a role that's called, up and coming flat earther or potential flat earther.
Prove yourself, flat earther. Prove what you know. Prove your facts, flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what will happen I would say in about 7 days' time, try and hang out here, right? A bit or whatever, like get to know this place. There's lots of other rooms that you can use. There's a multitude of information you can take from as well, like the laser tests. There's like different hashtags as you scroll really far down about every topic that's flat earth based. All very good information in there. It's all selected by the moderators here, which are all guys that are like myself. They know their shit, right? And it's all really good info, bro, right? We have PDFs that are gigabytes on of info. Like we can almost give you the 2014 algorithm of like being able to look at like these videos as well on YouTube type shit, So, so all of that's there available. Look at it at your leisure. Come back to me in a week, since it was pretty much me that you've dealt with this whole time. Yep. I will interview you for your flat earth role then, and that will be like when I'll give it to you. Like I would just give it to you now because I think you're a flat earther, but like we have to have these rules, dude.
It's you're entitled to setting the rules, the house rules.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, I've got to give you like maple syrup or something, like a roll like that, because you are Canadian, right?
I got the maple syrup one once.
Oh, did you know maple syrup is good in hot chocolate?
It is. It's really good in hot chocolate, bro. Like
I think the situation is the Leopard Pro is that just like there's just so many bullshitters that come in here and pretend to be what they're not, and then so the rules have to have been established.
It's a form of calling myself anonymous without actually using the word anonymous. I have.
You're really lucky he's giving you the maple syrup roll. We usually don't give that one out right away either. A lot of people come in pretending to be Canadian.
Yeah, they do. No, you just fucking say that. That was brilliant.
That is great. I'm just noticing now. I just clicked on my own profile and I got the maple syrup roll. I'm honored.
I'm about to take it away.
No, don't do it.
That's funny. When people like want to hold on to the rolls, you just want to take them, don't you? It's like, let me take it.
I don't care. Take it away. Whatever.
I'm not gonna do that to you, bro. I love you, ET brother.
Okay. I love you too.
Yeah.
Gay.
Of course, someone would say gay or no homo. Of course.
It was actually me, and I was the one who started it. But well. But yeah, nice to meet you, Mr. Leopold Pro, my Leopard Pro. Sorry, I read that as Leopold. That's my dyslexia kicking in. That's dyslexia, like straight up. Sorry, go ahead.
A little bit of silent reading going on here.
Yeah, peace, man.
Yeah.
I went through this whole conversation drinking a small bottle of cinnamon spicy whiskey, just so you guys know. Pretty cool. I appreciated the conversation. It was cool.
I knew you were drinking whiskey, but now I know it was spicy whiskey with cinnamon. Like it makes me feel about 7% better about your alcoholism at this point.
Well, yeah, I feel like a little kid drinking this stuff, but I still buy it. It's like I'm buying candy that gets me drunk.
Drinking whiskey right now?
Yeah,
I just finished the bottle.
What time is it in Canada? I'm pretty sure it's like 10 in the morning. Wait, what?
It's 7:30. It's 7:30.
10:26
a.m. A.m. Yeah.
10:26 or 7:30. What the fuck? Like, I know Canada's big. Wait,
it's 7:26 a.m.
What about
I don't trust you. I don't trust your word anymore, ET. Leopold,
Why
what's the
wouldn't
time
you?
in Canada?
I've never lied to you.
You're drunk. That's why I think you've maybe misread the time. Is it actually 7:30?
It's 7:26 actually.
Where are you in Canada?
Alberta.
Not exactly.
I'm in Alberta.
Okay.
Nova Scotia.
He's East Coast because he's East Coast because I'm Central Time, United States, and it's 8:26 now, so he's east by 1 hour.
Okay, that makes sense. So he's not lying. He's just in a different time zone than Leopold. I mean Leopard Pro.
Oh, are we? Hey, Leopard Pro, you're still here. What time zone are you in? And if you don't mind talking about it, what area of the country are you in?
What kind of whiskey are you drinking this morning, buddy?
Like which? Okay, So you're Canadian, right? I forgot about that. Which province are you in? If you don't mind.
Sorry, hard to talk over. Nova Scotia.
Sorry, dude. You're in Nova Scotia. Oh, you're way the hell out there, eh? Damn. Okay, that's cool.
Everywhere I've noticed is like way the hell out of there. Like when it's away from you, you know.
But I know Nova Scotia is literally like Canada's the second biggest country on the planet on Earth, and Nova Scotia is like almost on the opposite side of Canada. So I can call that a long ways away. Like it takes 5 hours to fly.
Yeah. No, I get it. I'm just saying that, like, you know, everywhere that isn't where you are is always like way out there, you know, man.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, man. Maybe you're right. Yeah, Nova Scotia is way out there too. But they had some pretty like crazy COVID restrictions as of a few weeks ago as well. I was pretty pissed off about that. Yes, you did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't like where the restrictions are going.
Well, think about it in a positive light. Look what's happening in Canada right now.
Oh yeah, the truckers.
Hell yeah, the truckers, and it's gone international now.
And the massive food shortage is about to come. Yeah.
No, that's what you.
That is to bite my tongue because you don't want to crush on people's hopes and dreams. Like they really think that this is gonna fix things and like get everything back to normal. It's not. There's not a chance. This can only make things worse.
I'm sorry, I had to do it. Like I had to do what Lou didn't want to do. Then I had to. Like, yeah, like the food shortages are coming, guys. Woo!
Yeah,
sorry,
they're not coming. We got plenty of food, and even if we did run out of food, It'd be a damn good message to everyone, being like, "Wake the fuck up." You know what I mean?
No, they want there to be some kind of crisis that comes out.
Yeah,
of
because then we'll need them.
You know, people are actually feeding the truckers.
It's the same shit they pulled for the Y2J.
Y2J?
Oh!
You don't remember that fucking shit?
Y2K.
6 or Y2K.
He said Y2J.
No.
Fucking noob. I'm joking, dude. What are you talking about? Someone I don't know about?
No, there's probably some really hardcore, badass conspiracy shit that's called Y2J that all of us noobs know nothing about.
hardcore badass.
Yeah, like Master Chief say, you didn't know about that? Like shit. Where the fuck were you, truther? Huh? Tell us then, Master Chief. You can't just leave a brother's like hanging like that, bro.
I remember Y2K because I was 14 years old and I was drinking wine with my best friend and his mom.
Of course you were drinking something. I know. But ask Master Chief, you know about your drink.
Same shit, alright? I made a mistake on saying J. I meant K. You guys still knew what the fuck I was talking about.
No,
we didn't. I thought we were talking about some edgy shit, you know?
Yeah, we were
You didn't know about Y2K, about the whole year 2000, turning it year 2000, about to be the whole end of the world. Everybody had to pack up water.
But you should have made up your own end of the world scenario that and made us pretend like we missed out on that one.
Yeah, you fucked up the letter, man. You changed it from K to J.
Yeah, we used that to make out.
I'm sorry that I fucked up the fucking letter.
Well, it was not hard, dude. There's only 26 letters in the alphabet.
Wait a second. It's because they phonetically sound similar, J and K. It's not because of the number of the letters in the alphabet. I don't know why you would relate that as the causality. For fuck's sake, you're always off a little bit in some way. But like Master Chief, it wasn't a problem that you did that. It was more like a case of like thanks because you just gave us a gift. Like it was a way of us older truthers being like, not that you're not an older truther too. Like you're older than me, I'm sure. But I mean, like it was a way of us old truthers being like, shit, some crazy edgy conspiracy that we'd never heard of.
Yeah, have you guys heard of Y2J? It's totally new and weird.
Well, I mean, if you want to go ahead and pick on me and give me a hard time and rub on my fucking balls about the fucking letter, then go ahead by all means.
I forgive you. I forgive you.
Everything that's just been said here is good fun, just for teasing and not meant to trigger you, but it sounds like it is. So we apologize.
Wait, Master Chief, that is not triggering you, is it, Enoch, bro? Come on, it's
I'm upset and I'm trying to calm down.
All right, well, don't get upset by it because I was genuinely thanking you for a gift that you gave us by messing up one letter. Then, like I enjoyed it.
I understood where you were coming from, but it was the leg pulling from ET that I was getting. And
come on. I was just pulling your leg a little bit.
That's what I just said. I was calling it out that you were pulling my leg.
I know. I took that phrase from you, actually. You were pulling. I was pulling your leg.
ET, you're making it worse. Shut up.
Right, no, I understand now, and I apologize for taking it personal.
I love the way like Enoch speaks, where he's like, I apologize for taking it personal, and if you continue to fuck with me, I might shoot you in the fucking head. Like you sound like a Chicago like mafia like boss, but like from the 1920s. Sometimes I love it.
I miss that guy from New York who sometimes joins the room. I can't remember his name right now, but who's that guy?
Chocolate.
We get a lot of people from New York, but if you're looking for a classic New Yorker,
Neil.
Probably Neil. Yeah, Neil.
Yeah, Neil. It's Neil. That's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, man, that guy's fucking funny.
Yeah, I spoke to him recently. He told me to say "fuck you, ET."
All right, awesome.
Sorry, bro.
He doesn't talk to freaking aliens.
See, ET, that's your main problem in our server, bro. That's what your likability factor. Because there's another guy in our server called Flatman Can, right? And you and him are basically interchangeable as far as I'm concerned. Like,
how so?
You sound exactly the fucking same. You speak the same way. You speak about the same shit. You basically are the same guy to a certain extent. Like Flatman Can is like about 20% more likable than you, in some ways. But with me, I like you both the same. That's the point. That's why you're interchangeable for me. It seems everyone else likes him 20% more than they like you, and it's all because of the ET factor. The alien has a 20% differential on your likability, and I don't know why, bro. But like, people
I'll
can get
tell you exactly fucking why. So people get fucking triggered by aliens for some crazy reason, and so
because they're not real.
He's just following the trend, you know. That's it.
You don't know that they're not fucking
ET with that emoji. It's like when Roswell, like back in the mid late '90s, when they disclosed Roswell, and all of a sudden they were selling that T-shirts with that freaking emoji all over.
That's why I think. That's why I'm pissed off that I got this stupid little alien thing after my username. If a mod could remove that, that would be nice.
You have a poster in your bedroom of an alien saying "Take me to your dealer," smoking.
No, because that would freak me out, give me nightmares and shit like
Gone in a second. Gone in a second.
Oh my god! Thank you. I've been trying to do that for a long time. Thank you, Crackville.
That's fine. I know. I don't want the alien there. Change your profile picture too. Like, I don't feel like you're committed to that whole thing. You just
because it will be Discord wide, and I can't. I'm not able to do that, Crackville.
You can change it in the server alone.
And he won't fit in his ancient alien server.
Yeah.
If you promise that it will be. If you promise that it'll only be in the server, go ahead and change my picture. Go ahead and do it.
Okay, you can do that yourself. Wait there. I've got to teach him this a second. Only you can do that, right? What you do is you click at the top of the server, right? Okay. You go on 24/7, right?
Okay.
And you can change your name and everything in here yourself.
But then I'm one of those identity changers. No, I'm against
Wait there a second. Look.
Go on, do it.
Click on. No, I'm not about you changing your profile picture only. Right. Click on the 24/7 flat Earth bit at the top. Pull it down, and it says Edit Server Profile. You click on it, you can change your name and your server avatar. It's just for the server.
I see. I understand you, Crackbone, but I believe you, and I bet you're right about that, and I'm sure you are. But I mean, I won't do it because I hate when people change their identities on the internet.
It's not changing your identity, bro. You are you. Your picture is not you. You're you. I'm trying to let you know that people are unfortunately mixing your identity with your pictures and shit. So you should exclude the thing that's
not
making
my problem.
Craig. Actually, I would just leave him to it. So,
yeah,
seriously.
You obviously want to die in obscurity.
He's taking enough of a shit. He's been taking shit from us over this for years now. Like,
I'm trying to befriend him and get him to change, but it don't work either. It's like he loves. It's almost like it's if you were a heroin addict, but the heroin didn't feel good, but yet you still take it. Like,
because you do it pissed off your friends.
It's like I would understand that. If the heroin was really good, I would understand why you kept on doing the heroin. But like the heroin you're doing is like actually making you feel like really shit, and the opposite of like euphoric.
I don't do any drugs anymore.
You don't do any drugs. Sat there sipping on liquor that's got spices and shit in it.
That is the only drug I do is alcohol. I quit smoking. I don't even get high on marijuana anymore. I just drink a little bit.
Get off your high horse, bro. Like, fuck.
I'm not on a high horse. You're the one who asked me to change my fucking username for some reason.
No, I'm not. Just your profile picture, and it's just so that people don't erroneously.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
You're on about changing. Listen, let me explain a concept to you. You talked about changing your online personality and your what do you call it? Your personhood. Your personhood is not your profile picture, dude. You are you, right? People are mixing up your profile picture with who you actually are, and because of your profile picture, they're treating you differently to who you really
I'm aware
are.
of that, and that only says how ignorant they fucking are in the first place.
You can keep your
He's
name
mixing his
exactly the way it is. You can keep your name ET exactly the way it is, but the profile picture, if you're willing to bend on that, you can change it to Mario Lopez, and everybody will think that it stands for Entertainment Tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Brits. Do you guys get that? Do you guys have that stupid show?
We don't, but I love America, so.
Okay, so you know it anyway.
Yeah. So will you change your name to Mario Lopez?
I honestly think his name and his profile pic suits him because, honestly, it's like some of the stuff that he said in here before. Really, I mean, it just suits him.
It fits the shit that he talks about, Craig. He's not misrepresenting.
I know. I'm just playing. I'm not silly. I understand. It is. I'm pretending that it's his picture and his name. That's why that everyone gives him shit. I understand quite well. This actually the fucking guy. That just cracked me up. The thought and idea that, like, that's kind of my whole troll right now. That tickled me.
How much whiskey have you had this morning, Craig Villain?
Absolutely none, bro. I've had a herbal tea, and this shit's got me lit, bro. And I've got no juice or anything in the house or Coca-Cola. I'm a sweet tooth guy, so I put like 3 sugars in there, and I've got these like vitamin D sweets, bro. Yeah, they're really nice. They're vitamin D gummies, blackcurrant flavor, and because the tea that I've got is hearty tea, it's got rhubarb in it. Blackcurrant and some other shit, but I wanted it to taste more blackcurranty and nice, so I chucked a couple of these vitamin D tablets, they're high strength ones, like really high strength, and also a vitamin C, 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C in with it, and yeah, and it's also got green tea in it. This shit's got me lit, bro.
You guys take the vitamin D over there in England because you never see the sun?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have to, and they give it to us for free as well because they know that they're covering the sun up. Mm-hmm.
Damn, is that the reason why my doctor gave me vitamin D? Is because I don't see the sun? I'm always outside though.
No, he did that for a different reason. That's because he's a pedophile, and it makes you more likely to find older men sexually attractive.
Did you guys know that people with black skin actually had to take more vitamin D?
Whoa, racist comments. Stop it right now. Say no more.
I wasn't saying anything racist. Actually, if anything, it's helpful.
We're not going to find out the racist shit you're about to say. You're going to stop right there. Don't say another word, please. Thank you. Fuck.
Okay.
Always with the racist comments.
Anytime, like, X race is different from Z race.
I'm being serious. I'm actually being serious. You know, I study a lot of health stuff.
I said no. You are not spinning your racist shit in here anymore, okay? No, dude.
Okay.
Don't go there.
BitChute, man. The fuck?
Go and call. Yeah, bro. Take that to fucking BitChute. Take it to fucking. What's that other place called? What's the other place called? Reddit. Take it to Reddit, bro. Like, we don't want it over here.
I don't know if you're being serious or not, but I was
put
being
that shit
serious.
on it. Put that shit on a sign and go to the trucker protest. You know, like, I mean,
swastikas elsewhere, bro. You're Canadians, fucking. You're probably, yeah, you know, bro. Aliens are skinners too. I get it.
Racial statement that he was saying. I didn't think he said anything racist.
I didn't at all. I was actually trying to
We're not going to find out. ET's always saying racist shit. We're not going to find out, all right, guys? That's the rules. ET, do you know whether I'm being serious or not right now? Because you said I was a great actor earlier. So what do you think I'm doing right now?
You're right. You're a great actor. Great. No, you are a fucking funny.
There you go.
I'm acting. So tell us your fucking little fact about black people, and it better be
Okay,
racist.
all I'm saying, this is an actual health fact as far as I understand it. For some reason, the people with black skin, generally speaking, They can't take in vitamin D as much, and so they need to
jump better.
They need to supplement with vitamin D more because
on the street all the time.
No,
okay, nothing he said was anything racist, but the fact that
I didn't know
was over there making statements racial made it sound like he was speaking racist.
I didn't even know this until like a year ago.
Is that why they rob people more often? Because like the melancholy from feeling like not getting the vitamin D, and they feel like white people got more vitamin D than them, and it's like reparations.
Well, now
like,
that's fucking racist. If you're gonna get racist,
that's what saying, right? That's what you were aiming towards. So I'm just sort
I'm
of
not
like
aiming towards shit. I'm just saying you guys brought up vitamin D, and I'm saying I just thought because it was a little known fact that I didn't even know about until like a year ago. Their skin doesn't absorb vitamin D from the sun as easily as other people, and so they need to supplement, or they probably should. That's all I was fucking saying.
Listen, you know that's why they've got the melanin, the shit that stops them from burning, so they can just stay in the sun for longer and absorb more vitamin D that way. That's sort of how it works. They can stay in the fields and pick all the stuff in the fields that they pick and absorb more sun that way.
I literally wasn't trying to be funny.
Better than that.
I love how me and Lou were like so racist then, but like made out it was ET the whole time, and everyone's like, "But he's not being racist." It's like, that's the joke we're playing right now. Like,
Thanks for the troll. Yeah, you guys are really good jokes. You got me. That's for damn sure. You got me.
All right, go sit with Master Chief on the bench for a little while and cool off.
I think they were getting you after you got me.
Yep, that's just cool. It's called payback for payback.
A bitch, bro.
Yeah, go sit with Master Chief on the bench for a little while, have a little powwow, and say sorry to the chiefs that you've offended with your racial comments as well on the way.
Are you a Native American, Master Chief, by the way? I mean, should you be wearing Chief?
In the accent?
I'm an islander. I am a natural, I am a native to the Philippines. So yeah, in a way, I am native. So
you're an island boy.
That's pretty cool. I love people in the Philippines.
Nah, don't bring up that island boy shit. That bullshit. Fuck nah, man.
You see how we keep it lit?
I'm more island boy than those island boys.
Where are the Glovers at? Because I need to stop being silly. Like I'm gonna get.
I mean, I believe that the island boys are also Globers too.
Hey, Master Chief, did you destroy in Stasher 2.0 last night? Was that you? Did you tee off on him, or was that someone else?
I hope so.
No, that was me teeing off on somebody.
Oh man, it was like instant rage. It was the best thing ever.
Quality. Wait, can you get a timestamp for that shit? I love it when Master. I love it when Enoch goes off on anyone, bro. Like he comes with that fucking Tourette energy, and he's just like,
the Glover said that what was it? The Big Bang was real.
Right.
Which one was it? I think it was the Big Bang, right? He said the Big Bang.
No. He made a statement and said something that we came from monkeys, that humans came from monkeys. And that's when I just blew up on his ass and told him to.
You should have said. You should have made it personal, bro.
He's here now.
You should have made it, Enoch. You should have made it personal, bro, and been like, okay, so how come no monkeys have got Tourette's?
Right.
Right.
Back, it was around midnight our time, I think, if I remember correctly.
Fuck. I missed it. I was asleep in the room. And I was woken up, and then spoke to the woman for a bit, and then went back to sleep. And then woke up an hour later because I was woken up again, and then I've been awake since, and that's why I'm on this hype thing. He's in the room right now, apparently. So, Sasha 2.0, you believe in evolution, do you? Have you ever heard of irreducible complexity, where, something's irreducibly complex, meaning that if you take away one of its parts, that it cannot function? I.e., let's say the flagellum. You ever heard of Michael Behe? He wrote the book called Darwin's black box that completely disproves and shows every point that Darwin said, if you prove these points, the whole of my theory is bunk. And you know that Darwin on his deathbed was like, I'm so sorry for saying the shit that I did. And it was a family held religion. In fact, actually his dad and his granddad before him believed the same shit. The Galapagos Islands was actually his coronation. You know, the like sort of exotic thing that he could do, that he could go around to the aristocratic tables and be like, oh, I went to this place no one else has been, and it's really cool, and I saw fucking lizards and shit, and they proved my idea and theory of my family held religion.
Craig, one or two short sentences at a time with him, okay? Like, this is not going to work, Sasha.
No, I know it probably won't, but I was scattergunning for a reason, and it obviously was all done, and then for some reason it was accepted at that exact time, the time of slavery, and when people were needed to be cotton picking, and white men needed to not feel bad about black people cotton picking, was when they accepted that family's religion, because that family's religion also was what about favored races, also, if you take the original book and the title of it. And that also meant that then white people could see them as someone that were different to themselves, dehumanizing black men, which made it more easy to have them in the fields in these hot temperatures, even though they were receiving the vitamin D they apparently need according to ET. So apparently we were doing them a favor, you racist cunt, ET. But the point is, right? The point is, oh my God, Darwinism itself was only ever accepted as a way for the white man to take away the moral calamity that it would have caused to see a fellow man out in the field picking cotton for his ass to make his sales, so that he could go on the high seas and create admiralty law and make promissory notes to steal gold from every other motherfucking minority and other white man in the whole world and create an elitist collective group. Is that what you believe in, Sasha 2.0?
Yeah, Sasha 2.0. So, I mean, is eugenics evolution or not?
Truth Prevails just like deafens herself because I'm talking like that. I'm not surprised. I'm sorry.
Isn't eugenics breeding a particular breed, like race?
Well, yeah, no.
Who said there wasn't breeding involved?
It's part of the trolling that we're doing to people right now, but basically, without him saying a word, we're making him defend all of evolution, and then not only that, but eugenics. No, I'm trying to throw that in there.
We're trying to throw that in there as well, dude. Like, yeah, what do you think? What about phrenology, bro? Do you just accept phrenology too? Because Darwinism effectively, let's say, propelled phrenology toward being an actual science due to its stature and the originality of his book. In the Progeneration of Favored Races, it talks about head size and IQ quantity based on, and different divots, and how parts of the brain wouldn't be able to, you know, hold to different parts of the skull based on the proclivity of the shape of the skull. So I guess you're also affirming phrenology also, right? You know, the measuring of black people's heads to prove that they're nothing like white men, thus being less than us, so thus we can treat them as slaves. Is that what you're saying, Sasha 2.0?
It's official. He's a fucking racist too. Go sit on the bench, Sasha, with ET and just think about it for a little while.
Exactly. Like, I know E.T. wanted to keep the black men out in the fucking fields. I knew it was for a good reason, because he wants their vitamin D levels to be great and all, but like, fuck. It's still racist, guys. Lou, have we took this too far?
It depends on who's listening. I mean,
yeah, true.
You probably shouldn't ask me. I mean, I'd ask around.
Fuck it.
Just don't go pull the people on the bench.
Yeah, innit? They might just say some more racist shit and get us really in trouble. I just smoke in my lungs as I laugh. Then, oh wow, that hurt a bit. I deserve that. It's funny because, like, you know full well, Lunatic, like, there could be a couple black guys in here right now, right? Yeah, like, you know, like, good black dudes that we know that would not find any of what I said offensive whatsoever, and they would just find it hilarious too. Like, the smart black guys that we know I'm on about, you know? They would be
you're starting to sound kind of racist yourself, man.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, like, they're my friends, so, you know.
yeah. My black friend that I know from the internet.
Friends with me, dude. Like, they polished my shoes for me once. Fuck. Like, what else am I meant to assume, that we're friends or not? Who else would polish shoes for me? I don't know. Crypto, tell me off.
What, dog? What? You tell him. Yeah.
Crip Dog is telling me off instead. Okay, I can take that. I wanted Crypto to tell me off though. Oh, damn it. Yeah, Crypto, did you hear all that racist shit that ET was saying? And we also found out that Enoch's an island boy. Have you got that same haircut like them too? Please tell me you do. I think he left. Joshua, bro, like, I get it, but there's no need to cough and like hide your racist remarks behind your coughs. I heard you go N-word. I'm an island boy. An island boy. Did you see any of that, Lou? The island boy stuff.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I saw what you're referencing, but have already blocked it out of my mind and forgotten it. That whole island boy thing where you're saying, it sounds familiar. I don't know where the fuck it comes from.
Let me remind you really quickly. It's very important that you know about it. Not but no. So these guys are like, we're the Island Boys, and they did the song. But then they did another video, and the guy sold his soul to the devil in this video, and he was scared shitless afterwards. He's like, I'm gonna sell my soul to the devil for fame and all this stuff. And yeah, he was pretty scared.
It's a stupid music video. Yeah.
Fucking idiots. Island Boys, right? Who can blame them? What else is there to do on the island, I guess?
You can only climb palm trees barefoot for so long in a day, like.
Especially being white, because they would get too much vitamin D throughout the day. So they just pretty much got to stay indoors all day, like. That's why they got that hair, like the reverse, the reverse coronavirus haircut. That's what I call it. Did you see that haircut? It's like a COVID, macro COVID spike, kind of like this. Let me show you the emoji. It's in the live stream voice text. Wait there. I'll post you the emoji. It's like this is like
the emoji on it.
Oh yeah, the coronavirus globe virus.
That's what their haircut looks like. Is that
kind of, yeah? And then this is Resistus as a globe. I found these the other day in a different server. I was like, whoa, shit.
How come that planet has a seam down it?
Because that's an emulated CGI globe. Duh. Actually, good question. Why does it actually kind of looks better than some of the planets I've seen from NASA? And it's Resistus's face, that laughing guy. This dude. Him. That's his face emulated onto a ball.
I see it. Okay.
It looks better than some planets, though, right?
It looks kind of like Jupiter.
Exactly. Like a Jupiter.
Like a mixture between Jupiter and Mars.
Yeah, man. Island Boys. I don't know about you, man, but those Island Boys, man, I can't stop thinking about them. They were the greatest thing that ever hit TikTok. I feel like TikTok's like the most messed up place ever. There are since this COVID stuff, right? There have been now reports of something like referrals of up to 250%, or it might be 25%. I get my numbers wrong sometimes. And then also reports of a 600% increase in reports of speech therapy issues because kids aren't seeing each other's body language because of the cubicles they have them in at schools.
My God. Not the cubicles, the masks as well.
Hey, well, listen, and then the speech therapy referrals in schools because of the masks where they can't see each other's mouths moving. So now they don't know how to speak properly.
There you go.
Right. It's in infancy when a baby is they're taking all their cues from facial expression and stuff from the mother and from the parents and everything, and And if these mothers are wearing freaking masks around their crib, they don't get to see those facial expressions. Their brain never learns to mimic them or copy them. And so, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, actually, that this is happening.
I know, and who would have ever thought about that until it was too late? Of course that's a real thing, right? Like, man, I have a sister, and she's a little kid, a daughter, and I went up to her little bedroom to read her a little story from her little book thing, and I was like, whoa, this is so intense being around a little kid, right? Like a 3 or 4-year-old. And I was like a little bit anxious, and she could instantly detect it. She could tell that I was slightly uncomfortable, and she started crying because she could just see that I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm like hanging out with a 4-year-old kid trying to read her story. And she started crying because like she detected in my facial expression that I was like partially uncomfortable, right? These kids have been completely stripped of that ever since. It's amazing. It's horrible.
Depending on if I have shaved in a while or not, like I can look pretty rough around the edges, or it can look, pretty decent too. But when I'm looking rough and I'm looking just like the lunatic that my name describes, like sitting there somewhere, people get a little nervous because like for some reason their animals, like their pets and their kids, they see me and they like instantly want to talk, smile, laugh, wave, because I'm a good guy. They can sense it, but their parents are like, oh, stay away from him. I don't know.
Yeah, you Peter.
That guy looks crazy.
It's true. Like they're like, yeah, it's like, oh, your kid doesn't sense any danger from me, so that makes me a pedo. All right, yeah, you've got it all the wrong way around, dicks.
Yeah, you know how
I don't even know what they're worried about.
But you know, what I mean.
I also have a brother, and he loves a beard. And one time he shaved it, and then his son was like, "Oh my God!" like freaked out when he shaved his beard off, because you get used to like your parents' image, right? I thought that was pretty intense too, but kids are so impressionable; it's insane.
Oh, he was even pretending to be reciprocal to the idea.
Put the beard back on, you pedo.
I was surprised my cat didn't go crazy when I started to grow my beard out a little bit. Thought she would freak out a little bit, but she was cool.
Why would your cat freak out if you grew your beard out a bit? Come on, man.
Well, I don't know, because I look different, I mean, she'd be like, who the hell is this, or something. I don't know, she didn't freak out.
Your cat didn't freak out when you were drunk last week every night. Like, come on. A beard ain't gonna do shit. Right, I could get some food. Not in a nasty way.
The cat's just waiting for you to pass out on the couch and then just going and pawing at your beard as it grows.
Yeah. It combs it for you. I think that's the thing that will change you.
Oh my God.
Good. My cat actually combs my beard for me. Sits on my lap, and he just just paws at my beard and just combs it, and he actually combs like the whole thing, like straight up. It's pretty good.
It's like, what kind of style would you like? What style would you like today, sir?
You wake up looking like a pirate, and you're like, the fuck, cat?
What? The fuck? I wasn't planning on jacking anyone today, but shit, now I have to.
Would you like a hair dye, my sir? Would you like to be red? You could be the ginger. Yeah, did she ask you if you could be a ginger all of a sudden, maybe? Dye your hair. You could be like Conan or something. No, that's stupid. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounded racist when you said it.
Well, no, it wasn't racist. It was stupid.
You guys talk this out on the bench and figure out which one of you is more racist. Report back to us. We'll let the one who's least racist out in 1 minute.
Yeah.
That would be racist here.
Who's the most racist out of you and ET? Talk it out right now.
We're drawing racist straws around here now.
I'm gonna say Sasha 2.0 is more racist than ET.
Do not use any straws that are cotton based.
I'll give you one full minute about who, and we'll figure it out. 1 minute.
Go on then. 1 minute each. 1 minute speech. 1 minute speech each on who's racist and who's the least racist. Defense of yourself by defending the fact that you're not racist, or a tyrannical tyrant about how the other person is racist. Go. You go first.
How are we going to do this?
ET, you go first.
Well,
what am I doing? Proving I'm not racist, or proving Master Chief?
You've either got to prove you're not racist, or you've got to prove Master Chief is more racist than you.
No. Okay, I'll go first. I'll go first right now. I'll start right now. Boom.
Yeah, you go first.
Okay, boom. Here we go. I live in Canada. I live under this dictator called Justin Trudeau, who blackfaced the shit out of himself in public over the last.
That's nothing to do with you. I don't know best.
You want to know how
you're aligned to a government that does racist shit? That's just proof of your racism. Again, this is proof you're not racist, not proof for you being racist. So continue, you idiot.
Okay, so I win. I can just stop right now. I don't have to finish.
You're not racist because you've never worn blackface like your leader. Is that it? Is it?
That's just one thing that I have things about. I have black friends. When I was a kid, I had a really good black friend. His name was Steve, and in my early 30s, I met a
black friend called Steve. I've never met a black man in my life called fucking Steve ever. Yeah. You just made that shit up.
He lived in Idaho.
He says, I have black friends, and then references one black kid that he knew growing up.
No, you didn't let me finish my point. In my 30s, I met another black friend who randomly talked to me on the street, and his name was Patrick.
Patrick, like a white Irishman, and this is the fucking second black guy you ever met, and you were 30 years old, dude.
He's the second black friend I ever had.
This is brilliant. Did you drink whiskey with Patrick by any chance?
Of course I did.
On St. Patrick's Day? You sure he wasn't wearing blackface at one of your blackface conventions with Trudeau?
Well, I think he was wearing blackface every day I saw him. So he was stuck with blackface.
He definitely was racist then.
It's going to be hard to beat that one, Master Chief. His time is up. You go ahead, Master Chief.
I have to present how less racist I am.
Yeah, you set the bar. Now you just have to do your thing.
How more racist he is than you.
I believe that I'm not racist. I used to be gay. I love everybody. I don't really want to touch animals, but I have this feeling that I need to touch every single animal. Not in the sexual way. No, just I need to touch them because of their fur. And I love the fur and how they feel. But as far as species, no, I'm not. I don't think I'm racist against any kind of species.
That was fucking weird. That was really fucking weird.
Wait. You gotta pick up on the fact that he referred to other races as species.
I know, I heard that too.
That's kind of racist, but it was really weird. So you win the weird card, and ET, you're more racist because that was too weird to be racist on. Yeah, you were trying to hide your racism too hard, and I could tell if he was trying to hide his racism, he wouldn't have said species, referring to black people or any other race. He would have just said race. So he's definitely not racist because he wasn't tiptoeing around the issue of race. He wasn't caring about, offending potentially different species, raced people, which means he's not racist. Like me, myself. That's why everyone knows I'm not racist because I sound really racist. That's why people know I'm not racist.
I never thought you were racist. Not once.
Well, I fucking am, alright?
Okay.
God damn.
I'm really not. That's the point. That's how you know I'm not racist, because I'm willing to admit that I am racist. That's how you know I'm not.
I think everyone's a little racist and a little sexist, to be honest. But
well, dude, when you've only met 2 black people in your whole life, it's hard not to have a little bit of a fucking bias.
Dude, I've met more than 2 black people in my life. I just think I've only befriended.
Yeah, right. You couldn't reference any other than Stephen Patrick, the whitest names for black people ever. So
I can't control that they were called.
Did Patrick have a last name? Did Patrick have a last name or just the first name?
I can't stop the fact that their names were Steve and Patrick. I can't stop that. It's just a fact.
These are your friends, but you didn't know their last names.
It's just like it seems that the only black guys you remember. It seems that the only black guys you remember were the whitest black men you knew.
Can you say that again?
It seems like the only black guys you remember were like the whitest black men you ever knew.
Well, they were kind of white black dudes, but they were black.
Exactly, because you're racist. Because you wouldn't remember the proper black people, would you? The ones that don't have names such as Stephen Patrick.
I've had a lot of, besides Stephen Patrick, I've had a lot of encounters with black people.
Tom. There was that Tom guy.
There was also that guy called Bob. Also, that guy called Frankie Four Fingers. He was like black. I mean, like he had olive skin at least, and like he had an Italian accent, but I'm pretty sure he was black.
We're doing the movie Snatch now.
I've known lots of black people.
Frankie Four Fingers. Wasn't it Mickey Four Fingers? Oh, no, it was Frankie.
No,
Mickey was Mikey.
The guy that played in that movie called
called
Which
Hunt.
one?
No,
Hunted.
The Hunting.
If you've seen the movie Hunted, he plays as a soldier that was lost.
That's a movie that it doesn't matter because we've already got Frankie Four Fingers from fucking Snatch, bro. We don't know.
Right.
No,
That's
from
the same, I'm talking about the same guy. The same actor.
I think he's talking about 12 barrel stock or whatever the hell that movie's called.
Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking
that
Barrels.
One,
right?
Lock, Stock,
yeah.
I think everyone basically associates those two movies together, Snatch and Lock, Stock. Like,
dude, if it's a British heist movie, or like it's just all goes together in one place.
Yeah, it's all one film. Like, if you take Acid as well, that movie just one movie, apparently. I've never done it. I'm just saying.
I've never done it either. That's hilarious, though.
I think train spotting gets thrown in there, and like
train spotting for sure. Yeah, you got that one.
Even Boondock Saints.
That one too. Fuck. Oh, you're killing it right now, dude. Absolutely. Doing good.
I'm out now, though.
Yeah,
do you want a quote? I can do a couple of quotes.
Let's do it. Let's hear it. I want to fucking hear it.
I don't know if I can do a Scottish accent enough to be able to.
You got this.
Glaswegian accent or not? You know what I mean, mate? I'm gonna have to get into character a wee bit in a second, because I have to be not more like Bagby, not more like I need to be more like Rent Boy, when I do this quote. So this is a quote for life, I guess, as well. Well, all right, wait there. Let's just start off with Snatch. All right, with Bricktop. All right, you remember Snatch, don't you? Oi, you remember Snatch, guys?
Yeah, the one with what is it? The dude with the thick glasses. He's always creepy. He wants to feed people to the pigs.
You be
caravan.
All right.
They need a caravan, but they go to buy one from the gypsies. Brad Pitt's there. He's a bare knuckle boxer. He wants to beat the shit out of everybody.
So what's happened with them sausages, Charlie? 5 minutes Turkish. It was 2 minutes 5 minutes ago. So what you doing here? I'm talking to the dog for a walk. What's the problem? What's in the car? Seats and the steering wheel, mate. You know what I mean? That type of thing, yeah? Right, okay then. You remember the movie.
Yeah, you got it.
Wanting to buy a caravan. But
Crack, are you running out of material? You can't even remember anything else. You're always going to have
problems. You're always going to have problems lifting a body in one piece. Apparently, the best thing to do is cut up a corpse into 6 pieces and pile it all together. Soul would then say, would someone mind telling me who you are? And when you get your 6 pieces, you got to get rid of them. Because it's no good leaving it in the deep freeze for your mum to discover now, is it? Then I hear the best thing to do is feed them to the pigs. You got to starve the pigs for a few days, then the sight of a chopped up body will look like curry to a pisshead. You got to shave the heads of your victims and pull the teeth out for the sake of the piggy's digestion. You could do this afterwards, of course, but you don't want to go sieving through pig shit now, do ya? They will go through bone like butter. You need at least 16 pigs to finish the job in one sitting. So be wary of any man who keeps a pig farm. They will go through, a single pig can consume 2 pounds of uncooked flesh every minute. Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig.
Damn.
Yeah, people don't know that they farm their own pigs, they feed the pigs that kind of stuff, and then they sell it out to the people. And people eat bacon and all the sausages and whatever that you eat every day, and they don't even know where
we don't talk about that around here though. Like we don't like to think about that while we're eating our bacon.
About the statement of, I was just continuing from what Cat Craig go. It was about a snatch.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. You're ruining it. By the way.
Right. I see what you did there. I see what you did.
We don't talk about it, but like we obviously do.
Yeah, just ruin his joke a little bit.
Right, let's
a little bit of joke ruining.
Do you know what a nemesis means?
Everyone does, of course. It's your enemy.
Wait there, is that what you believe, is it?
No, Craig, really, you gotta do the whole thing now.
What? Do what?
Can you explain the whole nemesis? You know what scene we're going off of.
I do indeed, my young lad, but I don't just do things at the fucking behest of you now, do I? Right, let me get back in the fucking character. Right, I really shouldn't be swearing, sorry, Albert, but this is quotation at this point. You're on thin ice.
People are drinking this hour, so.
I'm sorry to God at the same time as doing this because it's so bad. You're on thin fucking ice, my pedigree chums. And I shall be under it when it breaks. Now fuck off! You're on thin ice, my pedigree chums, I'm telling you. Thin fucking ice. Right, let's get to the actual good bit, right? The nemesis part. Let's get to the nemesis.
Is that the guy in the glasses? That older guy? He's like in his 60s. He's wearing glasses.
Yeah,
Can't remember his name.
That's pretty good, mate. Yeah.
He's red. What's his name?
Who's an old guy?
Old guy. Okay.
Who are you calling old?
Who you calling old? Yeah.
I'm just saying that I like that guy. I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about, and that guy's awesome.
Do you want a spoon to be out my arse as you go along, E.T.?
No, I just think it's spoon your ass.
Something gross. When you dream of your friend eating chocolate pudding and you wake up with a spoon in your butt.
Oh, nice. Right. Let's do it then. Right.
All right. So what's going on here? Last night,
I'm about to do another. Wait there. I was about to do another quote, but go ahead. You go ahead first.
No. I don't want to interrupt. I thought maybe you were just.
Yeah. One more quote.
You interrupt this. Like,
we're like scenes that he was playing.
It's fine what was Lunatic saying then? Say it again, Lunatic.
I was encouraging him to interrupt this. We've been doing
so was I.
Nonsense, silliness for long enough.
Yeah, we have.
All right, that's enough horse crap. Get back on the damn subject, okay, guys? Let's go.
Right, so do you know what a nemesis is? I'm joking.
Am I pissing anyone off yet?
No.
I want to hear as much material as you have available. I would like to hear it.
It's going to come out no matter what. Go ahead, do it, Craig, then Rookie, What are you going to say?
No, I want Rookie to speak first, mate.
What do you want to talk about then?
Well, you said you had something to say, my boy.
No, I said no.
Tongue out my arsehole, Gary. Dogs do that. You're not a dog, are you?
Are you?
Well, you do have the characteristics of a dog, don't you, Rookie? All except loyalty, that is.
Don't be fucking jealous because I'm better than you.
How do I find this movie again? Is that Lock, Stock, or is that
That's Snatch.
That's Snatch? Okay, I need to rewatch this shit.
Fucking of course. I wasn't asking, I was telling.
If you guys want, actually, I'll play that movie in the cinema in a little bit. I've got it. Like, no, I want to be the movie.
I'm the movie. You're a ruthless little cunt, aren't you, Liam? I'll give you that. But I've got no time for grasses. Stabs him in the fucking neck.
Hey guys, could I ask you this one quick question? I'm busting out a notepad list on my computer. What are those 4 movies that we named? So I know
Snatch.
Lock, Stock, Snatch.
Snatch, your mum gets smashed.
1 second. Hold on a second. Oh, God.
Boondock Saints and Trainspotting.
Boondock Saints. Nobody even mentioned that one. Wait, it's okay. Snatch.
Snatch. Your mum gets smashed in the Snatch.
Stock and Lock, Stocks. That's the next one, right?
Didn't catch that, did he? Whatsoever.
The Trainspotting one is kind of a different theme than these other ones.
It is a little different, yeah, but I'll put it in there for fun.
Yeah.
Trainspotting.
I could do the Trainspotting one in a minute,
but I thought we had like 4 or 5 here. What are the other ones? I can't remember.
Snatch, Lock, Stock. Snatch, Lock, Stock, and Trainspotting. That's all we spoke on, bro.
I thought there was like a couple more, but I could be wrong.
You are wrong. You're drinking whiskey.
Well, all right, fine. Those are great movies.
I'm not throwing it in your face or anything all the time, but I am.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you
I
are.
am. I just said, but I am.
Well, I don't respect that.
You know, the funniest thing about it is that if like one of the admins was in here right now, they probably would stay muted and just be laughing their ass off behind the mic while we had just been on this major tyrant lunatic.
Yeah, mods have power control issues.
That's why I like the admins in this place. We don't have power control issues. The reason we're mods in this place is because we're the biggest characters that exist here, so we end up becoming mods. It's not because we already had those issues before we became mods.
Mm-hmm.
I was already an outspoken little twat prick before I became a mod. You do know that, right?
I didn't know that, but I believe you.
It's true. That's how you get the job. That's
actually how you get the job.
You have to have that capability within you at least.
Get the job.
Lunatic can confirm that I was already the way I am. I was probably worse, wasn't I? Actually, Lunatic.
Crack, you're very talented. You could do a lot of things in life.
Good. All right, that's enough ass blowing smoke. Now, come on.
Like I said, do you want a fucking spoon to eat out of my ass?
You want me to
I was just asking Lunatic. I was already a twat like I am now, wasn't I? Before I wasn't not.
Yeah, you're not that much different. Might be. Yeah. I think you may have picked up the frequency a little bit more actually, but yeah, you were already like this.
Exactly.
I don't really see you as a twat. I just see you as a very outspoken, outgoing guy. Really.
No, in the British.
Did you say
twat? Not the American twat. The British twat.
Yeah, the British twat.
You might even be able.
Endearment.
If you're lucky, you might even be able to call him a cunt.
I don't want to say that either.
Yeah, you can.
No, is that bad?
Totally acceptable. We teach that in first grade, and
Hey, it's just not the words to say when there are ladies listening.
You name a lady, and then I'll shut up. Sorry.
You never know if the ladies.
Truth Prevails is in here. Sorry, darling.
There is a lady in here.
I will say, I guess I do take that back. I said the word cunt, and I know that's offensive to a lot of women, and I take that back.
Why is it though? They've all got one.
I don't know why you guys worry about whether or not
I'm not worried
in the room, because this is being broadcast on YouTube and no one can hear it.
Because we're trying to be respectful. I take it back because
We're being
I'm trying to be
respectful.
respectful. What I think, but
We're being
And I
respectful.
appreciate it. It's well received. I'm just saying that
I'm not being
maybe
respectful.
perhaps moving forward that it should be considered that it's not just the people in the room.
that's
Yeah,
true.
it's also
You know,
the
one thing
audience.
I
I'm sure
always
the audience.
forget that it's
Keep in
being
mind that there's a bunch of
broadcasted on
twats
the.
watching on YouTube. Yeah.
I'm pretty
that's-
sure the audience loves Snatch as well, though, so it's all good.
I always forget that the conversation is being broadcasted online at all. I like to join little Discord servers and I forget. it's the worst.
I'm also remembering earlier when the conversation was a little bit even more vulgar when Ildika came in the room and
Yeah, I had to apologize.
Oh, I love Ildika. I miss her.
I didn't want to speak like that in front of her at all, but it was older men, and they were talking about some really vulgar stuff that I
love
tried to.
Ildika.
Where'd that leopard guy go? Is he done?
Where did that go? Hey, the dodecahedron guy.
Leopold Crackdown.
Leopold, I affectionately named him because it made more sense than his fucking name.
Do shut up, Leopold.
Exactly.
I love that Ildika woman. I forgot about her for a while.
You should find out her address and her email and keep telling
She's
her
very
you love her because that won't creep her out or anything.
No, I didn't say I love her. Like I'm like one of the internet freaks. I'm just mean like I've heard her talk before, and I found her YouTube channel. I think she's a very lovely woman.
She really is. I really have. Me and her have got a good friendship actually.
That's cool.
Yeah, I get on with her well. She's great. She really is great. She's not a really nice, genuine person. She's actually highly intelligent. She knows a lot about ancient mythology as well, which is really interesting. The way she talks about it, it's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, she's really cool. I agree. Pretty cool person. Everyone here is beautiful and cool. It's just like everyone has weird ways of being cool. You notice that? People hate on each other. It's just like, but we're all pretty cool. I think.
Right.
Like, look, I'm scrolling down the list, and the bottom you got Joshua. He's great. Will be flat. He doesn't talk too much, but I like him. And you got Truth Prevails. She's cool. And then you just scroll up the list, and then everyone's pretty cool.
Sorry, I know you probably were genuine with that, but it was
spoons all around.
Yeah, just shout out everybody down the list. I've been drinking spiced whiskey this morning, everybody, and I want to do a shout out.
So listen, AT, listen. No one. I don't know what you mean by hating. Like it just came out of the blue. Where'd that come from? Hating on one another. That some people do that and they think it's cool. I don't.
You know what, Truth? Hey, Truth.
Man.
Tell you something though. We don't hate on one another. There's certain behaviors that are hated.
Mm-hmm.
There's some behaviors that
I think
can trigger me really, really, really quick, and it's hard for me to contain it.
I got bad energies.
I can't believe I've even made it as long as I have with some of you.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But truth, me too. I get what you're saying, but I had a bad experience with you a couple months ago, and
This
I
is
was
one
like,
of those behaviors she's talking about.
Yeah, you're getting ready to have a bad experience now.
Okay.
Just keep talking. But anyway, it's all right. I'm almost finished, dude. Look.
No, we're cool. I'm sorry.
You're just sitting here chilling and talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's just established that you two are cool, by the way, Truth. So yeah, you're cool. Just to let you know, in case you wanted any decision in that.
Right now, saying any ridiculous, crazy mainstreams dude, you know what it is. You know how it is.
I was just mad that one time
we don't have to rehash it.
Okay, we won't rehash it. Okay.
And we don't hate on one another, but there's certain behaviors right there.
He's making
are
hash browns
despised here. And it's like dishonesty and Mainly with me, it's like that's the thing that triggers me the most is dishonesty.
She really dislikes dishonesty. She thought I was dishonest a few times, and she's ripped my head off for it. Like, and I appreciate it. Actually, I prefer people that check me because people that check you are better friends than people that let you carry on in your bullshit. Actually, so I've actually appreciated it when you've given me that type of advice before, Truth, where you've told me that I've sounded like an arrogant shit or stuff like that. Like, I really appreciate it. So, yeah.
Because how else are you supposed to know
keep
this?
on.
Right?
Exactly.
How else are you supposed to know it unless somebody tells you? I mean, you can't see yourself from the outside. You only experience the world from within your own body.
Well,
Yeah,
kind of
man.
what
Unless
Crackdown was just saying there, like the person who doesn't say a thing or care or acknowledge it at all, clearly doesn't give a fuck about you. Like that's criticism is going to come from people who are at least paying attention or have give you some like thought as an individual. You know, like
exactly.
Man,
That's
I
why
wanna
you're
like you, but you are an arrogant fucking cunt, Crack Villain.
exactly, and you're a prick too, lunatic.
Like if you guys can ever give me constructive criticism, right?
Oh, you're a fucking idiot, and I hate you at times.
Once you start being a
I'm joking. No, I'm joking.
I quit listening, and I don't care
okay,
because your opinion no longer matters to me. But if you do it in a friendly way, in a constructive criticism like way, I'll listen.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way though. Like you can say it's okay, but you're still a woman, and all men
Yeah,
know.
you're still a woman. Oh, yeah, man.
Not true. You can say that shit, but we're like,
I am so hard on myself. You don't even know. It's like since I've been in here in this server over the years.
I'm surprised how long you've lasted in here.
To be honest, truth prevails.
Because I spoke over, and then you did. Like,
Hey, why don't you guys save all this for the roasting we're gonna do later?
Yeah, like let's just let Truth say what she was saying. Truth, say your truth. Sorry.
I'm good. Go ahead.
I would be done too. I'm sorry, darling. I really am.
I don't want to get.
I'm sorry. That's all I can say.
Like I'm trying to be disciplined.
I'm sorry. I'm also sorry. Legitimately sorry. I owe Truth an apology because I was all like, "F you," and then you know what?
She said that rehash it, bro. Let's just leave it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I regret it.
I'm sorry I ate your hamburgers.
And there was a story called Flat Earth. And we're going
Who keeps saying those words? Hamburgers and all that. I liked it. Who was it?
Oh, sorry, that was me.
I like that. That was good.
It was from Cheech and Chong's Nice Dreams.
No, I realized. Now I've justified to myself. I've justified this to myself in all sorts of ways. It wasn't a big deal. It's just a minor betrayal. We'd outgrown each other. You know, this sort of thing. But let's face it. I ripped them off, my so-called mates. But Bagby, I couldn't give a shit about him. And Sick Boy, he'd have done the same to me if he'd only thought of it first. And Spud, well, okay. I felt sorry for Spud. He never hurt anybody. So why did I do it? I could offer a million answers, all false. The truth is I'm a bad person, but that's going to change. I'm going to change. This is the last of that sort of thing. I'm cleaning up and I'm moving on, going straight and choosing life. I'm looking forward to it already. I'm going to be just like you, the job, the family, the fucking big television, the washing machine, the car, the compact disc, the electrical tin opener, good health, low cholesterol, dental insurance, mortgages, starter home, leisure wear, luggage, three-piece suit, DIY, game shows, junk food, children, walks in the park, 9 to 5, good at golf, washing the car, choice of sweaters, family Christmases, index pensions, tax exemptions, clearing gutters, and by looking ahead, the days of my life.
Keep spending most our lives living in this complaining ass ass.
Crack Villain, have you ever considered rapping before?
Buddy.
Have you considered rapping?
Have you not heard that I rap all the time?
You've never heard that before?
Where have you been?
You heard me rapping, right?
Oh my god.
I do have to do his movie quote, which just like I know E.T. has to eventually talk about his fight with Truth. So, like, you want to get that out?
I'm going to die of laughter if E.T.'s name is Elio.
Like, should we just get my rap out of the way? Lunatic's basically saying, is that what you're saying, Lunatic?
Sure, with all of it, like this stuff is just bound to happen once you bring it up.
Yeah,
we don't really have control like we think we do.
I'm down to listen.
Yeah, we already knew that, dude. But like, fuck. Me apparently rap the same bars I've rapped a million times.
Whatever. Yeah, you're gonna rap. Now you're gonna rap. Craig was gonna rap on us, everybody.
Hey, here's a good challenge for you. Can you rap freestyle right now?
E.T., I think you're a wee little fucking prick, and I think you've been.
Oh, don't call me
drinking
a
on that
pecker all
ginger
of a sudden.
space.
Don't
I think
call
you've
me a
been drinking
pecker.
on that whiskey real nice all morning, all
I
time.
have, and I simply asked you.
Reputation by talking to women a bit too much about how much it is that you should be apologizing. And I think this is the problem with rhyming, is that it doesn't always make sense as we go along. But the problem is that I sort of make it up as I go along. The sort
I think you're talking in an Irish accent all of a sudden.
I am. I'm sort of messing around. But I've only got like one set of bars that I can remember from when I was a kid, which would be this. I'm an animal lecter. Mine castrate a molecular structure burner. Hannibal rise again and eat away the flesh of your future. Feel your chest implode when I shoot ya. Caress that wound, feel how deep it is, and let that fear consume ya. Man, I'm viral, hardwired to the system like the menstrual cycle. Man can't have a rival because he's eating in the first sight, and this is exciting to be writing the manuscripts of my life. It's like a second Bible. See, man, don't spit for the hell of it. I come with a political relevance, meticulous with this intelligence, scientific, pour more venom in. Their sentence in the next year's imminent. I am the flame that sparks the ignition. Bang, new element. See, you're messing with a man more dangerous than Jimmy in a room full of kids or children. So recognize the magnitude of this situation with an epicenter located where your face is. I'll rearrange body parts like Damien Hirst displays did. I'll rename the storm Savage, you turn to dust and ashes as you bow down to my Dick Dastardly. Hotel Scampy Mastery of Crass, head in a 737. Artistry, I spout the bars as part of a start that aims to impart. Unindoctrinate you from the mass media blood feud stew that you're fed on a daily basis. The one in which Kim and Kanye are unrightfully on your favorites. But I know I do diligence, I can effectively emancipate it. Full 360 to one day you man will pay just to see Jay-Z dead. Bap, done.
Holy fuck. Okay. Holy shit. Impressive, my man. That respect to you. That was
I feel
amazing.
like you owe me a blowjob at this point.
No, maybe I'll buy you a beer or something. But...
How dare you?
How very dirty.
That was pretty crazy, actually. Like, most people can't do that. Good job, buddy. That was pretty fucking cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. It suits you very well. It suits your personality a lot. It sounds like something you would do.
Well, it was something I did, so I guess it does sound like something I would do. Like, logically, that makes sense, I guess. Like, the logic's not flawed there, I guess. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't know when it's much of a compliment.
Did you ever? No, it is a compliment. Okay. Congratulations, you got a compliment. But you know what that sounded like to me? It sounded like you ever heard that hip hop music that was made come from Massive Attack, that electronic group, Massive Attack.
No, I've never, ever heard of Massive Attack.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I grew up in a basement. You know Harry Potter, that film? That's based on my life.
Okay, this is a little before Harry Potter. There's this electronic, either a duo or a trio called Massive Attack, and they made some wicked music. One of the main songs in the movie The Matrix was featuring one of those songs. It was when he's tripping out of his computer trying to figure everything out. It was like or something like that, and it goes on for like minutes.
Can you do it a bit more, like a bit longer, like some more than that?
Yeah, keep doing it.
I'm not gonna keep fucking doing it. I'm sure Crack Villain could do it longer than I.
But I don't know the song because I've never heard of Massive Attack, so you're gonna have to fill in, and then I'll do it after.
I think it's track 2 on their best album. So if
on their best album,
yeah,
you'd have to So it's just called their best album.
God damn it! Don't make me do this. But I believe it's track 2 on their coolest album. I'm pretty sure.
Is it the best album or the coolest album? Because I don't know what to type in there.
The cool. Okay, I will find it. It's probably their best album and their coolest album. But it's also in the Matrix movie, and it's that scene where Neo is sitting at his computer trying to figure out what the fuck Morpheus
Are
is.
you mixing up like the bit where he sat at his computer and he's getting like pissed off?
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Massive Attack.
It seems like you're mixing up 2 films here a little bit as well, maybe, like, because it sounds like Fight Club what you're talking about to me for some.
And for sure, you just said Massive Attack, and now you just said, "Oh no, it was Massive Attack."
No, I do think it is Massive Attack. I think they used it in that scene. I'll figure it out. I will figure this out right now. I will do this.
Yeah, bro. You better.
Lou,
I
there's
will.
something new about you, and I'm not quite putting my finger on it, but it's like I'm getting there and figuring it out. But
Yeah,
there's
there
a new
is.
turn about you, Lou.
Okay, here we go. We're going there.
No, Lou's always been this way. She's just noticing the new harmonic frequency to it.
There's
Somebody changed?
No.
Yeah.
Who changed?
I've already known you've had the hots for me for a while. Like,
yeah,
putting out,
he mentioned that like 2 years ago.
Why do you have to tell everyone?
Everyone didn't know that Crack wore makeup and high heels, Lou.
Mm-hmm.
Does it crack?
Crack and high heels would not surprise me. Let's just say that.
Well, you've got the pictures to prove it, so if it would surprise you, then you'd be blind.
Ew.
Ew.
By the way, that was all jokes, just for the entertainment of TV.
We're on TV? No.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a surprise.
Sweet. Hi, Mom.
Is your mum actually alive? Like, not being nasty.
My mom is still alive. So is my dad.
I was on TV and I was like, "Hi, Dad," and I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, my dad died." So that was pointless. Wasted opportunity.
Well, I'm sure he saw it though.
So, what's going on
I
in
hope
the
he
world right now, guys?
Yeah, what is going on?
I mean, didn't we just have a flat Earth meetup in Florida?
Yeah,
Why is it always in Florida? I'm so tired of that.
I know.
California,
It's never fucking in Arizona.
Yeah,
Florida out here where we can get. I ain't flying. I ain't driving all the way across.
You realize the real flat Earth on the flat Earth. It should be in Wisconsin, bro. I'm sorry, Wisconsin. Ooh, I am for real.
It's because Florida's
sure
in Texas.
Some mountains high.
Florida's in Texas.
Well, most likely, I mean, I don't really know. I've never been to one of these meetups, but most likely there's one of the organizers of the meetups lives in Florida, and that's why they keep doing it in Florida.
Because
you want it to be in Arizona is somebody who lives in Arizona.
Well, the only other two other people that live in Arizona.
The same thing at the same time. Yeah, you're one of them, so you could be the guy to do it, right?
And they one lives in fucking Snowflake, which is a good 8-hour drive. And then XO, and that's a good freaking.
Yeah, do you really want to meet up with him?
I don't know.
Packing.
I'd have to be packing.
And kick ass.
I'd have to be packing. Exactly. That's always a bad shout. When you know you'd have to have a gun on you to meet someone, then yeah. I hope you don't think you'd have to have a gun on you to meet me. Like, you need a tank to meet me,
You
Josh.
need a girl like on your arm, you mean?
What I mean is because the two of us get together, we're gonna not clash. We're gonna fucking link up, and then things are gonna get heated. And Arizona's a state where people got guns. Walk around with them on your hip and shit.
Exactly.
Like you can.
Maybe we should do Nevada then.
What if me and you meet up?
That's what I was thinking, like Las Vegas.
What if me and you meet up in Arizona, Josh? Like, what we could do is just like bring out the ammo nitrate and shit. I need a sharp.
No, I could take you out to the mines, break some rounds, do it properly, safe.
Yeah, no ammo nitrate needed.
Yeah,
Something
that's
more
exactly what I
stable.
use.
Oh,
I use Anfo. Or not Anfo.
You do need ammo nitrate's a slow explosive, so it is better for like underground explosions. Exactly, the slower expansion rate moves more dirt, right?
Well, it's not necessarily the slower expansion rate; it's the fact that it creates no flash.
Well, yeah, but the slower expansion does make a big difference because the faster the expansion, it finds the passive least distance quicker and is able to blast through that hole. That is honestly one of the main reasons why. Like, I'm being legit with you now. You know.
Yeah, I got a little secret sauce I throw in with it.
Nice. I wondered where my dad's ashes went. That wasn't funny? Oh, fuck it. Oh, well.
Clean would help.
Well, no, because I'm just sitting here thinking, shit, where's my grandfather's ashes? Oh, yeah, that's where they're at. They're up on his I'm trying to remember where the fuck they're at.
You should put them in with some ammo nitrate, dude. Take them up to the mine.
I was thinking about throwing a little, some Franks or some Tabasco.
No. What? And ruin the mix? Are you fucking stupid?
Maybe.
Why would you want a Frank?
Yeah, it's right there. Good.
Yeah, let's put Tabasco in with ammo nitrate and see
Frank's
how well
not
we
here.
do
Use the Tabasco.
That's not going to do anything, by the way. The hot sauce.
No, you were talking about Frank's Red Hot. I'm sorry, my bad.
The hot sauce wouldn't affect the explosion, you mean?
Yeah. It wouldn't affect anything. You just make it spicy.
Depends how much of it we put in there. If we diluted the fuck out of it with hot sauce, then what? Huh?
Well, you can
check this out, Mr. Weaponologist.
Yeah.
It'd blow the spice right out of you.
I got a primitive weapon.
Oh, you got an atlatl?
No, it's not an atlatl. It's a stand, not an atlatl, and it's a flint knife, or not a flint knife, an obsidian knife on a donkey's jaw. Or donkey's jaw. Fucking goddammit. Coyote's jaw.
Nice.
So it's got that canine at the tip the teeth really work good as a grip. But I wouldn't use it for anything. It's more ceremonial.
I've also got a guillotine in the backyard. Want to see?
What?
I haven't got the electric curve fixed up yet, but I got one of those too. Would you like to come over and fry, sir?
Rookie's funnier than what most people give him credit for. I found all this shit
Oh
funny.
man, don't ruin my comedy like that.
No, I was being sincere.
Damn, bro. You make it sound all like weird.
I liked it. I actually liked what you did there, where you changed out the guillotine to the, when that was weird. You changed.
I know I'm goofy and all, but I'm just trying.
No, I like the goofy shit.
Sometimes people get way too fucking angry and aggressive. I just get tired of it, so I just throw the shit in there, try to make it, try to get a laugh at least out of the people who are listening.
Recently, I know that. Some shit recently, bro. I've heard.
Speaking of,
I will definitely try to improve my comedy, though. I promise.
Oh,
there is no try.
Yeah, for you.
Excuse me.
Well, what does try imply?
I'm kidding. Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, I was just going the Yoda front there. Just went with the Yoda.
Whenever someone feels, they always say,
angry.
Hey.
Every time someone says Yoda, I feel like they're taking the piss out of my dad being dead as well. Because it's like, yeah, you can say yo to your dad all you want, but like mine ain't around anymore, right?
Well, I've never known mine.
Well,
that ain't my fault.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too.
Are you guys one-upping each other on your daddy issues?
Yeah. Yeah, my daddy issues are definitely worse than yours.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Baby Yoda.
I never knew him, so it's not that bad.
You have a point about that, though.
I feel like
you guys, my dad hit me in the back with a hammer once.
Well, all that means is you can have a bigger penis in your ass at different times. I think.
Ew.
Well, they measure the diameter of the penis that fits in your bum based on the size of your daddy issues. That's what I heard. In prison, anyway.
You know, there's a lady in the room, right?
Yeah, come on.
She thinks this stuff is hilarious. Okay,
she's not like, look, stop treating her like she's like a princess. Like, even though she is a princess.
That's my daughter.
Like, you know. Wow.
You guys have a little more respect. He's right.
Someone just shouted "Hola," and I was like, "Shit, is that my girl?" Like, what the fuck?
Respect for who?
Come on,
I don't
guys.
respect nobody. You guys are all assholes.
Come on.
Come on, what?
No, seriously.
Come
I
on.
hate you all so equally. I just can't help it.
Come
I have
on,
to be equal.
man.
I have to be good, right? I have to be nice.
Come
Give
on,
you all the
people.
equal chance.
Come on, people. You know, women and men are like,
Come on, man.
come on. Come on.
Yeah, man. What's up, man?
Let's be real here. Come on. Come on.
Or you totally just blew the vibe. I actually thought this show was starting to get entertaining. But then you came along. Damn it!
I haven't begun to come along.
I'm not gonna say anything about that.
No, the soundboard did, but it's not working.
Oh damn! My face isn't working right.
so
Hold
your
on, let me
lips
find
weren't
my vape.
working, but you started talking, but your lips weren't moving.
No, more like I was trying to do a voice characterization, and my voice went, and I couldn't get it out.
At least
Sounds a lot
try
better
it.
in your head sometimes, right? You're like, I think I can do that. Then you try it, and oh my god, that was awful.
Yeah, I'm
I
about
did
to
the
make
other
a
day. I tried to
really.
do Axl Rose, and my voice just kind of went, and I was like, oh, okay. I'll wait till tomorrow for that one.
I think I could do a good Axl Rose, but I would have to be screaming, and I would blow all your eardrums.
I'm ready for it. I could handle an Axl Rose right now. Let's fucking hear it. Let's do this.
No, I'm not ready
Come
to
on.
go that.
Come on, let's fucking
If you
do
do
it.
this one, you have to go all in. You can't hold back at all.
I know. That's what's so awesome about it. You gotta fucking mean it. You can do this, bro. You can do it. I believe in you.
And I'll surprise
Do
you.
it. No. Okay, fine. Got my hopes up there. Got all excited there for a second.
I'd have to. I mean, if I'm gonna really impress, I don't think I can just bust it out of nowhere. I might have to warm up.
Can you do another one? Yeah, I get the warm up thing for sure. But can you do another one? How about like the Who or something, or like maybe the Beatles? Anyone?
Who are the Beatles?
Can you do the Beatles?
Who are you? Who are you?
I don't know why you would want an impression. Like I'm not trying to do American Idol. I was going to do an impression. Like I was gonna.
I know. I was just disappointed I didn't get one at all. Is all I'm saying. Just a little disappointed over here.
It's all right. Life, most of it's disappointing.
Well, I mean, I know, but I mean, you talked yourself up so much. You built up so much confidence, and I thought you had something to you. You know.
Like I said, I've already made the claim. Don't go thinking that it's out the window already. I just said I might have to surprise you.
How long do I have to wait? A couple
Not
hours?
Sure. Not sure. Could happen today. Could happen tomorrow. I don't know.
Maybe in an hour or so.
Maybe. Who knows?
Okay. I get it. I get it. What about Pink Floyd? Can you do any of that? Teachers leave
Dude,
us.
I know. Am I a good
Teachers.
singer? No, I'm not a good singer. I was going to do an Axl Rose impression. I was going to say, like, there's two different things.
If you wait till I get my voice warmed up, I'll do an Axl. And a Rose, okay? Promise.
Truth, I replied to you, by the way, in the locker room. I think you misread what actually happened completely. Because that didn't happen at all. I can show you the audit log. I can show you. I'm going to DM you the audit log. A second.
What didn't happen?
What you think may have happened with that guy? Or re-listen to it on the live stream.
Hang on, I heard you talking to him. I don't know what
Yeah,
you
re-listen
are
to it.
referring to about happened. I knew you didn't give him the role, but I knew you were thinking about it. Because
No, I wasn't thinking about it.
You were talking to
There's
him and you
rules.
told him that you said I'm ready to give you the role right now, but you just got here. So
That's what I say to everyone. That's what I say to everyone who's like saying they're a flat earther. I just say, yeah, dude. Like, I would give you the role right now when they seem sincere, like he did, right? But I can't, and I've got to stick to the rules. So, like, yeah, and I never plan on giving him the role there and then. Just trust me on that.
So you were lying to him? You were lying when you said it?
Well, it's not a lie.
I was just wondering.
Actually, I overheard part of that, and I'm not sure. I forget how that policy was, but any Earth-shaped role, I don't think they're supposed to get right away. There's supposed to be a little bit of a waiting period.
Yeah, that's why he didn't get on the fence. He didn't. That's why. Yeah, that's why he didn't even get Globo. He didn't get even on the fence. I just gave him Globe Skeptic. That was it.
Yeah, Globe Skeptic. Globe Skeptic is the exact same role as on the fence, like permission-wise. It's the same role. It's another shape role.
Well, I stick by what I did. It's cool.
That convo that I was telling you about in the locker room, you had no way of knowing those things, right? That's why I wanted to let you know, because when you can't.
I only saw it later afterwards. That's all. That's why it was like, shit, it was too late.
I think it was good to put it in there so everyone knows, right? Because I may as well just go ahead and talk about it now, I guess. But so he was like, he came here. He said he'd been looking into it since 2015.
No, I just thought you thought I gave him the flat Earth role, and I'm just letting you know I didn't. That's all. That's all.
I knew you hadn't. I was.
Oh right, I misread what you wrote. Sorry.
You were wanting to, but you said you had to wait because he just came in. I wanted to let you know that maybe we needed to wait even longer because he said he'd been looking into it since 2015. And the reason that he said he was convinced that the Earth was flat was because of some claim that CERN made of having some effect on the sun. I'm like, that's not even. And then when I explained to him, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth. And I also went over with him, how you establish what is true and what is fact, and that you can't verify anything that they claim coming out of CERN anyway. And went over the honesty bit as well, and let him know that he didn't need to be a flat earther. He could be a glober, and that we just want honesty, that we can smell it, a mile away. And
of course.
So then he's like, well, I asked him, if you've been here looking into it since 2015, okay, give me another one. Something else besides the CERN thing. He didn't have anything else.
He didn't really say much when I spoke to him.
In 7 years, so it's like that's why I was telling you that, because
Yeah, no, I've got no problem with what you're telling me. Yeah. I'm just letting you know, when I spoke to him, he seemed pretty sincere. That was all it was. He seemed sincere, and I hopefully he sticks around. I just wanted to give him the best basis to want to stick around, and to try and learn some more. And I told him, come back to me in a week, and I'll interview you then, maybe for the flat Earth role. If he comes back to me in a week and he doesn't know shit at all, like, I ain't gonna give him the flat Earth role. Don't you worry about that. Like, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's cool.
It was just more about the honesty part, because by the time he came into the live stream, he was like, okay, because he agreed and changed his mind and said, well, maybe I'll just not say that I'm a flat earther, and I'll just say that I'm, still looking into it, or whatever.
He told me he was a flat earther. Oh, that was weird.
Is that he went over the honesty bit and went over that, CERN doesn't really prove that the Earth is flat. Do you have another observation that you did of how you know the Earth is flat? And you didn't. 7 years, so. And I just thought it was important to point out and let everyone know, because that way they can gauge his, it's not about what he
Sorry,
knows,
I didn't see
it's
that.
about the honesty.
Sorry, I didn't see your message until after I'd spoken to him either. So like, I couldn't like get any of the context of what you were saying before. That would have probably helped.
Well, of course, because it was after you spoke to him that I left it. That was when
Thanks,
you given the row.
No, I appreciate it.
Talked about giving the row.
I value how you value honesty. To be honest, truth. I do. It's very cool.
But yeah, he would never have got the flat Earth roll off of me today.
I wished I didn't get so triggered by dishonesty, because it causes me a lot of issues.
No, you're fine.
I don't have enough discipline to deal with it. The dishonesty, it sets a fire inside of me, and I can't sit still. I can't keep my mouth.
Do you feel like I was dishonest to him as well then? Like in a way?
You were being dishonest in your response to me, if you want to know. And yeah, it was bugging.
In what sense?
Because you were, okay, because Crack, when you were talking to him.
Maybe we should go to a different room.
When you were talking to him.
Should we go to a different room? Dirty laundry and all that.
I mean, we can just not talk about it. If we can go to another room if you want to, but I don't.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, just if it's like an issue like that where you feel like I'm being dishonest to you somehow, which I don't really see how it has been, but
you were talking about scattergunning him and that you were just pretending.
Pretending what? No, I'm not really pretending like anything like that. Like
to be reciprocal or whatever. Anyway, it's okay.
No, if he was pretending to be reciprocal to my,
Craig, now she's referring to that you were a little bit disingenuous with him, with the whole saying that you would give him the flat Earth roll and all that.
No, it was even different now, and it's okay.
Listen. I was saying if he was being, I was saying if he was being, like, whether he was being genuine with me, with his reciprocal nature to what I was saying about the flat Earth stuff. That's what I was talking about when I said that.
It's all good. I just don't want to talk about live stream anymore.
All right, cool.
Let's drop it. Let's have some fun.
For the past 24 hours.
I love you all.
Always getting accused of being dishonest.
I love you.
I'm out anyway. I'm going. See you later, guys.
No, Crack.
It's been fun.
Crack, hop up in
I can't be fucked with this shit.
Crack, don't be like that, Crack.
I'm good. I've been in here long enough, causing enough trouble.
Crack. Oh my God, he left. Truth, that wasn't your fault. He just. Oh, they're both gone now.
A lot of foot hurts around here.
Damn. They both are gone. Okay.
Well, everybody needs to be nice.
Talking in another room.
Be nice,
Yeah, I know. Lunatic. It does appear to be that to be the case. Well, that leaves the rest of us, right, boys and girls? Woo!
Yeah.
Oh. So, boy.
Roger that.
Oh, boy.
Lunatic, it's good to hear you talk again. I haven't talked to you in quite a while, a few months now, I feel like.
I haven't been in the live stream as much over the last few months.
Yeah, it kind of dropped out too for a while there. I get it. You got Roger here. Fucking love Roger.
What's up? What's up? Making dinner, so just listening.
Oh. Hello, Roger. Yeah.
What's up, BT?
Hey, not much.
Anyone knows when he's got muted?
What?
The NIS guy. It's been muted for a few hours now.
This guy.
I don't think he did anything wrong, I think.
Which guy?
Niz above Flatty.
Yeah, he has a music on.
Oh,
Not
music.
that
Okay.
guy.
Oh, I didn't hear
Got
that.
Mike
That
or
didn't
something.
happen. Oh, well, that was hours ago. Maybe check if it's still on or not.
Yeah, it was hours ago. Yeah.
When he wants to talk, he can type to us and say, "Hey, can I be unmuted?" You know, we can check too. That's nothing wrong with checking, but I wouldn't be concerned with other people's mutes like too much anyway.
Yeah, what's up, Nizzy? Nizzy.
Everybody needs to take the damn tampons out and stop being babies.
I know, what the hell?
This was had a big conversation earlier with Battle Mike. It's a big religious kind of conversation going on for a long time, so maybe his voice went.
Uh-oh, and we got Reckoner here now, too. That's a recipe for disaster. In a good way.
Now you've done it. Now you've made the boss come in.
I miss me some Reckoner. I haven't heard that shit in a long time.
E.T. still lost in space.
No way.
Oh, is that who I think it is? Hello.
Of course he is.
Hello.
I like you, Dave. You're such a nice guy.
So it's now the 7th of February and we're still in a lockdown.
Hey, it's ending. It is ending, I believe.
No, we are not. Roger, we are not.
Because I did call it.
If everyone would just take their booster and wear their mask, we could be out of this by now, guys. Take your booster.
Oh, yeah.
Just 2 more weeks, right? Yeah.
Just
well, actually,
the curve.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
We already flattened the curve, man. The Earth is flattened.
Actually, one more week. The 15th of February, we have another press conference, and then God allows it.
Yeah, just one more week. Just one more. One more week.
Roger, your government needs to make party, then you will have.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Then you will open the country.
I know, right? Well, the rest of Europe, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, Finland, and Ireland, and England, they all dropped their rules. Everything is gone there, but because of Germany and France, we're still like in this mess.
This is happening. Like, everyone knows about what's happening in Canada, right? Like, this is the real fucking deal. Like, we gotta, man, like, now is our chance. It's like, if you're really frustrated about the situation, now is the time to, like, stand up. For God's sake, like, you gotta do it now if you're able to. I live in a small town. There's not much I can do. But, I mean, like, if you live in a city, get the hell out there. And, like, at least go wave a flag or something, you know?
Yeah, it's called doing the ripple effect. Even if you're only one. Talk to another one, then another one, another one. Goes on.
Yeah, totally. Even if there's only like 5 of you out there, that's huge, in my opinion. I'm one little dude on the internet, and I'm doing my best.
Yeah, I went to a freedom march yesterday. So that was good to see that so many people were there. Like, I guess maybe tens of thousands, 20, maybe 25.
Hell yeah, good for you, man.
That was awesome stuff. Yeah,
you should be proud of yourself and also proud of your fellow people. That's awesome. Everyone needs to do that right now. If we don't do that now, we're back where we started fucking 2 years ago. Do we want to like repeat what just happened? No. We don't want that shit.
The scary thing is people still trust the goddamn government.
Yeah, it's crazy, I know.
You know what's the scary part is that all these people that advocated for more laws, more lockdowns, more shit, right? They're now saying, well, enough is enough, and we let the people go, and we let them free. Oh man. We are now entering the biggest expose of cognitive dissonance, where people just say, well, I didn't say that, or the biggest gaslighting of history, right? I didn't say that. I was against it. Or people that every quote unquote scientist and his mother are claiming now that it's all done, it's over, we don't need this anymore. And they're still like, but the people in the hospital, right? So we're entering now the biggest expose of cognitive dissonance and gaslighting, where people just, I knew it all along. Yeah, 2 years ago I was shouting on the roof. No, you weren't. You know you weren't. So,
what do you think would happen?
You just killed it.
If
exactly
1,000 righteous people stood together and shouted out, cried out the name of the Most High.
The name of what?
The
Problem
Most
is,
High.
99% of people don't know his name.
I'm talking about the righteous ones. There are a few righteous ones. I'm just asking for 1,000 of them. What do you think would happen?
So,
mountains would crumble.
Last time a mountain moved. It's happened in Egypt. They have a monument there, a stela, that says this is the mountain that was moved by faith.
I don't know about that, but I will say this: if enough people wake up, stuff could change. Okay, like with these government restrictions and everything.
Bitch, isn't it? It's like it comes out in every conversation. It seems like, like I've noticed, like, I'll be talking about something and I'll agree with someone on a certain point, and then they'll talk about something else that's very, very close and related, and I'll be like in total denial about it. I'll be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Even though the stuff that we were talking about 5 seconds before was exactly the same kind of crap. You know what I mean? It's just funny how, we have all these little blocks in our mind where we draw a line and we're like, no, we're not going to, you don't go there. But then you realize later, you're like, wait a second, why did I do that? Why did I react that way? Does anybody notice that, or is it just me?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the backup. Thanks for the,
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, I understand. It's the same when now, because the narrative is moving, right? So they're now into it's a bit of a flu thing, right? So the narrative is moving, and when they agree with you, they're like, yeah. So I have this my sister, she had a positive test and only a runny nose, and it's only why are we still in lockdown? And then I'm saying, well, the same thing would apply 2 years ago. No, but that was different, right? Because they did everything the state told them, and then now comes out that
dying on the street.
Yeah, so they did everything. They took the Jews. They did everything, and now everything is moving, right? The narrative is moving, and now they won't admit that they were wrong all along, right? Only on the last part where the narrative says, yeah, it's mild, and we don't have to be afraid anymore, right? So only on the last part. The first part, right? They're like still like, oh no, it's
Don't worry, Roger.
It's very, very.
The Romanians found the solution to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
The immunization is contagious. So someone who got shot will be infecting with immunization the others who didn't.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I see where you're coming from.
No, seriously, these companies are. They did such a miraculous cure. Even a god wouldn't be able to create such a
Wait,
thing.
so if you took the juice,
wait a second.
So if you took the juice and you stand next to me, I get the juice through you?
Yeah, the immunization.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Please tell me you're just goofing around.
No, that's what they said on the radio. It's contagious.
Do we
No, a lot of
believe
people
what they say on the
that.
radio, though? That's my point.
No, a lot of people believe that if you that vaccine individuals spread the so-called whatever. Well, okay, they spread the whatever. So,
well, not that this is a good subject for the live stream, but you know, I don't think that's true. Simply because everyone that I know that got the jab got sick. I didn't get sick, and I've tested negative like 6 different times.
Oh my God!
I don't understand. You know,
why are you testing?
That too.
I didn't have a choice. I had a procedure done, and they forced me to.
At my workplace,
6 times? You always have a choice.
But they did it 3, but I did it 3 on my own just to make sure that I wasn't.
What the fuck?
What? You're playing their game.
But it's a long freaking story, okay?
Oh my God! You
I explain it all. I'm not lying to you. That's all I can say is I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, I trust what you're saying is true, but we need to get together on a private call sometime so I can tell you, you know, what is what.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right, that's fine. I'll listen to you.
Because there's certain things like it's like deception. If you don't know the words that they're using, and a lot of what they're using is trapping words, right? They're snares, they're clauses, they're little verbal contracts, right?
Snares is a great word to use. Snares, exactly.
Like I noticed when my grandmother, like she's ailing and her health is getting real bad, and she's getting up there in age, right? So every time she goes to the hospital or the doctor for a checkup, doctor asks her, well, you want a vaccine? You want this? You want this? You want this? It's like, no, I don't want the flu shot. Every time I get the flu shot, it's not good for me. So, and then like now she's sitting there going, well, whatever you think is best. Yeah, I think this is best.
Yeah, it upsets me when you see, like my grandmother has the same problem. She went out and got it simply because she thought, you know, she's 80-something years old. So she thought she was in that category. Well, 3 weeks later, she got it anyway. It kind of upset me because she got 2 different ones, you know. Went in twice for both, and I had to take her to it.
Of course it upset you. It's fucking infuriating.
It upsets me. You want to know why, or you want to know why I use such a small word?
Oh no!
Why does it upset me? Because I know it's a damn deception. That's simply.
Oh, that's why it upsets me too. And the same thing happened to my mother and my grandma, and so it's very upsetting. Is all I'm trying to say.
And you know, like my mother, she's on oxygen, so if she got this stuff or whatever it is, or however it's being carried, if she got it, she would probably not make it. So yeah, it bothers me. Because, you know, if she decides to go out and get the jab and then it makes her sick and something happens to her, that's really going to make me upset. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of like pent up, like, you know, waiting for the, you know, like it makes me angry when I see people like committing suicide because they're not getting enough, you know, sunlight and stuff. It's ridiculous that people aren't realizing what a horrible, crappy thing this is. We need to really, anyway.
Thank God we can at least have this conversation. Like I was talking about this with someone yesterday, and I've also been like mentally trying to wrap my head around the reality of the fact that like my whole family might be dead in a couple of years or something like that. Like that probably won't happen, but maybe it might kind of happen. And that's pretty fucked up either way. Like even if I lose one family member, dude, I'd be fucking livid. But I mean,
it only takes one accident for you to take it completely seriously. You know, when somebody in your family or something ends up hurt or injured because of something that you know that you feel like isn't right, then that's when, you know, that's where I come from. It's like, why aren't you standing up? I agree with what somebody said before. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we standing down there at the Capitol or the damn City Hall? I mean, we really should be.
McDonald's. They have to pay their people fucking $25 an hour to fucking flip burgers. Stop eating McDonald's.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a start. But who's that brother who just said, why aren't we at the Capitol? I completely agree.
Me? Yeah, I said that.
Who's me? What's your name? really quick?
I'm Ryan, but you can call me Rookie. That's my.
Oh, Ryan, a Rookie. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I completely agree. I'm chilling out in this small little town in southern Canada, and I'm like, why the hell am I not in Ottawa right now, or even at the closest border, like 2 hours from me? You know, I'm not there right now, but I mean, it's probably because I don't have a car, so that's part of the problem.
This makes me want to go and research fluoride because someone was talking about it the other day that fluoride in the water can make a human or even an animal like submissive and not care about stuff like that.
I've been
and you know why I believe that? Because I've taken psychological drugs that actually make you not give a shit about things. So I know damn well this stuff, these things are real. It's not a joke. It's not psychosomatic. You know what I'm saying? There's evidence for stuff that they do and they have and they're using. And it bothers me that we're always arguing about whether or not we think that could happen or not. Why don't we just look for the evidence that it's possible? That's all we really need, right?
You know what I've learned?
We already know there's evil people out there waiting to use these things against us. But
wait, I don't want to troll you, but it's like, you're a flat earther, but you don't know fluoride's bad? Sorry. It's kind of funny.
Well, yeah, I know it's bad, but I haven't done any extensive research to prove it to myself. I've just been taking his word for it.
He's a rookie. You know what's?
Well, yeah, don't you think it would be
for the big boy.
in your best interest to research it before you know?
It's a real thing, man. It's very real.
Yeah. I'm not trying to change the subject. I'm just trying to, I just want to get off the subject because it's going to end up getting us in trouble. So.
No, we can talk about fluoride.
If we took it to another room or something, then we could talk all about it. Not worry about
Zyklon B, right? Wasn't that fluoride?
No, that was some kind of crazy ass gas chemical that they used.
It wasn't a gas; it was delousing powder.
Wow, I don't know exactly what it was, but yeah, you're using World War II, right? You're talking about?
Yep. This was the so-called gas that was used to poison the so-called Jews.
Yeah,
and they put saltpeter in their rations too.
So A had the smell,
I don't remember what
and
it is.
B had no smell, I think.
Yeah, but the thing is it was the reason why it was effective is because it was a delousing powder developed by Bayer.
Oh, good old Bayer, yeah, love them.
Now, what else did Bayer invent?
Aspirin.
Heroin for children.
Nobody invented aspirin, but yeah, they discovered it. I would say.
Yeah, they
I know people get mad at me for saying that.
The synthetic pathway for it. And Albert Hoffman made a discovery about trying to come about it through different chemicals besides the willow bark for precursors. And he stumbled across LSD, right?
And doesn't LSD activate all your euphoric type senses and whatever? Isn't that what it does? Is it causes a chemical reaction, or do you?
I have no idea. I've never done it.
I've done it.
I can't talk about something I've never done.
I've done it, but I mean, I don't know I don't know how it chemically works. I just know some of the effects.
I know how psilocybins work, and this is just based off of MRI type thing where they're looking at the activity in the brain through a study. And with psilocybin,
MRI.
What happens is your brain starts firing off randomly, and it starts looking like the static on the television set, where it's just getting active everywhere, just all random. And
but
every once in a while,
in a good way, though.
Well, every once in a while they'll sync up, and when they sync up, that's when you go on those roller coaster peaks. That's all I know about mushrooms. As far as I know, I think LSD was less disharmonic.
Yeah.
No, it was less disharmonic.
So you mean it caused less anger and violent behavior? Or you mean
no?
What do you mean by that?
I'm talking about activation in the brain, like the regions in the brain, they can map out which ones are active and stuff, right?
They sync up better.
I see. Yeah,
LSD was stronger.
They're both capable of doing that too, and a lot of it has to do with the dose amount. If far as I understand
but DMT activates all of your brain, 100% of it. And it doesn't, and it's not disharmonious. It pulses, and then it all lights up.
Yeah, you know more about it than I do. But have you heard about how like DMT is like created naturally in your own brain? That's pretty crazy. Hey?
There's no evidence behind that. There was
really, you think that?
Chemist, there was one Stig chemist.
There are chemicals that are similar to it, but they're not exactly the same.
Yeah, there was one working with rat brains with what the hell was his name? Hamilton, right? And the first sample, the first test that they ran, came up positive for trace amounts of dimethyltryptamine. However, in the 2 follow-up sacrifices and studies of the rats, they found no trace amounts of tryptamine. No tryptamines whatsoever, which was odd. So they think their method was flawed in some way.
Interesting. I never heard that.
Sleep type of thing, where it puts you to sleep, right?
Huh?
Doesn't tryptamine, like amitriptyline, there's a bunch of different ones, but don't they make you sleepy? Is it like a tranquilizer type?
No.
Muscle relaxer or whatever kind of reaction?
I'm taking nerve.
Sorry.
It's a precursor for most of the brain chemicals. Dopamine is formed from tryptamine.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Serotonin.
The 2 names might not be related, even though they have the same ending.
Right. Like serotonin is made in the gut, but the same place is where the tryptamine is created. That gets transferred up into your brain. Because believe it or not, you have a brain in your stomach.
Yeah, they say that about like. Have you guys ever heard a little bit about that? About how your stomach has like all this like crazy neuron brain stuff going on in it, and that's why they think a lot of people. That's why you get drunk so fast when you drink, because it's just like immediate drug.
Because your stomach absorbs it instantly.
Well,
exactly.
You're also
when you get really drunk, try putting it in the other end.
Huh?
You get drunk really fast, but you drink really.
I probably shouldn't have said that, but I was going to say it's not something you should ever do. But if you were to put like a half a shot of in your bone,
I think Rookie's not able to hear me for some reason.
Well, no,
I heard you. I'm sorry, I heard you. I'm just rambling on. I apologize.
You both keep talking at the same time. That's what it is.
Yeah, I like paused and he paused, and then like I thought he gave me the break, and then he started talking over me after letting me get a head start. It's like, what the fuck's going on here?
That was all me. I'm sorry. I was being rude. I didn't mean to be. I'm sorry.
It's got to be the lag.
Yeah, no one's trying to do wrong here. But we all agree that like that alcohol thing with the stomach, like the stomach has, forget the alcohol. The stomach has like brain neurons built into it for some reason, as far as I understand.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is crazy. I could be wrong, but I mean, like, yeah, part of your brain is down in your gut. I guess
it definitely wouldn't be the first time you'd be wrong.
That's why men think with their stomachs.
I was going to say there must be a wives' tale attached to that one.
You know what? And just like throwing it out there, I could be wrong. I don't know anything about it, but I mean that leads me to believe that like these brain neurons probably go through our entire body. To be honest, if they can come down from the brain,
they poison our food so much.
Well, yeah, probably. Well, yeah, and they want us all dead.
You know, I realize that it's very, very hard to believe that there's a group of people that are involved in feeding us this stuff. And I know it sounds nuts. Don't get me wrong. But I'm telling you, I've done a lot of research on it, and there's a lot of evidence to prove that they do stuff like this. The government does test chemicals and all kinds of stuff on people randomly that people don't even know. They've paid out billions of dollars over it. So
it's because
the
people
fact that
can't
people say, "Oh no, it's not possible," is bullshit.
You're right about that. I think, in my opinion and in my experience, the reason why people can't accept it is because they can't believe how crazy it is. It's because it's insane, right? That's like the craziest thing you could possibly imagine. And most people are like, there's no way they would do that. It's kind of like 9/11. It's like, no way that they would do that. It's like the same mentality, you know? And for people like us, we can at least accept it as painful as that is, right? But that's the difference, is they can't get there. It's too hard for them. It's just too much. It's too overwhelming.
I thought I'd say something about that because I think it's just odd how, you get a reaction when you say, oh, well, I think this or that. It's just your opinion, of course. But, I tell people that I think 9/11 was, 7/11 inside job or whatever you want to call it. And then they're like, oh, that's crazy. And then I show them a couple of things. I'll be like, well, go look at this and go look at that. And they'll be like, yeah. And at least they'll listen to me on that one. And I had a guy come back and went, oh, my God. He goes, dude, what? Like I sent him that documentary by Judy Wood. And this guy, one out of 5 people I sent it to, one guy came back and was like, oh, my God, dude, I can't believe this. He goes, how come I didn't notice that? And I said, I don't know.
Is that Rookie talking about Judy Wood, did you say?
Yeah, I did.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Keep going, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to make sure. Judy Wood, fuck yeah.
Well, I don't want to keep rambling on about it because I know we're not really supposed to go too
Fuck supposed to, dude. If we keep like kowtowing to this whole censorship shit, we're all going to fucking lose here.
I agree, but I realize that, and I agree with you, but you got to remember that the whole idea of this is to put out the truth and to keep it on the YouTube because we get a lot of people that come through that, so that's why we do it that way.
Wow,
I'm sure you know that already, but I'm just saying.
I'm aware.
There's a reason why we keep it off of here. It's just to keep, like religion causes problems because everybody starts arguing about it, and there's certain topics that we just stay away from because YouTube will just pull it, and we don't want to lose it. Yeah, we want to be able to.
But look what happened to Alex Jones too. He's like, hey, I'm the first person who got banned here. It's going to happen to everyone else. And then Trump got banned, and now Rogan's getting banned. It's like, fuck, man. Do you really think you're not next?
9/11 though isn't.
Every time I see someone, even a criminal, getting treated badly, I always think to myself, "This is going to screw us somehow."
Guys, what were we saying? Someone said something about 9/11, and then you said something about.
I would say 9/11 is old news. It's not something that they're censoring, really. You can talk about that all you want. That's not what their agenda is right now. Like that, they've already won that.
Oh, perfect. Then I got a lot to say about it.
Yeah, they've already killed millions of people because of it.
I could talk for probably 24 to 48 hours and not even scratch the surface of what went on in that.
Me too. And I will join you as like a teammate. I could talk about 9/11 for hours. Definitely.
It's one that took me a lot longer to settle on. Like I had to really do a lot of research before I came to that conclusion. So it took me like,
I don't know why,
probably 10 years. 10 years of research.
All you need to know is a little bit about how buildings fall, and watch the video a couple of times and tell me that
right.
Tell me how that's possible.
But before you knew that, before you settled on that, you remember how hard it was for you to even accept that that's possible, right? You know what I'm saying?
No, because I'm a little different than most. I saw it as they were falling. First time seeing it real time on TV. I called it out in the break room at work. I said, this can't happen. Like, because when the second one fell just like the first, and I knew the first was off, I was like, how can something like that happen? It's not possible. It happened the second time. I said out loud into the break room in front of like 30 people. I was like, this can't happen. And I wasn't saying this can't be happening, but that's the way that the guy next to me took it. He's like, no, it's happening. I'm like, get your fucking hand off my shoulder. This can't fucking happen. Like,
it's gonna be okay, son.
It's a brutal situation because it's like, the reality of the situation is happening. And then we can argue about the science behind it for years afterwards. But it did happen. That's what's so fucking crazy about it.
And the way I look at it is this. And this is I'm sorry. I'm going to look at it one way. If only one person was killed in that whole freaking thing, I would still be angry and I would still think we ought to do something about it. Period.
Yeah. I
Dude,
agree.
nobody has to be killed to be
You know what I'm
angry
saying?
about
Like,
it.
just simply the people who jumped out of the building and hit the concrete below. That to me, that only one person needs to die for me to be angry. You know,
Dude,
human
it
life
does-
is
does-
much
why
more
does it even take
important
one?
than
Even
looking
if
people's
even
asshole
gun
money
guy,
bullshit.
it's all a big ass lie. There's a ton of money, freaking your rights, your liberties. Like, there's plenty of reason to be angry without anybody dying.
Yeah, but the fact that supposedly 3,000 people did die is even worse. Like, you're right. It doesn't even take one person. But in this
that's not all
in
the
this
people
situation,
that disappeared during that.
Yeah, I'm more than angry. I'm livid. I know that was 20 years ago, and man, I'm fucking mad.
You know what makes me more mad? The fact that they use our fucking tax money, they steal our fucking money and make us think that it's our duty to do it. That we get a bonus. It's our fucking
Well, I'll
money to
tell you a
begin with.
secret. Let me tell you a secret. You can, for very, very small amount of money, you can avoid paying taxes completely. Everyone can. No one in the United States ever has to ever pay taxes again if they don't want to.
Elaborate. Is they still
I won't
take that
explain
tax
how,
money.
but I'm saying
You just have to
there's
buy my
information.
5-book series, also available on Audible.
No, you have to separate yourself from the bond that they made when you were born. You have
Rookie,
to
before you go into
eliminate-
that common law stuff, could you answer me a question? Answer me one question.
Sure.
Because obviously you're hugely knowledgeable at 9/11, yeah. So, what would be the best way for you to kind of convince someone who was like on the fence? What would you like yourself personally make a documentary, or would you just like to talk to them for a day or 2 days? What would be your best way to get that info across?
I don't know. That's a very good question. I mean, I
Yeah.
try to bring it up in context, like with situations, and show them, well, you see what happened here, and you see how that reaction was, and they're like, wait, you're right. I try to like line it up that way to try to get people to see my point, and then get them to investigate it. I can't really make them. I can't convince you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Any conversations I have about it, because I'm down the same road as you, it just gets derailed with tangents into every conspiracy, because they just think, yeah, you've got to establish if someone's open to learning new info, I suppose, that kind of changes their world.
Well, you got to make sure they're on an intellect level that where they can actually think outside the box. A lot of people, they don't. They've been programmed, and they're so well programmed that they just go about their day doing whatever they think is right. They don't think about whether it's right or not. They just keep doing it. They think that's part of life. You know what I mean? So I don't. It's not really their fault. It's just it's so weird how well and how deep the rabbit hole really goes when you get to that. When you get to that information. When you get to that subject.
Yeah,
there's so much more evidence for it than any other thing that we have, but yet we don't get pissed off about it more. It's like, oh.
Yeah, people don't like documentaries. Don't always hit, even though the info can be good in some. People will just dismiss
They tortured
it as,
thousands of people in order
Did
to
you
find
say
out if
UFO
it controls people's minds.
documentaries?
That's disgusting, bro. And
I know I was about 9/11 documentaries or any documentaries really. Any documentaries.
Yeah,
People.
it is. It is, and by the way, it is disgusting. Like, man, when I can talk to beautiful people like you guys, and we're like, thank God I'm not alone, right? But I go out there on the streets, fucking pretty much alone for the most part.
So I would
And
tell them about one second. So I would tell them about the passport, right? Just ask them, do you think a passport could survive an explosion? And they were obviously no. So how could the passport of that guy fly out of the explosion in front of an FBI agent?
Yeah,
and then
she's right.
I want to know how that ambulance that was sitting like 3 feet from the front of the building didn't get crushed, and the tires were still not popped. I was like, wait a minute,
fucking you,
dude! That was right in front of the building. Everything should have fallen and buried. Everything in there should have been buried and shit, but it didn't.
Thank you so fucking much for even bringing that up, dude. That ambulance was sitting there, and it was sitting there. How high is an ambulance? Maybe 5 feet or something like that. And it was around the same. Okay, 6, whatever. But it's the same height as the rubble from the tower that just collapsed, which is 110 floors.
People
and there was
came
only
out
just
of
a small amount of dust on the ground. It's just fascinating.
Yeah, people came out of staircase B. Was it when the building collapsed on them?
They were blessed by the Lord because they shouldn't have survived.
Of course, but
that fireman's account of that blew my mind. I watched that little snippet where they interviewed him a million times, and the way he talks about, he said basically, you know, he heard this weird rushing sound, and he said then he looked up and he saw a light coming through above him, and he's like, how the hell is there light above me when the building's there?
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Like literally, it just disintegrated right above his head. That blows me away, bro.
Yeah, it's fucking incredible. That's what people need to look into the Judy Wood thing, because that explains the whole fucking scenario in the first place, in my opinion.
Could
yeah, and you know, there's some people saying that they don't believe what Judy said because they don't believe thermite could bring down a building. I can show you 2 or 3 videos from some guy who does it in his backyard, and he can basically cut a steel I-beam that's like, you know, what is it, half an inch thick or something? He can cut it right in half in a matter of seconds with some thermite you can make in your backyard with stuff.
Yeah, but that's not Judy Woods. Judy Woods
the Judy Woods thing wasn't about thermite at all, right? It was.
I know it wasn't, but I'm saying when you start to look and analyze the whole situation of how they could have done it, the only thing that, for me, that makes sense is that they use some kind of chemical reaction like that on the metal in the building. That's just my opinion, but
right.
I know Judy didn't necessarily say that, but.
No, Judy used more of the Hutchinson effect, where steel gets dustified.
Yes, I agree. But because no one's really analyzed that and how that would, you know what I'm saying? It's still I think it's up in the air, of course, how they really did it or how it was done. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I believe that there was more to it than just the Judy Wood side of it. You know what I mean?
And this is just what they want, right? They want us to argue about how they did it, right? Just argue 20, 30 years about how they did it. That it doesn't really matter how they did it, right? We all saw a free fall, free falling skyscrapers. So that's
two of them, Roger. Two.
And then 7
3 actually.
after. Yeah, then 7 after. So
actually, the entire World Trade Center complex got destroyed that day.
Right.
People
so
don't know that.
They want us to argue about how they did it. It isn't even that important. It's important that we acknowledge that we saw 3 buildings falling down in free fall, which can never happen. Never. So if you demolish it with TNT, yes. But,
and then we have the official claim, the official narrative, the 9/11 Commission report. We know for a fact what the 9/11 Commission report. We know for a fact that nothing that's in that book, that definitely doesn't describe what happened that day.
Dude,
we know
so 6 or 7 or 8 of those. Okay.
It's kind of like when we're talking flat Earth, what we're really doing, we're talking about the globe model, the claim. They're the ones with the claim. We can easily tell you that the claim is a lie. Okay, so they're lying to us. We know that for a fact. So the
not trust someone like that.
Like Trace is saying, it's not about how they did it. It's the fact that they're lying. Now let's get some fucking answers. Why was there never an actual investigation? All that shit.
Well, the truth is, we do want to know how they did it eventually.
Why don't we arrest anybody who actually might have some information instead of the people they freaking tortured in Guantanamo, right?
Yeah, even if they're not guilty, we should still arrest them to investigate them, correct?
Absolutely. There should have been a whole bunch.
It's kind of hard to do that when it takes 20 years just to get even partial truth out of it. We need to do some adjustments to our justice system and the way things are done.
And look, they got away with it, the bastards. It's too late now, probably.
They didn't get away with it, trust me.
They wouldn't be able to do any of the shit they're doing today if they hadn't pulled that one off 20 years ago.
I feel sorry for those people that were involved in that because they're going to burn in hell forever.
Well, that too, but I mean, it's so crazy. Hey, and then look at today's world, here we are 20 years later, right? And I'm looking at these vaccine death numbers from VAERS, way worse than 9/11. That's something that people don't talk about much right now.
Oh, I'd love to talk about that all day long. I've done extensive research on that.
Apparently, we're not supposed to talk about it on Discord, but I mean, I
You know
say
what's
fuck
funny
that.
about all this is that they've made it seem, okay, that as if no one is smart enough to understand any of this stuff. But what's funny is that I didn't go to college, but I read all the stuff on it. I read the CDC stuff. I read all that stuff. I've read everything that anybody's ever sent to me or offered me or any of that. And I've gone out and researched even more of it. And none of that stuff makes any sense. It doesn't match up with reality. Therefore, I'm not even going to waste my time with it because I know it's crack. It's a crack. Period.
Can you be more
You've been testing yourself.
specific? Like, what do you mean exactly? It's crap.
Like they say that you should be wearing, you know what, right? A face covering. But we all know that, according to them, now I said we're basing this on their evidence of the V, right? Okay, supposedly, according to them, a V molecule, or whatever you want to call it, is too small. You can't filter it out with any kind of mask. It would filter out the oxygen if you wore a mask that filtered it out. But yet they're forcing all the people in the world to wear a mask. Why? What's the point? It's absolutely unnecessary. It
They
isn't
won't
going
even
to help you.
They won't even listen to you about 9/11, though. So, like, do we really expect them to listen about?
Well, no, that's how they deal with confrontation. Is they just avoid it and they put out. They'll have some other false flag happen, so that way everybody forgets all about it. You know what I mean? That's just how they do things. It's deception. That's why I said you could tell they're lying because they're always lying. They always lie. There's never one time that they're ever telling the truth completely. So why would I believe anything? I don't.
Actually, Indio said something pretty good on that one. He said the only time that they're not lying is when they say you're under arrest.
Yeah. Or when they say good night or good morning, right? Yeah, I don't. I don't even watch the news, and there's a reason why I don't. Because every time I watch the news and I see some kind of thing going on, some murder happening or some school getting shut up, and I do a little bit of research, it never works out. It always turns out that these people involved aren't even real people. They're damn actors. It's ridiculous.
It's fucking. You want to talk about actors? It's fucking hard to watch the news because you have to sit there and watch Rachel Maddow or someone like that, try to pretend to tell you what reality is. Come on.
Maddox is a dude, man. Come on.
Well, yeah, maybe. But I mean, same deal. Any of these guys or dudes or girls, it's pathetic. And just to watch them, it's hard to watch them. And what's even harder, in my opinion, is I have family members who are like, "You need to watch this Rachel Maddow video," and I'm like, "Oh my god!" And then every once in a while, I go and watch one of them, and I'm just like, "This is difficult." This is hard to watch.
I know some people would say, well, you should watch the news because there's a lot going on and you need to know about it. No, I don't. The reason why I don't watch the news, you're probably wondering, why don't I watch the news? Because you would think I'd want to know what's going on. Because if it's all just crap, it's all to sidetrack me. You know what I'm saying? Something's going on really in the world. They're not going to talk about that. And the last reason why I won't ever, ever, ever believe the news is because it used to be when you watch the news, there'd be two people on the screen, one arguing for one side, one arguing for the other. When they took that away and they only have one opinion, that's when I stopped believing anything they say.
That's a good point. It went completely one-sided. That is true. Even if they were faking the second side, they even got rid of that. They eliminated that.
But the whole idea is they got rid of it because they had to. Because that side of the argument is something they don't want.
I know.
They want you to be stuck on their side.
It's pretty pathetic, isn't it? I know, man.
It is. And what's more pathetic is that intelligent people in the world don't see it. They don't see that. It's how can you not see that? That alone should tell you that, if you hear some kind of conspiracy, I'm not saying that I believe all of them, don't get me wrong, but I'm more apt to research anything because of that reason. Because I know that that's what they do.
Oh, yeah?
It frustrates me, bro.
I'm apt as shit now for that exact very reason. I'm already inquisitive enough, but you're right about that. The fact that you're trying to deny me from truths makes me want to look into it more. I think they call that the Streisand effect, but
Yeah, something like. Yeah, but it's really sad though, right? It's like obviously there's some kind of whatever you want to call it, conspiracy or military project or something where they are definitely feeding our minds with subliminal messages. They're using signals that affect our psyche, that affect our GABA and our brain. There's all kind. I'm telling you, this stuff is real. It's not a joke. The television was originally invented to control your emotions.
Yeah, fuck with
It's fascinating.
Fuck with your head.
All this stuff all this evidence exists, but no one wants to look at it. No one wants to take it serious. Oh no, we don't, because nobody wants to think that the government would do that, right?
Exactly. They don't want to admit that that's actually happening. Exactly. You're right.
If you're in denial about if your neighbor keeps stealing from stuff out of your yard and you're in complete denial that he's the one doing it, even though everyone in the neighborhood's telling you I saw him doing it, then you're just a fool. You're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why you would ever believe anything that man would ever say afterwards. If he lied to you this many times and stole from you, I don't know why you would ever trust him again.
Oh yeah.
I mean, maybe you'll be nice to him in cordial, but
let's go trust known liars. That's a great idea.
Yeah, and take their word over everyone else's word when an intelligent person comes along to tell you or offer you some other evidence.
Oh, yeah, here's an example.
You're no, that's not possible.
Our words over there at CNN, they act like complete fools. And then you have someone like Jordan Peterson, but like, this is what's actually going on. And then they still deny it. They're like, I don't know how they do that. I got in a fight with a family member about the trucker convoy a couple days ago. I'm like, how could you possibly believe what you're saying? Like, I don't understand. And what I think is they're just stuck in their crazy mentality.
It's brainwashing, bro. I'm telling you.
That's what I think.
It sounds crazy, but there is brainwashing.
That's what I think it is, basically. They're
very,
like,
very well used.
They're stuck, in their little brainwashed little mindset.
But it doesn't work on everyone, and it doesn't last very long. That's the thing. And that's why they make it sound like, that's why when you read the patent and then you ask anybody about it that knows, they'll tell you, oh, well, the reason why they did that is because this and this, which is all a bunch of horse crap, but, they have to have an excuse.
But, their excuse can be so simple that, like, it's amazing that people still fall for it.
About wanting to believe that they'd lie to you, then you're never going to ever see the truth. You're always going to see it the way they tell you to.
That's what I think.
So just think about it that way.
No, it's a good point. I agree with you.
Or people just need to wake up and start thinking about things instead of just accepting. Think about it. Like, people will lie to you. I'd lie to you if I thought I could take advantage of you. Wouldn't you do the same to me if you were really hard up and needed something? Yeah, I think you would.
Well,
if I was good people, but
really desperate, maybe, but I would never.
Yeah,
do that.
But there's a point where you would cross that line, right? Everybody has that line.
I don't know.
Where you
I like to think I wouldn't, but generally speaking, no. You know what I mean?
Right. But I'm saying there's situations where you could be put into where you would change that just based on the situation, right?
I suppose if I was being tortured or something like that.
Yeah, right. Right. But how do you know you're not?
Wow,
you know what I mean? Like, how do you know you're not being tortured?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Because if it's been going on your whole life, you wouldn't even think about it, would you?
It's just really well, yeah, exactly. You would not. Absolutely, you would not. Unless you woke up at some point, like I did, and my family certainly did not. And I try to have these conversations with my family, and they won't shake out of it. They're just like they're stuck. And no matter like what I say, they're stuck where they are, and it's really frustrating, and it makes me really angry. But I can't get them out of it, which is insane. So like basically, I have to just accept the fact that
that's really
I don't know.
ET.
They're screwed.
Yeah, you said a lot with that one.
People don't want to accept that they've been lied to, because then they have to admit that they've been fooled.
I know, but see, that part doesn't make sense to me logically, because it's like, we had Santa Claus, we had the Tooth Fairy, we had all these things in our lives where our parents lied to us, even for no reason at all, for no good reason. Like, why would you want to take away the actual act that you did. Like if you bought like, the presents for your kid,
That
why
was
would
when
you
we
give
were
someone else
children, but
presents?
now we're
Credit for
adults. Now we're
you know?
adults, not children.
I know, but you see how we've been kept children in the back of our minds by keeping these little things in our heads and lying to us, you know what I mean? Because we believe it and we try to defend it. And then later on we realize it's wrong. We're like in this cognitive disc for a while. It's deliberate. That's why they do it. Because it keeps you always wondering and thinking instead of doing and getting angry.
That's why they give you a spinning globe in the first grade. That's why they give you evolution in the classroom, because now they're telling you to ignore your common sense and believe in science and to believe what they say.
Exactly. Just trust us. We know what we're doing. We'll take good care of you. When in reality, it's like, oh yeah, we're going to take advantage of you and then test everything on you so we can use it to gain more power and money we don't even need. It's like, what drive? You got to have to ask yourself, what drives a person who's so rich they can't spend all their money, but yet is still convinced that they need to continue to suck money out of people? That's not even necessary. Like, what is that all about? Shouldn't you logically wonder about people? Why would you vote someone that was like that into an office? It makes absolutely no sense.
They think they're providing crap.
That's what they are. They're selfish.
Doing a good job. They don't view it as though they're sucking anything out of anybody. They think that they're the most qualified person for the job and they're doing a service.
Yeah, but when you're only left with 2 people to pick from, that's not a choice.
Government means control the mind.
Especially when you have absolutely no part of getting that person to that point where they're up at the top where they can be voted for. And then afterwards, they still use electoral votes instead of our actual votes. What kind of freaking idiot do you have to be to realize this is set up to screw you? It's like so stupid.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like offensive or angry, but
no, you're not
this shit gets
fucking
me
wrong at all.
Fired up, bro. It does.
This
It
is what
pisses
we
me
need.
the fuck off.
No, it pisses me the fuck off too, and you're not wrong at all, man. We need more people like this talking about it. Yeah, man. Like, oh, you got 2 stupid little options, both of which are screwing you over, but you have to vote for one, right? That sucks. That's really stupid.
I quit voting, and I know there's going to be a lot of people that say, "Oh, why'd you do that?" Well, it's because I know in my heart, I know it. I don't think it. I don't believe it. I know it's nothing but a scam. There ain't a damn bit of thing that's going to change anything. It doesn't matter which one you pick for. It doesn't matter which one you can vote for yourself. It wouldn't matter, because they're going to put in there whoever the fuck they want, and it has nothing to do with what you want.
You better check. I think you voted twice for Biden last time.
Oh, yeah, I did. Well, I didn't vote, so that would explain why he didn't get it.
I do think Trump wasn't a bit of an exception, though. And I could be wrong, but I do believe Trump was an exception.
He's hooked up with them. The only difference is that they want to use him later because of how powerful and how many people he can manipulate. So they're going to hold on to him for a later, so they can keep him in the back pocket. I ain't stupid. They're not going to throw away a good source of confusion and because that's what he does. He gets everybody fired up and angry. He pisses off the women because he's rude and obnoxious, and he's a bigot. And then he pisses off black people, and he just pisses everybody. There's a reason why he does that. You know what I mean?
But actually, women and black people love Trump. They have.
Why? He's a bigot and he's an asshole. I mean, I voted for him.
Never pissed me off ever.
Trump, actually, black people have loved Trump. They used to make hip-hop songs back in like the 90s about Trump. They love Trump. And women love him too.
He's actually more like a regular person.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about the people who are still asleep.
I think black people and women like Trump. That's my opinion.
Carefully, T. You might sound racist again.
Uh-oh.
You know what? I understand about racism, but sometimes racism has to be brought into it, and it has to be talked about.
No,
regardless of whether it upsets
part of a joke. It's just an ongoing joke.
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving you a hard time at the same time. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff like bothers me when, we feel like we have to say stuff like that. And it's like, I can see that's part of the programming. It really is. That actual thing that you do when you jump out and you try to like help someone or you try to like add to it, that stuff was put in your mind. Why else would you care what the person's saying? Why do you need to feel like you need to correct somebody? It's not really necessary because what they say doesn't necessarily affect you, does it? So why do we have this feeling like we got to tell someone they're wrong, or it's simply put into our heads? It's part of the programming. It's terrifying when you think about it, but it is.
But he is quite popular with black people. Like you can listen to hip hop songs, and they'll rap the shit out of Donald Trump. If you go back into the 90s, and women love the shit out of him too. And you can know that when you go to pretty much any Trump rally, and you have like a shitload of women just like cheering the hell out of him. And you can watch lots of interviews of women talking about how much they love Trump too. He's not a bigot or a misogynist or a racist or anything like that.
Well, I want to bring up something else. Why is it that we think just because some person supposedly has money and they have nice clothes on and they go around bossing people around, what makes us think that those people are good for anything? Like, if you don't, like, I think people get confused on what they should be balancing their vote on. Like if you're going to vote for the person you really thought was the best, wouldn't you want to know more about them than how much money they make and whether or not they sleep with women? Like, who cares about that stuff?
Hell right? Yeah, and that's why the policies
it's absolutely meaningless, but yet every time we vote for someone, it's always some rich son of a bitch that ain't going to fucking think about us and ain't going to care about us in the long run. They're going to do what they're supposed to do. They're going to be the puppet they were paid to be.
Those are ignorant voters doing that. Smart people like us will actually look at their policies, what they've done in politics, and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, to look at somebody's like business suit and decide whether or not you want to vote for them, you're right. It's pretty stupid. I mean, look at the two Bushes, and then in the middle of Clinton, and then an Obama. Pretty stupid.
Look at how they treated Clinton. He was one of the few presidents that actually was starting to get shit done, and they ended up kicking him out. Why? Over a blowjob? Come on, man. Why the hell do we care? Why do I care whether the president sleeps around on his wife? I don't care if he's running. I mean, I get it, but it just don't make sense.
They didn't kick him out.
It has to be a role model.
No, it's way worse.
But none of them are, though. That's the thing.
He was impeached, but he wasn't removed from office.
It's way worse than that. Is because all the Clinton crime family, for lack of a better term, starts to become exposed, and Bill was part of that, along with Hillary.
Oh yeah,
and people were like, "Who the fuck are these people?" And they're not good people at all.
Yeah, but don't you agree that Bill was just the puppet and his wife was the one really doing all the stuff and working?
I think they're basically just New World Order clients. Basically, that's what I think.
Has anybody looked into genetics and whether or not all these presidents are actually related to each other? Because I've heard about that, and I don't know if I want to believe it, but that would really add to the difficulty of figuring this all out, wouldn't it?
Have you ever heard
about a blood type like the RH?
Have you ever heard? Oh, sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
I just wanted to tell them there's a study about a blood type. I think it's the RH blood type. I don't know. And those people are supposed to be psychopaths. I don't know what more than that.
Have you guys heard how Barack Obama's real name is supposedly Barry Soetoro? You guys ever heard that?
Have you heard that his wife was Michael?
Yep, definitely. And that journalist woman who died called her out like a year or two before she died. What's her name? Joanne Rivers, I think was her name. And she called Michelle Obama out on being a man. And then a year or two later, she was dead.
Yeah, but I think that if that would have been a big deal for them, they would have killed her right away. I don't know if they would have waited a couple of years. But I know, yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to prove.
But I'm positively sure that she wasn't the only one crying about that. A lot of people noticed it before she even said anything. So I'm just saying.
You're probably right. Yeah, And I don't think it's
camel toe is only so big unless you have an appendage. So you're either hermaphrodite or you're a man dressing up as a woman. That's just my opinion, of course. I could be. In case you don't know what camel toe is, you'll have to look that up in the Urban Dictionary.
Don't worry about it. I've heard about it. We all know about the
Basically, when gravity takes over. Just think about it.
We get it. Everyone knows it. I'm just thinking about that whole John Rivers thing. Crazy.
What's hilarious is her attitude about it. She's like, "Come on, you guys should know better. Come on, really, you can't tell he's a tranny. Come on, he's a tranny. You should know that." It's like so funny because it's funny because when the way she says it, I was completely convinced that she wasn't lying, that she really believed that based on the way she said it. You know what I mean?
Hella confident, right? Being like, "Come on, this is obvious." And then I can't help but see pictures. Like, I don't want to really get into it because I don't want to, but I've seen pictures too, and I'm like, you know what? That's weird.
And think about it this way, okay? I'm going to bring the Bible in. Don't get crazy with me, but just hear me out. In the Bible, it says that the evil in the world, when the end times come, will be so bad, it will be so well done that even the most elite, in other words, the most religious people in the world, will be confused and fall to it, deceived by it. Think about that. What are some of the things around in the world right now that are deceiving everyone? I can think of 100 things.
Yeah, technology, right? Computers,
and we're still sitting here arguing about when Dan Mark's going to come. How do you know it hasn't already come and you already got it on your head? I mean, it's crazy. Remember, it says in there, it will deceive even the most elite. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's big. That's huge. That's saying something, right? That's not just some like passive way to explain something. It's a very specific argument about how things will be. Right now, we are in the middle of that. So I think we're already in the end times, to be honest with you. I think we have been for quite a few years now. But because we all don't know exactly how it's going to all pan out, of course, it makes it difficult. But we could also look at things that the government we know can do, and we could see that the government is manipulating our world to convince us that God doesn't exist. And I'll leave the rest.
Who said that?
Me, Rick. Are you all not talking because you don't want to talk about that topic, or you're not talking?
I'm just not talking because I don't know who spoke that, if you don't mind me asking.
That was me. I'm Rookie. Or Ryan.
You're Rookie. Sorry, I didn't know Rookie. I don't think you're wrong.
Tell us the verse in Revelation. Tell us the verse where it says that.
I'd have to go look it up.
I think that verse is
Give me a
about
second.
He's looking around.
I don't study the Bible, but I'm pretty sure I wanted to correct him. I don't think it says the elite. I think it says the elect. Even the elect would be deceived. But either way, it pretty much means the same thing.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, maybe it means the same thing, but I don't remember the word elite being used in the Bible ever.
You're right. You're right. I think elite is a good comparison, but yeah, you could be right about my translation. It's Matthew 24:24. That's where it comes from. Take a look at it yourself and see what you think. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to bring religion, but there's a lot of things in the Bible that we've already proven that have been true and they've been right about. So I think it's kind of hard not to at least look at it and think about it when you find out.
You're You're not wrong
Regardless
at
of
all,
whether you
man.
believe in God, the scriptures have a lot of important stuff in there that we should all be really paying attention to.
I
Regardless
kind of agree with you.
context.
Do you mind reading it? Are you in the mood to do that? Would you prefer not to, or do you want to?
I'll read it. It says, "For there
Do
shall
it.
arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. For there shall," yeah, that's it. There's different versions of it, but that's the verse that I was speaking about. Did that clarify for everyone? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was actually expecting it to be longer. That was pretty short. That's cool. I would agree with it.
I could go on and read the verses before and after, but I think that's what I was talking about. I thought it was just people were wanting to know what I meant, where it was from.
Yeah. Well, I was asking. I specifically asked you. I was like, "Can you repeat the verse?" So.
I'm just saying that it fascinates me how there's all this evidence and all this truth in a book, regardless of where it came from. But yet we don't want to look at it because, it has to do with something that I don't want to talk about. It's just ridiculous. But I mean, I get it. I can relate. I just don't understand.
I'm open to the Bible, and I'm also skeptical, but still open. It's crazy.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I have my doubts, and I'm skeptical all the time. I mean, from day to day, my opinions change. But in the end, I know that someone put us here. Somebody did. Whether it's some crazy giant or whether it's some guy in a suit or some old man with a beard, I don't care what he looks like.
It doesn't
I don't
even
care
have to
what
be a
form he is.
person.
All I know is if he put us here,
science creation. It could just be a science thing that occurred. That would be our God. Something happened, right?
Right.
I don't know what it is.
That's my point. Is it's like there's all this stuff that seems to be pointing, but yet we're all still going, oh well, when's it going to come? When's it going to come? How do you know it isn't already here? That's all. I wasn't trying to get off on the wrong.
No, nor was I. Beautiful point. Yeah. I don't know when it's going to come or if it's going to.
I mean, ultimately, we're about finding the truth, right? Regardless of whether or not it reflects on one side of the argument or other, right? And we do see that this is how they divide us, right? They get us all to argue about little details because that's where the devil's at, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just think about it. I mean, something to.
Damn. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Can I get a mic check?
Coming in clear, bro.
Sounds good.
Have y'all talked to Christy yet? BC Verified in here. Somebody wants to try to talk to him.
Hi, Christy.
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing?
All right. How are you?
Pretty good. What brought you in? What brought you to our server? Or have you been here before?
I was here a while ago, and I came back.
Right on.
I don't know. Just
we appreciate that.
Topics and conversations held here are interesting to me.
Right. So you came to find out if we were crazy people then, huh? Or are you on one side or the other?
Probably on one side.
Just curious.
But
so what do you think? Where do you think you live then? Just out of curiosity. Do you think you live on a spinning ball, or do you think you live on a flat, non-moving object? What do you think?
Relatively.
There's no wrong answer here, by the way. Roundish, okay. And honestly, do you have any physical evidence besides those pictures they show you on TV? Do you have any physical evidence, or do you know of anybody that could give you personal evidence that actually is true?
Yeah, I know one guy deals in weather balloons, but I don't know how high they can go.
Well, I know that there's been some
lots of things
people
in life that we go off on the word of other people, and we take it in faith. There's a lot of things we take in faith.
Yeah.
And this.
Well, at least you're being honest. I respect that. No, I'm just asking because I want to know where you're at, so I know how to if you're curious about stuff, we got all kinds of evidence. So that's not an issue. The issue is just, like where your mind's at and whether or not you're open to like learning what's really true, or whether you're more on the side where, well, I want to kind of know what you're thinking, but I really kind of keep my beliefs the way they are. You know what I mean? Like, are you the kind of person where when somebody tells you about something, they come over and tell you, oh, so-and-so did this or that, you want to find out, right? You're interested? Or do you just go, I don't care about that? See my point?
I'm willing to
just kind of curious. Right. Because I would ask you, like, if you're on the side of it being curved and all that, do you know of any scientific, like measurement that they've made of the Earth being curved at all?
I have not researched it myself. I only go off of images and videos I've seen taken other from space.
Right. I would challenge you, if you're really serious, like if you're really curious, like what we're really all about, and you're not just here, just to make fun or whatever, it's up to you. I mean, it's your thing. But I mean, if you're really seriously about trying to find out what the truth is, my suggestion is that you look for that evidence. Like with all your diligence, go and try to find proof or evidence that the Earth is actually curved. Besides NASA's crazy ass, ridiculous footage of whatever the hell they call that, images. If you try to do that, I think you'll kind of start to see where we're coming from. That's where we started out at.
Doesn't Russia have their own space?
If you can watch a SpaceX launch and landing and still think that it's real, then I think there's something probably wrong. But I get it. I mean, a lot of people.
You know what's a better start? Well, maybe he's right. You know what I would start as I would start at the documentaries, which there's many of them online about the fake Apollo 11 moon landing. That's a good start.
I think really to settle it at the end of the day, I'm just going to have to get in a boat and set sail.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways we could prove this, right? There's evidence for it, right? If the government has the evidence, then it should be open and right out there for anyone to find, right? So why is it when I go and look for that information, it doesn't exist? And no one seems to know where it would be, even if it did.
That's because you're stupid.
For the random lazy layman person, can you give me in under 1 minute a brief explanation of the gist of what I would need to know without going into days of research?
Hold on, I think I misunderstood.
Is it possible to sum it up? Is it possible to sum up a brief explanation of the flat-like nature of the Earth?
You want real brief?
Go ahead.
Real brief?
Please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Water seeks level. Okay, that's pretty much all you really need.
Water seeks
level. Hey, if you want an easy way out and like a Nintendo version of the whole thing, go watch Eric Dubé videos. Eric Dubé.
Mm-hmm. 200 proofs. If 200 proofs doesn't get you thinking, then there's something wrong. So yeah, I'd say try that out. It's only about 2 hours, but trust me, about 15 minutes in, you're going to go, wait a minute, something's not right.
So as you hold to your belief or knowledge as fact, the Earth is flat. Well, it has three-dimensional objects and mountains and peaks and whatever, but valleys and canyons, but overall flat. And is this a flat like disc or a flat with four corners? Is there a certain type of edge shape? Is it
we don't know because we can't actually go and investigate that.
So you don't know the shape of the border, but you know that the surface itself is flat.
Well, yeah, because if you pour water into a glass, what happens to it? Does it curve on the top?
No, he made a good point though.
It lays flat except for the surface tension along the edges. It remains completely flat all the way across, right?
And
if you were on a ball, you put your face on a ball and you rise, the ball will drop away from you, right?
Isn't that too small an example to really observe a curvature? On a scale of,
because doesn't matter how long and giant the curve is. If you lay a level across the top of any curve, it won't touch on the ends because there's space there. Even if it's a microscopic amount, it's still curved, my friend.
Okay.
So unless you're saying that straight lines and parallel lines curve somehow, then I don't know how you could hold on to that particular part of it, you know.
something being parallel means it never intersects.
And that's just the first thing. Now, there's also the fact that they can't prove that it's spinning. Yeah, we see that there's lights in the sky that go around us, but we can't prove that we're the one moving, right?
Yeah.
So that's another reason.
Satellites.
Compasses prove that the Earth's not a ball.
Oh, it
because
says
we all know
satellites. Hell yeah.
satellites don't exist. They're called balloons. They're hot air balloons that float around.
I don't know. I like this crispy
Satellite.
guy. I don't believe in satellites all the time.
So you think that even though supposedly gravity exists, that if you got far enough away from the supposed planet, right, that it would just stop working? Well, then how does the sun keep us going around in an orbit around it if it's not really pulling? You would go right towards the sun if you got out of our thing, wouldn't we? Think about it.
I know
the sun
it's
is the
not
strongest,
quite
has the strongest gravity,
realistic.
correct? So if you went out into space and it existed, you would get sucked in by either the Earth or you would get sucked in by the sun. It doesn't matter.
Crispy, keep going. What are you saying?
As it's more of an unrealistic approach, but I guess you would have to take someone who holds to the flat Earth knowledge and send them into space, see it for themselves, and then come back and tell the gang what they saw.
Well,
like you go to the ocean. I don't know if you've ever been to the ocean.
I like that option.
You go to the ocean and you take a level with you, take a bubble level with you, and set that bubble level on something to where you can level it, right? You make sure it's perfectly level. Then look at the horizon, put your face right up to it, and then look from left and then look all the way to right. That's about 4 or 5 miles you can see in distance. If you don't see a curve in 4 or 5 miles, there's something wrong. I'm just telling you, that's all there is.
5 miles. I can't really say anything, man. I've taken on food, but that's not to say that I should, and I can research if I want to.
You know, the waiting is the hardest part.
Taking the initiative too.
And then lastly, the third thing you should research, in case you're still here, is pressure
sitting here
in a vacuum without a barrier. That's never been shown. I know a lot of people claim that, oh, no, you're wrong about entropy. No, we're not wrong about entropy. We know how it works.
Without a barrier. Wouldn't the barrier be?
I've watched many things about it.
The atmosphere be that barrier for the pressure.
No, it's not possible. If that were true, then balloons wouldn't pop.
Actually, that's my argument all the time about the gas pressure without container thing. If I had to make an argument, it would be the exact same
The
thing.
reason why is because if you fill a balloon,
Like how
you fill a rubber
oil
balloon
will
with
stay
air.
together, separate
Listen,
from water.
seriously. If that were true, okay, if gravity was holding the gas in, right, and that was the barrier, then balloons and things that you fill with air and you pop wouldn't pop at all.
I don't think it would be a gravity.
The pressure that was inside would go towards the ground, would it not?
But I don't think it would be a gravity-based thing. My idea could be wrong, but I'm just saying that I might.
But do you see where I'm coming from, though, right? You see where I'm coming from with that?
Not exactly.
Can you say it again?
Because I could describe it better.
Say it again. Yeah, right. It didn't make sense to me.
Okay. If I take a balloon, right, and now I'm in gravity right now, you admit that you're sitting in your room and gravity is affecting you, right, and it's pulling you around the ball, if you believe that, right?
Yeah,
okay, so when I fill a balloon with air, okay, when I fill a balloon with air, and then I pop the balloon, what happens to the gas inside? It goes in all directions, does it not?
Yeah, entropy, right?
Then why doesn't it go down? Why doesn't it go down towards the pull of the gravity? It doesn't, right? So that proves to you right there that gravity couldn't be what's holding you on here.
Because those gases are going to seek, they're going to diffuse and equalize in the atmosphere and pressure around it.
Yes, exactly.
High pressure
That's
is
what
going to
entropy is all
naturally
about.
seek a lower pressure to spread out.
Right, unless there's a barrier to stop that, and so that it can push off the walls. That's what pressure is all about.
Of which there is not seemingly so.
Well, it may not seem that way, but when you look really into it, you'll see that it's not. It's not.
Wouldn't you need a force? Wouldn't gravity, if it was holding in all this pressure, wouldn't it need to be a force? Because the pressure going out is a force, right?
Yep, it would have to be.
Guess what?
Centrifugal force?
Yeah, guess what? Gravity's not a force. doesn't have the.
And until somebody can fill up a balloon with air without having the balloon around it, then I'll believe you. Maybe
gravity's not a force, so you need a force. You don't have one. You would have to show a layer of gas containing another layer of gas. This has never been demonstrated unless you know something we don't.
And if you were to find that evidence, I would suggest that you go and try to get your Nobel Peace Prize, because that's what you would get if you were able to prove it. You might even get a key to the country or the key to the world. Because then the government would save billions of dollars lying about it.
What would their motive be? Would anyone's motive be?
Why
Okay,
would they
all I
lie?
gotta say is $67 billion a year. That's the only good.
Be to lie to us to say that the Earth is round. What gain or benefit is that for them to say that?
Money to control you.
$67 billion a year, dude. $67 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, explain the step-by-step process of gaining that money through a simple lie. I don't understand.
This is a ridiculous line of questioning, because motive can never be determined. It's an endless
question, isn't it?
You would never know what someone's motive is,
isn't
even if
important.
they told you, because you're not inside their mind. There's no way to tell what motive is.
I think I know what their motive is. They like to do a little trolling.
Yeah. Hey, what about this? If you're asking for motive, why don't you ask about evidence first? Pretend like you're a detective on the case. You come in. If you ask about motive when you have a dead body on the floor, the head detective, you would be fired. I'm sorry, you're coming in asking for evidence when you're asking for motive when we have a dead body on the floor. You're fired.
Good point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So, I mean, maybe consider that one.
Crispy, can I just check? Can you see the? Sorry, guys. Can I just check, Crispy? Can you see the live stream, my friend, where people are posting information for you?
Yeah. Why am I asking why people lie? I mean, people lie sometimes.
Yeah. Ask your mom why she lied to you about Santa Claus.
She didn't.
I guarantee you'll never get a correct answer. You'll never get the answer you want. It won't be forthcoming.
Why do you lie to your kids about Christmas? Why do you lie to them about the nature of human beings? Why do we lie to them about anything? We should be preparing them for their lives, right? Not lying.
Yeah. Because
and then we wonder why when we send them to school and then the school tries to turn them against us, they go right for it because they already think we're lying.
Well, traditions die slow.
So, Crispy, if you're here, you might want to start asking us about our actual evidence, because we've measured the Earth flat every time we check in every direction. Earth measures flat. Everyone uses Earth as flat if they're flying something or on a submarine or shooting a torpedo or a missile or anything like that. No one uses Earth curvature.
And we do have a couple of skeptics that
what is the longest example of a recording of like point A to point B observing no curvature? What's the longest?
We have 300. We have a 300-mile view of a lighthouse. There's a 270-mile infrared view of mountains.
Guys, what's that? Like, fuck
I don't need infrared. I can see Mount Shasta from Fairfield, where I live. Fairfield is just north of here. I can see Mount Shasta on a clear day, and it's over 250 miles away. How is that possible on a curved surface? It doesn't make sense.
And you know,
don't you dare say refraction.
I say fuck the black swan, because I've seen pictures of mountains taken like somewhere like in like they're almost 300 miles away. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That one picture.
But I'm talking about something that I viewed with my naked eye. This isn't something I used a camera for. This is my naked eye. I can see that.
Yeah, it's Mount Canahu. Yeah, Shasta.
You can't just go throwing the black swan in under the bus, ET. You've got to remember, mate, the geometrics of Earth defy what we're seeing in the black swan. That's the point of it. You can't just throw it away, bro.
I'm not throwing it away. I was saying, like, take black swan and times it by 100 is what I was trying to say.
Oh, yeah. Do that. Yeah, do that. But the point of the black swan is that it gives the direct math of Earth and then direct horizon at a viewer's eye height where you're actually standing or kneeling on a beach. Then you bring in a camera. you extend the distance, and you prove it to yourself over a very short distance without an awful lot of things. But yeah, you're spot on, mate. If you multiply that up to Canagoo, it
by
puts the
like
size of Earth into
by like
ridiculous
100 or something like that. Like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Stupid
So
number.
apparently, the weather balloon can go approximately 24 miles into the atmosphere, which is about 126,720 feet.
But honestly, do we really need something that high up to take pictures of the ground? All you need is a damn jet plane. Give me a break.
And the horizon can be detected around 35. So you're well past the height of that a weather balloon can go is well past the horizon level needed to see the potential theorized curvature of the Earth. So a weather balloon could definitely do the job if you wanted it to get up there at least with the camera. Before it bursts, it can still go plenty high, more than necessary.
But you know what? I do agree. I would think that it would be better to take yourself up there and see it with your own eyes rather than that. But at the same time, I know we can't do that because of the temperatures and all that.
Camera too, because people lie.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying if you really wanted to prove it to yourself, that would be an easy way.
No, that doesn't make sense either, really, because you have a drop at 8 inches per square mile, right? Did I say that right? And so I've been in Victoria, BC, and looked at Seattle, and I could fucking see the mountains in Washington, and I shouldn't have been able to see them.
The circle. What is it? What is the strongest, most stable geometric shape? Is that the circle or triangle?
You're talking about philosophy here.
No, I'm talking about geometry. I'm talking about literal geometry.
Yeah, but geometry, we don't talk about what is the most, whatever word you use.
Because that would be an opinion.
What's the strongest, most stable shape?
Most stable
say,
is not.
Say that you make every shape possible, all out of the same material.
One
that doesn't break.
It's a triangle.
An arch.
Triangle?
It would be an egg. Come on, you guys.
What if it's an infinite arch, radially in 360 degrees?
It's like a circle. You see in building anything in an elliptical shape.
You push in any point, it's ultimately going towards the center, no matter what.
They don't build buildings.
What is the purpose of your inquiry?
I was just looking at the wheels on my cart outside, just thinking about circles and how they're so stable and like any point is equal from any other point across from it.
Could you connect the dots for us though? Because you're leaving out the part. You're leaving out the conclusion.
I was just looking.
He's saying because of gravity. Because gravity.
I was looking. I was just observing a circular, flat shape,
most beautiful,
and then
most stable
translating it to the third dimension into a sphere. I may not be going anywhere with it. I'm just letting my mind run places just to see if anything may seem to strike some sort of interest to investigate. Sometimes you just observe stuff and stuff will just kind of come to you.
I think based on Fibonacci sequence, I don't know, it just seems to me like all kinds of things would go completely haywire if the Earth was actually a ball.
Is that? Would everything fly off it?
I mean, compasses, like, you know how a compass works, right? The magnetic pole towards the North Pole is not below the ground, correct? It's above the ground, otherwise your needle wouldn't have to be held level, right? You hold your compass level to the ground, correct?
Yes.
So if you went around a ball, a quarter of the way around a ball, where would that needle be pointing if it was a ball? It would be pointing down towards the ground, would it not? So why doesn't that happen? Because it's not a ball. Pretty obvious.
So compasses prove a flat Earth.
No, but it goes along with water being level.
No, but it does. Yeah, it does.
Magnetic lines on the surface are level, horizontal. Radio waves are shot level, horizontal, like the 10,000-mile one from London to Australia. Explain that on a ball.
Oh, they must have bounced it off the mirror in the sky that doesn't exist because there's no barrier. It's all the gravity pulled the gas down and made it reflective.
Every one of those arguments is completely moronic. It really is.
Can I hear that one again from London to Australia? How does that work?
Right. Marconi, go look it up.
Well, I've heard about it, but I mean,
yeah. Well, you got internet. You can look it up. So, there. Everyone that listen, all your government agencies that are flying things over the surface, they're not saying let's go out to the sky and see if it's round.
Exactly.
They're not
And
going
they've
up
got
into
the evidence,
space.
right?
Listen. People that are building aircraft and using a linear flight model for everything that flies above the surface here, engineering speaking, no one is using anything related to a ball of the surface. They're not going up into the sky to say, let's see how round it is. Plus, that's stupid because flying objects are not measuring devices, period. I don't care what you want to say about that. They're not measuring devices. Aircraft are not measuring devices. So they're here on the surface just like we are. They found out hundreds of years ago through all kinds of tests, like ballistics tests, shooting cannonballs straight up in the air, shooting them in different directions. There's nothing happening.
Cannonballs.
Nothing's moving. The surface isn't moving. We know this because we can sense every single other motion that happens to us at a very intricate level.
Yeah,
Your
very, very
vestibular
slight
system-
movement of your body you can sense.
Your vestibular system is such a precise, balanced system. You have no idea unless you've looked into it. You have hair and cilia in there. There's a nerve running
Look
off
at
of
vertigo.
one
That'll help.
side. Listen, you have nerves running off of one side of a hair cilia. One side. That's a location thing. So when that thing moves, it knows what direction it's moving. There's no question about that. If there was some force that was keeping your liquid in your ear, the endolymph down, that you could feel, then where's all these motion? Where's all these movements? Like 4 different vectors at least.
I have a question. Why does the
Why don't you respond to what I just said instead of asking another question?
Because I wasn't listening. I thought you were talking to
You
someone.
weren't listening.
No, I thought you were
why
talking
are-
to someone else.
That's
Why
pretty
are you-
typical, though.
Okay.
it's complicated.
Yeah, do you see our point? Like where you seem like you come in here interested, but then when you're not serious about it, it just kind of makes it null and void, right? It's like pointless for us to even talk.
I thought you were talking to someone else.
Especially when the most key
So many
points
people
are
have
being
talked.
brought up. Now you're saying I wasn't listening. Like, so go fuck off then.
No, all right.
Look, they claim
I know that sounds kind of rude, but I agree.
Oh yeah, it is rude.
They claim the
no,
Earth is both
I
spinning
genuinely
and moving.
apologize. I thought you were talking to someone else. Like literally, I'm busy doing stuff in my kitchen.
Look, they claim the Earth is both spinning and moving through space. So why can't you tell that?
Did I just hear honking? Was that a truck honking? Going to the truck convoy.
That was me. Sorry, I'm out in the street walking right now. Sorry, guys.
I just had
going to the truck convoy.
I'll be sure to listen for this one really quick because it should be short. I'm just wondering why does the sun disappear beyond the horizon at sunset?
Well, maybe if you were listening to the previous conversation, you'd have a better idea.
Just explain. I mean, you can or not. Question, answer if you want. If you don't, whatever.
Oh, we could show you, but
Okay,
would you even bother looking at it? Is the question.
Repeat the question again, would you please?
Why does the sun disappear beyond horizon at sunset?
Okay, why don't you tell us why you think it does first, then we can move on.
Round.
Come on, do
How
it.
does it work? How does it work on a ball?
Do it.
The rotation. I mean, well, you already know what I would say.
So I'll put you in a place and then you can.
We just want to make sure you know what you're
out. I'll help you out here. I'm going to walk you through this. You're at the beach. You're looking west. Are you flying backwards? Is that the cause of the sunset?
The Earth would be rotating.
Are
Then
you
as
at
you're in the sphere,
1,000 miles an
it
hour?
would eventually-
You're spinning
It
eastward.
would be out of view.
You're spinning eastward, right? So you're flying backwards and downward on a ball, right?
Well, like at an angled axis, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, do you have any proof of this rotation? When, where, and how was it ever detected?
No. You're answering my question with another question, but I don't have an answer. I had solely a question to begin with.
That's fair. That's fair. So here, what we know is the sun and the moon and all the luminaries are moving above us. One thing we know for sure about light is all the light from the luminaries are above the horizon. Always.
Okay.
And the horizon is always horizontal to your location. That means if you're on the West Coast, I can point to Japan. What does my arm look like when I'm pointing to Japan across the ocean towards the horizon? My arm is completely horizontal. I can look back the other way. Now I'm going to point to London. If I keep my arm out and I'm facing south, my right arm's pointed to Japan. My left arm's pointed to London. Both arms are horizontal, just like the ocean. So listen, we never see light during a sunset going upward into west-facing windows on cliffs that are on the West Coast. This never occurs. This would have to happen. If the Earth was rotating, the light from the sun would be hitting something that is dropped below the observer's altitude.
Yeah, and that's what you would observe to be the sunset, right?
You would
It's
see
out
light.
of sight. You can't see it anymore.
You would see the light going upward.
Okay, with flat Earth, where does the sun go at sunset when it's not in sight anymore?
Goes beyond your range of your visible acuity, your optical acuity, your angular resolution. You know about perspective?
Yeah.
Okay. So the way perspective works, the way our eyes see, the top section of your vision ramps down, the bottom section of your vision ramps up. It all squeezes in from side to side, top to bottom, into a vanishing point. Beyond this point, you can no longer see unless you pull out a high-powered zoom camera, like a P900 or P1000, and you can zoom back in. But now, if the object is further and further out, there'll be a point where no zoom camera could ever zoom into it because of the equipment's optical range or resolution limit, right? So when we have things going here, I'm gonna drop an image. Keep looking at the live stream. Let me see. I have a name here. Okay, here's an image of what the sun looks like when you see it. It's actually traveling directly over you in a horizontal fashion, but the way we see it, do you see the meme?
Where is it?
The way we see it is it drops down into the vanishing point. But even though the object is moving directly overhead, once it gets far enough away, the way our vision works is it squeezes down into that vanishing point. So it doesn't matter how high, really how high it is. If it gets far enough away, it's going to go into that vanishing point. So that's how it works. The sun and the moon and all the stars move around us in a counterclockwise fashion, a clock-like fashion. And they actually, each one of the luminary stars, the wandering stars, what they call the planets, all reset at the same location over geographical location over Earth that they've done for all of human history. That's how it works.
Okay. Yes, I understand the vanishing point and depth perception.
So, like us navigators, people that have sailed ships over the ocean, we use a sextant. We have to have a horizontal datum to measure elevation angles. You cannot measure elevation angle from a curved surface. So no curved adjacent. You can't have a right triangle with one side where you're measuring the angle from being curved. It would make the angles the triangles have to have 180 degrees. So every time we mention this to Globers, they come in and say, well, this is how you could do it, but they don't have how they actually do it. Because I would need to see the reference books in the navigation log books where you make corrections. There would have to be one for a curved adjacent.
I see the point you're making. It does make sense, but the other one makes sense as well.
Yeah. So
both
look,
make sense to me currently.
That's good. That's good, Crispy. We're glad you're here, Matt. Actually, we're here for people just like you.
Thanks.
We want you to be able to think for yourself. The last thing we want you to do is to just believe us. We're not trying to convince you. It's impossible anyway. You can't convince anyone of anything. That's just a misnomer saying trying to convince somebody. That's like looking for motive. Can't be done. So we hope you can look for yourself. And actually, if you live near a coast, they told us the size of this globe. So it's pretty easy. In 3 miles, 6 feet of drop. 5 miles, 16 feet. 10 miles, 66 feet. 30 miles is like 447 feet, something like that. When you get to 100 miles, that means if you're laying 100 miles of railroad track, you would need 6,667 extra feet of track. This is never done either.
Okay.
So it's flat.
Yeah, it's a good experiment to do. The rate of drop per month.
Yeah, so look, if you go to the beach like I can go to the beach coast. I can look 5 miles down the bay, and I can see the water line on ships 5 miles away. The water line, the widest you would ever see above the water would be maybe a foot of the water line, but mostly they're probably 10 inches wide. The whole thing. So 6 inches above the water, 6 inches below the water. They can tell if the boat is listing by markings on the hull from the water line. You can see these on ships 5 miles away. Then there ain't no curve in between you and the ship.
Who's got the mic noise, guys? Somebody's rattling about in a mic and groaning in a mic. Could you mute your mic if you're not talking, please?
It's Crispy.
Sorry, Crispy, is it you, my friend?
I wasn't.
You're banging around in the background.
It was someone else.
Did you have a big moan or something?
That was not me.
Oh, okay.
I'm just making oatmeal in my kitchen.
Well, somebody was moaning.
What was
Thanks, guys. It's just that we're recording and we try and keep the audio as clean as possible. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, was that you, Central Banker? Did you have a big moan or a groan or something?
No. It was Crispy. It was lighting up at the time.
I know. I saw him lighting up. I was watching. But anyway, no big deal.
I'm just making noises in my kitchen here in the background.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and mute when you're not talking?
I know. I just did. I was just playing with pans.
Cool. That works. So if you get a chance, you have more time and you're not so distracted, Crispy, come back, ask someone to go through the Black Swan with you. Go through the FE core laser experiments, the long distance observations, analyze boats going over the curve. So we have people that have done full investigations with cameras and things disappearing in water, boats going over curve. You zoom in, they're explaining what these different layers are at the location of the horizon. There's certain things that happen, like a mirroring effect. So that's a good thing to learn about if you're trying to figure this out. Yeah, so I know it might be kind of hard to get your head wrapped around, but basically what it comes down to is Earth is flat AF. Oh, don't forget to tell them about hills, valleys, and canyons, Sonny. Oh, yeah, there's hills, valleys, and canyons. Thanks.
That'll be a topographical argument then.
Yes. Topographical.
Yeah. Earth's not flat. I live in a hill.
What? I missed the last one. The last comment.
Yeah. Earth's not flat. I live on a mountainside. Earth can't be flat.
Right. Yeah, if I walk out my front door, I could fall down the hill.
You know, I've got some good ideas on how to cure some of this horrible morality that we have in the world today. You know, like back in the day when they used to like hang somebody, they did it in public, or they guillotine them. They would show that people got, they did something wrong, and people would actually physically see what happens to you when you do the wrong things and you hurt other people's lives. Think about that. I don't know where I was going with that now. I'm sorry.
But what if they did that to flat earthers?
No, well, there's a question.
There you go.
Heavy. Well, keep that question in mind. What would they, if they started doing that to flat earthers? Good for us. That would make the movement go so much faster. You know how martyrs work. Anyway.
We've got a few already, though.
What if they took people out in public when they had something great happen to them and they were so excited and exuberant, and they got on the loudspeaker and they were explaining how happy they were to everybody in public? I had a success today. Woohoo!
Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. Hey, Ren, I love you.
Yeah, there's something to that. The globe, though, it breeds apathy. I don't know how they work that into the mind.
That's a good point. Yeah, I would, I know we talk about how we don't need to know why, but that's one thing I would like to know exactly how it all works, so I could take it down from underneath.
Mm-hmm. To know how the nuts and bolts work of the mind control plan.
Right, so we could effectively work against it and protect ourselves, at least in some way.
Well, I think we're actually doing that now. Most of us are kind of like backward engineering the mind control because we had to, because it happened to us.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying we still haven't nailed down how it happened or how they did it exactly, right? Yeah. We know that like some of the stuff we figured out parts of it, like we know it feeds into it, but we really don't know what the actual baseline is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Has something to do with
to me that's only important because of how it affects us, not because it's anything we need to change or anything. It's just if you want to know how to protect yourself from something, you got to know the details.
Yeah, it's like I think part of it is because I think evolution is at the heart of it actually, because like when you start looking at that and you go like, okay, we came from monkeys, okay, and then look at all these animals, so we're just part of the animal world, and then you look at all these animals, you go like, holy shit, I'm just like one of these many millions and zillions of different things that are here alive. I'm not any more important. Then you just go, oh hum, I guess I'm just another one of these. I probably
just dust in the wind.
I probably am an ape. Even though I can think of all these things and think of my own existence, and I don't see dogs sitting along the side of the street going like, why am I fucking alive?
I can show you 1,000 different things that proves that evolution is horse crap.
I think it's partly that. Like, so the evolution thing is one thing. And then they go like, then you're in the spinning globe and you're out there millions, zillions of miles, billions, quadrillions. There's numbers so
And then there's the space program because it gets kids excited.
The numbers are so large. You need someone with a white coat to describe them to you.
Yeah, because it's not possible for you to understand any of this. It's too smart for you.
The universe is.
Even though they're not doing they aren't doing any experiments. They're just making crap up.
Yeah, we'd like to see them manipulate the independent control variable.
I would like to see just one experiment that they actually started and completed on the space station. Not one have I ever seen. Not one.
I mean, not fucking one. They talk about how they're going to do this and that, but they never nail it down, and they never show us the evidence of it.
They played games, though. They didn't do science, but they played games. Played with balls.
Yeah, they played with cell phones and soccer.
Played with their hair.
And made little stuffed animals materialize out of nowhere. Yeah.
And why don't they straighten that fucking ISS up there? No, like, sailor would live in a place so jumbled up with it. Like, do you know how to stow away shit?
Like, have you ever, like, tried to climb around inside of somewhere that has wires hanging from the walls? It doesn't work.
All the wires, cables, great. Wouldn't they need,
instead of putting them on the inside, we'll just leave them on the outside so that way we can trip over.
Put them on the outside, yeah. So they're flying all over. There's no motion. Like, they're moving at 17,005, and there's no motion detected inside that thing.
And they claim that it speeds down, that it slows down, and they have to speed it up again. So that's another part of it that's a bullshit. Mm-hmm. Because if they tried to speed it up, it would cause a shift in speed, right? That would cause everything inside of the damn thing to just go to one side, right?
A crazy shift.
Yeah, 17,500. Even if you change 1 mile per hour, it's going to be very, very drastic. Yeah.
Crazy Ivan. No offense to anyone named Ivan.
Hey, watch it. That's my name, man. And you pronounced it wrong. It's Ivan.
So I got this potato plant, and it's freaking actually trying to go up all the way above the window, and it's curling over, so it looks like I could frame the entire window with this plant eventually. Crazy.
I got marble queens that grow all around the window in my spare room.
Yeah.
And in the living room or in the dining room.
It's one of those ivy, like a Charlie, like creeping Charlie.
Yeah. Basically, it's like, well, yeah, it's similar to a spider plant. It's called a marble queen. It's basically, it's kind of like an ivory, and it's got like different kind of like white and green on the leaves, and it's kind of cool.
Oh, I see.
They basically, they'll grow in water, they'll grow in dirt, they'll grow in anything, and they'll grow outside.
Yeah.
As long as they don't freeze, they'll pretty much grow anywhere. It's really awesome. I think they're a tropical.
I used to have an apartment in another area here in this town, and I had a creeping Charlie. It was going all the way around my ceiling in my living room. I had it almost all the way around my ceiling.
Yeah, I hung it up on the wall with those little hooks you buy with the little sticky things that you can pull off. I put those up around the wall, and then I just kind of hung it so it just kind of goes around. I just got to remember to water the damn thing.
Excellent.
But yeah, it's grown. It's crazy, bro. It like grew like 10 billion times larger than it was. It was like in a matter of months.
Yeah, that's a trip, man. See how prolific this life is. Like, this thing was just a little tiny runt sweet potato, like a small sweet potato, the smallest one, And I just had it on my counter, and it just started growing. It started growing by itself. I go, this thing wants to live. So I put it in some water until I saw some roots. I just stuck it right into the fucking soil, and it's been growing ever since.
I wanted to say one more thing before we leave the plant idea or the plant topic. I believe that anyone who thinks that plants aren't intelligent and that they don't move and talk and think, you're completely wrong. I mean, I haven't done extensive research into it, but I can tell you just from the plants that I deal with in my garden and in my house, telling you plants can understand what you're saying, and they can't talk to you, obviously, but I do believe they can tell, they can read your emotions, they can feel, the chemical changes. I really do believe that, just based on that animals can do it, so why wouldn't plants?
Me too. I spend a lot of time.
They move so much slower. You would think that if you grew and moved so slowly, that you would have a better perspective of the world because you have plenty of time to think about it, right?
Maybe it's not thinking as we know it, but I almost can swear, like I was sitting next to my plant, saw it like shake a little bit. Like, I mean, it's got fans on it and stuff, but I know that, like, I can see the pattern. I sit there and watch it, I literally watch this thing grow. It's amazing. But like this plant, like the whole thing kind of shuddered, like at times.
That's weird.
I go in there and breathe on it and stuff.
Yeah.
They love CO2, so they'll like sit next to it for a couple hours, just sit there. And I get light therapy by sitting in those lights too, which is kind of a cure for my problem. I always had a problem in the winter. I'd get depressed. So I can
right, yeah. Because of the shortness of the days, yeah, it does that.
get outside earlier. That's one thing I started doing. It's beautiful out
Thank
there.
God the days are getting longer again. Finally, daytime when the sun comes up. It's like it took a while. Well, we went off on a real rant, didn't we? Is that guy still in here? I wasn't looking.
No.
He dipped.
That's too bad. Hopefully he does.
Anonymous researcher. Is he a new guy or anonymous researcher? At the very top, above central.
Are you there? Maybe
No, I'm just asking. Is he new? I've never seen him before.
Quetzalcoatl, are you hot micing? Are you talking to us?
Yeah, I was talking to you guys, yeah.
I didn't catch it. I'm sorry. You have like a very soft-spoken voice, so did you repeat what you said? Sorry.
I was just asking if there's a new guy above Central Banker. Is that a new guy, or because I've never seen him before?
He's been here for a couple of months,
Okay.
maybe?
Oh, okay. Because I never heard him speak before.
How long you been with us?
Are you sleeping warrior?
Oh, I kind of am sleeping. I just woke up. How's it going, guys?
The other guy, sleeping warrior.
Hey! Don't wake me up like that. Calm down, guys.
Oh, it's Rookie.
By the way, hello, family.
Rookie's got his epilepsy.
Someone wanted to know how long I've been here.
I can make a joke out of anything.
Yeah. How long you been here?
I don't know. It's been a couple months or something like that.
That's what I thought. Yeah. It's good to have you. I enjoy listening to you, speaking with you. It's awesome.
Yeah, thanks. It's great here.
Best conversation I've
Do,
heard.
do you have any Globy friends?
Oh, yeah.
In here.
They're
Bring
on
them in here.
Yeah, I'm trying. Globy friends are unavoidable.
Plenty out there.
Yeah.
Is there?
And we mean like people you've actually spoken to. I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, I try to flat pill every single one of them. It's a work in progress. I'm almost there with a few of them.
Oh, that's
So you haven't effectively converted anyone yet, or been part of it?
I've converted a couple people. There's another guy here, Alt Info. What's his name? Alt Info Media or something like that.
Hey, let's not use the word convert. No one converts anyone. They just
Okay, bad description.
Let's use that language.
I would like the word enlighten.
Yeah.
Okay.
I planted a seed, and this person took onto it and caught on their own.
Spreading awareness.
I pried their eyelids open is what I did. I made them put on the sunglasses.
And I really can't help having that cognitive diss. It's still in there as much as I know.
I get it. Me too. I've even been caught saying planet.
It drives me crazy.
And didn't even realize I said it. Fucking holy hell. What?
I still like Star Trek.
I think I'm going to go back and review all of those, because I'm sure I'd have a much different viewpoint. I think of it as just garbage TV. It's just.
To be honest, I like this new one, the Star Trek Discovery. It's pretty good.
Does anybody watch those anti flat Earth videos that they put out, for the media puts out or whatever? Has anybody ever actually sat and watched those? Just curious.
Not really. I never really watched this shit.
I did a while back. I watched a bunch of them, and I was really shocked.
Like Vice?
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Did you mean
Vice
the
documentary?
No, I'm talking about, at the bottom of when you pull up something about flat Earth on YouTube, and it says at the bottom, it says, this is a blah, 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 archaic look at blah, blah, blah. If you click on that, it'll show you a bunch of videos that claim that it's not true. And every single one of those videos doesn't have any evidence in it at all. Not one shred of evidence.
Wow.
All they do is make fun of flat earthers, record them doing something stupid like, talking about some stupid thing, or just being, lame brain like people do. Yeah, taking out of context. And then they put that in there to make it look like, well, they're just a bunch of idiots that want to be in a cult. It's like, okay, whatever. But it's like every single one of those videos is the same thing. It's exactly the same the way they lay it out and everything, it's really, really.
Their
favorite. You speak now like you never been to the circus and you never seen clowns.
Clown? What's that? Oh, you mean those guys that wear the big shoes and the red?
Yeah, exactly. Those guys who say.
And the big clown.
Those guys who have no proofs, no evidence, they believe it strongly, blindly.
Rudolph the clown.
And they actually preach their belief.
That's right.
Seems like seems sort of like their only proof of globe these days is Bob's gyroscope test thing. Just keep bringing that one up.
Yeah, how many people are going to bring that up? I'm like, dude, don't you did you watch that video all the way through? Did you see how
selectively edited
it was? Come on, dude.
They don't.
Oh, hey, the last, I brought to Flat Earth this subject about Boyd Bushman, his magnets discovery, about magnetism, and with the opposing magnets that they fall at slower rate. And this guy, I think from Veritasium, or a very, very famous YouTuber.
Yeah, I've seen some of what you're talking about.
Probably heard me in Gem Panda when I was telling them. And he actually did this experiment, the video on YouTube, like, hey, let's test if this guy, Boyd Bushman, was correct, And what he did, all he accomplished was to break some magnets into a vacuum chamber, I mean, he was so intelligent, he had no idea how to manipulate magnets, so he broke them. Yeah.
I think Luthwaif, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. John Luthwaif, I think it's his name, John. He does a lot of magnetism stuff and like centrifugal force and things like that. I think you guys should check that guy out and some of his experiments. He's dead now, but there's a whole bunch of old like 50s and 60s stuff where he shows how centrifugal forces work and how magnetism works as well. It's really fascinating how they seem to be connected. But just out of curiosity, if you guys are interested, check that out.
Well, if you put magnets on a centrifuge, it becomes something very similar with a electromagnetic induction device.
Yes, and I believe that's how they make things that we see in the sky fly around, even though they don't want to admit it.
Yeah, it has to be radiation, something electromagnetic. Yeah, in the electromagnetic.
Like if you take like if
the
there's a
radio
video,
wave, they are part of it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Radio wave. Yeah, everything that they do. Like the what do they call it? Doppler radar. If you've ever watched a storm from supposed space, of course, but there's overhead looks at the United States and all the places in the world. If you look at that and you watch, every time a storm gets even close nearby, all of those damn things start lighting up like Christmas trees all across the United States. Now, you can't tell me, why wouldn't they just leave it on all the time if they're looking for weather? Why do they only turn the weather thing? Why do they only turn the Doppler on when there's a storm coming? It doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're really watching out for weather, if you're not making the weather, then why wouldn't you just let it happen the way it does and just follow it, right? Very interesting. There's so many reasons why you shouldn't trust anything you say on television, period. For all we know, they've got complete control of the weather and they've got control of the sun and the moon. Who knows? Who knows what they've done, Like, we really don't know much. Not saying that's true. I'm just saying it's a consideration when you consider we can't tell. We wouldn't even be able to tell if it was true or not, or even see it because it's so compartmentalized. I mean, look how long they kept a secret about a boat that supposedly went through time and space and then ended up somewhere else on the Earth. They kept that a secret for how long? 20, 40 years? And then, just recently, it's just the last 20 years that I've even heard about it. I'm
What
talking
do
about
you
the
mean?
Philadelphia
Like,
experiment. Talking
yeah,
about the Philadelphia
Philadelphia.
experiment. I'm not saying that it's true. I'm just saying, based on what I've
Yeah,
learned, if that did happen,
they
they did
want
keep
us
it a
to
secret for a long
believe.
time.
They want us to believe that they have these super technologies, but they don't have such things.
I agree.
I don't
I
think.
agree. I don't think they do either.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, you can see
yeah,
where they lie about every little detail. It's like even with
yeah,
NASA, they won't even tell us what kind of experiments they're doing. Now, why would they need to keep that a secret? All the space agencies are in cahoots. Am I wrong? So why wouldn't they share
Well,
information? It's dumb.
when I
Oh,
saw, for
to protect our
example,
country.
that guy from the CIA, like the boss of the CIA, when he admitted that, they have infiltrated in all the news media, televisions, the television channels, um, that they control them, you know. This means, you know, I heard those theories about MK Ultra projects when they were still they weren't declassified, they were secret projects, and people were speculating about them. Oh, they have psychotronic weapons, they control your mind and stuff like that. Well, actually, it was much more simple and subtle. They infiltrate in this business, which is a television media channel business. They put the director, someone from the CIA, who's taking orders from the CIA directly, and he's broadcasting exactly the messages he's told. He tells the people those messages, on TV, they hear them and they believe them. And that's simple it is. That's how simple. And it is control of people's minds through electromagnetic waves, because that's a box, that
Talk about
TV,
the
and
voices
it
they've been hearing in
uses.
their heads.
No, not the voices they hear in their heads, the voices that they hear on the TV. When you watch it, and the people, you see them through electromagnetic waves, light, it emits light, a video image. You see something which is not right there in your house, it's a place somewhere where they film and they broadcast that signal and message and everything, information. And if you convince more than 50% of the people, then of course you represent the majority. And with the ISS, I think it's some sort of virtual holographic object
Yeah, I've thought about
assembled
that.
by nanoparticles. I mean, back in the
It could be
days
a buckyball. It could be a lot of things. Yeah.
we used aluminum antennas to receive these radio signals. The aluminum and copper antennas are the best antennas. So this means that aluminum directly interacts, has a property with these radio waves. And when you have aluminum nanoparticles sprayed in the sky, then with these radio waves you can control how those nanoparticles behave. How you want them to conglomerate. And actually, I've seen even more advanced, like using lasers. They can for example, all sorts of nanoparticles. They actually make them behave like nanobots. Exactly what we call nanobots. That's what it actually is. They are controlled through light.
It's like the Transformers come to life.
Yeah, light or radio waves. It's one and the same thing. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we all know that light, sound, everything is all the same thing, right? It's all a vibration, it's a frequency.
Yeah.
That also points towards a creator or someone that's ultimately more powerful that feeds the system.
Mm-hmm. I've seen, for example, like a metallic spiral, nanometric in size, like the size of a sperm cell. And looking on the microscope, it's just a piece of metal, But once they start shooting it with a laser, it becomes alive, and it goes in a spiral, moving, because of that spiral shape. It's moving, propelling, and it's catching the sperm cell and it's trapping it, and it can take it to wherever you want, to an egg, for example, and implant that sperm cell into the egg.
Do you really believe that, though?
I saw it.
That technology. Oh, you did? You saw it?
I saw it. Yeah, it's what they do in laboratories. They can do this. Yeah.
Sure,
it's
it
not.
wasn't cartoon?
No, it's not CGI.
I'm just joking.
Yeah. Artificial insemination. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Get, that's a fascinating. Actually, I have a question for you. You're familiar with the 100th monkey effect?
Mm.
Have you ever heard of it?
Is it with the banana in the ceiling?
No.
With the ladder?
No.
Monkey effect?
The 100th monkey. 100th monkey effect.
Oh, the 100 monkey effect. No, no.
Okay, so what
Are you talking about information being passed between?
Yeah, within animal kinds, like the different animal all have
that are separated by
They have some kind of aura of information around them, so that
They're separated by an island.
Yeah, listen, they dropped sweet potatoes on islands off of Japan, off the coast of Japan. So these little island monkeys live in little families. They stay to their area. In other words, they don't go traveling usually across the whole entire island. They may go down the coastline to other groups, but they don't travel that far. And so there's all type these islands. I forget what kind of monkeys they are, but so they drop these big things of big piles of sweet potatoes on the sand, and the monkeys didn't know what to do with it until finally the one little monkey they call the genius monkey goes and drops a sweet potato into the salt water, into the ocean, and found it, rinsed it off, and then it took a bite and it started eating it. Then sooner or later, days go by and all of the buddies genius monkey come out and start doing it too. Then finally that whole entire family group in that village of monkeys learned how to drop sweet potatoes into the water to wash the sand off. So then as soon as this little group, then shortly thereafter, the entire island all of a sudden didn't have to learn anymore. In other words, as soon as they drop the pile to a certain
it becomes a normal practice.
They just did it automatically, and at the same time, the monkeys that are on
the opposite islands that weren't attached, started learning it too.
On the mainland and other islands did it immediately. So they did this experiment with Indian children in isolated villages with technology, games, and so forth. This is in the 80s. This was done. So they took these games anyway. The question I have for you is they found the same thing happened with crystals in laboratories. Now, a lot of this information I got from a book called Beyond the Quantum by
Those nasty crystals.
he's passed away now, but anyway. So these crystals they found they had the circumstances to create these crystals through I forget they're doing something that's very useful in some kind of technology or something like that.
Yeah.
Or some kind of laboratory work. That's why I thought you might know about it. But when they found that the same thing happened with crystals, that they were trying to create the circumstance that are very, very precise, that if you don't do it right, the crystals just don't form. There's this little window.
Yeah, they don't grow.
Very, very narrow. So they were trying to do this in labs for years, decades. And they finally achieved the circumstances that they needed to create this certain kind of crystal. And once they did, every lab all over Earth, the crystals started doing it automatically.
Wow. This sounds very interesting, and I was looking into crystal growing. I was interested in the diamonds,
Yeah, so looked at.
I saw the Germans. Yeah, the Germans, they are doing these blades.
I'll tell you the book. Michael Talbot is the author's name. Go look that book up. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
I will look. Thank you.
I'll see if we can find a link.
I've got so much stuff on the list to go over and research. It's not even funny.
They make these blades, growing diamonds, synthetic. And they actually achieve a sharp edge, cutting edge of 1 atom in dimension, It's the sharpest blade in the world. And you cannot achieve anything sharper than that, actually. There's nothing compared to it. Yeah.
Yeah, even a sharp knife, when you look at it under a microscope, it's jagged.
Mm. Yeah. All the knives, no matter how fine you polish them, when you put them under the microscope, they look like a hacksaw.
Wow. Check this out, guys. I found a free
And that's literally because metal is a crystal. You're right.
I found a free PDF free PDF in the archives org for his book. His book used to be $50 on eBay. My God, hold on.
Wow.
Let me put the link.
Damn. Not that I wouldn't pay $50 for a good book, but I mean
for a paperback too. Like, so there it is.
Yikes! Yeah, I was going to say, isn't the most expensive book online right now the 1811 version of the Bible?
No, it might be. I've seen some Ethiopian Bibles that are $16,000 or more.
I know that three or $4 grand is what you'll pay for an 1811 version.
$10,000 for some Ethiopian Bibles.
Whoa.
Oh, really? 10? Oh, it's gone up.
So,
I'd like to find one in a bookstore somewhere.
Let me take a look real quick.
Actually, I know where one exists, and it happens to be in a Mason Hall. They all have an 1811 version of the Bible. It's weird, right?
If you get I'm talking about original Ethiopian Bible and leather bound and like the original ones, the antiques. Yeah, see, here's one.
No.
Here's one. Here's a cheap one, man. Ethiopian Orthodox Antique Bible, $660. Here's one. Antique Ethiopian.
That's an interesting number.
$2,400. Here's one. $1,600 and $1,500. Those are cheap. I've seen some more though. I think
there's a couple other books that are really, really rare too.
$3,400.
Somebody was talking about.
It's going up. $1,800, $1,400, $1,600. There's going to be one in here probably that's like amazing. $2,200. These are all Ethiopian Bibles. $1,900. So about $2,000.
You can buy a car of those money.
Yep.
Yeah, but you definitely it would definitely be better spent on the Bible, I think. But that's my opinion.
I'm on eBay. I'm just doing some searching. So,
hey, is it true that the Ethiopian Bible has the book of?
It would be a King James version, by the way, in case you're.
Yeah, Yeah, $300. Here's one, 150, 299, 124.
Oh, so they're not that bad now. Okay, they're not as bad as I. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was thinking 3,000 was 300.
Here's one, 1812 Bible of Johnson Camp, born 1794, great grandfather of Madeline Langle, $1,200.
So there's like specialty ones. Yeah, then got like right. I noticed that almost every Bible I've ever bought used has a writing in it. Has anybody ever noticed that?
$500, 1812 one, $500. 100 from.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Still, to me, that's a lot of money. I mean, I can spend $500 pretty well.
$775 for one of them. For 500. 5,750, 1812 rare French and Douillet rhymes first.
Does the Ethiopian Bible have the Book of Enoch?
The first Bible.
That's why I said 1811. 1812 would be.
First Bible printed outside of the colonies. Wow, $5,750. Whoa.
There you go. That would be a fine, wouldn't it? I'd probably make copies of that if I had one.
Yeah, so
share 'em.
Beyond the quantum, it's like when I read it, I was quite astonished. Like I'd been looking into quantum physics for a while. I started looking into that like 30 years ago.
You know, it's funny. I didn't even know there was books that they took out of the Bible until about 20 or 30 years ago. Seriously, I when I heard that, I was like, "Are you kidding me? What? No. They took some out? Why?" Like, and of course, there's all kinds of argument on both sides of that. But it's like some people believe that the Bible's completely trash now because of that, and there's all kinds of other things. But I mean, regardless, I would like to have the original copy of all the writings. That way, I can decide for myself whether or not they're valid or not. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Instead of someone else telling me that I don't need.
I found out that thing also pretty late, 2008, 2009, from my ex-girlfriend. She told me that, there's a lot of books which have been taken out, and she knew of a Bible which was like 200 books together, tied. But she said there has been much more than that. And then she pointed me to look into the Nicene Council, how they voted, for all those story books to have them tied together, and
And where's Nicaea at?
The Nicene Council from 325 AD.
I know, but where was it located? Was it in the Vatican? Or was it somewhere else?
No.
Geographically, I'm asking.
Constantinople. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not too far.
Yeah. Turkey, maybe, but it could have been in Romania, the city Constanța. There is history which actually says that the real Constantinople was by the Black Sea, where this city in Romania is. And we have actually some very ancient ruins right next to the seashore, as a very ancient city there. But the story about it, like the official historical stuff about it, is defiled. It's not,
Yeah, this all goes back to when you're in kindergarten and you're in first and second grade, they teach you that the presidents were all these great people and they chopped down cherry trees and they never lied and all this other crap. And then you get into middle school and they start telling you more of what really was going on. And they stop telling you about cherry trees. And then as you get into high school, they start to teach you that even the stuff they taught you in junior high was bullshit. And it's like once you get to college, which I didn't get to, I don't know how you can even possibly get through college knowing that they're lying to you about half the shit in the first place. And that's just the stuff you can tell is fake, right? I think I would have been defeated by that. I would have been very angry and upset and probably would have made me a really shitty person overall if I'd have actually gone to college. I think I'm kind of glad I didn't, to be honest with you.
Me too, actually.
That was just where you learned about
haven't been to college, but I've been to university like 2 years, and I dropped it. The teachers were begging me to come to show up my presence just so they pass me the year, to the next year. They said,
Really?
come to one exam, yeah, just to push you into the next year. I said, no, thank you. I'm better robbing ATM machines. Yeah.
Yeah, they make it so they make it, the world, the government, whatever you want to call them, whatever. They seem to be pushing ways for you to sell your soul out for shit that you really don't need. It's kind of funny that way, isn't it? Like we all want a nice car, we all want a big house, we all have our different standards, don't get me wrong. But most people don't have a humble mind when it comes to like what they really want out of the world, right? But yet how many of us actually put forth the effort and the energy and the dedication and the passion to actually get what we want? Think about that.
Yeah.
It's really sad when you really think about it. And it makes me wonder, like, overall, like about TV and all that, is that being pushed into our minds? That defeatism, that not care and not want to get better or become better? It's got to be programming. It's got to be, because it doesn't make sense why, some people do it and some people don't. I don't think that it's a matter of, people just being different. I think it's a matter of it's something fatally wrong, with the system or whatever. It's something going on.
Yeah. I was studying environmental engineering in the chemistry university. And to be honest, I saw how what they are trying to do. They are trying to make this elite of people, knowledgeable, like engineers of engineers. Because as an environmental engineer, you have to know all the engineerings. So whenever a factory opens and produces anything, is using raw materials from nature, you have to know all the chemicals, all the reactions, all the processes, all the how do you call it, reactors and whatever.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that go into actually making that one product possible. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, and these factories, they require, like, they have their standards of handling and manipulating all this waste material, and they still pollute, they pollute, but they call it like, hey, it's legal, because they store in barrels, in whatever, they have their methods. And I saw farms in my country, like cow farms. They were dumping everything into the river, and I saw the quality of the water quality of the river. When I was a child, we were bathing, but now you can't, because there are all sort of foam floating on the river, and also cow dump, you see it flowing on the water.
Yeah, cow dung is very destructive to the environment.
Yeah. And then I was like, hey, I'm gonna be the man. These guys are paying me to authorize them, to function, and they still do destroy the nature. Why am I in this university learning how to stop, these things, when I'm actually going to be working to back them up,
Yeah, because they want you to see, they want you to be able to consider the other side. Of course, that's why they teach you all that crap.
So that for me meant like, hey, I'm partaking to a crime, and I'm not allowing anyone to do this crime. Only a certain group of people who actually pay taxes to me. Only those ones, only those businesses get a license to function, and to do this kind of pollution and stuff. And I said, It doesn't seem right. It's the same, like, it's pretty much the same like what I was doing, robbing ATM machines, you know. So I said, I'm already doing this, then why should I?
You know how to rob an ATM machine? Like you hack it with like a computer?
Yeah, I was
That's something we should really share. Just saying.
cloning, yeah, and stuff like that.
I was gonna say, as
Can
much
you
as I
hear me?
know about. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, Josie. Okay, now we don't hear you.
No, I wonder if he could teach me. That's a good skill to learn to rob ATM machines.
Yeah, well, actually, it's not like really robbing, you know. I was spamming Bank of America, Wells Fargo, whatever US bank you can name. I had a lot of customer database information. And yeah, I was spamming these online banking accounts, so I got the card number and the PIN. And now all I can easily
So you were stealing from people,
clone
not from the
that
bank.
card
Okay.
number, yeah, using a MSR writing machine, you know, for these band strip cards. Yeah. And you just go cash out.
I'm assuming you would wear a disguise or something, right?
Sorry?
I said, I'm assuming you were disguising yourself when you went to the ATM to pull the money out, right? So they didn't
Oh,
get a picture of your face.
no. I knew they have cameras. I didn't give a damn about filming my face or anything. I was actually going at night. And the only problem was when I was going to a ATM machine, I was going with 200 or 300 credit cards in my pocket, you know, and I was supposed to check them all and cash out from all of them. You will be cashing out like minimum $500, you know, but some of them were credit cards which could pay you like 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, you know, insane amount of money. And
In cash out of an ATM? Holy crap.
Yeah. They don't give you 50,000 at once in one transaction. You have to do it more because the ATM machine is limited like at 2 centimeter thickness of money, you know. Or
Oh yeah, I got you. So they only give you so much of it in the stacks. They probably give you like a grand or something at a time or whatever.
Yeah.
Of course, depending
So
on whether
you
they're
had-
hundreds, 20s, or whatever.
Yeah, you had to keep pushing back the card in the machine and retyping the PIN, another transaction, repeat the transactions, yeah. And some of them had a daily limit, like $500, so you cash out 500. But if you go at 23 o'clock for 50 minutes, you cash out once, and after 12 o'clock, when the day changes, then you cash another 500, you know. So yeah, it's double.
Pretty interesting. We probably shouldn't go too far with this because we're going to teach the kids how to
and
try
the
to do it.
problem was like the people, you know, I happened once in the morning, I was like in a central place in my city at an ATM machine. It was morning, early morning, like 6 a.m. And I had so many cards. I was just sitting there at the ATM and card after card trying, you know. And at some point, people, going to work, they just wanted to come to the machine, cash out some money, go buy their breakfast and whatever, coffee. And they made a queue behind me. I wasn't aware. I was so concentrated there. And then it just happened that I turned back, and I saw there's a queue behind me. So I just took the last card and move away. Yeah. Funny.
Interesting. I was going to say, did you ever have be there in the middle of the night and then a bunch of people showed up and they were like, "What are you doing, man? Hurry up."
Yeah. Well, they had no idea what's happening, but because, in those times in 2001, 2002.
Why did you stop? Why did you stop?
Well, 2005, I took another someone from my neighborhood, a young guy, to teach him to work for someone who I actually once hired him, to watch over me that I don't have problems at night on the street. And then, I was training this new guy, and this new guy was actually into drugs and robbing cars for the stereo from cars. And I told him, man, you don't have to do these shitty, crappy jobs, you better quit and start come with us and you make good money. So now I was training him, and we were going at night to a ATM machine, but this guy previously had an encounter with the police, and they saw him at night. Now they recognize him, that he ran away from them. And he asked us both to come and show ID to identify. Yeah, and I had no ID on me, and they just found me with the plastics. And it wasn't they couldn't prove I'm a criminal or stuff, but they gave me a fine for holding these fake financial informations. Yeah.
So they basically slapped your hand.
So you got caught.
Yeah, but they came to my home, made the search. They came to my home, they made the search. They were looking for the writing machine, and they didn't found it. But I had some CDs with.
Should you really be telling this on the live stream?
I mean, this is a story which is
not to be rude. I'm just saying, it might incriminate you.
No, there's nothing. I've been caught, and I really went to prison, and I'm done with this. So
Oh, I see.
The case is closed. Yeah.
How long did you go to jail?
2 years. Yeah. The crime was
I know on the outside that doesn't seem like a long time, but when you're I've never been to prison or jail, don't get me wrong, but just from what I've heard, the stories based on, the movies and stuff, I don't think that's a place I ever want to go, even for a few weeks. I'm good. 2 years? No.
Yeah. I don't wish it to anyone,
I'd rather work for crumbs.
For me, it was a interesting experience. I felt God's presence in there, extreme rules, I started reading the Bible and I saw that, hey, in this life, you don't get to do whatever you want. You can go that way, but it's not going to work out. You know, and we will all be losing uh, our mind, sanity, and soul. Yeah.
Yeah, when selfishness and ego and all that stuff takes over,
Yeah.
it destroys the
Yeah.
mind. It does. It destroys your mind. You become obsessed with it. It's
Yeah.
really strange how that works.
Yeah. And I saw that actually, I wasn't into doing crimes. I didn't want to be a criminal, but the money were seducing me. The money seduced me.
Yeah, no kidding.
The
Yeah, you can
financial
get a
power.
whole
And
thousands of dollars at
yeah,
a time. Yeah, that would be pretty awesome.
exactly. And I haven't benefit of anything of that. Like, I was crazy young man going to clubs and traveling the world
Wasting it
and
all like a
doing
moron.
drugs,
Yeah.
and yeah,
Partying, yeah, thinking you're the shit. Yeah, I got it. I bet that was
yeah,
fun, but I mean, yeah, you're probably going to regret that later in life. When your body's
yeah,
all broke down or whatever.
yeah.
You mean you didn't
I did a lot of partying.
invested, like you didn't buy Bitcoin or something like that? Something you made money off of long term? You have nothing to show for it?
Well, I didn't catch the Bitcoin train. I saw it, but at that time I was like disgusted about everything what's about internet, and I didn't want to. I came out from prison in 2015, and it was still okay to get into it. It wasn't late.
When did you find flat Earth?
Oh, flat Earth before going to prison. I would say 2012, 2011, something like that. But I was more into this religious stuff, Illuminati, Freemasons, this satanic system, which is ruling the world. And I started seeing that, hey, there is a God, and because before I was an atheist, and when I had this, I had a change of heart, and I said, yeah, God is now offering me like a way to pay back for everything in my past. I went to prison, I did it. They sent me home they call you to the trial, and I knew I'm not going. I will be guilty by not showing off. So yeah, I knew what's coming.
We got somebody in here that's not real new, but he's still just VC verified. Professor Proton, are you here? Are you listening?
Oh.
You, Professor Proton, are you there?
That's
Okay,
a
well,
small
I guess.
professor.
What's the little ring
That's it.
doing? Little star circle there. Okay, I guess he doesn't want to talk, so I guess we'll move on. So back to where we were before we went to the
this flat Earth
your criminal
subject
record
on the internet. The flat Earth subject was on the internet before Eric Dubay. There were some people doing videos and stuff. I saw titles, about this information, but Eric Dubay was the first who compiled this and made it a movement, like, yeah, when he did his video in 2013, I think he published it on YouTube and it went viral, But I still saw, because I had a lot of video titles into these Freemason, Illuminati. Also, it was these guys, the ICUC, IUYC, something like that. Israel United in Christ. It's small church, black American people, and in their beginning, that guy, now he calls himself Bishop Nathaniel, but in his early days videos, he was making very good videos with world's history, and he was showing how fake we were taught in the schools about all these historical events, like French Revolution, slave trades, and on and on. And watching those, I saw that, these elite of people, they existed from ancient times and they pass it from generation to generation, the power and control, over the slaves.
Michael Jackson always said that history was a lie. He's always said that.
Yeah.
History was a lie.
Yeah. I saw about Michael Jackson also, and what they did to him. They killed him because by law he was supposed to be the president of Sony. Like the whole Sony corporation should have been. It was his. By right and everything. The money which Sony Corporation owed to Michael Jackson was so much more than what they could have be paying, And we think we hear this name Sony, but people, I don't think any man can have a full comprehension of how big this corporation is and everything that's involved in. It's one of world's technology pioneers, corporations.
Well, thank you for that story, Get Big. That's interesting about the credit
It
card.
was very. I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, even though but it goes
That's
along with
why I
what
want
we're
to
talking about
say
morality and all that.
I'm nobody special, I'm just an ordinary man. Anybody could have done much better than I did, I don't praise myself, but yeah.
So where's
I had
the credit card?
this. Well, I don't have one now. I only use debit.
Don't stop talking because I stopped.
So what's this about Putin and the border? You think they're going to try to start a war? America's going to try to start a war again? Try to police the world?
Well, it would be a good distraction away from flat Earth and all the other stuff they don't want to talk about. I mean, I hate to say that it's possible, but it is possible, I guess. We've done it
And
before.
they already moved thousands of U.S. troops over there.
And aren't we already like deployed everywhere? Like, don't we have like active troops everywhere anyway? Like,
yeah, but there's a bunch of shit
there's
going
never
on.
any interaction, right? If that was real, right?
No, when you send troops to another country, this is real. This is a thing. It's not a regular thing. Like Putin's telling us, he's
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I meant like, you know, that it's all like set up that way to make it. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Go on. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Putin's been telling us, listen, he's not doing nothing. He's just on his own border. He's not doing nothing wrong. But, you know, the U.S. media is like, oh, he's going to attack. You know, we got to send troops over there. It's just nonsense.
Well, check it out. What's going on in Canada
resources,
right now?
money, yeah, all that.
What's in Canada?
Does Canada even have a military? Or, I mean, I know they have police and all that, but
Yeah, Canada has a pretty large military.
Cool. You know, it's funny that I don't know that, right? I live right below you, and I don't even know that.
I don't live in Canada.
I heard the Canadian military is only 80,000.
Okay, my bad. I got you mixed up. Damn, am I having a bad day?
Well, I think the Canadians will be experiencing very soon a shortage in supermarkets, supply and stuff.
And also, isn't there something going on in like active revolution happening?
Yeah.
That's why he's saying that he, like the truckers, basically the idea being that it was set up so they'd run up. I'm actually pulling for them. I don't even care. I don't like. I'm glad that someone's speaking out. I know that every single person that went there is not in on some magic scheme to collapse the economy. It's actual truckers that just don't want to take the vax. So I think maybe the real litmus test is to see if people get behind it. Because if they do not, that means that they have won.
Yeah, we give them the good reason not to do their job, you know, to be part in the supply chain. So, yeah, they make these strikes and the supply chain is crippled, and, yeah, the result will be empty supermarkets. And when hunger strikes, people gonna go mad.
Yeah, but wealthy people and these politicians and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like they also get their food from like Whole Foods. So
yeah,
I don't think they're in on it. That's all I'm saying. Like, will there be a repercussion? Yeah, maybe. But the only language these people speak is money. So I don't know.
Think
it doesn't. It
I think
doesn't
you can
affect
tell it's
much the
staged because
villagers.
it's televised. It's all over the media, all over the world. Like for the last 2 years, we had like marches in London with like 100,000 people every other week. Not a mention. Some truckers in Canada. It's all over every single mainstream media outlet. The leader,
because it literally wasn't covered for like 2 weeks in America. So I don't know what mainstream you're talking about, but like. Literally, there were like 50,000 trucks, and CNN and Fox News both didn't cover it for like almost 2 weeks.
well, it's pretty well covered over here, especially with the BBC, and they're usually pretty bad. But also, what's suspicious is the so-called leader of this trucker movement. I found out his name yesterday. It's some gay guy, and he's got one of those joke gay names as well, and it's like, I seen his Twitter handle, and it's just full of like communist stuff and things like that. Yeah, to me it seems pretty staged, like some sort of Hegelian dialect, problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely don't dispute that that's possible. Like if the BBC's covering it, that is definitely sketchy, and they love to use the little gay names. They do that a lot. That's like a CIA like calling card. They use sexually provocative names as authors or newscasters or whatever. Actors. I don't know, man.
I'm trying to find the guy's Twitter name. He's a gay guy, and his name's like Dick Biter or something like that. Not supposedly his actual name, Dick.
What a
Victor.
world.
They do that a lot, bro. They actually do that a lot. So that would be the number one thing so far that makes me think it's fake.
Yeah, well, it's if you look back on, we kind of like see it because of the numbers involved, and then the way the names are presented and all that kind of like shows us who's who. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wish I could think of it. Owen Benjamin covers this a lot. He spots them really well. But like for example, one of the guys that talks about cloning back in the day from the 70s, his name is Dr. Peter Beater. That's his actual name, bro. Peter Beter.
We got Dick Bita and what's that?
I think the last thing I say is that really like what the name he wanted?
I think he might are supposed to pronounce it Bader. Right, I don't know. I don't really know. But like they do that all the time. The CIA does that all the time, bro.
Isn't that bizarre? What a strange thing, man.
Yeah, that reminds me. You heard from Smurf, Austin? You heard from Smurf again?
No, not since he called me last night. No.
I figured he's sleeping it off, but just curious.
I mean, if any of us would have thought 10 years ago we'd be discussing these matters like this, it would have like blown our minds. Probably would have had an aneurysm right then and there.
Right, I've found that guy's name. It took me a while. It's B.J. Dichter, a gay guy who's the leader of the trucker rally.
Anybody that thinks that's a real name has got mental problems.
I was going to say, what are the odds of that just coming up accidentally? I don't know what they are, but I'm sure it's pretty slow.
He's the guy doing TV interviews, and he's on like the media outlets and stuff talking about it. He's on the Rubin Report, other places.
Well,
he seems to be the spokesperson for it.
That's the clue right there. If it's allowed on the mainstream media, then you know there's something with mind control involved.
Hey, but I got a question.
He's been on Crowder as well, Steven Crowder. He's been on there.
Yeah. Wow, that dude's a sodomite. But I got a question for the room, right? So if I file this, okay, so I have the First Amendment cases. If I send them to the governor of Florida and say they pick it up just for political motivation or whatever, say that happened, and Fox News ended up calling me because I have a First Amendment precedent-setting case that goes to Supreme Court. And so Fox News called me and asked me to be on there. If I went on there and I was wearing a Flat Earth shirt, would everyone in this room automatically say I'm a shill? Like, would everyone say automatically that I'm CIA?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't.
No, probably not.
Some people would, bro. Some people would. I don't know if you've ever.
Well, you can't help those.
Yeah.
There's only so many you can read.
The truthers eat their own sometimes is all I'm saying. Like when Alex Stein is on like Blaze Network because he made the vaccine parody song at the Dallas City Council, that's a good thing, right? Because he wasn't fake on there. Like if they asked me to talk about my Supreme Court case, I wouldn't just get on there and be like, the second law of thermodynamics, I'd wear a Flat Earth shirt and just talk about the First Amendment case because that's, I don't know why I wouldn't, right? I do know that I would be and that I knew
Is it odd that he robots right at the end of that?
Yeah, it is odd. I've noticed that. I've heard strange voices from the Discord. I don't. It's not. I know it's not just me.
I've heard stuff too, and I keep thinking that it's in my house, and I keep tripping, and it's like, what is that in the background that I keep hearing? It scared the shit out of me the other day. Something moved, and I was like, what the? I literally ducked, bro. I was like, holy shit.
I thought they were coming from my amplifier. Now I've heard radio sounds coming from pedals I own, like actual radio stations.
Have you ever noticed that sometimes the roboting sounds like roboting, and then all of a sudden you hear what the person was going to say after, even though it just waited for a second? Have you ever noticed that too? Like you'll hear him start talking, and then it'll sound like a robot, and then for a split second it'll be all low, and then all of a sudden it'll come right back to normal, and it'll be like whatever they said, even though there was a split second in between there, it just continues on like as if it just was like, you know what I mean? Like as if they were looping it in with something or whatever.
Yeah, actually, and some people, it's amazing that some people speak in a candor that goes right along with the roboting, and I didn't miss a step. Like I heard every single word, even though it was roboting the whole time. Depends on how fast you're speaking.
That's true.
My bad, I was picking up.
I don't know how. I didn't mean to get off the subject, but I was listening to what Witsit was saying.
I don't know if I was breaking up. It's my bad. All I was saying was just like, if you're honest, a lot of the truthers in this room would actually contemplate whether or not I was a CIA plant or something if I ever was on like Fox News and I think that we need to kind of not eat our own so much. I agree that if anything's just regularly on the mainstream media, if it's something that they couldn't help but cover, like in that case, it would be a Supreme Court case. So what are you going to do? They'll actually throw it out before it gets there. I hope they take it to trial, right? But I'm saying if it was a Supreme Court case, they'd have to cover it. This dude went in front of the Dallas City Council and just like went viral, doing a vaccine parody song. And so that Republicans kind of have to address it because their whole audience is on that side of the event.
Well, yeah, Witsit. That's why. Like, what did they say? Any kind of advertising, like any kind of coverage is good. It can be utilized for a message to be conveyed, even though that wasn't the message the administrators of that media would want. You could still portray a message, so that's why it's good.
Yeah, they say all publicity is good publicity, and some can argue or whatever, but like if I have a Flat Earth shirt on, but I just am very articulate when I make my point about my First Amendment case, that would do more for Flat Earth than has been done in years, right? So
yeah, and don't even pay attention, don't focus on it. Like I don't know, you might want to think of a contingency if they asked you, but I don't think they're going to ask you if you got a Flat Earth shirt. They don't want to see. That's the kind of publicity they don't want. So everyone else will notice it, but they can't say anything. That right there is a freaking blatant, like illuminating that fact.
Yeah, I'm like notoriously all about Flat Earth, right? So the odds that they'd ever have me on anything would be very low. Like Alex isn't really like that. Like he's on the show with Dave and Jaron, and he knows what the Earth is, but he doesn't talk about the Earth that much. That's not really his lane.
Can you have somebody film it when you're talking?
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully.
You might need like a iPhone because I don't know if they allow cameras inside the court. Are you gonna be inside court?
They won't allow it inside the court. I'd be surprised if it actually goes to trial, though. But we'll see.
Have someone take an iPhone and just like secretly like record you getting you with the Flat Earth shirt talking to the judge.
Well, I'm saying like the First Amendment case itself will, if they don't throw it out, which they probably will, then it'll get a lot of traction because it's a freedom of speech Supreme Court case. So like the Republicans, their sales pitch is all about standing up for people's rights, and they talk about the Second Amendment a lot. The first one's just assumed. So the Republicans would have to get behind it. I've been talking to this, we'll call him a lawyer, and he's super successful at doing this, like beating the system by using the system against them. Not an attorney, but a lawyer, and he was saying it's ignorant to think you'll win your case purely based on law and facts. All court decisions is politics, and all politics is local. And so if you can use the politics against them, where like DeSantis is the governor of the state I'm in, and he's supposed to be like one of the most freedom defending governors. We all know that doesn't actually mean anything, but politically speaking, right? They may not really be in a position to ignore it. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I got arrested for saying that you can breathe the air, and free countries don't have lockdowns. That's what prisons have, and
Mhm.
this is exactly what he's supposed to be defending, right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, you have two choices: to wear a nice suit and tie, or to wear a flat Earth shirt. I know you're not going to wear a suit and tie, so
Wear a flat Earth suit and tie.
yeah, like a that's what Kai said. Actually, wear like a jacket, but a flatter shirt underneath it.
Yeah. Maybe you could get a tie. Maybe you could get a
That's
custom.
what I was going to say. I was going to say wear a jacket or some kind of nice thing that you can unzip or open and just say, hey, it's getting warm here for a second, like in the middle of your interview, and then just take off the jacket. That'd be perfect.
Court and in the interview, exactly. Like
Get a,
just
get a custom tie made with flat Earth going horizontally with some kind of little image or something.
like asymmetrical map.
That way you would at least reach the people who wanted to watch the whole thing, that didn't drop out in the beginning.
Or diagonally, I meant.
like you don't, yeah, like in that situation, you wouldn't want to talk about flat Earth. You would want.
Yeah.
It's just like I get a lot of emails that I welcome up to flat Earth because they heard me talking about something else.
Yeah.
They were like, "Damn, this dude knows so much about the Jesuit order. This dude knows so much about the supposed Aryan race or whatever it is that I covered." So they were like, their cognitus was kind of broken, like they couldn't really convince themselves that I was dumb. So then when they heard about flat Earth in my videos, they kind of had to look at it more serious. I have a lot of people right now, they comment and email me and they're like, dude, I love all your work. I don't think the Earth's flat, but I still support your work. Well, they will eventually think the Earth is flat because you can only do that so long, You can only think someone's right about like all this stuff, but completely wrong about the biggest thing for so long. I think that's my point is sometimes that's the way you wake people up, bro.
That's gonna be a breaking point right there. That cognitus, wow.
Like if I was on Fox and I'm talking about, well, there's no prior restraint to the freedom of speech, and if we can't petition the government for a redress of grievances because the government has to give us permission to do that, that's counterproductive. That's a paradox. That makes no sense, right? So, I have the right to speak out against what the government is doing, and if the government is going to arrest me for doing that and then force me to partake in the very unlawful acts that I'm speaking out against by making me wear a mask to go defend speaking out against them. If we allow this to happen, and in front of the founding fathers, nonetheless, our country will never, ever, ever recover because that's the whole reason freedom of press is there, because they came up with licensing schemes in the monarch to shut down the freedom of press. That was literally like the whole idea. They wouldn't let freedom of press. So, like, if someone hears that, and they're not an idiot, and they know that the First Amendment is important, they're going to be like, I like this guy. This guy's got the balls to go up against the federal government. They don't need me to talk about flat Earth. They may notice my shirt, they may look me up. And that's the move, I think, is breaking through to them. A lot of people come in here, and if they come into a conversation that's different, like say it's about economics or something, and they get really into it, they're much easier to talk to about the Earth because they have intellectual respect for the peers in this room,
Yeah, absolutely. Walking the walk and being smart and intelligent and keeping it real and being honest is the best way to be. It really does attract more people than, throwing stuff in their face or whatever.
Yeah, like stating that the Earth is flat with like this resounding confidence, where in which it doesn't come across like you feel the need to have to convince them. Human nature is they now want to know why you're so confident in that. Same thing when they come in to hear us having like lots of fun in here and laughing and making intelligent jokes. They want to know why all the flat earthers are so happy and smart and confident, right? When you're like begging them to believe in something, human nature is to not go with that.
Or if you do attract them, they're like cultist type people that are weird.
I do have some advice though. Talk slower.
Sorry, I had to.
When you're in court, I mean.
Yeah. Actually, the judge told me I was talking too fast. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Because I quoted Coons versus New York, or Nunes versus New York, which says that a permit cannot be used as prior restraint on free speech. And I was like, that was a 7-1 court. He's like, no, that's not
You're
exactly what it
roboting.
says. I'm
You're
like,
roboting,
that's
bud.
exactly what it says, though.
You're roboting.
Like, don't be so smart and fast, man. You're supposed to be dumb and slow.
Yeah, that's funny because I think a lot of us probably think a lot faster than that, and we can hear what he's saying and understand him. So I just assume that everybody else can. So I guess it's just something you don't realize until people start reacting to it.
Most of my clients are dumb and slow. You're going to have to slow down. I can't understand you.
Yeah, it takes you like 3 or 4 seconds after you start talking for him to figure out what. That's actually why I like you, actually, Austin, is because the way you present yourself is even that you speak fast, but most people can keep up with most of it, and they realize, wow, this person really knows everything what he's talking about, and he's really confident. You do sound confident, regardless of whether I can understand every word you say along, when you're saying stuff. But eventually, yeah, you go back, and that's how I found you, the same way. It was really strange.
What day do you go to court?
My Yellowstone, I have bad service, so.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
My Yellowstone case is March 7th, and my Rushmore case is April 14th, which is my birthday.
Wow, that's a sign, maybe.
Yeah, like whenever they tried to make me sign bond, I told him this is entrapment and this is ridiculous. He said, what? So I just started reading it off, and I can read really fast. And he was like, you're going to have to slow down. I'm like, I thought you knew what this
he doesn't even know?
buddy. Right. He should already know what the paper says.
I would say, yeah. I would say if I was reading something that he was actually prosecuting me or I was being prosecuted for and they didn't at least look it up before they came in, I would be very upset. Yeah. I would be thinking, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah, because like he's supposed to be a non-biased person that uses I was a quote-unquote flight risk, and he disagreed immediately. And he didn't even read the bond paper because when I started reading it off saying I wasn't going to sign it, he didn't know what it was. And he's like, you're going to have to slow down. So it's just, that's how corrupt the system is,
You would think that at least somebody in the courtroom would have been sitting there paying attention to that and would have motioned to him or told him, you know what I mean? Like, you'd think it would be coordinated to where that didn't happen, but that's scary.
No, this is a federal magistrate judge, so they're just used to doing literally whatever they want,
Right, they're voted in and they don't get voted out until they die or somebody or they quit or whatever, right? Basically.
Yeah, pretty much. And all their staff are just trying to move their way up, so they all just suck up to them,
That's why supreme people that are supreme over others is not necessarily the right way to do law. You know what I mean? Like maybe we need to restructure it, but how do we do that? I don't know. But just saying.
Well, I know how you do it, actually, is you use the current law against them. Like, I'm filing a federal judicial complaint of misconduct against him because he broke numerous federal judicial canons, which is just like an ethical list of rules as to how judges are supposed to behave. And he's probably never gotten one in his entire career. And they may dismiss it, but he has to report it to insurance. And if you get like 3 of those, insurance will drop you. Like judges have to have insurance because say they convict someone.
Like doctor?
Yeah, like if they convict someone that's innocent and he does 10 years in prison and the state has to pay him money, like the judge can't pay $10 million, so the insurance pays it. That's why lawyers or attorneys, they also have to have insurance, right, to keep their bar license. These are the secrets that they'll never teach you, though.
Damn, you've been researching, bro.
Yeah, the things they won't teach you is basically how to get out of it and how to keep from getting under, standing under things, right? And getting forced into.
Yeah, like the best defense is a good offense, is what.
That's why you counterfile.
Yes, exactly. Like criminal complaints, judicial complaints, bar grievances. That's an attorney not doing his job, because they have a professional conduct list for attorneys. And so all you do is go read it. You find out what he didn't do, and you send it in. And you could probably find tons of them. Like he broke rule 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. Well, you don't send them all in on one complaint. You send just what he broke in rule 5 in. You wait a week and you send another one in. I will be filing 3 or 4 judicial complaints against this guy. I'm sending my first one in. I'm just on one of the canons, the 3rd canon. That's something else they won't teach you, right? So that way they're gonna have to report 3 judicial complaints to the insurance. That's not good. Like if a law firm gets 3 in 1 year, they'll get dropped. And if a brand new attorney gets 1 in his first year, he'll get dropped. And if a seasoned attorney gets 2 in a year, he'll get dropped. So this is their weakness. They'll actually get mad at you if they'll even try to threaten you. And when they threaten you now, that's a crime. So now you can file a criminal complaint, and that goes to the attorney's district attorney or whatever. If he doesn't properly follow it, then you can file a criminal complaint against him. So this is how you actually win, right? This is where they just come to you and say, dude, can we just give you some money and you shut up, please? But they'll never.
You basically have to go and read the whole canon of all the law and understand it, basically, and then use it against them is the only way to really fight.
Yeah, you got to know what the rules of the game are. Yeah, we're being brought up into these games on their home courts, which is why it's called that, and we don't even know the rules of the game. But you don't have to read all the laws. Like, I'm not going to lie, though. This does require research, just like when you first found out about the Earth. Like, we've had to research a lot to figure out what we know about the Earth now, bro. But that's what truth is like that. Like, any truth worth finding out, it requires diligence and pursuit of the truth. And that's this natural balance, because not everyone deserves the truth. Not everyone deserves to know how to use the law. A lot of people are criminals, as in they hurt people. So they don't, like a lot of people aren't in a position to receive this truth, I think. But like what you read is the code. Okay, you read the federal regulations for criminal procedure, and then there's a federal regulations of civil procedure, and this is the rules that they have to follow. You just beat them by using their own rules against them and showing how they don't follow their own rules. And then there are something called judicial canons for federal courts. There's only like 5 of them, so it's not like it's a ton. And you just go read the list and find out what they did wrong. And you have a list for it. You just get to pick it. You just pick what they did wrong, and then you quote it. And then you explain with facts underneath that. Concise, irrefutable facts, no opinions. Exactly how they broke that canon. It's that simple. But yeah, it requires us to relearn the system, just like we had to relearn about the Earth. I think this is right up there with Flat Earth, though, because we're talking about actual action you can take against the system that's perpetrating these lies, I came in here and told everyone I was going to file a federal complaint against NASA, criminal complaint for fraud about the ISS, and then literally 5 hours later, they came out with a mainstream article saying NASA was going to crash the ISS into the ocean in 2031. 5 hours later. I'm not even saying that they heard us or something, but it's really weird. It's like I think there's like a metaphysical thing going on.
I think it has to do with those monkeys on those islands. But yeah, I know that's kind of a weird thing to say in the middle.
There you go. They figured out what you would try
talking about the 100 monkeys.
They don't want to have to keep faking video from space.
NASA has a lawsuit on their hands. I mean, has a lawsuit.
They have lots of lawsuits. There's a lot of FOIA going on right now.
Yeah, FOIA is one thing, but criminal complaints is a totally different thing. Like your lawsuit is just built upon their criminal activity, and that's cool or whatever. That's a civil procedure. But I'm talking about holding them criminally accountable in an individual capacity, meaning you have protection or quote unquote immunity if you're acting under the laws, under color of law or the federal agency or whatever. If you act outside of the law, you're out of scope, meaning you're now individually responsible and accountable. It's called individual capacity. And so you just file these criminal complaints against them, and everyone that covers up for them, when I go to the FBI headquarter office in Tampa and I file this, and that if that guy doesn't do what he's supposed to and give it to who he's supposed to, then there's a criminal complaint against him, and it keeps going up the ladder. That's how the system's set up. And it makes sense, right? Because if the DA is committing crimes, it's not up to the DA whether or not to dismiss a criminal complaint about himself. That would be ridiculous. But that's what they'll do. And then you'll have to now file a criminal complaint against him because that's a federal crime. And if we equip ourselves with knowledge on how to move these actors, things could change pretty quickly, I think. And I'm that guy that's going to do it. I don't really want to hear people say it's not going to work. Like I get that you may think it won't work, and I don't know if it will, but the best thing for them is that we think there's no way to beat them. That's what they want.
Well, and then that's how they keep it covered up with government classification. That's why FOIA is so important. And that's why once you find out that there has been a crime committed through FOIA, that's when you got to file the court proceedings.
Right, but this is what's so crazy with FOIA. They pull out national security issues a lot, and then they don't give you the information. If you can find a way to get them in the criminal complaint realm before that, you have discovery. Like if they take it to court, they now have to adhere to discovery, which means you can request production for anything. I want all telemetry data of the ISS. I want all intercommunications of anyone that worked on the ISS. You can even come at them for espionage because they work with other countries. I want all international communications regarding the ISS. And this is why they'll never take it to court, because everyone in this room knows they're lying about the ISS. So, they'll be stuck and they'll settle, but whatever. Like, why did NASA have to give a flat earther $5 million? That's a flat earth win, bro. And if we each start trying to do this, something will happen. I mean, what are they going to do? Shut the whole world down? I mean, they already did that. So I think it's kind of past being scared of what they might do, and we just have to go on the offensive.
Oh, I have a meme that says you'll know when they're losing when the electricity goes out. So
yeah, for sure, that's the big one.
But yeah, no, it certainly is interesting, and that's the hardest part, is just proving that criminal intent. But if they're hiding it in criminal intent, or if they're saying national security instead of criminal intent, like, oh, it's national security, you damn right it's national security. Like, you committed a crime with other countries and other people around the world, and they have secrets on you, and so that's why it's national security. And that's not our fault. That's your fault. That's your problem. But it's getting that out in the open is what's going to be the hardest part. Getting a judge to hear it, because all the judges they all work with all of the lawmakers and the lawyers that are out there. They all go to the same parties.
Yeah, which is why you have to file judicial complaints, and no one's ever heard of it. I didn't even know what it was, but you're right. You're right. They won't, dude. Like, it's a pipe dream to think they're going to come out and admit the ISS is fake in detail. They're not. But when they pull out, they say this has to be shut down in confidentiality because of national security interests. That's an admission of guilt. I mean, any normal person knows that means that you can't say the answer to my questions because it would jeopardize national security, meaning you would be admitting that you lied. So, I mean, that's a win still, right? But the tricky part they have here is if they offer you a deal, if it is determined that it is a fair deal that is significantly in your favor, you actually have a legal obligation to accept it. So what they do is they'll sneak in an NDA. So they'll say, like, we'll give you $10 million, but you have to sign this NDA.
Yeah, saying basically like, okay, you caught us, and you can never speak of this ever again. But that's just like saying, like, like everybody wants to be financially independent of owing anybody anything. What's the word I'm thinking of? Like we're all slaves to the financial system, and if anybody can get above the slavery portion of the financial system, that's what they're basically saying. Like, we can give you $5 million. What you do with it is what you do with it, but you can never talk about this ever again. And yeah, you're right. It's an admission of guilt. It's just like the same thing as saying we can neither confirm nor deny that. Like, why not? You're just telling me right there that you're admitting that something has happened, and you're going to hide behind national security, even though the evidence is out there, and like whatever's happened around it is the crime, or maybe the crime itself is what they're hiding. But their admission, there's always an admission to guilt. It's just, do you know the story? And if you know the story, you can take that to court.
Right, and that's why it's so important that we do it individually, because if you do a class action lawsuit like the people versus whatever, it's a one and done. But if they get me to sign it, they didn't get you to sign one, so you can still go do it. Like, and the only thing that this empty satanic corporation called the United States government is going to listen to is money.
Double
It's the
jeopardy.
only language it speaks.
Yep, one and done. Double jeopardy, man. That's how they get away with it. If you screw it up the first time, that's it. It's over.
Right. That's why you don't want to do class action lawsuits. And if you Google it, that's what they'll tell you to do. And that's what a bunch of people have heard. Let's bring a class action lawsuit. They don't know. Let's not, actually. That's exactly what they want you to do. Because then they just have to dispose of one case, and they'll do whatever they have to dispose of it. But, like, for example, if they come offer me $1 billion and sign an NDA, or we'll go to trial, I'd say, no, go to trial. Then what they would say is, okay, well, for national security purposes, this cannot be public record anyway. We tried to give you a good deal. You should have took it, because it's not going to be released anyway. So, but I would be like, okay, whatever. Like, I wouldn't take $1 billion. So if I know I have them on the ropes that they don't have to admit the ISS is fake, and they want to give me like $1 billion, I would say no. I mean, although I'd have to think about it, because I could make every single billboard in the U.S.
That's integrity right there.
Live life debt free.
I can make sure every flat earther was debt free on my self-sustainable network system of our own supply chain and stuff like that. It would have to be a serious thought for me.
Money's a farce, dude. All money is a placeholder for resources, and they change the value of money all the time. The only thing that you're ever going to be debt free on is if you own several hundred acres and you have all of the resources that you need on that land. That's the only way you'll ever live debt free. You just have to mill and till your own land.
Yeah, but that's cool, man. And especially if you can build a community of people that do that. So
I would love
puts into the pot,
That's why I'm waiting for the
Don't take their money, because if you take their money, then you are partaking into their crime, lying to children.
Yeah, I would never take their money, because the government's gonna have to pay me money anyway. They put me in jail for speaking.
Yes.
So I'm gonna take their money for that one, just so everyone knows. I'm definitely gonna take their money for that.
Yeah.
Because I'm the guy that if you had $200 million, I would literally spend $200 million to try to make sure that I glitch the matrix out about the Earth. So a lot of people maybe wouldn't, but I'm going to take the First Amendment money. So you guys can go ahead and get ready to run 0 to 100 on how I sold out or whatever. But I'm going to put a flat Earth billboard in every major city.
What would you put on the billboard?
That's a good question. I don't know. I'd want to keep it simple, but it'd have to take them straight to somewhere that would be really professional. But just like a horizon in the background, something simple. Maybe a time lapse Star Trail as the background, and then just a few words that are simple.
I would put the Elon Musk tweet as far into space as you'll ever get without getting past the dome.
Oh, by the way, a thing you said about the judge. You said at some point that he told you, like, you're speaking too fast. For them, this means that you are speaking incoherently. He can't keep up with what you're saying, and he takes you by default like a fool, who's talking fast and nothing. So when you hear them like saying to you that you speak too fast, you have to constantly reassure that they understand what you are talking about.
Right. Well, the part that was so weird about it was I was just reading their document fast. So like when I was talking to the judge, I wasn't talking very fast. I was like Supreme Court case 8-1.
Yeah.
Right. But like when I read their document, because I was like, I'm not signing this, because what it says is if you get in any trouble, then they can come arrest you and blah, blah. You're not allowed any. It's just to set you up. And I'm like, I'm not signing this. And they had me wearing a mask like forcibly, and they said, well, then you're not leaving. Then you're going to jail. So it's like, okay, just for the court record, this is under duress. So I wrote it on the paper. I signed it after I read it to him, and I said, this is entrapment. This is illegal and under duress, coercion, intimidation. And so then he's like, no, it's not that bad. He's like, I'm not sure what exactly is your contention. So I went to the sketchy parts of the document that's entrapment, and I started reading it. And he's like, oh, you're going too fast. I'm like, well, then maybe you shouldn't be sitting here stamping this paper if you don't even know what it is.
Exactly.
It takes freedom away. Crazy stuff.
That's a great point.
Spoken like a true Glover who gives you an article doesn't even fucking know what it says.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't put your stamp on it unless you know exactly what it says. The fact that I'm reading it, I'm showing you that I've read it, and then you don't know what I'm reading. How do you not know what I'm reading if that's all you've ever known?
Yeah, and they give you like these 5-page packet, right, with all this like complicated legal dialect, and then he was amazed at how quickly I read and understood it, because it took me just a couple minutes, and I spotted the problems. So it's like, in my opinion, I wasn't reading it too fast. He just didn't know what to say, and they're not used to anyone comprehending the documents. I bet 99% of people don't even read it. They just sign it. They're like, oh, if you want to leave right now, you have to sign this bond. They're like, okay, bow, and they sign it. So he was just really taken back that I could read and digest it quickly. And then he actually got embarrassed because in front of everyone, it was obvious he actually didn't even know what it said. He couldn't comprehend it. I read it slow to him again, and he still didn't even understand it. This is literally what happened. I had to paraphrase it so that he understood what it was saying to a federal magistrate judge. Anyway.
I hear what you're saying, bro. I don't know why they're quiet.
Oh, yeah. All I was saying was that I had to tell the judge what it said. I literally had to, like when we read a quote to the Glober, like when I tell the Glober that even Isaac Newton himself said that he never wanted the idea of gravity attributed to him, and he thought it was stupid. And then I quote it where he's like, the idea that innate brute matter would act on one another through vast distances of nothing is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. And then you got to tell him what he's saying, that mass attracts mass is retarded. You have to tell him what it says. I had to do that to the judge. Literally, bro. Literally.
Really?
And he
Are you
dude, yeah,
kidding? That's crazy.
he changed it over to another judge.
Oh my goodness! Wow,
And this is a retired
that's cognizant from hell, isn't it?
It's crazy, bro. Retired federal magistrate judge, like, held the position. That office has held the same judge position with him and the guy before him longer than any other federal court in the U.S.
That's just a sign of that there also needs to be term limits too. Like, people just get way too comfortable in their seats, and they think that because they can't be thrown off the bench, they
Right,
can
or
say,
at the least, yeah, there's something over them, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in.
Wait, Sid, I tagged you in the voice text. You know Isa? He joins the voice chat all the time.
Yeah, Issa's cool, bro.
You should speak to Isa about this maybe a little bit, just to get some points about it.
Yeah, for
He's
sure,
pretty
bro.
good.
The guy I'm talking to right now, his name is Randy Kelton. And he's the one that got the mask mandate removed for Texas, and then that cascaded it into 20 other states removing it. And that was because he forced them to. So this guy,
That's pretty good.
pretty much a legend. Yeah.
Sounds like
But
a
I'll talk
legend.
to Issa for sure. Yeah, dude. What he did was he filed criminal complaints all the way up to the attorney general, and he pinned them against each other using politics. And he kept compounding criminal complaints because they weren't following through based on what, like, Article 3 and what the Constitution says they have to do. So eventually it got to the point where they're like, oh, we just got to throw this out. So, I mean, people can say it doesn't work. Well, then why did Texas remove its mask mandate?
You know, I've seen a few people that go, and do that kind of stuff, and they actually itemize every ruled or law that the government breaks, and they itemize each one of them and present charges for each item. It's like, because some people just make like a broad argument in the court and don't itemize the faults of the government, and it has to be like very specific. I wouldn't be able to give you any guidance, but I've seen examples of that when they when they sue like local governments, and these people go to federal courts, and when they sue, they are very specific, and each infraction of the government is one by one by one. It's not just like, oh, they were mean to me, they arrested me, that's it. It's every single misstep that they made is itemized.
Yeah.
And even like they present fines and charges for each item.
New.
Out of control, robot.
So I mean, they messed up, bro. They should just let me do my tour, bro. You know, because they made me start reading U.S. codes and stuff, and like I'm now shifted gears so much so that I, like, once I become knowledgeable, have like success.
Is it me or is it roboting?
Yeah, he's roboting pretty much.
He's doing
Out
it
of
to me, too.
control with it. Out of control roboting.
Just turn on the 5G with it. Come on.
In a world.
In a world where you can't.
In a world.
In a world where you can't change the wind, but you can adjust your sails.
Until they fall over.
Pretty good.
I got 5G 5 bars, bro. Discord just doesn't want me dropping the gems with you guys.
That's what it is, man. I'm telling you. They got like ESPN.
You're right. It does seem
What do you
like
got
I rarely ever get complaints about me robot.
with the ISS? Sorry, brother. I just want to, what are your guys' theory as to why that?
All we heard was what's your guys' theory?
Right when you're going to
That's all we
ask,
heard.
what's your theory, and then it roboted. Like you were telling the exact thing. That was the article.
Is there a button that they can push or something? I swear.
They got a button on Witsits, like a Wi-Fi or something, to where they could just robot it anytime.
Yeah. Well, I think he's probably mobile. That's probably why it's happening.
Yeah,
right?
I know. I'm just joking.
It still seems odd, right?
Googly moogly?
Yeah, I got a philosophy about.
I think from now on, whenever that happens, I'm just going to start singing the Mr. Roboto song.
Great googly moogly.
I should put it on my computer and then queue it up so I can play it whenever somebody does.
Well, we're standing by for Witsit to tell us what our theory on something, but we haven't got to the point yet. We're waiting. Been interrupted by the push button roboting mechanism.
Did he go out and come back in yet, or did he?
Sabotaged by the Illuminati, Freemasons. They don't like him learning so much information so quickly and then disseminating that to thousands and thousands of other people that are on the server with 25,000, bunch of flat earthers. Where are all those 25,000 that don't speak up ever? Oops. They're surely not all Globers, are they? Are they all listening somehow?
'94.
Bro, you mentioned the Illuminati.
Wait like I did before.
You mentioned the Illuminati. Check out this TikTok. Check out this TikTok.
Wasted. I wanna get wasted.
Eli, you sounded like Crack Villain.
What's going on here? Is he singing to the radio and not hearing us, or what?
I don't know. He sounded like Crack Villain, though. I thought Crack Villain was there next to him singing rap. They were doing trading off raps or something. How did Crack Villain
Are
get
they
over
really
there?
that close to each other?
New York City.
I didn't
New
know.
York City. All the way from Britain. What?
Get a rope.
Hey, Sonny, you mentioned the Illuminati. Check out this TikTok that I shared.
Okay.
I can hear she's speaking Spanish. It's being translated by someone, but I understand what she's saying in Spanish, and she sounds serious.
How do you know Spanish? Aren't you Asian?
Yeah, we Asians speak all languages.
No, you do all mathematics. You don't speak all languages. I'm sorry. Is that okay? I'm sorry.
I speak the Spanish, the English, and the Spanglish.
Spanglish or us. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Wow. That chick didn't sound like she's lying. Look at her body language. She looks
Bro, she's serious.
They're eating humans. So here's the young lady invited to Illuminati party. She saw all kinds of disgusting shit that these like subhuman elite are doing, and she's freaked out because they were eating human flesh. That's what we're up against.
Yo, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, this is good.
Hooray. Okay, Austin, what's it? You're on the mic.
Oh no, all I was saying was that they like forced me into the situation to learn the information, and it's gonna backfire. That's really all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's perfect time. I think it's perfect. Like, couldn't have happened at a better
If
time.
more people did that or were able to do that, it would be incredible.
Right.
Oh yeah, my question was gonna be, what is your guys' theory as to why? Like, I came in here and talked about filing the federal criminal complaint for fraud under U.S. code for the ISS. And then, like 5 hours later, all the mainstream articles came out saying that NASA now has come out and announced they'll crash the ISS in the 2031. I feel like I was being trolled. I have no idea. I don't even know what my theory is. Like,
You're kidding me, right?
No,
It's called synchronicity.
Wow, bro. What?
Yeah, I think they're probably trolling you because you're like out there. Like they know you're there. They know all of us are here. You know, anyone with a flat Earth server, anyone with a flat Earth YouTube channel, BitTube, any of that, BitTube, whatever.
I should go change the name
Anywhere
of my
you're at,
channel.
they know we're there. They know where we are.
You were about to say flat ass. Come on.
I was about to say what?
You're about to say flat ass. There's nothing wrong with it.
Oh yeah.
Never.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
Nothing wrong with a flat
Nothing
ass.
wrong with a taut rump.
That's honestly what I thought too. That's why I was surprised when he said it.
A tight rump. Nothing wrong with it. Anyway, all right.
Yo, that's the time you need some curve, bro.
Need some curve in that ass. Okay, we got to get that straight.
Hey Austin, can we get some curvature? Can we get some evidence of curvature here, Austin, please?
Dude, he had me and Kai like.
Hey Sonny, do you have any evidence of curvature?
Wait a minute, say it again.
No, yes, Smurf had.
Do you have any evidence of curvature?
Yeah.
That Smurf was doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a dick, but it's funny.
I think I was there. That you talk about like a month ago or 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, this was like yesterday.
Oh, was it?
Oh, yes.
Or the other night, whatever.
Yeah, I didn't even know I had Discord set up for calls, but I got like 6 phone calls in a row from Smurf on Discord on both my phones, just going crazy. I'm like, what the hell?
That's hilarious.
He said some lesbian kicked me off 24/7 because I was asking where the curve was, and I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I was asking about where's the curve." I said, "So
That is
flat Earthers
hilarious.
kicked you out for saying where's the curve?" He's like, "Yeah, some lesbian kicked me off." I'm like, "Who's the lesbian?" He said, "Indio."
Yo.
Said into yo.
Oh man.
I was crying, bro. I came right here and told India.
India wasn't that mean to him, I didn't think.
Well, I think
you're the one that kicked him or muted him?
Yeah, I think he booted him.
One of the funniest trolls. Well, maybe not. No, not the funniest. That's why he got booted. Wasn't funny enough.
I need like a word.
Drop mic in there, Elijah.
Oh my god. My background noise.
It's all good. I just letting you know.
Young kids is talking as ghettoly as they possibly can.
Ice baby.
So what's it? Were you able to get your affidavit of status into the court?
And yeah, I'm sitting in tomorrow.
Mic check. Okay. All right. Yeah, it sometimes hard to get that in because when they see it, they sometimes conveniently lose it, right? So,
Yeah, you have to get certified mail with the tracking number and the receipt, and then you insure everything for $500. So whenever they don't acknowledge or act like they didn't get it, then you go down to the USPS and you say, okay, I insured this for $500 and they haven't received it. So what's going on? They're not going to want to pay you $500. So they're then going to go down to the courthouse and make them admit that they received it.
Yeah.
And then file a criminal complaint on whoever received it but did not acknowledge it as is required by law.
Look at law, man. Look at law. That's awesome as shit.
Yeah, that's what these little clerks try to do, and they can really be held to the fire because of it.
That's right. Like the FBI will do the same thing when you file a federal criminal complaint. You attach a cover letter and you say, send this back to me initialed so I know you got it. And you'll never get the cover letter back. But then you just go down to the USPS and make them go make the FBI guy admit it. Or they have to give you $500, which they're not going to do. And then he'll admit it. And then now there's a criminal complaint because he's supposed to forward it up the ladder, but he just threw it away because he saw it was some federal judge and he didn't want anything to do with it. Right? Because that dude's way higher than him. So you have to beat them at their game. Like we're talking about like evil, basically, like the most dishonest people ever.
yeah, it's a bit like NASA. They're making a lot of money, and they don't want anybody messing with their little game. It's a shame.
Yeah, and like it's just politics, right? Like people just don't, if you're like a little FBI agent, you don't want to go at a federal judge. Although illegal, clearly he would have repercussions career-wise for that.
Sure. I think the best, well, not the best, but the most that I would ever want out of these types of situations, because, I don't file or anything like that anymore, is just to be left alone. For me, anyways. But, it can be an effective tool if you really hold their feet to the fire over all kinds of things, such as the ISS or whatever. I mean, you can mess with them if you know how it all works. So I'll be praying for you, man. This is kind of fun to watch.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I mean, this is the silver bullet. That's why they make it sound so difficult to become an attorney, because really attorneys, well, they're just corrupt. No one has to be an attorney or have a bar. That's stupid, but they make it sound really complicated and really difficult and expensive to be able to even understand the law and do anything with it. And people actually think you can't go in there as a lawyer without passing the bar. People actually think that. It's completely not true at all. People think that, though. So that's why it works. You should wonder if they had to set up this big of a system to keep you away from the knowledge. It must be something to it, right?
Have you found the document called the Non-Lawyer Maxim? And it's backed by court precedents. I had it. I just couldn't find it when I looked the last time.
I have not. I've heard of many maxims. I don't know if I've seen what you're talking about.
See, you get an intern at a law firm, an internship at a law firm, or you get a job at a mortuary helping out. Boom, there's your experience, and all you need to do is pass the test, and wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, you can take the test anytime you want. Like, I thought about passing the test just to show that I could pass the test, but I've decided recently I'm actually not going to play their game at all whatsoever.
No, but I mean, you can actually be a lawyer or a doctor without the big ass debt.
Oh yeah,
you don't actually have to go to university to do anything.
That's right. Yeah, for sure. Well, then
now are you gonna have connections? No. You're not forgetting.
But who would come and see you, and who would let you represent them?
Right.
Exactly.
What law firm's gonna hire? They're gonna say, but whatever. I guarantee you that once I show everyone that the federal government can't stand up to me with this case, then I bet you 30 people hit me up asking for help.
Dude, when I was in a court case for an attempted murder trial, bro, and I was the star witness and the professional witness in it, and I fucking absolutely destroyed in that case to the extent the judge and everyone and the police rang me up afterwards, and they were like, dude, can you come out for drinks with us? Like, you just secured us the biggest conviction we've ever had in this fucking county. Like, they loved me because I thought outside of the box, bro. Like, I worked in it as a, like, you know, as so I acted as if I was a full-blown lawyer.
That's dope, bro.
You can do it with it. That's what I'm saying. Whatever it is that you're doing. But, like, yeah, you can do it. You've got the mental aptitude, bro. I don't even know what's going on, but, like, yeah, you've got the aptitude to do this shit. Like, whatever it is, bro. Like, shit. Like, we know that.
Getting into NASA and becoming one of their spectral engineers.
Fucking right. Do it, bro. Do it.
Hey, Eli, do you approve of this advertisement?
What advertisement?
Yeah. This offended me, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm just joking.
Yeah, what's it? So, like, yeah, where does the GoFundMe start for us to, like, try and get you into NASA, bro? Imagine that was a real talking point.
Well, you get there and then you just be like a data pusher at in front of a screen.
Yeah, like a pencil pusher, but like,
pencil pusher,
yeah. Like, and they put a sign on your back called "The Flat Earther We Turn." Like, they turn you gay almost, but like, but worse. But much, much worse. Like, the flat Earth we turn into the NASA flunky who make coffee for us now. Hooah!
Do you know
that would be.
Do you know that the bar is a creation of the Rothschilds on both sides of the pond?
They didn't make the metal bar, bro. I saw a black guy in Harlem beat someone up with a bar the other day. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm just playing.
I know the Rothschilds are responsible for that bar.
No way. I knew the black guy didn't.
Where do you think those bars get imported from? You think they're just playing around in the hood, bro?
In England, they're pubs.
How much just sue the manufacturer?
Where they get imported from? And they think they just playing around in the hood. They just laying around in the hood, bro. Just like out there, like, where do you think the motherfucking bar came from? Some white guy mined that shit. Some foundry owned by a white guy put that shit together, bro, and laid it out there for some brother to use on somebody. Same as the barrel of the gun.
Deliver some of those bars to this ghetto area over here. Just drop them around randomly.
Yeah, man. And some bricks, too.
A couple of bricks.
It was the craziest situation, like to actually see bricks just neatly compiled and like, in
an area full of houses made of wood.
Yeah, they weren't construction areas at all. They're just bricks just lit. Yo, you can't make this shit up, man. I didn't see any of the shit that they tried to say was on TV, but I saw a bunch of bricks in the aftermath.
I'll admit, I saw bricks and shit myself, like in certain areas, just like piled up, like ready to be lobbed at buildings. I was like, wait, what? Because I heard about it first on the internet. I was like, that's bullshit.
Lobbed, he says, ready to be lobbed.
They got stolen, the bricks where I'm from. They're like, people just stole them and they actually built houses with them. Which is kind of cool.
Oh, guess what? News update on Somerset.
Yeah?
The family. Guess what? I found out that some of the prelates in Somerset from the township of my namesake, couple of them were sent to the Tower by Thomas II.
Nice. You know that means that your people were like peasants, right?
That might be why, like my family, like I've never heard of anybody like famous, but we go back all the way to William the Conqueror with night chips. Who's playing the bass? Because that's one of those weird noises.
My phone.
Hubbity 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 whatty. I didn't realize that was you. Hubbity whattity whatty.
Me, my accent. Bottle of water. Static. Erratic.
That's your phone making that buzz. I get it.
My phone? No, it's probably my laptop, dude.
Oh, your laptop.
Just turn me up real loud. It makes it sound better.
No, it's actually I got you going through some Sansui speakers. These are freaking concert quality speakers. Boom. Sounds like a bass
Good
guitar.
cracking, mate.
Swear to God. What? Wait a minute. What'd you say?
Nothing. Hey, Dylan.
Who's that?
What's cracking, Croc?
What's up? What you saying, dog? How you doing? You alright? Winston wasn't even that nice to me when he heard me. Oh, I appreciate it, man.
You've been in the slammer, mate.
I have not been in the slammer whatsoever, actually. We're getting married. We're getting married.
Boy, woohoo!
Wait there. He's been at the chapel. He's gotten married.
Wait there. Yeah, I got a wife instead.
I'm getting married too.
To Whitset, apparently.
No,
Yes.
someone else. No, just kidding.
One sec, guys. I'm getting a phone call.
She's just hanging with him temporarily. It's someone else. No, I'm just kidding.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, but it's comedy, man. I'm just funny. That's all.
She better watch out.
Watch out! Watch out, girlfriend. Yeah, it must be a blast. I'd like to be a fly on the wall of that motorhome. Wow. Seriously.
You would have no shortage of entertainment.
I don't mean like that. Nothing dirty or nothing. But
No, I know. I'm not either, bro. I'm just saying. You would be entertained.
just the conversations, I bet that's fantastic.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Like we, we'll just like, do you want to go look into the giant ancient trees tonight?
I
That's like our
know. That sounds like a fucking cool date, man. Shit. I don't know anybody I could like ask to do that. Come and let's take a look at the ancient trees or something. How about let's look at mud flood tonight? How's that sound, honey?
Yeah, that's how it is. It's like Tartaria? Tacos in Tartaria tonight, babe.
Yeah. How about that Samuel Robotham? How about we listen to the Smoky Gods audiobook tonight while we doze off under the moonlight?
No, for real, though. Like audio reading of Jasher. Let's do it.
That's pretty cool. The latest rabbit hole we've been going down is the world tree. The alleged world tree that existed.
If you watch
So big. There's a tree so big that every nation took under its shade.
Hunter x Hunter, The final season, the season finale, what the series finale actually. Gong meets his father at the top of this giant tree, and I forget how many meters high it is, but he says this is actually just a sapling that wasn't allowed to grow to its full potential. Most trees of its kind actually extend far out of this realm. All the maps that you've been taught about are incorrect. There's actually much more than what's on those maps, and that's what I want to explore. The outer
Wow.
lands. Yep.
He literally says this.
Who said that?
Yeah. Like
Who said it?
it literally shows you the map. It shows you the world maps that they show you in school, and then he said, actually, there's much more land beyond that. You've been lied to about. We should play that clip real quick, actually.
Who said this though, Elijah?
No, this isn't.
Elijah. Who said
This
that?
isn't. This Gong's Freak's father said it in Hunter.
Gong's Freak's father said it.
World Tree.
Who's a freak? I'm fucking. Okay.
Here it is.
I'll get you.
I'm sharing it now.
What was I gonna say? By the way, your name is Eliyahu by now. Okay.
I know.
Or Elijah, whichever one you prefer. Eliyahu or Eliah?
Eliyahu's fine.
Eliyahu, okay. Well, you're accepting of that pretty quickly. I'm glad.
Because I already came across. I already know the
reason why.
The Nindonim situation and how we're just. Your name is Eliyahu. Okay, Elijah's fine. What? What? It's just it's, in my opinion, one of the first bumbles that they've done when translating the Holy Writ is just changing names just cause. I don't get it.
Just cause. No, but your name's Eliyahu now. You know that, right?
So who can? Oh, what's Cincinnati?
That was so interesting.
Yeah, I posted it. I'm trying to get somebody to play it. I think Cincinnati Eagles can play it, aka Creation Bear.
I'm just trying to remember like other
If you've got
where they
the
have
thing.
trees. I feel like obviously Avatar, they live in the tree and then they cut it down.
Post it in bot commands. I'll play it.
It's basically the Viking that side of the world with the fairies and all of that. They have
Post
a
it
word.
in bot command. I'll play it.
I did post it.
What, in the bot command room? Oh wait, I'll get it in the like voice text right there.
Yeah, that's what the Tree of Life is talking about, right? So, like, it's pretty interesting because they say it was cut down. So, if you think about it, say the giant tree was cut down, and then what we inhabit is the earth, and it has like remains of a giant tree on it that we inhabit on top of. Then look at this picture. This is like the top of a wooden fence post, and then tell me if it looks familiar. Because if you think about the earth having the giant tree falling down on top of it.
Are you posting the picture now already?
Yeah, it's in the voice text.
Oh, dope. Yeah, bro. I like it. I see.
That's pretty crazy, right? I mean,
I'm saving it already, so yeah, it's definitely crazy.
yeah, like we might actually, some places that we inhabit.
Oh, cool. I want to go there, bro. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of lag. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm over talking and stuff. Elijah, when you want me to play that, let me know.
Kai, y'all are ready to hear it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me see if.
Oh, I've already pressed play. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
The real world tree takes root in magma, grows out of a mountain, and is taller than anything you've ever seen. As a matter of fact, it reaches out of the atmosphere.
Gaia, the so-called Plan F, the Wandering Stars. It's really interesting. And they're talking about the Greeks, and they're taking the piss out of the Greeks for like their opinion on it. It's really funny. They're just like, oh yeah, the Greeks, they think it's this, like, you know, burning fireballs in the air, driven around by a magical force, like a power that drags it, like a chariot almost. When we know they're just fires in the sky for navigation. It's like really funny the way it's said. It's in the Netflix thing.
Yo, in Daniel, when they talk about the giant tree, and it's because Nebuchadnezzar has a dream because he's going to be taken down as a king, etc. It talks about it having iron wrapped around it, just like
yes,
just like you would with like a Tesla coil, or like really, you know, you could use copper. But anyway, so that's pretty interesting because then the idea being that, you know how the tree gets bigger and then it kind of goes out at the base when it's going to the ground, into the ground, that would be the mountain that's magnetic.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the ground, and then
like if you look at the bottom of a tree, it's a little bit wider than the rest of the tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like the wide part of the tree, because if you look at ancient depictions, it shows the tree coming out of the mountain.
What's that? Who be hot mic? Is it Yahoo? It's Gem C.
Okay, I'm gonna post this, guys, but I feel like sometimes things that we think are like made from Tertiary, just like from trees, like these mysterious stone balls. What if they're just like petrified grapes or petrified berries?
I don't know about that, but
Whoa!
'cause
And
they
then where is it?
decompose,
They
right?
have those giant cups. Where are those giant cups at? Do you guys know about that?
Oh, the vases.
I think it's in yes. I think it's in
That could
Southeast
be used.
Asia, like Vietnam or Cambodia or one of those places. Laos, maybe.
Lao. Mm. Could that not be being used for like? I don't know. I'm not gonna say. I don't know. I was thinking about something. But
The local legends say that there were giants that were having a drinking. They were drinking. Those are the drinking vessels. They drank out of the jars. They got all drunk and they left them there.
yeah, I don't know if I know that.
And the scriptures talk about how it took numerous men to carry grapes.
I believe in bigger fruit when I believe in the bigger fruit and all that stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Those are some big grapes, man.
Yeah, man. That sounds like what's between my legs, bro. Like straight up.
Like strong adult soldiers have to carry grapes together with a stick in between it.
So those balls are in Guatemala, aren't they? The Olmecs. Weren't they found amongst the Olmecs graves? Or is that in Costa Rica? Forget.
They're in a few different places, from my understanding.
The Olmec stone heads and freaking
Mexico. The Olmecs were found, from what I know, in Mexico.
Yeah.
Me no know.
Toltec and the Olmecs.
Yeah, Kai's saying if you just research mysterious stone balls, there's tons of them. You'll just find them everywhere. But it's interesting the idea of it being fruit.
Mm.
So like, cause Kai actually has like, she like blew my mind when I first started FaceTiming her about this, talking about how like the idea of if you lived in a tree or like even under a tree, but the tree was your shelter and it provided your food. Like that does sound like paradise, doesn't it?
Yeah. But are you guys like fully living together now then?
Oh yeah.
Oh, and you said you're getting married?
Yeah, like scripturally we're married, but we're
That's what I was about to say. You're already married, so I'm not.
That's correct.
You don't. Yeah.
Hey, congratulations to the two of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just doing a little ceremony where the families.
When are the babies coming, though?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. When are we gonna see little Witsits?
When she gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Wanna be?
Had to be me, didn't it,
Good one. That was a good one.
Or Kai Witsit hybrids.
No, man. Those children will not be talented whatsoever. Not at all.
Until the honeymoon to do that. Come on, guys.
You know what? Your kids.
Keep going.
Just imagine how untalented those children will be.
Yeah.
That was so quick-witted, you guys.
Wow.
And so,
You need to have as many babies as possible, guys. For real. Like,
Hey, you
straight
guys,
up.
check
I
this
want
out.
one.
Check this out. Those kids are going to have the highest number of uncles and aunts and uncles of anyone ever born.
And godparents.
Who's abusing who for the names though?
Hey, MJ, get online.
All of us.
We actually talked about the names. We were
Shut up with your code.
Yes.
We
Like,
want
shut up,
the
bro.
yeah. We want different names, variants of names that have like yeah at the end, like
Yeah.
yeah.
Elijah is a good name, you know.
It is.
Say.
Yeah.
Like I said, Eliyahu.
Right.
Elijah. My kid's gonna be called Melky, and then eventually he'll be called Melkis, and then he's gonna be called Melchizedek.
Just call him Ja.
Well, yeah.
MJ, let's go.
Yeah.
You know, Eli.
Come on, wait. I just got back. I need to relax, bro.
No, you always relax. Let's go.
The end of your name.
MJ, let's go. So
What
that
happened
was
with
it,
the
sir.
star?
You know, the end of your name comes from Yah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like hallelujah. That's where Elijah.
He knows that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He just ain't
Beautiful.
buying
That
it.
means you have one of the names that have actual spiritual substance, and most people don't nowadays.
My name, actually, when you translate it to Hebrew, it's mentioned in the Bible as it's a military commander that led one of the armies. In fact.
Well, we all know about the letter J, so there's that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jenny.
Hello.
Yeah, and the closest name I can think of to Joshua is Yeshua.
Yahusha.
And
Yeah,
instead of Yeshua with
I'm sorry, but
YESHUA, right?
It's Yahusha in my opinion.
J-E-Y-E instead, or J-E. Like that's even a word, Jeshua with an E.
Right, and all of those are abbreviated from Yehoshua. So, but
Yahushua.
but like that's Joshua would be the more accurate English translation for sure.
English maybe, but I'm going back to the Paleo Hebrew when I'm learning this stuff. Like
Mithiyahu.
So you got like
So-
Yahusha, which is short for
Yahusha, yeah.
Yeah. That's actually a poetic abbreviation. It's just like Yah is a poetic abbreviation.
It means salvation of Yah. That's why I call Jesus now Yahusha, because he's the salvation of Yah.
That's correct.
The salvation that comes out of Yah. The Yod.
Yes.
The Yod. And then obviously if we break it down, like for instance, like fully, right? So like the concepts of the individual like letters, right? For instance, right? Right, so how do I go about doing this? The whole story's in the Odia, or the Aleph Tav, the Aleph Bait even. The Aleph Bait, the Bait being the house, you know, the Aleph being the ox head, right? You know? The ox head being like the ultimate crown, the ultimate resh. I mean, the resh being the R. So the Aleph, the A, okay, which the ox head. And so the Y, the Yod, right? Which would be the I as well, where inside is the closed hand of Yah, okay, like gripping you, right? So then the A is like the closed hand of Yah gripping you as you are held by the ox head, the ultimate resh, the main leader, right? And then with the Che, the Che would be to behold. So it's like now you're to behold. So you like behold that you're being held in the hand of the highest, resh or crown. So that's Yah, right? And then with the Hey again, Yahush. So it's and then the Vav, which is the nail, which pins it together. So Yah being pinned together by the U, the Vav, the U. Pinned together, it's represented as the nail, right? It's drawn as a nail. So then that's Yah, Hu, Sha. So then we have to go to the SH, the Shin, which is to consume, to take in. What do we consume from Yahusha? Salvation. So we consume that which has been connected from Yah to him to consume it as the Shin. Yahusha, and then we go back to, again, what do we get at the end? We get the ultimate thing ever asked in life, the crown, which is the Aleph, again, Yahusha. The story is in every letter.
Correct. And that's why it's so deep, bro, because like scientifically, like right, cymatics, like the vibrational effect of each of these characters is significant. So like power wise, like actually if you look at like ancient Egyptian texts, for example, they wouldn't say certain words that the Hebrew people would say.
Yes.
Or they would even write about how if you had to, you could try to, because this must be some type of magic, because the Hebrew people call on this word and magic stuff happens.
Exactly, because again, remember the very medium, like thermodynamics, like as well, right? Praying, for instance, I'm starting to look at something very physical. What's it? Is that, you know, we pray out, right, out of our ruach, right? Our ruach meaning ruach hakodesh, the holy breath. Ruach meaning breath, and then it's like we pray, we speak spirit to spirit. Well, we speak ruach to ruach, breath to breath. It's like I speak my intent to you with my breath. So like the words where I say I love you, at someday you may even inhale them. But if I was in front of your face, you most definitely will. So like if I'm to speak in the medium in which all of this passes through, like the same way that entropy does in the air, right? And I'm looking now at the spirit of Yah, or the Ruach of Yah, Yahweh, Sevaot, as a form of actual motion of entropy almost, in a sense, but like on a higher scale, like permeating through the frequency of the earth itself. And I think this is where a lot of New Ageism is going wrong, is that and this isn't me taking this from New Ageism whatsoever, it's just me taking it from the Odio, taking it from the Aleph Tav, from the concepts written in the Hebrew language and the Paleo Hebrew specifically, and how that's where I'm learning this from, these concepts, and how beautiful it is. It's like, you know, the intent of the word that I speak has a phonetic sound to it and a vibration to it. Not only that, does it permeate through the air, it is absorbed into someone through their own breath, right? Like, you know, like when it says that you don't need to be like saved, let's say by water anymore, but like, you know, you could be saved by the word of a man, by being spoken spirit to spirit, the spreading of the gospel, for instance. That's speaking ruach to ruach, right? Like, that's so important. It's like you're receiving the breath of life again that Abba Yah gave to us, right? Like he breathed into the nostrils. Remember, he breathed into the nostrils of Adam, and it's like we're knitted together in our mother's womb as we are in the Shamayim, and it's like so in the heavens. So it's like, that's amazing. It's like, again, it's like when we speak to one another about these things, we speak life to one another because we're speaking in breath, the ultimate form. It's like, what else do we need to live and exist? There's oxygen, everything like that, great. But like, what do we need to really exist? Breath. It's always breath. And it's funny, the Ruach HaKodesh, the holy breath. It's like, that's why this mask thing was so messed up. It's like, yeah, cover up. Don't breathe in the medium in which everything permeates through. Oh yeah, don't do that. Sorry, I'm preaching.
You're good. You definitely get on a roll, bro.
You're making sense, though. I mean, I got no argument.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I
let it
almost
go,
fell asleep.
man. Oh,
What did you say?
Yeah, in the room. There you go.
So did the giant tree get cut down? Like, there were giant trees, but like, we're talking about the idea that there was a world tree. You guys think that's crazy?
no.
No, not crazy. No, I've looked into the topic myself.
There's too many coincidence theorists on that, just in movies, in stories,
Yeah, the big tree. Like, look at the one with the Dark Crystal, which is a lot of truth in it.
Oh my gosh, I love that movie.
With those, but even the new series, it's like the big tree that like the Skeksis are in the big tree that they're in, and that being like the tree of life, and where they're taking the power from, like adrenochrome, right? From the Gelflings, and
you have
it's insane.
Stephen King, the Dark Tower series.
Yeah,
I saw that. That was good.
Well, I mean, like the actual books.
Yeah, like the actual book.
And you know,
I'm gonna
there's
read books. Go on.
Who reads books? Come
I'm
on,
sure
bro.
there's a shortcut
Yeah.
version of it.
The movie, yeah.
Or, you know, and you know how people on YouTube are, they like to talk about everything under the sun. You could probably find a comparison from the books to the movie, you know?
Yeah, so real fast, like when we see these pictures like Kai's posting, right? So what is that? Okay, so say that I'm suggesting, Kai and I are suggesting, this looks like it's pretty clearly the bottom of a giant tree. Okay, now if you disagree, what is it?
Believe most of us
let
over
me
here
look.
go with the
It's
tree.
a coincidence.
But how to
Let me
get?
look.
Do you guys believe the mainstream story then that it took billions of years?
No.
Good Lord.
Just
But it doesn't mean just because the billions of years thing's wrong doesn't mean that it was something else, right? But I haven't looked yet. I'm not making an assumption.
The rest of it's also ridiculous, and just so that it's just layered.
Meteorite, they could say, right? Which is bollocks as well. You know, to me, I kind of feel like something like that would be like, I don't know. It looks like it could look like it could be like a volcano where an earthquake happened as well, and then it collapsed, right? Like, you know, like an old mine, or a very ancient mine, even. You know, like a mountain that was mined from.
That's what I'm saying. What's a volcano?
No, I agree. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just explaining what could it be, and I'm just explaining.
No, I know.
Right?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm glad that you are. Like, for me, the idea that the land has layered like this, and then corrosion of those type of patterns going down diagonally towards the ground and not being consistent with the surrounding areas makes no sense at all. It certainly doesn't have like the logical default position or anything, and that's how it's sold, as if to say that was a tree at one point is insane. But what they're claiming is actually just doesn't make sense.
Witsit, what about, I don't know the location, so forgive me, but this quote unquote mountain looks like an elephant. And I forget who it is that picks that apart, but he goes to Oh, go ahead on it. I'll listen to you. Go ahead, bro.
Sorry, Stellium 7 is all I was saying.
Yes. Oh my gosh, there's too many coincidences on that one. Anybody who just takes one look and then shakes their head and dismisses it, you're an a-hole. Because there's all kinds of, he goes all forensic science on that. And it's just like, whoa, what's going on here?
Very interesting. You're right.
Yeah, that's serious. That's some serious work that he did on that.
Yeah,
So,
cool,
giant animals, giant trees, not a far stretch in my opinion.
I agree. Like, he shows you the anatomical structure.
Yes.
So, like, you can think that it's just a coincidence that it has the exact same anatomical alignment,
right,
as an elephant. I mean, that's weird.
GTFO. Yeah, that's GTFO on that one. Mm-hmm. It's incredible. It's so incredible.
I mean, there are actual rocks that look like people, like giant people.
That too. Mm-hmm.
And we know about the pillars of salt that were created instantly. Biblically speaking. Lots. Sodom and Gomorrah.
I mean, we agree that these ancient civilizations were way more informed about where they live, obviously, right? Like, they knew they lived in an electromagnetic field, and they lived within its resonance, and they knew the earth wasn't moving, and that the sky moves around with this field, and it's everywhere. They knew this, and they all depicted it, and they're way smarter than they told us. Well, many of them depict a tree in the middle, man.
That's so weird. You're right. Ugh. It's fascinating. It's ultimately fascinating.
Yeah, like, they just chose to all put this tree there metaphorically for artistic value, I guess.
I have a question. Oh yeah, thanks, old dude, for posting that. So by chance, do you or maybe somebody else listening happen to have a external copy of No Trees on Flat Earth? I mean, I know that's not the best because it's like not English isn't his first language. So, but It's been a while since I've watched that, and it's just so many images that just seem so coincidentally like things that we see on a smaller scale. And it's just, yeah. I almost, we should have normies do reaction videos for that, but it's way too long, the only thing. But to see somebody's facial expression when they think in their head, OMG, when they start thinking something ain't passing the smell test. I would love to get that facial expression from someone. And I'd love to burn that into my brain, and that would be like a carrot in front of a rabbit kind of thing. Because people have no idea about stuff like this. Not taught in the indoctrination centers, so. Yeah, they don't go into history or geography quite that much. Well, this wouldn't be entirely geography, but you get
Something
what I
else, right?
mean.
Like, we've all heard that they make the joke, let me guess, you flat earthers think that the Earth's on a turtle or whatever. And so there's a lot of depictions with turtles. Yeah, because there are waters everywhere, and what if there are creatures in the water below us that's way bigger than the Earth because the waters are way bigger than the Earth?
Ooh, Never Ending Story. You remember that giant turtle?
Whoa. Was it a giant turtle? Or the dog?
I mean, it's not big enough to depict the quote-unquote Earth or whatever it is, but yeah, I don't know. Sorry, that just popped in my head. Random, everybody, sorry. But yeah, I love this topic. I'm so glad you're on this a little bit with it. So cool. And I did listen to your, I think it was that other live, I did watch it. Was it transhumanism and, no, transgenderism?
I think I saw something about that.
Clones, yes, thank you. I honestly did listen to it. And I'm looking forward to part 2. Because it seems like you're, still working on, your production stuff and everything. So I'm excited for you on how you take it. High five.
Thank you. Yeah, like, I don't want to do that subject without really good connection and everything, because it sounds so crazy. I want to really do it justice, and they attacked that stream pretty hard. So
yeah, maybe you need more moderators in there or something. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. I was just listening to you.
Oh, but, no, I mean, the actual stream itself, my ability to broadcast it, got attacked. My computer was working A1 until I went live. It all of a sudden just completely glitched, and, that doesn't normally happen, so.
Well, geez.
Yeah,
well, I hope you figure that out, because you're doing way more than we're doing, so, well, I mean, I don't know. More than me.
Well, thank you. We all do our own thing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But yeah, that is a fascinating. You guys know me. I love off-topic stuff because it all fits in together, in my opinion.
Right.
Yes.
It's just finding out the truth.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, no topic's off limits as long as it's provable and falsifiable or whatever.
Ditto.
How dare you not talk about curvature?
All the time, every day, 24/7. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sometimes the flat earthers want to argue with the other flat earthers about a flat earth point. It's bro, we agree, bro. Come
on. Yeah.
I mean, if they disagree, that's cool. But I mean, sometimes they just want to they take.
Yeah, and you know what? We don't all agree on a lot of stuff, and that's okay. But one thing we all agree on is that it's just not a globe. It's pretty simple.
We all agree that we're trying to find the truth. So whatever the truth is, we should be willing and open to look at it and figure out if it is.
That's what got us here.
Yeah. Amen. Let me see if I can find that. I do a lot of screenshots. Let me find that, the R prayer. I got it somewhere here.
Aristophanes.
Here we
Hallowed
go.
be thy name.
Wait, did you have you heard about? Someone told me that Aristophanes or whoever it was that came up with the ball Earth theory came up with it in 875 BC. I was like, no, they didn't. But I don't know if it's true. I was wondering if you heard about it.
Man, all I know is shadows and sticks. That shit is some bullshit.
Exactly. Well, I don't know. I just didn't realize that the time frame they claim it was in was way back before. That's all. I just thought it was interesting.
Sonny, are you going to recite the R prayer?
I don't know. I'm trying to pull up your postings because I know I could find it right away, but for some reason.
Oh, I just posted it.
Oh, you got it.
Well, my point was, the only real record we have from that far back is biblical scriptures, right? Or am I wrong?
Ooh, I don't know.
So, like,
Hold
how
on.
are they going to?
Wait, hold on to that thought.
Okay.
Hold
What
that.
are you on about Aristophanes? You on about that? Are you on about Aristophanes is in
I'm
like?
saying I don't think he existed. I think they made it up.
Yeah, but I thought you said the 1800s for some reason. So
No, I don't remember where I heard it, but I was listening to something on some YouTube thing or whatever. I just heard about it, I thought.
I'm glad we could all gather.
no, I'm just asking to clarify.
Glad we could all gather this day on this fine day with the sun above the horizon, always as it is. Our Aristophanes, whose sticks measured the heavens, hallowed be thy name. Thy circumference come, thy radius should be done, on earth as it measures in the heavens. Give us our daily shadows, and forgive us for assuming the distance to the sun to give us the globe. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sonny.
I hate that prayer. It seems like blasphemy. Sorry.
Oh, you hate the prayer?
It seems blasphemous a little bit. That's all. But I love the
I
creativity.
felt the same way at first, but you know what? Let everybody do what they got to do. I mean,
No, I love the creativity of it.
Yeah, I do too.
We're making a parody of the globe. It's not anything to do with
No, I know. That's where I'm like
Of
torn.
course, the Lord's Prayer is sacred. Yeah, I mean, I agree with
Yeah, that's where we're supposed to just agree to disagree and move on. Yeah, I agree with that whole claim. Like we can give each other a hard time, but
See, that's
sometimes
a prayer.
we push it too.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to.
It's okay. We're only going to read it
Can you
at
get
the
the-
top of
can you read-
every hour, so you have plenty of time.
Well, see, what we're dealing with here with this R prayer, that's the prayer of scientism believers. And we all know that's a
And
religion. So it has to have a prayer.
Yep. It's kind of making fun of the globe religiosity.
Yes.
Got to be done.
Next. I'll back you up on that, sure. We can do a song unless somebody's got something to put up on the table.
Go ahead and play a song.
Could you? Because I'm trying to get ready to go back from lunch.
Sure, no problem. Happy to be of service. Let me see.
Alrighty, thank you.
Especially if you're on your lunch break.
Yeah, thanks.
I thought so. Let's see here. Alrighty there.
In this world of calamity, dirty looks and judges and jealousy, and police when abused by the variety.
Some weird shit's been played on here. What's this?
Young ragamuffin up in the bush bungalow, ragamuffin seven up in the bush
For a
bungalow.
song here. Let's listen to this. Meanwhile, I'll find a song in just a second, but we're just going to play this too.
Jah will be waiting there when we shout. Jah will be waiting there.
They told me that you had gone totally insane
You didn't lie.
and that your methods were unsound.
Come along and see what we're learning and see how it changes your life. And I mean that. Your life will be changed when you learn the things that we know for the better. It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. Apparently, this is something that we're debating. I have no idea why. You know, I'm one of these people that doesn't like to identify as a specific gender. Even. You know, I mean, I can deal with human. I'm one of these people that doesn't like to identify as a specific gender. Even. You know, I mean, I can deal with human.
Maybe that's because
so you
you're
have this
fucking rock.
one tiny little chance to have the universe look through your eyes, and what are you going to do with that chance? And what I do, I connect to people too hard. I have sex with all the wrong people.
Oh, ignorant slut.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. I keep getting this question. There's no such thing as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Uh-huh.
We're a chemical reaction that got complex enough to become conscious. There's no such thing as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Uh-huh.
You know, we're a chemical reaction that got complex enough to become conscious. So I am saying actually that there are probably tiny little black holes forming all around us. But so the idea that we were all just hydrogen 13 billion years ago, we can take a
She said black holes standing around us.
Right.
We can take a picture of that. That's not.
Yeah, boy.
Yep.
She said have sex with all the wrong people.
Scientists
All the
that
time.
really resist science communicators like me.
Oh man.
My main job now is communicating science, but I can't read a scientific paper to save my life. There's no such real thing as a scientific method.
Holy crap.
The last thing you will see is the very top of the mast of that
Insanity.
boat. And that's because the boat is actually going over the horizon that's curved.
What a numpty.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. I keep getting this question. I mean, today I'm going to be talking about how every single one of your atoms was forged inside
It's
a
been
star
great
that had
speaking to
die.
you guys.
That's literally
again.
true.
I've missed you all. I love you all.
For you have light years contained inside of you, except for your hydrogen, which came from the Big Bang, which is that doesn't suck. That doesn't suck. That's literally true.
No,
For
but you
have
do.
light years contained inside of you, except for your hydrogen, which came from the Big Bang. I have never felt comfortable.
Must be all that hot air
personally.
And that's okay to think that, huh?
Yeah.
Space is very hot. The gas right around the Earth.
Space is very hot, but it's already also really cold.
This is a real picture from Hubble. You
I
and
love
I
this
have the
bit.
same chemistry as one of these dust clouds compressed together. That's
She
what
said
we
it's a real
are.
picture.
You know, we are from one of these collapsing clouds of dust.
I gotta share this to my wife.
On any given date, at different cities and different
You don't
places
have a
around the
wife.
world, the sun is at different angles.
My
in the
wife's
sky.
gonna love this.
That wouldn't happen if the Earth wasn't round. It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. Let's have more people.
I didn't
that
even
are
know
not
this
just
existed.
older white men in science. So that's one of my big passions, is getting people to shake loose science from our cultural definitions of it. My main job now is communicating science. You literally can touch the stars just by doing that, or by doing this.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Heaven is not a place. Heaven is not a place. This is something that we know.
Fucking witch.
To me, science is going to die.
Ladies and gentlemen, proudly advocate Dr. Michelle.
You're right. Science is going to die. The kind of science you believe in, anyway.
I fall in love with everybody all the time. That's what being a scientist is to me. Thank you.
Holy fuck, that was funny.
It's rarely ever seen anymore, except in primitive cultures.
Oh my goodness.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
You bunch of gimps, I say you're gimps, a bunch of gimps who wanna follow the flow. We're gone. Same as in the tick. What?
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Middle castles. All up in the castle. High nothing. Not the car. Not higher than king of big up. What? How you doing?
The world that you're presented.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
That's right.
Some people live in castles and others don't, and nowadays it's possible that you can own for hundreds of thousands of dollars the most expensive cars that have, Mustangs on the front of the badge, much like the Ferrari. Yet, that costs lots of money, and it's the same types of people that can own cars that have those types of horses and Mustangs on the front of their badge. Those types of people are the same types of people that also are the only types of people that can afford to actually own a horse. Which is kind of weird.
Equestrians. How dare you?
That is kind of weird considering everybody used to have a horse.
Right?
Did they though?
Every family member probably had a horse if they were like older than 9 or 10 years old.
I would have been the kid that got the pony and never got a big horse, and everybody made fun of him my whole life.
It's like everyone else had a Nokia for everyone else had a Samsung D500 with a speaker, and that you had a Nokia.
Fuck yeah, dude.
For the rest of your life.
Builds character, but geez, not fun.
Well, yeah, ponies are always slow for some fucking reason.
Yeah, but that pony goes everywhere.
Sorry, whatever, dude.
Your connection's a little better, Crack, than it was yesterday. Are you on your phone?
Yes. No.
Oh, good.
I'm on my laptop.
You better fix it and make sure it's crackling.
My phone is currently trying to charge, and for some reason I'm stuck in this chat room and I can't leave it. So yeah, it's all well and good. I'm having a great time right now. Yeah, great time.
I know our feeling.
I can't click anywhere because it goes all weird. So yeah, my wife thinks I'm ignoring her. So yeah, everything's going great right now.
Alrighty.
I'm still enjoying talking to y'all.
I'm sure when you're paying attention to her, she knows it.
Yeah, I'm sure she does.
I didn't even know you had a wife.
Well, I would hope so.
E.T., why would you know that I did that? I had that, huh?
You're right, because I know very little about you.
Did you ask?
It just surprises me, is all.
Yeah, it surprises me too.
He's a big sweetheart. It doesn't surprise me.
I know everything. Just ask.
I know, because I think of Crack Villain as like carrying around a battle axe all day.
Yeah, but he's got a big heart. He's like a big teddy bear carrying around a big axe.
How does a knight have time for a wife?
Have a big axe.
Yeah, who would throw that tie around their neck? Who would do that?
What did you just say?
I
say that in English. Seriously, I couldn't understand that for some reason. It sounded.
Who would commit suicide like that? Who would do that?
Who would do what now?
How did we get to that subject?
Mi amigo es muy guapa.
Don't get it.
No homerito.
Very handsome and what?
No homo.
Is he cute?
Gemsy, what are you smoking?
Yo, I step away for a few seconds and come back to hearing you guys talk about sodomy.
See, we get so good.
Dude, Wit said I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
No one spoke about sodomy once. You just brought that up.
Nobody said anything about sodomy.
Crack Villain.
No one actually did. I literally just said to Gemsy that he's a beautiful. I said to Gemsy he's a beautiful man.
Kai, you better check your boy. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Kai, check it out. Wit's hearing sodomy in every conversation.
Oh no!
It's because why do you think she keeps talking about these giant grapes, right? And Wit's is like, yeah, they're my legs and shit, and like.
It's all on his imagination.
Yeah,
him
funny, bro. So
imagination. Imagination.
Like, I don't ever check my DMs. Anyone that sent me any probably know that, but like, so I just realized that Professor Phil is at the top of my DM.
Yo, dude, he keeps DMing me too.
I feel left out.
That guy just don't give up, does he?
Dude, he DMs me so often. This is unreal.
He's fucking desperate.
He's racist because he doesn't text me.
I know.
True.
Wait, didn't we determine that he's an actual professor?
He doesn't text.
Yeah, he is, I think.
Yeah,
well, he professes lies. That's for sure.
Seriously, where?
Yeah.
Funny, he's an actual professor that teaches.
Who's this person? Orion, change your profile picture. It's like twice this week.
Whoa.
Change that profile picture. I don't care if that's your real face. You look way too much like Mark Zuckerberg.
Change.
I need to look at it.
If you don't like the way my ugly mug turns off, you just deal with it. Okay?
No, I'm doing that right.
ET, it doesn't
I know, but my name happens to be Ryan.
Wait a minute, hold on. Who are we talking
about? No, I know Ryan, but I'm on about Ryan. Oh no, today actually, that picture doesn't look like Zuckerberg. On my phone it looked like Zuckerberg. You look nothing like Zuckerberg, I'm sorry.
Tubbity.
Well, when I was younger, I looked at Tobey Maguire, so people kept calling me Spider-Man.
All right.
Talking about Zuckerman's famous pig?
It's pretty cool. Tobey Maguire with a little bit of muscle or not? Is that you?
Yo, check this. The last message he sent me. I had to curve around that, bro. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good, man. That was good maneuver.
In 1041 last night, he sent your God analogy with respect to gravity is ignorant and stupid. We use gravity to make accurate predictions of how objects move, especially objects in our solar system. Try and predict something about God. And I was very tempted to respond and say, if you don't get right with him, you'll cease to exist. But I'm thinking I'm just not going to respond. But like, what's really funny, what he's referring to is when I said, think about how funny it is. They say there's this omnipresent creative force with a big G. I'm like, okay, just say God. He got triggered. He had to message me after being ignored.
Yeah, I remember I said that exact same thing in a slightly different way to a guy, like, when was it? Like about a year ago. Like, I was like, yeah, like, alright, yeah, like that thing that's just everywhere is like, you know, holds your whole reality together and is just you know, without it, you're dead, right? It gives you life, correct?
You will cease to exist. That happened to. That's hilarious. Joe Biden has that same problem too. And that's why there's that meme of him. He's like, the thing.
The thing, yeah.
The thing.
That's so ridiculous, Witsit, because for someone to just say, oh, that's stupid and ridiculous, and pretends to be an adult and is actually a professor, like that's supposed to be an adult response? What the hell?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even a response, of course, right? Because I just opened it up. I haven't responded to him one time. These are just paragraphs. When I guess he can't hold it in anymore, he has to slide in my DMs. And it's pretty funny because also with gravity, when they can't explain anything, they just call out to their God. They're like,
yeah,
gravity.
Yeah, we know he's always like this vulture. Yeah,
they really are like debating
flying around the server, DMing new people that come in. That's why he got banned.
Yeah. It's really funny that you're bringing up the whole God thing right now, Witsit, because I was on Facebook the other day. I'm part of this like group. It's called Mexican Memes. And some people put some challenge on there where they're like, roast me, right? And this guy.
Let me get in there.
Hey, how about you? Hold on, dude. Just wait a minute. Shit. So I'm in there, right? I'm in this group, and this guy was like, roast me, and he has like a Baphomet Met shirt, and I was like, by the way, it's on the live stream what I wrote. I was like, no need to roast you. You're based on your shirt. God will roast you later.
Jose, get online.
That's a good one. Stop telling everyone to get online and play on that game with you, boy.
Dude, Jose, go join him. I'm running away.
Yeah, like he's like, MJ, online now. God, now. He's like, Jose, online now. I wish I could play on it. I wish I had a fast enough phone. I'd play.
Like that dude that says, MJ, Jose, go there. And then we go. He never backs us up. We die, and then he blames it on all us.
Wait, what are you trying to say? That my boy isn't that good at it? What are you trying to say?
No, he sandbagged the team.
All right, that just got too personal.
You, right? Whoa, dude. Dude, that MJ, that's way... That's way out of order, MJ.
Let's see. Check this out. Hey, Jose.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Hey, Jose. Who saves the team and brought us to number one by the mere chance of getting saved?
Hell no. You're smiling while you
who saved more?
Hell no.
Look, this is what a Glover does when they try to stop you from getting.
Yeah, he's spiraling, bro. He's spiraling right now.
Nah.
He's trying to change the narrative. He's trying to change the narrative. He's talking about a team sandbag. Well,
admin way.
No, numbers are a red herring. Who has saved you more? Who has saved you and allowed you to continue to play more of the game?
Who is the one right now more serious about starting the war?
I'm asking Jose a question.
Well, if I'm gonna be honest, it depends on the situation. See, like everyone, like in our squad in Call of Duty, we all
No. The situation is this: who revives the team the most?
What? You do, bro. That was easy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was easy.
No, okay. The last few
He
games
said that was easy, MJ.
No. The last few games where we were all together, who saved whose ass? Like
MJ, that slid out of his mouth though, like nicely.
Why is MJ so triggered anyway?
I'm just trying to tease him, and that's it. So, Elijah, last few games we've been together, who's been saving who?
I don't know, man. I just revived the team overall the most. So I can't be a sandbagger when I'm out here saving
I was
lives.
teasing when I said that.
I want to see you guys online today.
Oh man, I just got back. I'm worn out, man.
You said that 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I just went, bought stuff, got in, cooked, and eating right now, and then just gonna go lay down and then join you guys later on. Sure.
Well, let's
Well, if
play
you guys
before
are
we
always needing
really get
helped up,
demonic.
that's what the argument's about, then maybe all you are trash.
Hey, jump in, join us, bro.
No, I put my gaming days behind me.
Oh, face.
I was way too good.
I'm just playing with them because it's team, family, and it feels good.
No, yeah, of course.
Especially the shit talking. Oh, it gets really good.
Yeah, it's really funny when you have an open mic all the way and Elijah kills someone on the opposing team and they're like, fuck Flat Earth, because Elijah's name is Flat Earth Guns.
Oh, poor babies. You make them cry when you put the Flat Earth thing in their mind. Oh,
people get triggered all the time.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. I bet you could probably take advantage of that, right? And get behind them when they're not looking and tell them something's crazy and then shoot them in the.
Dude, every time I'm sniping and it's like a global earth, I'll be like, it's because I didn't account for the Coriolis, motherfucker. That's why you died.
By the way, Wit said it's not going to be easy over here because it's touchscreen. Not going to be using the computer or something to play it.
Touchscreen.
How's that work?
Full or iPad. Yeah.
Okay.
I've always been a PC gamer, but playing with the guys, yeah, they play on COD Mobile. I had to learn the touchscreen. That wasn't easy. Took me maybe 2 weeks to get used to it. Nah, I'm on a big
put your
phone.
thumb or your finger on one spot on the keyboard or on the screen, and then you got to put one on the other, and you got to control all that. Figure out what you're doing.
No.
You can use a keyboard and a mouse on the phone if you buy the right attachment. It plugs into the C port, and it has USB attachment, so you can get a USB keyboard and a mouse, and you can play with a USB and a keyboard.
Oh no, that's not good. You need to learn how to use 4 fingers or 5 fingers.
Oh, 5 fingers, man.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can use 10 on the other, but whatever.
I use 2 fingers. So.
Bad man.
I'm feeling a little triggered right now, to be honest.
Because you can't play first-person shooters.
Sandbag.
What? Really? Is that where you thought he was going with that? Definitely fun.
Come
on the clan and show us.
Truth, get online now.
Are you talking to the rookie? You should know better than that. That's why they call me the rookie.
Everybody's here, but nobody's online. How dare you call yourself Klansman?
Dare you?
Hey man, I'm actually trying to put time on Discord, and every time I do, you guys try to take me away, man. So let me put in some time on here.
All right.
Well, there's his admission. It's your mission slip. Okay, I'm troll detected. Troll detected.
What time are we playing tonight, though? What time are we playing tonight?
About 3 hours, I guess.
Let's set
I usually hop on around 6:30, 7 o'clock my time, which I'm in California. So 3 hours
Right
difference
now,
from some of you guys.
All right,
Right
I'll be
now,
on 9 my
35.
time, which is 7 o'clock your time, Jose, which is 10 o'clock your time. Eli?
This moment 30.
Eli's gonna fall asleep on us again.
Right, because I'm up now.
Sounds like you could go back to sleep
That
at any
sounds
minute.
like a challenge. That sounds like, yeah. Come on, you want some?
What do I need to What do I need to play so I can get in there and beat all y'all asses?
Yeah, let me find a game I'm really good at.
Witsit, by the way, it was great speaking to you. Witsit's Mitsit that doesn't gets it because there's no children's yet. Nice to speak to you too, Kai.
Should probably get Kai into the game. And
yeah, bless you. And peace out, my homies. Nice to talk to all of you, MJ included. Even though he's diabolically crap at Call of Duty and he keeps getting everyone killed apparently and doesn't revive anyone. Love you, Sonny. Love you, Yahoo.
Thanks.
Hey, don't forget about me, dude. What's up?
And there's a guy in here somewhere called like
fuck that other guy.
Jakey Gyllenhaal or something. I don't know.
There's a mean lesbian in here somewhere.
Jake Gyllenhaal, him. Yeah. Rookie, well, yeah, you too, Rookie. Jenny. Oh, I'm shouting out everyone by name. Albert Yaga, Jose, E.T., Yemc, Julius, Glatflo, Batman, Dave Hinkle, obviously. Cut the shit.
What?
I said Glatflo. I'm saying goodnight. And I'm saying goodbye. Bye, Ryan. Bye, Seisu. Bye, Seth. Bye, Sons of Thunder.
Isn't it like 8
You bunch of
o'clock your
crazy
time?
flat
Over?
earthers. I'm not going to bed. I'm doing something else.
Okay. Yeah.
Bye, Joshua.
Peace of love. Thanks.
So somebody called you to the duty.
See you later, buddy.
Yeah, see you, man.
Later.
I might think about jumping on here pretty soon. If I can get my phone unlocked.
Yeah, right. Liar.
Hey, you should post
I'll leave you with that. I'll leave you with that right now. Joshua will not do shit. He's lying.
I could always just play it on my computer.
Nah, you could always do that, but you're not going to because you're not going to back up your team.
Could I do it with a mouse and a keyboard?
I'm not even on the squad, dude. I'm in a different freaking. I'm in Savage.
Yeah, see, exactly. That's my whole point, bro. You're not in the squad or anything.
Savages. I'm in the Savages clan, man, because we're Indian, man.
Yeah, bro. You should be in the Flat Earth squad, but like
legendary clan, man.
Send me an
bro, I ain't even judging because I'm not willing to play that shit because I ain't got a phone that's fast enough.
See, that's
what I'm saying, bro. If you got a good enough computer, you can use
I haven't
Game Loop. That's the only one because it's adapted for Game Loop.
I haven't. So
yeah, not gonna be.
I've got an Xbox
screen though.
What was that?
I've got a good Xbox, like a really good Xbox, like one of those new ones instead.
I mean, you won't be able to do ranked past Pro. Once you hit Pro 1, you can't do ranked matches anymore.
No.
Unfair advantage. But yet they let people with fucking controllers and switches play.
Controllers and keyboard, it's pointless when it comes to COD Mobile. A lot of the streamers, a lot of the PC users are also going towards COD Mobile because of the attention it's getting. All the cool stuff and everything is being added into it. And all the Vanguard and all the PC stuff is not getting any loving. I mean, COD Mobile is getting all the tournaments, Battle Royale tournament, MP, multiplayer tournament, all over the regions. It's crazy right now.
What's the name? Card.
If I can't get my phone unlocked, I don't have a secondary screen. Because I can adapt it to be another monitor.
I literally could do something which is, most of you guys join in, you could make a private lobby, right? And that private lobby, everyone's going to be everyone for themselves and just, kill each other. or a team of 2.
That sounds like a great idea. Let's just play Russian roulette while we're.
To make Elijah wear something.
I'd rather sew my face to the carpet.
Who says that?
I don't know.
Is that from a movie?
I was trying to think of what it was. Yeah, it's from a movie. I don't
That's
remember.
such a good line.
Most of the crazy shit that I say comes from either music or movies or something. I don't make the shit up on my own, just so you know. It's just practicing time.
Okay. So U.S. Code 18 U.S. Code Section 1341. So 1341, frauds and swindles. Whoever having devised or intending to devise any scheme or artifice to defraud or for obtaining money or property by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises, or to sell, dispose of, loan, exchange, alter, give away, distribute, supply, or furnish, or procure for unlawful use any counterfeit or spurious coin, obligation, security, or other article, etc. Now, I clearly just described NASA at the very beginning of that whole thing.
I was going to say,
good one.
I can think of
Go
it.
on.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is like just describing NASA. It would just be a well-said description of NASA. So we're going to come down here. This is, delivered by the Postal Service or deposits or causes to be deposited, any matter or thing, whatever to be sent or delivered, et cetera, et cetera. At this place, which is directed to be delivered by this person whom it is addressed, any such matter or thing shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both if the violation occurs in relation to or involving any benefit authorized, transported, transmitted, transferred, dispersed, or paid in connection with a presidentially declared major disaster of emergency, blah, blah, blah. Then they have, it's $1 million or 30 years in prison. So the important part of that whole thing, because that's the individual assessment, right? So like an individual could be held accountable by up to 20 years in prison.
Not more than 20 years.
Right. But NASA is comprised of a bunch of individuals, right? But it very clearly says, whoever having devised or intending to devise any scheme or artifice to defraud or for obtaining money or property by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises. I mean, that's just describing NASA.
Who keeps those secrets for them would also be involved in that, right? Basically.
Yeah, I mean, NASA's done all that. They make all kinds of promises. They promise that we're going back to the moon every couple of years.
Yep, and they own all kinds of property, and they've gotten a bunch of money from ill-gotten gains.
So what you would do is...
Now, hold up.
Go ahead.
What's it? That's U.S. code?
Yeah.
Okay, so none of that applies. See, this is the trick, right? We all are fictions of law or legal fictions within the system of the United States corporation. So anything that happens within the corporation is, I guarantee you, disclosed or assumed fraudulent. And so they're very careful about this, right? If you're in their club, you have no say over what they do. You are on the lowest pole. You are the trustee. You are one of their employees, so you have no say. They make decisions. You agree to it by tacit consent. It sounds like, I mean, most definitely they are, defrauding the people, but the people don't know that they are a part of that particular corporation and tacitly consent to everything. So there is no recourse on their side of the law. You have to be outside of it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, of course. That's very true. And that's why everyone should send in affidavits of status, right? Because we're not in a corporate municipal entity like your county of, city of, all that. I agree. And in the United States, all caps, and that's why it's Constitution of instead of for United States, because it's like the rules for their company. But if you can actually get them in trouble for not following the rules within their own company, though, and that's the funny part, right? Like, because they're just dumb.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
That's what a business is all about.
It's gonna crumble.
You got to get it to the right judge. Now, this is going to right. See, so the lower judges have nothing to do with any of this. So, at very least, it's going to have to be a federal judge, but it may have to go higher than that. And then, of course, you have to make sure, which I'm sure that Randy Kelton has told you all of this stuff. You got to be on the outside, not the inside, and see if you can push those buttons, get those things to move. So that will be the struggle, but it could be done. That would be a hell of a thing to pull off. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, what he says is that it's ignorant to think that you'll win a case solely because you have the facts and law on your side. Cases are won by politics, and all politics are local and controlled by money. And so the local part's important, right? Because this FBI office has local colleagues. And then they have a hierarchy locally to them as well, right? And that's who really matters. So, like, if you bring a case that's against the judge and the DA is buddies with that judge and politically needs him on his team, he's just going to dispose of it. Well, too bad for him. He actually can't legally do that. So when you start to do that, so now he has a criminal complaint for disposing of the criminal complaint. We'll see if the third person gets it right. And they're so dumb and they're not used to ever being challenged. They never get it right. They all literally just instinctively abuse their power based on like policy that they were taught. Like, this is just how we do things type of thing. So they don't even know what they're doing. They have no idea. I think we can use it against them, right? So just like you said, from outside of it, we just point out that within their corporation, they're breaking their rules. So they need to be held accountable. They're in a contract with that corporation.
Yeah, it's akin to like the teachers and the administrators of a school district or whatever. They're all button pushers. They've all been indoctrinated. They're second and third generation indoctrinated people. They have no idea that teaching the globe is teaching lies, right? So, but once you turn it on them and show them that what they're teaching is fallacious and they could lose their jobs, right? Or what they're authorizing could cost them their jobs, then things could start to move. It's all kind of the same idea. It's funny, once you start to look at all these different, like whether it's, churchianity or whether it's, education or it's government, the same lie, the same type of lie from top down is just rampant throughout all of these different institutions. And so until you start poking around in there and making people uncomfortable, nothing will really change. I'm trying to figure out at this point if it's more effective and could be more fruitful to do it at the education level than it would be, trying to just poke at NASA, because I'm pretty sure they're really protective over that, Disney cartoon. But yeah, man, I'd like to kind of, be involved in this as well. But anyway, yeah.
Let's do it, bro. Like, I agree with the education thing, and you actually have a better playing field because now they're trying to push stuff like critical race theory, and people are trying to bring these to court saying that's free speech, and you actually don't have free speech when you're a public educator in a contract with a municipal corporation. And so the political undertones are starting to change, and in my favor, specifically with the First Amendment cases in federal court for the public forum, lack thereof, whatever, national parks. But at the same time, I think you nailed it, which is that the only way that they're really going to care is if they think they're going to lose their job or something makes them really uncomfortable. Well, that's why no one knows what bar grievances and judicial complaints are, because you can file on the record complaints against any judge and anybody in the bar, and they're insured. And how many times they get these marks against them, their insurance goes up proportionate to that, and eventually they will be dropped. And they cannot be a judge or an attorney with that insurance.
Yep. It's funny how the insurance company, which is, of course, a gigantic pain in the butt lie, too, will turn around and kind of, drop any of them if they get any kind of judicial complaint or criminal complaint, which is sort of fun. They erected this web of of awfulness, and it can easily be used against them if people knew, right? That's the other thing, is getting people to understand, like, just start filing criminal complaints and get your ducks in order and start throwing arrows back at them, and it is effective. It's just, it takes time, you know. I mean, not everybody has time to sit down and get their affidavits in order and start to learn this part of their existence, which is getting identified as a trustee of an account that they didn't even know they had anything to do with, other than I was born into the world and all of a sudden now I have to start paying taxes and people tell me what to do and throw me in jail if I don't pay. So this is like, you know, going from flat, like I thought flat earth was kind of the end of it, but I don't think it is. I ended up in this particular topic afterward and went, whoa, this one might be bigger, because if people knew that they were just born into the world and were immediately considered a slave and didn't know that they were volunteering to be a slave, I think that might even be worse. But I think it's important that everybody learn this stuff.
I agree. It's right up there with, I mean, and then just like you said, it takes time not only to do them, but to inform yourself on how to do them. But you gotta inform yourself about all the lies you were told about the earth, and so this is actually incorporating the ability to take action to, ensure your freedom.
Yeah, no doubt. I agree.
This goes back to what I've been saying lately, is we need to get up off our asses and start doing something about all the shit we don't like, instead of just sitting around bitching and complaining and saying what it is. We need to start being like, get out there and do something about it. At the least, fight back. I mean, when somebody's wrong or somebody's doing you wrong, then you should do something.
There's a paralyzing fear that people suffer from. It is, mind control is real, but it's usually just a form of, I'll call it fear control, right? Fear-based mind control, where when they raise you in the institutions, whatever it might be, they're already training you that this is what the world is, this is who you are, and this is what will happen if you don't do what we tell you to do. And so, you get pulled over for speeding, even though there's no damage to anybody's property, there's no loss experienced. Someone will, essentially harass you, kidnap you for a few minutes, tell you what you've done wrong, make a legal determination, give you a bill in the form of a ticket, and then make you pay for it when nothing really has been done wrong. You're traveling, you're minding your own business, you didn't hurt anybody, and then all of a sudden, crap, I got to pay someone because, reasons, just nothing. And you're terrified because as soon as that red and blue, hits your rearview mirror, you freak out, that feeling in your stomach, you're like, oh man, I just better pay and get this over with because I don't want to bother, I don't want to go to court, I don't want to do any of this stuff. And it's just sickening, right? And so they use fear-based mind control for everything. That's our best word for it. But when you grow up, you're shamed because if you don't learn the material that they tell you have to learn, your friends look at you like you're stupid. Oh, you didn't learn, we learned. So, there's this incentive everywhere from all parts of society, shame you if you don't learn, be afraid if you don't obey. Like, it's really kind of disgusting and very evil. And, once you kind of, Full Metal Jacket, unfuck yourself, pardon my French, you begin to see what they're doing, and you realize that everything that you do in this life, all the control is experienced in the mind first. The prison is in the mind, right? The Matrix was telling us so much, I can't even begin to expand upon it right now, but everything that we suffer from, all the things that we obey, come from what they've done in our mind and our soul, not from the reality of the world that you live in. The reality is you were created by a creator who gave you authority, and you unknowingly handed it over, and you have to reclaim that by, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Once that happens, they're not so scary anymore.
Right, bro. And Mike, one of the simplest ways I think to put it is, you don't have your rights until you exercise them. Right, it's like your muscles. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't ever use your arm, you're not, you don't have an arm. It's going to suffer from atrophy, right? But like, say, I've heard Alphonse say this: if they gave you this crazy military jet that would just souped up and could just take out so many men, right? If you didn't know how to use it, when the people came to attack you, you'd still lose because you didn't even know how to get in, open up the cockpit. So you don't know how to use your rights. It's like they don't have to respect your rights until you exercise them, because they're not a thing until you do that.
Yep.
It requires a living man or woman, an individual made by the creator, to exercise that right for it to be a real thing.
Which proves that what we're saying is correct. It's not baloney. For any of those that are in doubt, that is.
People become black pillars, and they're kind of like instinctively like, there's no way this could be true. It's too good to be true, but it is true, actually. Like, there's a guy established affidavits. He established his status in Florida, and then they came and tried to arrest him because he wouldn't pay property tax. They came in his house and took him, and they ended up settling for $38 million.
Yikes. Yep, that's what happened. That's what they get, though. I mean, the only problem is that it actually affects all of us at the same time. But if we don't do it, then there's something, and then it's going to just get worse and worse and worse until it's too late.
Right, and like, he had to sign an NDA and get the 38 mil settlement. So they can't.
He had to sign a non-disclosure, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, he had to sign an NDA with them. Because it's a company, dude. Like, he had to make a contract with that company.
Now, I imagine that, for as protective as they are of this entire scheme, a lot of money will be offered to you, but this is just my supposition, that they may give you another incentive, right, to sign it because, a heart attack, DART, or something to that effect, right? There may be other threats involved, because it's not as simple as, as what that guy did in Florida. If that was as easy as it was, everyone would do it. But for those of us that actually want to free people, right? I mean, my intention is to have people actually liberated in this life. And I would say, keep your money, right? I don't want your money. I'm going to let people know and let this cat out of the bag.
That's where they get you, though, just to intervene real fast, because I would do the same thing. Like, I was saying it earlier, and I mean it, I would turn down $1 billion if I had NASA on the ropes to go to court to prove the ISS or something. But, like, it'll never go there, man. Like, there's this expectation that when you're offered a quote-unquote fair deal, now in that situation, we'd say it's not. But
I would accept $67 billion a year for the last however many years they've been open, and then give it all back to the United States and all the people that paid in.
Well, this is why they'll never let it go to actual court, because it would be public record too. Like, so, but I'm saying this is the realistic part here. They will just find a way to throw it out. They'll say national security, and they'll all at the top get together and just dismiss it. Like,
yeah, right. You have to be careful what you ask for, right? Otherwise, they'll just shoot it down.
But they don't want to have to just blatantly do that. That's why they'll come out with you an offer that's like, quote unquote, too good to refuse. And like, again, for me, $1 billion wouldn't do it. If they told me that I could make the entire southeast of the United States a flat Earth community, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe we could talk a little bit, but like, I don't know. It wouldn't get that far.
Be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. They might offer you something like
that. Well, no, I probably wouldn't even take that either, because I'm like, now you guys are just going to hone in on the southeast. I know what's going on here. I'd want Cali back.
Well, at least for me, they would they would have to like give it all up. I wouldn't. Yeah, I would expect way too much. They wouldn't agree to my term.
That's right. So, what do you do, right? Because there's this expectation that when the deal is fair, that you're supposed to take it. But what does that mean? That's subjective. So I respect anyone that can say that and mean it. I think a lot of people in this room and I'm not talking to you specifically at all, bro, but I just think a lot of flat earthers in general would say, I think almost every flat earther would say that in a way, but we need people that really mean that, and then we all just do it in our own individual capacity. And what has to happen is the people that have the balls to do it and aren't scared of stuff like your when you mentioned the little heart dart, like,
Those don't
everyone
work on me, by the way. I'm immune to the heart attack darts. Sorry, go ahead.
Nice. Yeah, like everyone knows my heart's in great condition. I don't do drugs and I don't like to speed. So if something happens, it happens. That's okay, cool. I bet a bunch of people look at it that wouldn't have. And we need people like that, but we need them geographically scattered out. Right. So because when you start to take these, even if you do it on the local scale, you take like a county down. One person takes a whole county down and that ripples in the whole states. So it doesn't actually take a bunch. One guy got 20 mask mandates removed for 20 different states. One guy.
Wow, that's pretty. Yeah, that is pretty awesome. And they try to hide that.
They don't take that. Like the mainstream Republican news or whatever. Like, oh, here's Texas fighting on the front line of our freedom again. Just like they're the ones that challenged the election and all the states followed. And no, actually, an individual made them do that.
Yeah, it's funny. That's the only time there's two sides to anything is when they're trying to get somebody to vote in. Every other time, it's like there's only one side of the argument. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, everyone agrees.
It's like it's so strange how that just comes up in everything, except for that one. It's like, I wonder who's benefiting here.
But look, they sold their soul basically, right? And so they live in like this demonic, empty corporate entity. They live inside it. So they don't really know what they're doing. And you just use it like the result of depravity is stupidity. You just use that confinement to stupidity against them. And they have to play within the rules of their stupid little world, not just with the courts, which is their worst nightmare, literally. Because the people that wrote the Constitution, bro, if you really read it and understand it, it was very brilliantly written, bro. Like, it actually was. So it's pretty interesting,
I agree. And I think it was that way in case we did take over, they could at least take it back. I think that's the reason why it's written that way.
Guys, how's it
That's
going?
why it's like,
Well, I mean, they're all pretty esoteric, like Freemason founders of the United States, and the founding fathers on Mount Rushmore is about apotheosis, like becoming God, like alchemy of oneself to a higher state, and it's a bunch of stuff like that. But yeah, it's written in the idea that the licensing schemes of the monarch became too much, and we have to build a system that balances itself out to ensure freedom. And I think they may have gave it to us because if we choose to give it up, then by natural law we deserve what happens.
All right. Somebody want to say something? Sounded like somebody was trying to cut in.
They're gone now.
I think they hopped off. They were a bit quiet.
No patience.
Oh, dang, my bad.
It's all good.
Worries.
They were too quiet.
I thought it was related, but who knows?
No, they were interrupting to see if their mic worked.
Oh, I see. I didn't hear that part. I just heard mumbling in the background.
But you guys see what I'm saying? Like by natural law, if they gave us like the perfect thing to protect inherent freedoms and rights, and we give it up willfully,
that would be a way to say, yeah. See, we took it because you gave it to us.
Well, by natural law, it actually will remove a lot of the physical consequences that they would experience if they did it by force. Natural law is real, like it's real, bro, because everything follows natural law. And like for anything to vibrate or there to be any energy or movement, it's reciprocated by its environment. So like physically it's demanded, which is beautiful. That just once again shows you how beautiful this place was designed.
Yeah, they gave you the choice. The problem is you didn't realize you made a choice.
Yeah, that's the whole trick, is to remove the knowledge of the choice.
Yeah, you got to remove it. Remove the fact that someone else made a choice for you and under your behalf. You just got to take that away.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they rely on your ignorance of the situation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But you have the duty to do your own due diligence and understand what's going on.
That's
and if you don't do that,
don't you think we all should be taught that from the time we were young? Like
there's a reason you're not taught that. There's a reason you're not taught that.
Oh yeah, I understand, but I'm saying like logically, like when we all sit and think about it, we think, well, why is it like? Yeah, it's like it's obvious. It's obvious that that's part of it. It's just how does it all mingle and how is it integrated to be used against us? What I mean.
There's just so much information. We're bombarded. At least for me, it's like there was so much to learn right away to fit in and to be quote unquote learned up to be just hang out with my peers. Right? There's just so much fucking like random just history and math and all kinds of stuff that I'm just like, what is all of this? I want to be getting to know my fellow man, but I have to focus on multiplication tables. What the fuck?
Right, and what's crazy, bro, though, like on that same subject, the big boy question that you have to ask next is, well, does one who doesn't search for the truth deserve the truth? Is one intrinsically entitled to full truth without pursuit?
No.
That's a good point. Yeah, without free will, then you're not using your own free will, then it's worth it.
There should be some kind of connection there. I feel like I've earned something. I would like to believe that.
There is. You have an intuitive connection to the truth, so.
I think it's not a behavioral thing like where we can earn it.
Learn about how the world lies to you. You start to really see the truth about it.
I don't think we deserve or can earn any of it. I think if it comes our way, we should be grateful, and that's about it. That's my opinion.
I did feel stupid when I said earn, but I mean, like when
I get it. I get it.
When you put enough like energy into it, like after years and years of like searching and looking for it, like I would like to think you get some kind of reward.
Yeah, man.
Even like a pat on the back or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can you give me an example of?
Sorry, go ahead.
When people actually do that and don't ever get any kind of reward.
Yeah, that's the random chaos of our lives, I guess.
That's what makes it so enticing. See.
I bet you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that looked for years diligently for truth about a certain subject and did not gain any major pieces of knowledge and truth about that subject.
Maybe. Or at least learn something along the way, right?
Well, yeah, of course. Did you learn exactly what you wanted to in entirety? That's a different...
You spend enough time in a barbershop, you're bound to get a haircut.
You can be manipulated so easily. Wouldn't that bother the crap out of you? I mean, or would you just think that was cool and try to be part?
I think, just to correct what I said earlier about intuitive, I think we have an intuitive drive to know truth. So it's not like we were left hanging, is what I'm saying. It's not like we were given like a cut deck or something. It is a deck. Like you have to play the game. Right?
No, I agree with you completely. I didn't mean to sound like I was.
No, I'm not even. I'm just trying to. I just don't know if I'm articulating myself too well because the power they have over us is they have these. They know these big boy conversations, and so they try to use it against us, right? And it does give them an advantage because, like, if you agree to do something detrimental to yourself, like if people go get like 17,000 jabba dabba doos, like they just shots every 2 weeks, like bro, like
dabba dabba do.
By natural law, something has to happen to them, bro. Or you would talk about chaos, like the world would have no order. I think my point is that it has to be like that for there to be order and freedom.
Duality.
This might not be the right time or place for this, but there is something in Scripture that says, "Ask and it shall be given to you; seek and you shall find;
Walking on
knock
hot
and it
coals there,
shall
partner. Hot
be
coals.
opened."
I'm just
kidding.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
that's it. Yeah, I mean, and it is the glory of the Creator to conceal a matter, and the honor of kings to search it out. Right. And you're not supposed to partake in darkness, the works of darkness, but rather expose it to the light. So there's actually like an obligatory undertone there.
How can you understand heaven if you haven't gone through hell to get there? That's the question I would ask. Maybe that's why we're here.
These topics, make you really start to kind of just sit and meditate and ask the why questions, as far as our relationship to a creator that would put us in a situation like this. Because whether or not we'd like to admit it, this is all allowed by him, right? So Once you end up at like Romans 1 verse 20, for since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. And what he's saying is that once you open your eyes to see this world and go, well, obviously someone else made this, so who is it and what is my responsibility / relationship to him or her or whatever, right? Whatever created this place. And so if you don't actually want to know, you're not going to look. You've already handed off your authority, intellectually, everything. And so you never ask the questions. You just go along to get along. You chase the dollar. You chase whatever it is that you think makes you significant in this world, your idol. And you live life in ignorance. And then there's no way you're going to stand before any judge, an eternal judge, and say, I didn't know. He will say, no, you never looked. Even though you had the question, you never bothered to ask why. And so they love not the truth, right? The Bible talks about they love not the truth. So people who don't care to know aren't going to find out, and they will live in darkness, and they will, be subject to eternal judgment. There's no excuse for anybody. But those that...
Sorry, bro.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, on what you're saying, like where it gets really deep with that is, did they, like, okay, when they didn't choose to say ask why, everyone's subconscious does ask why.
Right.
So like it's actually, I mean, it's not like you didn't even know that why was a thing to ask, right? I mean, it was consistently asked in your subconscious. And I think that's pretty beautiful, man. I mean, literally you're without excuse. My goodness.
Yep.
That is pretty cool. But those people who don't ask questions, a lot of those people are like really beautiful people, right? Like they're not bad people. They're just ignorant. And I don't really think that like deserves punishment by any means.
Well, yeah, but I think sometimes it's arrogance and pride, and like I don't even think that atheism exists. I don't think there is such thing as an atheist. And I think you'd be very hard pressed to debate me on this, to be honest. So,
maybe you've thought about it more than I have, but I mean,
point though simultaneously. So I encourage.
I think I kind of get where you're headed with the whole thing. Like, is there a true atheist? Right.
Yeah. I mean, there are numerous angles to this, like on the basic level. The etymology of atheism is no deity. Like, no human ever could say they know for a fact that there is no creator. So,
all right. It's almost like an Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're limited by default to agnosticism, the idea that you don't know. But even beyond that, I think that everyone knows that where they are was created, and that they have like moral obligation.
If it's got rules, it was constructed. Yeah.
And like everyone, literally, bro.
That's crazy. Like, even if you think about like a video game, I'm not a big gamer guy, but like even video games, they have rules, right? Like, there's certain things you can and cannot do. It almost makes me feel like we are living in a simulation.
Yeah, it's deliberate.
What I mean?
All that was deliberate for sure. I mean, you call it what you want, simulation. I think that word is kind of like almost a curse word, a 4-letter word within the quote-unquote truth community. It's all blurry, but yeah, I mean, all intents and purposes.
What's the curse word? What's the curse?
Simulation. This is my opinion. I just hear simulation and then I get all cringed. But yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess
it's not you, dude. It's totally my fault.
Being saying that on mainstream media is probably what it is.
Yeah, it just gets in my subconscious, and every time I hear that word, I'm like, damn it. No.
I was aware of this concept since David Icke was talking about
right here. Let's analyze that word for a second. Let's analyze the word. So simulation, in order for you to logically say that the real world, the regular world, is a simulation, you would have to observe a place outside of this place that this would be a simulation of, which you have not. So that's not a proper word. You got to find a different word.
It would still be a simulation.
Of course, they told everyone evolution. Well, they told everyone evolution. That didn't really work. So now they've set a new word. So
what's the new word?
Simulation.
Oh, okay, got it.
Because it concedes some type of design, because evolution didn't really work. Evolution was the first trick, though. It worked for a while. it's all just to keep you like passive.
Saying that you don't believe in a creator, but you sit there and say that you believe that there is a ball because some scientist told you, isn't that a religion? Isn't that like believing in a deity? You believe, you're fed by the television, whatever it is, you're still believing in a deity when you believe crap that's not true.
They don't understand the definition of the word religion.
Yeah, it's by definition a religion for sure.
I will say this: when I was getting into the whole flat Earth concept seriously, like probably when I met a lot of you guys, like a year and a half ago or so, I always thought that actually making space would be way crazier than making Earth, whatever that may be, because it would be way more massive. And I like to think if I was God, I would create like the craziest thing possible. Just saying, just for throwing that out there, just for conversational sake, I guess. I don't believe that.
I mean, yeah, I'd have a lot of fun, man. I'd have a good time with it.
Yeah, I think the adventure that they paint is a lot of fun, and I think that's why most people, once they kind of wake up and go, "Holy crap! There's no way space could exist." There's a period of mourning that you have to go through. Like even from my, we'll call it quote unquote Christian perspective, like I just justified everything and said, well, if it's space and a ball, then God made it that way, right? And I just enjoyed all the fantasy that surrounded it. But once you go, oh crap, well all that stuff's gone, it's kind of sad, right? But that's what they want. Like they want you to idolize the mystery. They want you to idolize the fantasy, the idea. And so, but I mean, even still today, if it was a spinning ball, I would give all credit and, to the creator because he could do it. He just decided not to do it that way. It's way too stupid.
Yeah. And that's the craziest part is like, I would admit that you have to say that, right? Like what I've never understood is that as a glober, you have to admit that it requires design, right? I mean, you make the most insane claims. Like, so from the Earth, the only thing we can ever experience and know where anything's alive, the moon, if it was moving 1/4 a mile per hour faster or slower, we see the rest of it. But we just see the same moon forever. And it's 1/400th the diameter of the sun. But they look like they're exactly the same size because coincidentally, it's also 400 times closer.
Pretty messed up, hey? I know. Isn't that
How can you
crazy?
say that happened without a creator?
I don't know. It's hard to do.
Man, it just all fell into place, dude. You just don't understand.
Yo, it's gravity. Gravity is your God. There's no way around
Yep.
it.
Isn't it crazy though? Like just like you described what's it, like those numbers are just mind-blowingly coincidental, aren't they? It's pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, but like my dad was instantly like, yeah, of course the creator could do that. So, but like say at least I can understand intellectually somewhat for a second from over there, right? Until I hear all the info. But I can't really understand thinking that all was random. Because they're like, that's contradictory.
I don't want to get weird or anything, but it sounds like something an alien force would do with the moon. I don't think that's true. In fact, you know what? I regret saying that. It's just something designed all this for sure.
Well, that's definitely what was on Ancient Aliens. They tried to say that basically there's no way they were honest about the statistical improbability that the moon would ever be right where it is to where we could have perfect total eclipses. So they said aliens artificially placed them in there.
That's just people trying to come up with like some kind of solution, and they're not believers yet.
Everything has to have an answer, even if it's wrong.
Yeah, they're just that scared of, like, they act like they don't know there's another answer.
Yeah,
Well,
everything has to have a materialistic scientific answer for them.
I'm a hell of a lot more terrified of there being like this God force that we're discussing, or God itself, more than I am aliens at this point, because that seems pretty powerful. You know what I mean?
I think that people have been tricked into thinking that acknowledging that it was created by the creator is synonymous with like tapping out intellectually or taking the easy way out. But and being uninformed. But the truth is actually you can only adequately appreciate it if you understand the base, right? So like I know all this stuff you claim would have had to happen in your model, as do all of us in this room. We also know that's not true, right? And like you don't even know the specifics, but you just blindly believe it could happen, but simultaneously you know there couldn't be a crater. It's pretty crazy.
You know what I'd like to see? Go ahead.
More than anything I ever did. That's awesome. Like Gamma Panda's room, like when I did this to them, it broke that room more than anything else I brought up.
It's going to happen. Most people don't know. I don't even know how to talk about it. You know what I mean?
I just don't even know how you can bro. And then it gets worse. I mean, it gets so much worse, right? Like it doesn't just stop with those. It's just on the base. That preposterous. Oh, and its size is spinning at just the speed relative to its size that you don't feel it at all, and it feels like it's completely stationary.
Right. I was going to mention angular velocity. Like we're never going to feel that ever. Are you sure?
Is that the argument? Is that it's spinning at just the right speed?
Just the right Goldilocks. Yeah.
To not feel it. I've never heard that.
Yes. The whole thing is like this.
The whole model. It's listen. It's because it's moving in so many different directions and so fast, but consistent. You never feel it.
That's like the trick. It's like how many claims they can get you to believe that could only happen with a creator, where in which you still simultaneously deny creator. It's like that's the game.
It does seem that way, doesn't it?
Well, it would be the most efficient spell.
Still lesser magic.
I agree if you know what a spell is and how they work. Yeah, I would agree. But I think most people don't even know.
Do you think it is some kind of spell, guys?
Yeah, it is. But it is
always.
I agree. Definitely got to be some kind of spell.
And then what is spell? Spelling? That's words. What are words? Vibrations. Spells. Vibrations.
You know what's crazy?
Power.
Cursive spelling, cursive. Correct. To place a curse. It's crazy, guys.
Damn, I never thought about it like that.
Right.
Cursive, spelling, spells. Damn.
Anytime you move sound, light, or anything, and you cause reaction in this world, you are forcing your will onto it, and therefore perpetuating the responsibility and the punishments involved with it.
That's why intention is so important.
That makes sense, yeah. But that part of me tells me not to get too close into that kind of realm of thinking, because that's like witchcraft speakery.
But that's the problem, is that's kind of what is a law governing a lot of stuff here, is that witchcraft garbage. It's like it's an undertone going on within this duality machine. Anyway, go ahead.
Yep, you gotta spot it. Like, you can't just ignore it. Ignoring it's never the answer with anything, in my opinion. Like, the creator made us to be big boys and big girls. Like,
so tell me, go ahead.
That's it. I'm so sorry. We face truth without fear. Go ahead.
Yeah. So along this theme, I don't know if any of you guys have thought about this, right? But once you kind of get comfortable in this realm and you see everything, I think sometimes we get too bogged down by trying to figure out how stuff works. Like, I listen to Nathan Oakley pretty much every day, and it's really a helpful tool. I like that show. But sometimes we get too bogged down by trying to figure stuff out when we don't go ahead and transition over to why God intended us to see it the way we see it, right? At a certain level, who cares what the sun is if we can't figure it out? Why does he want us to always see it rise up and set? Even the things that we perceive, there's an intentionality behind it, right? So seeing what God wants you to learn from creation and everything, and what you're supposed to experience and learn about his nature from what you observe, is, I think, a lot of what they're trying to mask or to reverse, right? When we're talking about intention or whatever, like they're taking what God is telling you, the Creator is telling you, and they're turning it into just straight up materialism and uselessness. And I think what you said was appropriate. You do actually have quite a bit of authority when you speak, especially with intention. You have the ability to curse or bless people, things, right? Someone was talking about plants earlier. You know, the fact that we could just speak to them. If you speak to them in a blessing way, they produce more fruit. If you curse them, they tend to die. So there's a lot of authority and power that we've been given since we've been made in the image of the Creator. It just depends on how we use that authority that sort of determines, you know, what side you're on.
Well
Anyway.
said. I like that a lot. And like when you talk about the plants, I guess I wasn't around. I missed that part. But like we all know about like people talking to water, right? And the crystallization inside of the water changes.
Yep.
If you
Same
constantly intend love and like healing and strength, then you know what I mean. Just like to the plants, to the cat over here, to my front door, to everything. Just like even if it, you know, fake it till you make it. Even if it's cheesy at first, like you're like feels forced. Just love and strength all the time. It works.
Yo, and dude, you know what clicked in my mind when he was saying how the Creator obviously made the earth for us to see everything the way that we see it, and like the sun. I was thinking, so what if the sun is like symbolic of your life or your light, literally? And so then what happens to the sun? Well, it goes down, but then it pops back up, doesn't it?
You know what's crazy about the sun, though? They say that will one day eventually explode or self-implode or whatever they think is going to happen. They say, like in science, you know, they believe that.
They just know the scriptures say that eventually the sun will cease to give its light, and so they're trying to make up stories. But I'm saying, do you see the impact of what I'm saying? So that you see the sun, say the sun's like the symbolic of the light in you, which is your literal life, right? And so then it goes down, it gets dark, but then it pops back up, the light.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, that just hit me. That hit me pretty powerfully just now. Yeah, I do know exactly what you mean. That's crazy.
Do you guys understand what he's saying? Because at first I didn't get what you meant either, and then it all just like, whoa, okay, I get it. That's pretty awesome there.
This is awesome.
That would be pretty beautiful because it's like literally right here, and we see it every day.
The English language is so graveled that you know you don't want to get too bogged down with Helios and the sun god and so forth. But I think they're just trying to kind of divert this idea that you know, a rising sun and a resurrected sun, right, all the time or every day, or just the idea of mercy is being new every morning. Just even that simple idea is what they're kind of trying to divert from. Right? There's so much within just the light of the sun and, you know, the life-giving power of the sun that they have to strip so much of that idea away from it, that because if people started to realize that, oh, okay, well, if I start to associate just the light that I see every day that is beautiful and powerful and warming and blessing with the Son of God, then you know, I'll start to really expand my understanding of this place and His power and so on and so forth. So it's all diversion tactics. It's really very simple how they do it, but it's very effective.
So then we go to sleep and like we close our eyes, and so what do you see when you close your eyes? Well, it's dark, and then what happens? Your third eye, your literal third eye, it becomes more active, and what will happen to your other two eyes is they'll start moving really fast. They'll have rapid movement. That's what REM sleep is, rapid eye movement, and so it gets real dark, but you still have a light, just like the moon at night.
Yeah.
I'm literally just I'm just speculating on top of my head right now.
I mean, that's beautiful. It's like even when the sun does go down and things get dark, it's like when you're a kid or something and your mom plugs in like a little night light in the wall or something. It's still light. It's not completely dark, right? Like, did anyone when they were growing up as a kid ever get like put in like a completely pitch dark bedroom? when they were sleeping? Like, no, probably not. Well, a couple times maybe, but I mean,
don't know.
Yes, I have.
okay. Well, the whole point though is that like what I think what he was saying
It
is
was
that,
a converted garage. It was the back half of the garage that was converted like a lot.
Oh, I've lived in a converted garage before. I
was
didn't
gonna
know
say, what did they do? Lock you in there? They had it covered.
Point is, even when it gets dark, it's still not that dark. Usually,
Well, yeah,
right?
it's never pitch black unless you're inside something that blocks out all and filters all
And
the
it's
light
so
out. Yeah.
crazy when you look at the schedule of the sky. It ensures that you always have at least a little bit of light, even when the sun goes down. It's almost poetic.
Well, and when you're a kid, were you like, oh, look, the Earth's moving, so that thing in the sky appears to be moving? No, you just say, Mommy, the sun's leaving. Right? Someone had to tell you. Someone had to make up a story and give it to you that is different than watching the sun move by itself.
They had already screwed with my head at that point, but it's okay.
If you ever live into the woods, my cousin lives up in the mountains, you know, like above where the snow line and all that is. And when you're out there on his property, there's like literally no light, like at all, and the sky only peeks through like a few spots in the trees. So at night, it's literally so dark you cannot, even though you try the hardest you want, you cannot see anything. It's like so freaking dark. It's terrifying. It's like you walk out and you walk past the porch and you just walk into this. You can't see nothing. All you hear is like the sounds, and that's it. You're so like you literally will fall like on stuff because the difference in altitude and the bumps in the road will actually make you trip because you can't see nothing, bro. It's fascinating how when you live in an open area where you can see the sky, how lit up it is, but when you get into the trees where you can't see that, it's black. It's dark, dude. It's really dark. Sorry.
That is scary. And it's funny when you say like you can still hear stuff, so there's like the animals running around you.
Yeah, it's a little bit freaky. Yeah, when something moves right next to you, it freaked me out. I had to take my truck when I went for a walk. First night I went out and took my truck so I could shine light at where I was going to go. So I was scared.
I've been there, man.
A bear or a deer come out here and
crazy.
You guys ever just on purpose go and kind of get lost a little bit in the middle of the night in the woods? You ever done that?
Yep, I've done it plenty of times. When I was a kid, I did it all the time.
Yeah,
I did it a few times. Yeah, that is scary stuff.
It's like how scared can I make myself before I fucking run home?
Yeah,
yeah,
I've done that too.
Well, I mean, anything's out there. Like especially when you I don't know about you guys, but like I believe in Sasquatch. I won't go into the woods probably alone in the dark ever again because of the Sasquatch.
Did you have a fucking encounter or what?
No, I didn't have an encounter. But I've just heard enough. I've heard enough stories.
Don't you think that if you weren't aggressive, then you wouldn't have anything to worry about?
Hang on. Here's what I'll say.
I mean,
I don't know what the fuck's out there making noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want to know.
Anything.
I don't want to know.
Right.
As long as it stays within 12 feet of me, I'm good.
I don't want to know.
Personal space, man. You can go ahead and move on wherever you need to move. Just stay away from me, man. I'm good. I'm just having
that's funny. Agree.
I'm waving a flag when I'm walking through the forest, like, hey, it's all good. No worries. I'm just here looking.
If you walk around with just like a bunch of lights hanging off you and like bells,
says, don't worry about little old me.
You'll scare anything away if you're wearing a bunch of bells and lights. They'll be like, fuck all that. What?
That's another way of doing it. Or just
unless they're trying to eat you, like a bear or something, or a cougar.
You smell foul, that usually will scare animals away too. Because the stronger your natural human smell is, the more they're afraid of it.
No shit. Yeah, it's because it's gross.
Well, yeah, to them.
They're like,
it is kind of gross when you think about it.
So sharks don't even want to eat people.
For weeks at a time, I think it would be pretty horrible. I think the Old West was probably a dirty, nasty, disgusting kind of situation.
I don't know, man.
Most people
they tell us that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's probably it.
They
Is
didn't have as many toxins from everything that they consume, so they didn't smell near as bad.
For sure.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
Oh, it's definitely true, bro, because say you use like the aluminum type of deodorant and eat all the nonsense, but then you clean up what you eat for a couple weeks and you actually can just not wear deodorant and you won't smell bad. Or if you do like natural, very light something.
Milk does them huge job on that because I think I have a small allergy to it, and whenever I drink lots of it,
Oh
it
yeah,
makes me smell really
dairy makes
strong
you
and
smell
bad.
like garbage.
Yeah, you're right. It
You're
does make me
putting
smell
a
sour like
ferment.
sour
You're putting
milk.
almost like a fungus in your body when you're doing that.
I stopped using that stuff like 3 or 4 months ago. Like I literally just shower and put on a shirt, and I'm just like,
You find
fuck
something
it.
that'll replace that creamy taste of milk, and I'll take it. But nothing compares, bro. It just tastes too damn good for me not to drink some of it.
You'll be
It's like
fine.
probably good.
You'll be
You know what I mean? Like if milk happens to be like whatever it is, you know, that sends me to hell or gets me killed or whatever.
It's
then I
just
will have to
one of
accept
the
it
many.
'cause I love
It's
it
one
so
of the
much.
many very small but detrimental things that are part of living in a society, living in quote unquote civilization. There's tiny things always
you're right.
just like making you slightly less healthy than you should be, and that's
I
one of
always explained it a way that people back in the past starved. You know, they went without food a lot so that they just ate grease and flour and things like that because it was all they could get to make calories. But then I started to think different of that as I got older. It was like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make a lot of sense, you know? But at first it seemed that way. So I don't know, it's just kind of funny how, you know, we all have our own little like different things that, you know, we come up with in our minds to explain things that we don't really understand or that don't fit with, you know, what they're telling us, and how we kind of like twist our reality around in order to contour to this argument or this thing that people tell you that you just accept. Of course, it's just accepting what they say, but I don't know, it's just so fascinating to me how even today in my mind, even though I'm looking through all this other stuff and I'm learning a lot about the truth, I'm still completely baffled by a lot of stuff that still catches me off guard all the time. And it's scary. It really is. It's like, how is that still in there? Like, I'm supposed to be like getting better. I'm supposed to be recovering from this issue, you know, this situation.
I think it's a healthy vulnerability to have.
Right. True. Yeah.
I don't think that's ever gonna go away. Maybe one day, but I've been down that journey for quite a long time, and I'm like, wow, that it just hasn't solved pretty much any of my problems. But I'm still like, you know, I'm not obsessed with research and learning, but I am actually obsessed with learning. But it's not going to solve my problems, is what I realized eventually. But so then it begs the question: well, why the fuck do you even do it in the first place? And I don't know anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Accepting that you don't know something is healthy. That's what I mean. The
No,
healthy
it is, 'cause
vulnerability.
that's how you learn.
Yeah.
You don't truly learn unless something's taken away from you that you've already had, or whatever the case is. You know, you're exposed to something you didn't know you could have. You know, changes your outlook on things.
Because people don't want to do the work themselves. They want to. If you're given the opportunity to have the cake baked for you and eat it then, or you bake the fucking cake, what are you going to choose? You know what I mean? Path of least resistance every time. It's built in. It's how living things do stuff, right? How can I survive best? How can I be happiest, quickest?
Some people take the hard route though, on purpose, consciously.
Mm-hmm. That's true. It's called psychopathy. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I do a lot of that. It's called defeatism, I think. Well, that's what I call it. It's called being defeated. It's called being defeated by your own fears and your own egotistical nature and your own selfishness, because you fear that, and not only because you feel guilty for some of it because you've seen it affect other people, but also because you know it's wrong and in your mind, and it adds up. It starts to
it wears
away
on
at
you.
you. It really does.
Yeah, you're like, fuck.
It adds up.
I just spent the last like 2-3 decades of my life taking the easy way out. Like, why have I been doing that? No.
The less personally you can take that, though, in my opinion, the better. So that the quicker you can start to learn the actual truth. Like, I'm not going to get pissed that I was so gullible for so long. Like, oh yeah, you know what? Fucking A. I've been gullible before with other shit, you know, growing up. So that actually makes sense. Okay, well, what's the truth? And then just move from that moment.
Yeah, I hear you.
That sounds like another easy way out, to be honest. Where's that moment where you have to sit there and suffer for a year or two?
More than that, you got to sit in the deep end of the pool as often as you can. I mean, yeah, I totally agree.
Well, I see your point, Glad.
How
I
else
really
you
do.
gonna
I
learn to
see where
swim?
you're coming from. Yeah, it's like what I was saying. It's like you don't truly understand the whole situation, the whole argument of something until you've been on both sides of the argument. Like, you know, you go to a debate and you usually just take a side. You don't think about the fact that what you would have to do to be on the opposite side of that. You know what I mean? You don't really think about that, and what would you be your argument if you were on that side of the argument? So you've got to go out and look at what people think on that side of the argument and understand where they're coming from, right? And then by knowing both sides, then you could say, well, they're both crazy, or maybe one side is better than the other, but at least you can come to your own conclusion. Without that, you're just wasting your time. You're just accepting whatever you're being told, and that's really never a good thing. Right?
Feels good though, don't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, because it makes you feel like
you're part of the crowd. You're part of the fucking.
Yeah, and you're part of
tip top of the list of things that everybody agree on. You know.
But that's also sucks because then you're doing your fellow man a disservice, man or woman a disservice because you're not being completely honest with yourself and you're spouting these facts that you're not 100% confident in, and that does nothing but just like screw over everyone else who actually still has a chance of finding some kind of truth. You know what I mean? So it's really not that cool to be right unless you're damn sure you're right.
Right, exactly. I like knowing that I'm right, and then be able, because see how it would work is you come at somebody the first time, you try to share something with them, and then they defeat you by having all these arguments against it. You never considered that. So then once you go and you, like we did, or like most of us did, we go and look at their side of it. We try to find the evidence that they need to find in order to make their claim true. Right? That's how we came to this conclusion. Right? Without that, we would never have even considered it. You see my point? So it's like
biggest, hardest hurdle.
Sword when it comes to it, Yeah.
The biggest, hardest hurdle is to admit
that there's something wrong is definitely the beginning of.
Yes. Admit that there is something else to be figured out. We may not have, or I may not have in my worldview, anything close to the truth. Maybe once in my life I can just reevaluate real quick just to see what happens. That's an open mind. That's critical thinking.
Right.
You got to be able to admit, though.
Critical thinking is something that, I wish I would have paid more attention to in high school. I should have gotten involved with debate because it would probably have made me understand some of this stuff earlier.
They don't teach you critical thinking.
I know they don't.
In school. So that's
God
the problem.
forbid they teach you critical thinking.
You're right, but in junior high, like when I was a kid in junior high, they did have a debate club, and they did debate, and they were forced to be on both sides of the argument. So that's where I got the idea from in the first place. That's why I thought it was kind of weird when I heard, when I hear a lot of people, arguing on one side. I'm like, well, have you ever considered that maybe the other side's right? Like, because you're always getting, when you're always going up against somebody and you always seem to lose because they always come up with something to like make you seem wrong. Doesn't it not make you want to find out that that's it? And if you're wrong, then you want to join sides, right? You'd be like, well, you know what? You're right. I don't understand what the big deal is with that. Like, if somebody like shows me evidence and proves it to me, like if they say they can levitate and I see them do it right here in my living room, I'm going to be more apt to believe you. That's for sure, right?
It also makes you
something to me. I'm probably not going to take you seriously.
Yeah, I know, especially since there's so many people who you can easily take seriously. Because let's all admit it here on the internet, there's a lot of smart people out there, right? And funny too. I don't claim to be the smartest or funniest, but you're right.
I do, so whatever.
Okay, that's fine. That's great.
You're so
just kidding.
And then like you just described though, when you come up against that in an argument, you basically get destroyed. Excuse me. It makes you curious as to you want to learn what they're talking about, or like you at least want to learn how to defend your point, right? And it's pretty obvious when someone like destroys someone.
At least, yeah. Because my fear is that I'm wrong, right? That's why I do that. Is because I'm fearing that maybe they're right, and I want to see and if I'm going to teach them what's true, I need to come at them with an answer for that, don't I? That's why I kind of get frustrated when we kind of like throw stuff to the side on here and we kind of like say, oh, that's not important or let's not talk about it. I mean, I know we can't put it on the live stream sometimes, but I'm saying a lot of times there's stuff that we really can say and we can talk about, but nobody wants to. It's like, what's the harm in it? If it does back up how to answer those questions that people honestly will ask you when they do start to see your side of it or when they do start to research it, you want to be able to give them some answers that helps them move along, right? So, I mean, in my opinion, that's why I want to learn it, is mostly because I want to be able to share it the proper way so they get it.
Well, if you have good intention, keep in mind also you have a lot of people out there with bad intention on the internet, especially. You'll find people who they revel in the fact that they can make people uncomfortable or
right.
anything
well, I mean, those people
negative,
kind of show their tells, though.
Yeah, eventually.
Not to say that there's not a bunch of really good people that do that, but I'm saying, on the norm, we usually pick up on it pretty quickly.
Yeah,
you won't see a genuine.
Not all the time.
You won't see a genuine person, or I guess genuine flat earther, but I'd say person seeking out people like Globers, seeking out anti-flat earthers to throw wrenches in their gears like they do us, right? There's something to be said about that.
Yeah, I'm still not really sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I watch a video, okay, like on YouTube, and they're talking about something, I can't help it. I'm gonna make a comment in there. I'm gonna be critical about what they're lying about, and I'm gonna say why I think that is. But I'm not gonna get into detail about how stupid they are. I'm just gonna say, okay, well, what about this, this, and this? I'll offer some information. Then it's up to whoever sees the damn message to go and look at it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm attacking anybody, but when it comes to going on to a non, like an anti-flat earther site and giving them a bunch of crap and trying to prove them wrong, I could care less. If they want to be in a group where they're closed-minded and they don't want to listen to what might be the truth or what might not and consider all the options, then they're just idiots. I don't have any, I don't take that personally. But, where I do take it personally is when they come into where I'm at, where I'm trying to share the truth and I'm trying to be an honest person, because this is, because that's just how I like this. This is just how it is. It's how I feel about it. It may not sound genuine to everybody, but that's just how I am. I really do believe the goodness is always right. It's not always what I choose. Don't get me wrong. I make mistakes on a daily basis. But that doesn't mean that I can't keep accelerating and trying to move towards that. And that we all can't at least keep that in the back of our minds, that eventually we're going to have to take account for what we've done and how we've treated people. I mean, whether it be, why we're still here, by the way people manipulate us back or take advantage of us as we get older. I mean, there's all these different things that can go down. It's like, I don't know, it just seems to me like it's easier to try to work with that side of it than to try to just consider that all the other stuff in the world is all bullcrap, right? And I'm just going to accept what I believe in my reality, because my reality might not be real. And I'm going to have to explain that when I get wherever I'm going. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to say, okay, well, why? They're going to say, well, why didn't you do this or that? And I'm going to say, I don't know. I don't want to say that. I want to be able to say, well, this is what defeated me. And, I want to be able to at least have an explanation. Or I had thought about it at least, right? I don't want it to be like stuff where I don't even remember it happening. That would be embarrassing, especially if there's people involved that get hurt or whatever.
Totally.
Think about times in your life where you did something and it affected other people and you didn't realize it until later on.
Yeah, and embarrassment will be the least of your problems if you're under true judgment, right?
It should be the least.
You'll wish you were just embarrassed.
Right.
Yep, it tastes good when you first chew it up and swallow it, but then it becomes bitter in your stomach. There's all these passages that come from the scriptures just blow my mind. It's like when I go and read, go back and read, it just blows me away how it fits into arguments or comments or conversations I've had. Every time I read it, it just fascinates me.
It is, and it almost gets more interesting the more times you read some of it. Hey?
You're right.
It's amazing. I don't know why that happens, but another thing about that,
it's because we believe in it, and I guess that's what's where I don't know. Maybe it's all psychosomatic, but.
The truth is a powerful thing. And also, when you were saying, you don't want, in the future, you might have to, be accountable for your decisions and all that. Even before that time in the present, don't you want to just, look in the mirror every day and, not be ashamed of your choices? You know what I mean? It's I'd like to be proud of myself, at least on one level.
I don't necessarily believe that that's possible. But
yes, it
I guess we try to get as close to it as we possibly can. So I believe in striving for it. Yeah, I agree.
Yes, as long as you choose to do the next right thing, whatever that means to you, you're going to be fine. But you have to do the next right thing, not just what feels right, seems right, maybe what someone else has said is right. Look at that group of people over there think this is right. Maybe I'll do that. Right. No. You know genuinely what right means.
Absolutely. Here, let me stab you in the eye with a fork. Does that hurt? Oh, well, you said you didn't care about it. You said nothing mattered, right? Why are you mad? All I did was poke a hole in your eye. You'll heal up. Everything's fine.
There's a lot of stuff to figure out, that's for sure. Eye poker guy.
Poke people in the heart with love. It sounds cheesy, but, Why not?
Well, the truth is, when somebody comes into a conversation, whether they're right or wrong, if they have a huge passion and a huge energy and they believe what they're saying, I'm way more likely to take them seriously and actually put forth effort to show them what I believe and why. Because I know that they're interested in what I'm saying, and they want to understand me in some sense or another. If you don't want to understand other people and you don't want to see their side of it, then you're never going to really understand people. You're only going to know how you feel and what you want, and that really isn't a way to just be, because it's selfish, right? I mean, not to say that you can't take care of yourself and numero uno, but when it comes down to it, once you learn to love yourself and know who you are, then you can share the parts of you that are good and keep the bad stuff to yourself. I mean, that's really what it's all about, is it not?
Kind of, yeah.
I went off on a rant.
I like that. Yeah, it's like you're basically talking to yourself when you're arguing with people with a bunch of bullshit that you're like uncertain about or that you know is wrong. Aren't you basically just talking to yourself? I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe that's a
yeah.
stupid way to put it.
Well, these are the conversations that go on in our minds, right? The things I'm saying. You don't think about it that way, but if you really think about it, like, sit down and think, okay, well, how do I reason out things? How do I come up with the answers? How do I make decisions? Is it based on bullshit or is it based on evidence? And if it's not, is that really a big deal? Can I live with that? Or does that really affect my life in a way that I need to go and do something about it, right? Because if I feel like I'm being held down by something and I could actually do so much better, then why, just the natural response would be to go at least investigate it, right? Like if somebody told you if you ate a lemon I ate a whole lemon every day for the next month, that you'd be cured of all diseases, you might have to do that, right? If there was some evidence to it, until you find a reason to not believe it, right? Because it's not going to harm you, right? You're not going to die from eating lemons unless you're allergic to them. You know what I mean? It's weird though how sometimes people will share something with you, and I think some of them are crazy. Don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of things I've heard, but I don't just automatically think, okay, this guy's crazy, right? I think, okay, they're crazy, but what have they seen? Obviously, I know from knowing them, being honest about flat Earth, that obviously they're honest people, so obviously they're either being deceived, and I want to find out where they're coming from, right? I at least want to know why they believe that. What brought you to that idea? Like, is there evidence for it, or is it just something that's just, been on your mind and you've always wondered it, and if that was that way? But it's interesting how, until you engage in that conversation and ask the person and share yourself, then the person isn't going to share that with you, and you're never really going to get where they're coming from. So you're just, you're arguing with somebody that when you can't get any input back, and that's probably why being online is a little more difficult. But that's why I try to show my passion and my personality through my voice. You know what I mean? Because I can't. That's the reason why I talk over people a lot, because I'm trying to make sure that I'm listening to you and I understand what you're talking about, especially if you're talking directly to me. Because when I'm standing in front of you, right, then I'm going to make I'm going to look at you, I'm going to nod, I'm going to wink, I'm going to squint. I'm going to do something so that I know that I'm paying attention to you and showing you respect to listen to what you have to say, right? If I'm not listening, then I'm going to be looking over here, looking over there, picking my pants, or picking between my fingers, or biting my nails, or whatever, tinkering with something, right? So I mean, so that's the reason why. So a lot of times, I don't know why I even said that, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, I talk in between and people get irritated, and I know what it's like because I do get irritated too when I'm trying to get something out and people won't stop and listen. But if I do that to you, it's really not because I'm trying to be mean to you. It's more like I either want to get the thought out before I forget it, or it's more like it's uncontrolled. It's like something that's out of my control. It's like I get excited, and you know what I mean, and I have a tendency to
and you want to
push my personality so that I know you understand where I'm at, right? Because ultimately you're trying to convince me, or you're trying to communicate with me, right? So I apologize if I do that, a lot of that, where I go in the middle of stuff. It's just it's my nature, I guess. It's to make up for that not being able to see my face.
Can you address? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and it's a good point about the whole physical contact thing where you're on the internet. It changes everything. That's not how we're even designed to communicate with each other, really. Talking on the internet is actually pretty weird. But, yeah, I think it's okay to talk over people every once in a while to prove your point, or if you feel really passionate about something. Although it can be very rude also. So... But I think you made a few good points there. I really do.
Well, I'm more like just letting people know that, because I know sometimes when I meet a person and they seem pushy or something, I'll just automatically think, okay, I don't know if I like this guy, and I'll probably just not talk to him or whatever, because I feel like they're probably going to be aggressive, and then we're going to clash or something, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't know, you know what I mean? So I get it, like I completely see both sides of it. It's just that's my nature, is to try to fill in that gap so that you can kind of like hear. I don't know. I guess that doesn't really make sense to some people, but.
No, I get it. I think I do get what you're saying. So you want to know? I'm glad you vocalized that, because I sometimes fall into that. That I do the same thing sometimes myself. It's like you just got to like assert yourself, and to let your point be known, or your presence, perhaps even. Like you can't just sit there and be like, ugh. Especially on the internet when you have like so many loudmouths, right?
Yeah. And also, if I think someone's misunderstood what I'm saying or asking, I'll try to stop them before they spend 5 minutes telling me how I'm wrong. When they, like I'm saying, if I don't think they're understanding what I'm saying, it makes sense for me to stop you from going on and on and on about this or that, and then I tell you, well, wait a minute, I actually made a mistake and I said that wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'd rather someone cut me off.
Don't waste don't waste your time like rebutting my point when you don't understand it. Yeah. In the first place,
if I'm wrong, call me out for it, because I want to. If I say something wrong or I misspeak, say it. Like bring it up, because I'm sure the people that are online or whatever, they see that, they don't know what the answer is. They're going to be like, "Well, how come you didn't tell me what?"
Well, I like how honest you are, so I just got to tell you, I think you're a complete idiot.
That's okay.
I'm just kidding.
I allow you. You're allowed.
I am just joking.
I just what you want. I know. I'm kidding.
Looks like Witsit took off. That guy is like a ninja. I
scare him away all the time.
He's like a ninja. He sneaks in.
Well, he does have a life.
Does he?
Just because I don't, it doesn't mean that.
Do we? Oh God!
That's funny that you say that. I used to take it personally when the room would empty out or whatever, and then everybody's like, "No, that had nothing to do with that. I just something came up, bro, and I'm not on here all day long just for my health." So I guess you're right.
Yeah, I get it. It's just some people leave without saying goodbye, and it's just like, why?
I have to sometimes. I have to sometimes, because if I try to cut in, then everybody's gonna think I'm being rude. It's like, can I say goodbye now? Can I cut in? And then everybody forgets what they're talking about.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. I would say I'm glad to see him again. Though I hadn't talked to the guy, and feels like it's been almost a year. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often he came in here before, but it seems like in the last year that since I've came in, he seems to be coming in a lot lately. I don't know whether it's just natural boredom or what, but still, it's nice to have him on, of course.
I should pop in more.
Yeah, I've seen him in here.
Yeah, I appreciate his perspective on things for sure. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. I'll come in here a little more. I stopped coming in here because a couple of these like crazy mod people kept being rude to me, so I stopped coming here for a while. Yeah.
Try not to take it so seriously. It's not really meant that way. It's more like, when you get frustrated with people that come in here and do the same stuff over and over, and when you sound like you're doing that, even though they see something written on your, in your roles, sometimes it sets them off, and sometimes people are under the influence or whatever too, and they're not thinking straight. So don't take it personally, bro. Usually, if you call them out later when they're when they're not online, and send them a little note and say, hey, I didn't appreciate that or whatever. Usually they'll say, oh, I'm sorry. They'll apologize to you. Yeah, I don't think it's personal. It's more like, what I mean? We just get tired of trolls and stuff, man. That's just how it is.
They server banned me 5 times.
Yeah, well, you've given them good reason for that a couple of times, so I'm not going to defend you on that level. But yeah, there's different reasons why you can get kicked out. It depends on what you do, but I mean, just talking too much can get you kicked out.
Who said that? that's funny in a way.
Sasha, he's a local LARPy troll.
There's like 3 new people in
here. There's like 3 new people in here. Somebody wants to try to talk to him. I'll shut up.
Who called me a LARPy troll? That's not me, dude.
This isn't Sasha 2.0.
Oh, it says who?
Yeah.
Yep, you're a LARPer, dude.
Dave Hinkle called you that, and Sasha, I will second that. I will say you are a LARPy troll.
I don't know what LARPy is. I don't know exactly what that term means, but I'm just going to go with you probably are a little bit. Based on what I
Someone disconnected me just now.
I still like you though, Sasha. I still
I'm
like
not trying
you
to
though.
be an asshole. I do like talking to you, bro. Don't get me wrong. You belong here just like everybody else. Just still, though. I mean, it's just...
Well, they don't even get mad that I believe in the, like, I'm on the fence. They get mad that I'm an evolutionist. That's what they don't like.
Well, and we have our reasons for thinking that. But, you know, maybe you should research why we think that, maybe, and look into that, because maybe it's something you just haven't found out.
Actually, we don't get upset because you're on the fence. We get upset because you're intellectually dishonest and you troll. So that's most of it.
Mic checks, my mic working.
You're loud and clear.
5 by 5,
buddy. I was trying to say there's like 3 new people in here. Somebody wants to try to talk to them. My mic.
Who are they?
Hi, new people. What do we got? I'm not looking at it right now. I'm sorry. That's probably why I'm not paying attention to it.
Yeah.
What's ladies' night? Sorry.
When is ladies' night? When is it? I thought you guys canceled ladies' night.
It's 4 o'clock
Ladies' night
on Friday Central Time. Sorry.
I missed
When do ladies speak, guys?
I used to log in every day.
Did you have something to say? I'm
Just
sorry.
wondering what ladies' night is.
Yeah, it's something we do where the females come in that are flat earth females. They come in and they debate the people that come into the channel to talk, and it brings a lot of people in. They want to hear the ladies talk. It's kind of interesting.
Oh, cool.
Check it out.
I will.
And all the guys go on mute, so there's no testosterone in here.
Well, except for the people talking. Yeah, the people they're talking to are guys and girls both. But yeah, we try to stay out of it. We're not very good at it, but but we try.
Amy, are you new here?
I would say new. Just don't come here too often.
Oh, Amy, are you the same Amy from the other server?
Wait, what other server?
I don't know, but you have like some like French name and then it says Amy in the middle. Is that you?
No.
Okay. My bad. Completely forget that I talked.
Amy, what is your views on the shape or makeup of the place we call Earth?
Don't get mad at me. I don't know. I don't know.
Why would we get mad at you?
I don't know.
That's a good answer.
I don't know. And when I hear you guys get into it, sometimes it just like it goes way over my head because I don't understand. And it doesn't matter so much to me. I figure one day we'll all find out, and then it is what it is. You know what I mean? My faith is
You're definitely curious about it, though, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind listening and hearing, but I just don't have a strong opinion. I did watch a video a while ago, and it was this guy, and he was showing his grandma, or great grandma, something about flat Earth, and she started crying. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, and she said,
Dave,
that's what they told. That's what I was taught, and that kind of got me. I'm like, wow.
Right.
And I do believe that there's a whole bunch, there's elite that lie to us. I believe that. So, yeah, I believe that it can be flat, sure. But do I know? I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. We kind of feel the same way. We really can't be sure exactly what the Earth's shape is completely, but we know that the water lies flat and even everywhere. So we know that basically the Earth would be convex to the water, but we live on a plane that's flat because when we rise up, we know that it keeps continuing to rise up with us, and that would only happen on a flat surface that continued on at least beyond where you could see, right?
It's definitely
so that's just the beginning. But when you start looking into the evidence, for the ball, you start to realize where the holes are. That's where, at least for me, that's how I was converted or convinced, or I should say, it came to light.
Converted.
For me, there's just a lot more important stuff. Like, the shape is important. I think being lied to, that bugs me, but I think there's like so many heavier things happening. And especially like with my faith and reading the word and seeing, trying to discern the times we're living in and being a part of, let's say, a couple of churches who believe the same. I just feel like there's heavier things to like figure out and pay attention to. That's all.
I can relate to that completely. I'm sure everybody can. Like especially now in these times, with COVID and all this other stuff, it's making it difficult for people, and they just don't have time. But my thing is that if you're really curious, take your time, do whatever research you want, and whenever you want, just start looking into it. I mean, just take a good look at it. You might see that where we're coming from. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to force you to believe something that you don't want to. We're all just trying to show you the proof and the evidence that we found. And there's a place in here at the bottom. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the server, there's all these little categories down there that'll explain a lot of things and how we see it and the evidence of why we believe that. It might be interesting to you. It might help you at least understand where we're coming from a little better than when you just listen to the show. We don't always cover everything that's important. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think it's funny because if I even tried to say any of this to my family, they would just think I was crazy and dismiss me and laugh at me like they have over the years. They just, it's harder for people who aren't searching and seeking the truth to open their eyes.
That's another thing that made me wonder. It was like, why does everybody not want to talk about this subject? Why is it so taboo? I mean, we sit around and talk about aliens, right? We all know those aren't real. But yet we still talk about it like as if it could happen, right? Or it could be real. It's like ridiculous. Yet you bring up something about the shape of the earth and all of a sudden, no, that's not possible.
True.
That made me wonder, like, wait a minute, why?
Hey,
you triggered ET.
You triggered me, bro.
ET is phoning home.
Amy, though, you know what I did, though, with the flat earth thing? Because I still had a lot of questions myself, brought it up really gently to my family. Stupid gently. Like, to the point where I was almost, like, being fake. Where I was like, isn't it weird how the moon acts like this? When I already knew the answer and, all that kind of thing.
There's an interesting saying that goes, it's easier to convince somebody of a lie than it is to convince them that they've been lied to.
Well, then just add something small that's a lie and then throw it in there, and then you'll get their attention. And then just tell them later, well, this part's a lie, but the rest of it's all... That's how they do it, right? Isn't that how they do it? They get us involved because of one true thing, and then they drag it in, they drag us through all the...
Yeah, I don't know why people react so extremely to the topic, other than maybe it's an ego thing and they don't like the idea that they've been lied to on such a big scale.
Especially if you went to college and spent thousands of dollars on tuition, that'll really piss you off if you find out that it's really like worthless or meaningless.
Right. If you invest a lot into it and it's like defines your personality or your
not to say that if you went through college and spent that time in it, that you didn't devote yourself and you weren't worthy of understanding. But I'm saying, like, if they're not telling you all the truth and you're not willing to check and make sure, then it kind of like would be defeating of the whole idea.
Yeah, I'd be pissed too.
So, Amy, I want to ask you a question real quick. You say that you don't quite see the importance of it, but I guess I'll ask you a few questions. Number one, do you think it would be morally appropriate to lie to children?
Of course not.
Okay. So if the Earth is indeed not a spinning ball flying through an infinite vacuum, and that is being taught to children to give them a particular worldview of, for lack of a better term, hopelessness, do you think that's a big deal?
Of course.
Okay. Now, let's just assume for the sake of argument, because I know you don't like to get into the technical stuff. Let's take this a different direction. So if the educational institutions are teaching children this on a massive scale, that means that their worldview is skewed from the day they're young until the day they end up where they might later on, because I can kind of detect that you might be of the Christian persuasion, and so am I. But let's say they enter a seminary or a college that is teaching fallacies or heresies because they also don't know the truth. Would you think that's a problem?
That is a problem, and I'm sure, I'm sure the enemy has had plenty of time to infiltrate, where the leaders don't even believe that certain things, that we're living in a certain time. So that's a problem.
Correct. Yeah. So I think the nature of this particular topic, you can say, well, it's not really important to me because I just really desire to know the truth. If it's a lie, that's bad. But if it is just a facet of a broad range of topics or things that affect our worldview, but the nature of the deceit is the same. The way that we kind of unpack this lie about the globe is the same way we can unpack many lies, whether it comes to governance, religion, so on and so forth. So this one is handy just to kind of go, oh, wow, they really can convince us of something this absurd from childhood to adulthood, and we are none the wiser. What else is it that they are not telling us the truth about? I think that's why this is such an interesting topic. So, yeah.
Amy, can I make one point about why flat Earth is important?
Wait, of course. Before you do that, I just want to congratulate that man on making that point. What else are they not telling us?
Yeah.
Right? That's huge. Anyway.
Okay, no, I just wanted to ask Amy, have you heard the aspect of flat Earth that it tends to reinforce the bigger view of a creator, like say opposed to like how science and Big Bang and evolution is like we're an accident and this infinite thing, and and it was all just randomly happened, whereas flat Earth tends to promote that we are special and that there is a creator and we were created, and that we are that we're special and that there's a creator. Have you heard that aspect? Because I think that's probably one of the most important.
I have heard a little bit of it, and it does. I have seen like Christian images of a flat Earth, and I could see how some biblical stories align with it, which would be important as well. So I do see that.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about it, is it just reinforces the aspect of we are special and there is a creator, and makes us feel like we're the whole idea we're ants on a tiny ball, we're insignificant, like I said, happened by accident out of nothing, and the whole kind of like scientism versus creation, and that we were created. So I think that's very powerful, that part on why it's important to know, whether the heliocentric model is true, or if we live on a, what our senses tell us of a stationary plane. The thing is that's the only thing we've ever experienced, other than given some images of stuff we can't confirm. Everybody on Earth has only experienced a stationary plane. That's what we've all experienced. But then I think it takes way more imagination, to believe the heliocentric model than it does. It's just that, just like all of us, we've all been raised since we were kids, believing that we were on this spinning ball, even though, like, even when we were kids, it didn't make sense to us. Like, we were asking about gravity and how people can be sticking to a ball and, all these type of things. So I just think that aspect. Go ahead.
That's a crazy point. Never thought of it like that. It takes way more imagination to think that.
Yeah, because basically we experience one thing, and then they tell us it's like basically the opposite of that, and all these, they got to come up with this to answer this question and this and this and this, when it's really simple. If you just, it's a stationary plane and there's lights above us that move around that haven't changed for as long as we've had recorded history. That just a whole bunch of things that are illogical that you have to like jump through mental hoops to believe. It's way more simple just to be like, yeah, it is how it appears to all of us. It's not moving. Just if you break down 1,000 miles per hour that the Earth is spinning at the equator, if you break that down, because I did the math, because I was like, how much is that? It's like 750 feet per second, I believe, if I remember the math that I did right. And that's pretty fast, because so you could just think if you even jump up in the air, 750 feet, the whole thing of helicopters, drones, hot air balloons, airplanes, the Earth is rotating underneath it. You just stay in one place, the Earth moves, and you're 1,000 miles away an hour later. But if you just break that down into by second, but they'll tell us they come out, oh, the air moves with it, and all these other things that, like I said, takes way more imagination and doesn't make sense logically, in my opinion.
Yeah, what's the speed of Earth traversing around the sun? I can't remember the number right now. How fast does that go?
We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, going 66,000 miles an hour, going 600,000 miles an hour, going 2.1 million miles an hour, all in different directions at the same time.
It's intense.
If you've ever seen that GIF, that one GIF where it's got everything moving, rotating together, just
I've seen them.
hurling through. Yeah, but the speeds and the different directions and everything that it's supposed to be moving, it's like, yeah, cool story, bro.
Yeah, but saying it all moves with the Earth is such a dumbass excuse. It doesn't make. I mean, the first time I heard that, I was like, "What? Come on, that's a dumb excuse. Like, why can't we have another one if there's evidence for it, right?" That gets on my nerves when I hear that. It's like, what? Really?
Do you think all pilots know the truth?
That's a great question.
I don't know. I think probably they would come to that if they were to question it themselves and second guess it. But I don't know. Just telling them something? I don't know. Maybe.
Did you guys hear about those or read about those Air Force documents that came out? I think it was the Air Force, and they're like, we treat the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. Did you guys hear about that? Can someone back me up on that? I can't remember exactly what it's called.
Yep. Just like NASA says to treat it like a flat stationary plane, and then the airline, whatever training, they say treat it like a flat stationary plane. And I don't know about all pilots, but just so you know, Amy, there has been several, I don't know the exact number of. Oh damn! I'm getting a phone call. Sorry, someone was calling.
No,
but there has been testimony from multiple pilots that say yes, they do know that it's a flat stationary plane. And there's actually one pilot from Australia that just came out and said that, and she lost her job.
Oh, really? You should post that online. I didn't hear about that one. That's interesting. Hey, it's awesome also that you asked that question.
Yeah, I think people that stand for truth ought to get their names heard. You know what I mean? It's all right. I didn't mean to talk.
Oh, no, my bad.
Mark Sargent has a list of people, from everyone from military to snipers to surveyors to, like I said, ex-military, Freemasons, pilots. He's got a whole list of interviews he's done of people that are professionals in their field, giving testimony about how the Earth is a flat stationary plane.
You know what I find interesting about the pilot thing? Like, how many pilots are speaking up about chemtrails, right? I don't know if you guys are on the same page with me on that one, but I'm pretty damn confident about that subject. And you have almost no pilots talking about that. They're afraid to talk because they mostly just don't want to lose their careers. It's like nurses in hospitals today with vaccines. They don't want to bring it up because they don't want to lose their jobs. They want their pension because they're invested. So they're invested. and they only got to work for a few more years. And then if they bring up the whole thing, they lose their job and they don't get a pension, and it's not worth it.
Just so you know, we're not going to talk about the inoculations of any kind in here.
We don't
talk about that. Okay. No, we don't get into that.
Well, with the
also, Amy,
trails though. Yeah, same point.
Also, Amy, if you want to, I'll just bring your attention to the live stream voice text. We posted a link in there for a video that also has links to the documents, 35 different documents from a bunch of different agencies that treat the Earth as a non-rotating flat plane. So, anyway, if you want to look into that.
Yeah, thanks.
So what do you guys know about the Freemasons? Because I've heard some people say that the Freemasons are flat earthers. Like, is that true?
Sasha, cut it out, dude. Not today.
I mean, that was a genuine question, but okay.
No, you've already been through this 1,000 times. We're not going to do this today. Go troll somewhere else.
I would say we're not going to make a stereotype fallacy, but there have been some that have made testimony about the nature of our reality. But we can't make a stereotype fallacy and say that every Freemason thinks the world is flat. But some of them have gone on record to say they do. If that was a genuine question.
Yeah, but I think it needs to be pointed out that at least as far as, again, just a story, but as the stories, the testimonies, whatever go, I think the idea on their end is to know it, but not tell anyone. Our idea is to know it and tell people.
Okay, thank you.
You know what blew my mind last week? I saw a picture of Donald Trump with a Freemason, what do you call those little tag things with a pin on his shirt.
Crest? Is it a crest?
Kind of like a crest. I don't know, those little metal things that people put on their shirts.
I think it's called a lapel pin, probably.
Maybe, yeah. But classic Freemason logo, though.
It was just the G and the square encompassed.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, like I actually like Donald Trump, but when you see shit like that, you have to wonder, you know.
I would say one of my favorite non-provable theories about Donald Trump, but it would probably trigger too many people, so I'll leave it.
I want to hear it. This sounds fun. Let's talk about it.
Okay. All right. So it's kind of an anomaly that Trump became president, the first non-military, non-politician, and then also the fact that he's just a reality TV star / celebrity in general, that he became president. And he, it's kind of like, to me, it makes more sense that he had some cheat code or like hacked the matrix in some way to become president rather than just the like getting the most votes, or how they tell us it works or whatever. So there's a theory that that Donald Trump is a time traveler. Okay, now hear me out. Hold on.
I knew you're gonna say it. I know you're gonna say it.
Because there's basically circumstantial evidence that doesn't really particularly mean anything, but I'm into like synchronicity and things like that. So one of the points or parts of it was that the movie Back to the Future and Back to the Future 2, and just the character Biff in general, the people who wrote Back to the Future said they based the character Biff on Donald Trump. So that by itself, doesn't really mean anything. It's just interesting. And so like in Back to the Future 2, Biff basically goes back and steals the book, makes all the money, then puts his name on everything, casinos, ties to Biff. And then there's also the aspect that Trump's uncle, John Trump, is like some sort of physicist or science. I forget exactly what his title was, but his uncle John Trump, who Donald has talked about before, he was in charge of receiving all of Nikola Tesla's research and data and everything that he had done in his life. Basically, when he passed away, was given to John Trump to go through, and was just basically in charge of all his work. And so I found that's like another interesting point. And then there's like another synchronicity where there's a book written in 1930 something. It's called The Last President, and there's it's like there's two of them. There's one. It's called The Adventures of Baron. Is it
Baron Trump?
Yeah, who is Donald Trump's son's name is Baron, the autistic one, or whatever. And then there's also a character. There's also a character in the book named Pence. And then there's also like some other stuff.
Baron von Trump.
You literally can't write this shit. Like,
and then the same author that wrote The Adventures of Baron Trump wrote another book. I think he only wrote 2 books, but so he wrote The Adventures of Baron Trump, and then he wrote another one, I think, which was called The Last President. And so there's that aspect too, and then there's more to it. I can try and go through my my history and find the video.
You did a damn good job. There is more to it, I think. I can't remember it all myself.
So do you guys think Trump's next again?
Maybe the Uncle Trump got the technology from Tesla, and he sent his self to the future, and that's him. He is him, being his uncle.
Do you think, like, when the world starts ending, he'll go to Trump Tower and, like, hide out there for a little bit with an army?
Well, I really want to know what you guys are smoking, because I want some.
Hey, man, no, look it up. What he just talked about, illegal, man, that whole thing he said about Trump is all
we've heard about it, but we're saying, but to just jump out there and believe it, that's what I think. That's what
I'm not jumping out there and believing it. I'm just saying, what is the likeliness of that fucking happening at all in the first place?
Trump is definitely a time-space traveler.
Yeah, I can't explain it, but that's weird. You have to at least admit it's bizarre.
A looper, bro. He loops. He's looping.
His hair is definitely from the future. There's no way.
I think it's a strangely bizarre coincidence, and when I read about that, I couldn't fucking believe it.
So are you saying toupees get worse in the future? Because that tracks. That makes sense.
No, you guys are idle. You would think that toupees would be a thing of the past, though, right?
Again, to clarify, I said at the beginning that I don't believe this.
His hair is in the future. His face is in the past.
No, I wasn't insinuating that you did. I was just letting you know why you got that.
Right.
I don't care what kind of medical technology they come out with. Apparently, they still can't deal with hair loss.
You know what that reminds me of when you told that story about Trump?
Maybe they don't want.
Too bad, man.
Did you guys hear about that book from where that science fiction writer talked about the Musks or the Elons going to Mars? It's kind of like that.
What year was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. But
And see, I also don't really subscribe to coincidence. I'm more of the team of synchronicity, as in like which Carl Jung coined as meaningful coincidence, but I think it ties into like the butterfly, just like all things being connected. And when you recognize these synchronicities, you're recognizing kind of like you're seeing the code of the matrix. You're seeing how little glimpses of how everything is connected together. And a lot of people contribute synchronicity to, some man planned it that way, and this whole like conspiracy, like men in a dark room made it that way with these numbers and things. But I don't think that. I think
it's
that's
too intricate. It's too ingrained for it to be like a person.
Exactly. It's way too intricate. I also believe that. I'm crazy about synchronicity. I have been since I was basically 20 years old. Like it's a big deal. It's a thing. I believe it's real.
It's
I'm big into synchronicity too. Another aspect of the Trump time, there's something that has to do with his wife. What's her name? Is it Ivanka or was that his first wife?
Ivanka was his first wife. Or yeah, his dog. Who knows now? It's so weird.
His name is Ivankov.
There's something that has to do with one of his wives. I don't remember which one, and somehow she played into it.
In the future, he is a man. Mr. Ivankov.
You talked about Melania?
Trump's wife.
Yeah, Melania. I think it has to do with Kazakhstan or wherever she's from. It has something to do with her and where she's from.
Melania sounds a lot like malaria.
She's a supermodel. You can find naked pictures of her online if you look around.
Melanoma.
Right, sounds like melanoma. Yeah.
Right.
Malaria and melanoma put together is Melania.
Just so you don't want to see naked pictures of Melania when she was younger? You don't want to see them?
Guys, don't.
It's kind of crazy that we can Google nude pictures of the First Lady.
I know, right?
Yes,
it's
very
worth
weird.
it just for that.
It's depraved is what it is.
Can I get a mic check?
Come on. We're just having fun with the whole deal.
That's the problem. It starts with that, and then it turns into full-blown porn. It's fucking disgusting. That's just my opinion.
Can I get a mic check?
Your mic is checked.
Nice
Hello,
one.
Flatty.
Carry on. Hey, guys.
Can I get a mic check?
Say it again.
I don't rescue you.
Yeah.
Mike's not here.
I was just going to suggest moving on from the Trump talks and
Dave's not here, man.
people in the
Jiggy
chat.
check. Microphone check. One.
Can I get a Mike Pence check?
Jiggy check. Microphone Pence 1. Jiggy check. Microphone Pence 2. Jiggy.
Can we stop roasting Wolfgang? Go ahead, Wolfgang.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, can we get move on to Earth chat since there's 40 odd people in the chat? There must be someone with an Earth topic. We've got Matthew.
Yeah, we don't want to destroy any credibility we might have as soon as they come in here.
Well, no matter what we talk about in here, Earth measures flat.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask a respectful question? I know I've been talking a bit in the last hour, but I mean, there's this question. If you guys don't mind, may I ask it?
Does it have to do with the Earth?
Yes, of course it does.
Super duper. Go ahead.
Okay, I brought it up in a similar server, one of our little sister servers or whatever you might call them. What the hell is going on with meteorites?
What's a meteorite?
We've been over the satellite thing. I know they're balloons and all that. What the hell about? Can someone explain to me? And I will respectfully mute myself and listen to the answer. But what is going on with meteorites? What are those things?
First, you have to define what you think a meteorite is. That's my only insertion. Go ahead.
Has been the phenomena described as meteorites are these kind of light effects that we see that cross the sky from one point to another. It's like this, like you see like a line of light. Some people call that rocks falling from the sky or whatever, right? But the phenomena that we see of the light effect, there's been some research done about it, and it's been concluded that what is called sporadic meteors, the daily meteor showers, and many of the described sporadic meteors come from specific sources of the sky, specific 6 radiant sources up above in the sky.
That's interesting.
They all they change with the seasons. So within the year, these radiant sources change position with the yearly cycle. But it's 6 specific points of the sky: the south apex, north apex, Helion, anti-Helion, and there's 2 more. I can't remember the names right now.
I have never heard that. 6 locations.
Do they also come down to the same spots year round?
All year round, but these spots that we're talking about move within the year. So it's like they're part of the cycle that we call the luminaries. Mm-hmm. These spots have their own cycle too.
So you could potentially view the same spot or where one's supposed to come from and then see that.
Yeah, the source of the meteors, they call them radiant sources, and it is 6 of them, 6 radiant sources.
Huh. You blew
Bro,
my
let's get
mind.
a camera set up.
This is crazy. I've never heard this before. Well done, at least, for having an answer to that question. 'Cause every time I brought it up before, everyone's like, shut up.
But
So
that's light. That's not meteorite. That's only light.
Yeah, but it is light. It's a light phenomena that we see, but it's not just like a random place that they come off. Like they should be random if it's a globe, you know?
Yeah, because don't they like predict it or like tell us when it's gonna happen before it happens sometimes?
Yeah, they not predicted, post-dicted, because it's events that happen during the year, every year, and daily. They call it daily showers, daily meteor showers. The day shower, nightly shower.
He's right, though. Like, they do predict it. Like, they say, go out tonight. There's going to be a giant meteor shower. Go out and bring your kids, you know?
That's not a prediction. That's a post-diction because it happens. It always happens. It's been happening, and it's going to happen again and again and again.
Hey, real quick, Matthew Learns posted a... Go ahead.
But we still don't know what it is. We cannot call that, let's say, meteorite, because we think that it's something what it can crash or some kind of rocks or whatever that it is, but we see only light.
Exactly. That's when the space movie religion comes in, right? Because we can label it any name, right? We can label it meteorites or whatever, but what a meteorite is, I could say, is a phenomena of light that we can observe. I've seen it myself many times. Some other people saying that phenomena is caused by rocks falling from the sky, and that's the difference.
You're right.
We see the phenomena. Nobody can deny that this phenomenon happens. If anybody here denies that this phenomenon happened, they probably have to go somewhere dark in the night and look up in the sky, because this happens every single night. This phenomena, you could call it whatever you want, meteorites or lights in the sky or whatever you want to call it. But some people claim those are rocks falling from the sky. That's the stretch.
Well, maybe it's a stretch, and you can admit it, and that's great. And I don't know what the hell it is either. But do you say you can call it whatever you want? Shooting stars is like the childish term for it. A phrase, you know.
Stars, falling stars, that kind of stuff. But there is multiple phenomena that we observe, but the sporadic meteors is a specific one. There's other light phenomena that we observe on the sky, and people confuse it with meteorites, but it's different.
Oh yeah, like what?
Multiple different phenomena, and they have different names, and they happen differently, so it's not all the same.
Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, I believe you. I believe that's probably true. Yeah, it's just that shooting star one, for lack of a better term or phrase, that's what always just blowing my mind, because it looks like something falling fast downwards towards Earth. You know.
Yes. I got a couple things to say, then I got a jet real quick about this specific topic, if that's okay. Real quick. So Matthew Learns posted a picture of a supposed site where a meteor had hit the ground and created a crater. Now, Matthew Learns, prove that. Prove that something came from the sky or outer space and made that hole in the ground. Thanks. You can't.
Well, something came from up high and hit the ground.
Gosh, it was almost like it was rhetorical. So anyway, the next thing, because I gotta go, Matt. These guys can destroy you on that one.
It proves nothing. How close it came to almost hitting the visitor center?
Almost hit the visitor center. Yeah. You wanted to make sure you said that joke twice. It wasn't funny the first time.
So
yes, and then the next thing I wanted to say was that to know what a meteorite is or does at all, one would have to view it from its origin point nonstop until it hit the ground somewhere, and you'd have to follow it over there and test it right away to see what it is, and yada, yada, yada. No one has done that. So that's the only way to know what the thing from the sky is. No, that's the only way, is to follow it completely, and you see it the whole time, so you know it's not obstructed or, what's the word? Cross-pollinated with anything.
But I know you got a jet, man, but to say that meteorites have never been studied before.
I'm not saying that.
can I ask you, Matthew, a question? Can that hole could be something? Let's say that it was water there, and now it's not anymore. It was lake.
I suppose that's a possibility, but usually we see that kind of phenomenon.
But which phenomena? I see hole, nothing else.
I mean, if you take a bullet and shoot it at a piece of metal, it makes a similar kind of pattern.
Oh, if you take a hole and put the water, you will have lake.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
The question is, where did the hole come from?
When you shoot the bullet, though, Matthew, they find the bullet afterwards, right?
Yeah, and they found pieces of like some strange rock scattered around this crater.
This was the question I was going to ask as well, and Crypto said it in the chat. It's like, where's any trace of anything hitting it from the sky? I'm going to be charitable, by the way. I think your joke wasn't bad. I know some people don't dig it.
All we know is it seems to have come from the sky, right? Can we at least agree on that?
Something came from the sky.
No. Yeah, but there's no evidence that something did come from the sky, though, other than the story.
Where did
when you see that hole? Well,
Matthew, second question.
Where does it come from? The question,
second question. That could be.
Sasha.
Sorry.
It's the question. Where did it come from? Then is not. It must have come from the sky. That's a logical fallacy.
Well, obviously, we're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
So
figure it out.
No. I'm just pointing out. I'm not getting heated with him. I'm just saying. Well, where did it come from? Then is not evidence that you know where it came from.
I guess so. I just don't imagine it coming. I can't imagine it coming from underground or something.
It doesn't matter where you can or can't imagine something coming from that you're imagining hitting this piece of land, which has then resulted in a hole. All you see is this crater, right? Anything beyond you claiming what caused that crater.
Let me ask you this question, then. Do you remember a few years ago when there was this thing that fell from the sky and it landed in this Russian town and like smashed a bunch of windows and like injured a bunch of people? Nobody died, luckily, but
it was only light. It was only light that in Russia. It was only light that in Russia. Nothing hit the ground.
Well, again, it's the same case, right? You see a light in the sky. You don't know what that light in the sky is.
What caused that? Did someone explode a bomb or something?
Well, who knows? How would you know? But not knowing doesn't mean that you know.
You're right. I'm not claiming I know for a fact. I'm just saying it was weird how that thing happened in Russia a few years back, and
yeah. No, we've all seen that. But anyway,
don't we all like explanations?
So chill for a sec. So Matthew, do you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying where did it come from then isn't showing that you know where it came from?
Right, and I agree with you. I'm saying here is an explanation that seems to make sense. I would be open to other explanations if they make as much sense.
Like erosion.
Fair enough. So have you ever heard any other theories about what?
I haven't. That's why something falling from the sky and hitting the ground is the only explanation I've ever heard for those type of shapes on the Earth.
I've heard a couple other theories. I've heard people say that parts of the firmament is collapsing and falls down.
So something hitting the ground.
Yeah, chill. So I don't know. Are there any other flat earthers here who want to speak to Matthew about the possibilities of what that hole could be, if that's what?
Well, I'll go ahead. Just going ahead and saying it makes sense. Well, it only makes sense according to a heliocentric religion. Since space is an impossibility, whatever is coming from the sky is, at very least, if it did come from the sky, which cannot be proven, is going to be local. But what would be falling out of the sky?
Even if something falls from the sky, let's say rocks or ice, it has happened before. I mean, that doesn't prove a heliocentric model or a spinning globe.
No, it doesn't. Sorry, could we let Says Who have the conversation one-on-one with Matthew for a little bit? Let's give it a few minutes.
So Matthew, your explanation is based on nothing, just other than something could have fallen from the sky. What would that be?
I'm not sure, actually.
Okay, so we don't know what could be falling from the sky. Certainly not space rocks. It's entirely impossible and completely inconsistent with the model. So you're just going to say that something fell from the sky, not knowing or even offering any kind of idea of what it could be. It just seems consistent with an idea that doesn't make any sense.
You're right. If it was inconsistent with an idea that didn't make any sense, then that would be a stupid idea. I'm saying that here is an explanation that when we see that kind of shape, that crater shape, it's usually from something falling.
Actually, usually that particular shape in the soil is more consistent with geothermal activity. So that is also an untrue statement.
But the geothermal has a slightly different shape. Usually, they make volcanoes and calderas. If a volcano like blows the top off the mountain, then it has a volcanic crater. So there are differences, and this is a very flat place where there is no volcanic activity right there. But you're asking the right questions. I mean, yes, we don't know for sure. We just have to look and sort of make guesses, I guess.
But it could be lake also without water.
Yeah, it could be a lake, right?
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of things it could be. Not having any evidence to go from other than a divot. It's anybody's guess.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Fell from the sky.
Okay.
What would you think that?
Says, so are we drawing a line under meteors proving a globe then, and agreeing that craters, meteors, lights in the sky aren't proving a globe?
That's right. Yeah, they don't prove a globe. That's right.
It's just a question. It's just a question. What are these shooting stars? That's all I want to know.
No. But to move it on, we're going to say, okay, so if that doesn't prove the globe, what does prove the globe?
I don't think the globe can be proven because it's a scientific question. I think science gives evidence that we come to conclusions about, and proof belongs in the realm of math and logic.
It's a scientific question.
Right. So you don't think that the globe is? So you don't think that the globe is proven?
That's right.
So why are they teaching it in schools as if it's proven?
They're saying
they're teaching it as the best like the best.
Well, they teach a lot of shit in schools. If you think about it,
they're not saying hey kids, here's the best guess that we've got of what we live on, and our best guess is that it's a ball of water and gas that spins in a vacuum. They're not saying that. They're saying, hey kids, you live on the side and underside and top of a spinning ball in an infinite vacuum. That's what they're saying, isn't it, Matthew? They're not saying this is our best guess.
Yeah, they probably say it's a proven thing. I would say that that's probably what you'd get in elementary school. But when you're talking about in the realm that we're talking about here,
do you not think that's mental? You don't think that's mental then that you've just said?
No, just different definitions.
The globe isn't proven, and it's
Matthew, what about
it's proven to kids? Hold on. Yeah, like if it's not proven, how could they be teaching it to kids as if it's proven? And would you not have a problem with them teaching it as proven if you don't think it is?
Oh, why do you have transgender guys running into girls' bathrooms in elementary schools?
E.T., chill, please.
So I would say that if somebody, an elementary school teacher says, we have proof that the globe is the shape of the earth, that they are using language that is simplified, and maybe it's not philosophically correct to say it's technically proven, but we here on the server use proof to be something more strict, that you actually have to step by step prove something. And so I'd say, okay,
you just colloquially said the globe isn't proven.
That's right. The globe is not.
You know what proven means, right? So the globe is not proven.
Using logic.
So why are we getting so many people coming here on a daily basis telling us that it is proven and that we're retards? Why is that occurring, do you think?
Because they're using a different definition of what proof means. When they say proof, they mean the best explanation of the phenomena. They're not talking about logical proof. They're talking about scientific evidence and the best scientific.
So where do you think these kids are getting this idea that they know that it's a globe? Because we're speaking to loads of people every day who tell us they know that it's a globe. The globe is proven. The globe is scientific. Why are so many people saying that? If you're saying that's not
imprecise language.
So when they're saying "I know it's a globe," they're being imprecise because what they mean is they don't know it's a globe.
When they say they know it's a globe, they're being imprecise. If they were to take philosophy and logic,
Yeah, but there's imprecise, and then they're saying the exact opposite, or meaning the exact opposite of what you say. If you say "I know it's a globe," you're saying you know it's a globe. You're not saying "I don't know it's a globe." If you meant to say "I don't know it's a globe," you'd say "I don't know it's a globe." Saying "I know it's a globe" isn't imprecise. If what you're saying is that the globe isn't proven, and that you can't know it's a globe, it's completely the opposite.
I think when most people say "I know it's a globe," they are meaning that the best evidence is leading to this conclusion that most people say that it's a globe. They're not meaning, oh, it's logically proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, the same way that mathematics and logic works. So it is a shorthand, and you're right that we need to be more precise about our language. So I agree with you about that.
I just think it's quite crazy that an educated man like yourself, an educator as well, charged with educating kids, understands that what they're telling kids at school isn't necessarily true or proven.
I didn't say it wasn't true. I just said I wouldn't use the word prove.
You said it's not necessarily true because you said it's not proven and that you can't know.
Oh yeah,
which
lots
means
of
you can't
things
know
are
it's
proven.
true.
No. Lots of things are proven. Lots of things that we know.
No. The globe isn't, is what you said. The globe isn't proven.
That's right. That doesn't mean it's false. It just means
So the
it's
thing
not
that they're telling kids every morning when they come in, you live on the ball that's spinning.
That's a true statement.
They're not. No, but you don't know it's true. You just said it's not proven.
It's not proven.
Wow.
But I'm comfortable saying we know it. We know things that aren't proven.
Pure insanity. Oh, Matthew, why
how do you know
it? Make sense.
I know that. I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists, but I haven't proven it.
Sorry,
Matthew,
Sasha,
can
what did you
I tell
say there?
No. I wanted to say. Yeah, not that, Sasha.
Oh wait,
Matthew, I'm that student, Matthew. I was that student.
Okay,
Matthew, I want to tell him that I was the same, and that all of us was the same students, learning the same things what you, Matthew, learned. The same things, nothing different.
Yeah, can I speak to Sasha 2.0? Was that you jumping in?
Well, yeah, I think it's kind of weird. Matthew, why do you not believe in NASA?
I do. I trust what they say. I believe what they say. I think that they tell the truth.
So then it is proven, though, right?
No, proven is a much higher standard. Just like it's not proven that the Eiffel Tower exists because I haven't seen it, but I believe that it's true. That's an example.
Well, okay. Do you think it's been proven for Neil Armstrong?
I would say that for him, he has good personal testimony that the Earth is round because he's seen it with his own eyes. I'd say Buzz Aldrin rather than Neil.
Okay.
So Sasha, you're saying that you trust or believe NASA, so that would be globe proof, but you don't understand why Matthew, who says he believes in the globe, doesn't believe NASA. Is that what you're confused about?
Well, yeah. I mean, I just feel like I don't know. I'm just kind of confused.
Okay. Yeah, I'm. We don't need to argue semantics here. I'm just using a very high standard for the word proof. That's all.
So Matthew, just quickly, why would you say to Sasha 2.0 that he shouldn't necessarily believe that what NASA's showing us means that it's proven?
What NASA shows us gives very high evidence, and it means, and it is okay to say that that's true. However, it's not proven in the same sense that it's proven that there's an infinite number of primes. That's a mathematical logical proof that's 100% correct. Whereas all of science gives very high probabilities about things. That's the difference.
Wait, Sasha. No, I want Sasha 2.0 to respond to what Matthew just said.
I mean, yeah, I guess he's technically correct that it's not like formally proven, but I would say like it's been proven enough. The confidence that we can have in the globe is like 99.9.
I agree. 99.9 is right, but it's different than 100%. That's all. So we agree.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
How's it been?
Can I just get in here quickly?
Yeah, sorry, go on, Peter.
Yeah, I just find it interesting because what you were actually saying to Matthew has actually been proven by Sasha's reaction to what Matthew said. Right? So there was kind of this disbelief that he would. Why would you say these things, Matthew? And I think Matthew knows that he's being a little bit deceptive here because
no, I'm not.
Because most guys who come in here, they are of the impression, no matter what language you use, they are of the impression that the globe is 100% true and that we are definitely morons. Right? These things in their mind they know to be true, whether they're true or not. They are fully convinced of them. Right? So I don't think they're using a different standard. I actually think that they're using the word prove incorrectly, but I don't think they're using a different standard.
Yeah, you know what? I think you may be right about that.
Listen this, Crypto. I will find more proofs that NASA lying that the Earth is flat.
Can I get Matthew's response?
Have the conversation with Matthew.
Yeah, you pointed out that Sasha 2.0 said, hey, wait a minute, I don't believe what you're saying here. But then when I explained, oh, look, it's just that I have a really high standard for the word proof. And then he said 99.9. I was like, yeah, but that's not 100. Notice that he now agrees, and now that he understands more completely what I was saying about the word proof.
Isn't there also a difference between the word proof and evidence?
Yes, there definitely is.
Yeah. That's semantic anyway. The point I was making is that the high level of confidence which Sasha has was Wolfgang's point in the first place, right?
Okay, yes, yeah, that makes sense.
So they would, sorry, just to finish, they would probably equate 99.9% with 100%. Right?
Okay, you're right. And when people say I have a high level of confidence at 99.9%, they sometimes use that as a synonym for the word prove or proven. And I would say, don't use that as a synonym.
So would you say then, Matthew, that Sasha 2.0 maybe has a lower standard of proof for thinking that it's proven, or for believing that NASA is showing proof?
I would say that when he used the word proof, he was saying a very high level of confidence, and he thinks it's true, and he thinks that the evidence points to something.
But not that he has knowledge. Not that he has. Yeah, not that he has knowledge of a globe. Sorry, definitely Bong, you're breaking up.
Says, right, Matthew? No matter how dumb it sounds, we're just gonna roll with it. Nice.
I'm just trying to be 100% precise because I know you guys are
as precise as Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Because no matter what the schools teach, Neil deGrasse Tyson is the most precise, right? You cannot see the curvature no matter where you are.
No, he's just science educated.
You got to go up 1,000 miles, right? Not even the ISS can see the curvature. Do you agree?
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
If you even believe the ISS is a real thing, or people go up there, I'm starting to wonder about that whole thing.
So can I just ask Sasha 2.0 again then? So Sasha, do you agree with Matthew then that you can't know that it's a globe?
I think if you went to space, you could know.
All right, but we're talking about you. We're talking about you though, Sasha. Not just this vague idea of someone you don't know going to a place that you don't know exists. We're saying, do you understand what Matthew's telling you about you not being able to know that you live on a globe?
I don't know. I think there is proof even without going to space.
Right. Really? Okay, but Matthew said. Well, what do you mean by proof? Do you mean that means it's proven?
Well, I mean, I don't think it would be possible for.
Maybe you have evidence.
Phenomena. Wait, EC show. Right. So Matthew, could you explain to Sasha 2.0 maybe how it's not proven?
I mean, I think celestial poles kind of do prove it. So.
Sasha, I understand what you mean by the word proof and proven, because lots of people use it colloquially that way. I'm just saying I'm a math teacher, and so when I say that when people hear me use the word proof, I mean 100% proven, as in math, logic, and logical proof. So I use a slightly different way of using proof. That's all.
No,
Yeah,
Mike,
exactly.
Matthew, that's a bit disingenuous because we
this
weren't
is how I
talking
use
about is it a mathematical proof when you were asked is the globe proven. I mean, we were speaking about in the sense that is there verifiable.
Well, I think you can almost
undeniable
prove
proof
it
of
by.
a globe,
I think you
right?
can
And you
almost
said no, it's not.
Matthew, I think you can almost prove it by like proof of contradiction though, because like there's so many contradictions in the flat model, so I feel like you can almost prove it by proof of contradiction.
I would say that the first contradiction is saying flat model, because no one here claims one.
Yeah, I know you don't claim a model, but like...
So then why are you bringing up something that nobody claims?
Well, there's a lot of things that just wouldn't work on a flat Earth, in my opinion.
Okay, so your opinion is worthless, to be honest, because you're talking about a model no one claims.
Can I ask him a question? Can flat water work on flat Earth?
Like what? Like cellular phones?
We're gonna let Crypto speak to Sasha for a minute, guys. Let's let him do it one-on-one.
Yeah, no, that's basically it. I did want to ask Sasha another question.
Can I ask sometimes a question?
Maybe. Sasha, I just wanted to ask, if you went to Azeroth, would you believe that Azeroth was real?
I don't know what Azeroth is.
Have you ever heard of World of Warcraft?
Yeah.
It's based in Azeroth. So if you went to Azeroth, would you believe Azeroth was real?
Kalimdor.
I don't think I could go to Azeroth, so I mean the question doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, that's how we feel whenever someone says, you know, you can just prove space by going to space. Just think Azeroth. That's all you need to do.
Miranda's is coming out.
I don't think it's the same, though, because Azeroth is a video game, whereas space is real life.
Yeah, see, the thing is, you're not understanding that they are exactly the same since you've not been to either and can't verify the existence of either.
I haven't been to Canada. Does that mean Canada's fake?
Okay, so when we were talking about things that you could legitimately do, you could actually go to Canada tomorrow if you wanted, but you couldn't go to space tomorrow if you wanted.
I can confirm
these
Canada is definitely
okay, one second,
real.
please. 1 second. So these are very fundamentally different because, like, you can actually go to Canada tomorrow, and you can't go to space tomorrow.
Okay, yeah.
Or in 50 years.
No, but I was curious what Matthew thought about the proof by contradiction idea.
Matthew, where's your YouTube channel?
He doesn't believe that we came from monkeys, I'll tell you that.
So Sasha, I would say it this way, that in principle, I don't use the word proof to mention anything about science or the physical world around us. Like, I would even say that you can't prove that the ocean is made of salt water. I mean, you can look at it and be 99.99%.
What? That's crazy, dude.
You're an idiot.
Sasha's realizing how crazy the Glovers are.
No, I'm just describing my high standard for that word, and I'm happy to not use that word.
High standards? What standards? There are no standards. You have not set any standards.
Can I ask it?
That's what you said. No standards. You know anything for anything. We can't know anything at all. Pinch yourself. Does that hurt?
We can know that there's an infinite number of prime numbers using logical reasoning and mathematical proof. That's the type of...
No!
Oh, he got you there. He got you there.
No, he didn't get anyone there. No.
I just want to see. So, Sasha, were you surprised when Matthew said he doesn't think you can prove salt water exists, or whatever he said?
Yeah, I was.
What surprised you about that?
I mean, I guess technically you can't prove it because your like senses could be being deceived. Like, you could be receiving like false sensory data if you like live in the Matrix or something. But assuming that this life is real, I think we could prove it.
Yeah, what about his last comment about infinite prime numbers? Conceptually, there could be infinite prime numbers, but to prove, however, that there are infinite prime numbers, how would you go about doing that, Matthew Learns?
A proof by contradiction. The most famous example is the proof that Euclid came up with 2,300 years ago.
What?
I didn't ask you that. What somebody else did. I asked you how you yourself can prove that there are in fact infinite prime numbers when the actual term infinite itself, in definition, says what?
That it goes on forever.
That it goes on forever. So to prove that something that never ends potentially does never end is ridiculous. It's unfalsifiable because, oh, guess what? I'll keep counting something that never ends. But it could end, but we'll never find out it ends because it never ends. It's one of those things where it's like,
that's the genius of a proof by
after the point. Exactly. This is false logic. Your logic and the way you do it is silly. I don't like the way that you speak. It's double speak.
Nah, here. Let me carry on.
I have an answer for that.
I'll let you do a quick response. And
let me do my response.
The next part.
The way that you prove that there's an infinite number of primes turns out to be a proof by contradiction. You show that if you had a finite number of primes,
just let him finish, and then I'm going to move to ask another question.
I suppose I'd have to finish a sentence to explain it properly.
Yeah, no, you're saying you can prove ridiculousness.
Go ahead, I won't interrupt.
Yeah, come on, we're just going to let him. We're just going to give him time, and then we're going to move to another one.
Real things you can touch and measure. What?
Okay, so
go ahead, let him say it.
Here is how the proof for the infinite number of primes works.
Prove the curvature. Nobody cares about that.
Never mind.
Yeah, you're going to be quick.
Guys, can everyone shut up and let him finish, please?
Please.
It's actually a pretty cool proof. Basically, you assume that there's a finite number of primes, and then show that leads to a mathematical contradiction. Therefore, your assumption was wrong, and the opposite of the assumption, there's a finite number of primes, is that there's an infinite number of primes, thereby proving it using logical.
Start writing it down and send it to us when you finish.
And this is one of the most famous examples of proof by contradiction. It was invented by Euclid 2,300 years ago. People were like, "Oh, that's genius," and we use that kind of logic.
Yeah. I understand the logic.
Number games are fun, but we're going to move on because I just wanted to ask quickly.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I was going to think about the Earth, but yeah.
Let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is a globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right. So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
It is both. Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right. What does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one sentence.
But just like colloquially, if I'm asking you, sure. what does knowing mean?
Yeah, having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
no.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm. I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based on
no, you don't.
A whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there. Okay. I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better with the Canada example.
So you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the
we
flat
don't
horizon.
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm
what you
about-
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on.
You
know, it's
the
below your
ground.
feet.
Like I go to the
yeah.
ocean.
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second, I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
That's a great point, actually. That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
I mean, this is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. I just said that I can't.
You said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
you said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is salt water. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're back to this. We said we can't prove the globe, and then now you say you can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well, there's anything in the physical world.
Sorry, that was the best one.
This is it. This is the logic we're talking about, right?
There's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, you kind of said it was like their best guess.
A ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what NASA
I don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia, but I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use the number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1, you go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1, and when you say 1, we mean the same thing. We're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're saying that NASA haven't proven.
Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word prove. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. Was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number 1 and number 1. You know, we are speaking now about number 1. That means that proof in this moment means number 1 for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number 1?
He wants to be specific, not colloquial.
Okay, so we put 1 apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is 1 apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number 1. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I want
let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say that proof, the word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? If we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that's
what
he's saying. Wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but here's 3 proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? And you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right?
Matthew? Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So how many senses do we have to use before we start to How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your face that you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that...
Would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the, with our physical senses, I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof, the same way that mathematics...
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time without outside of it being with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling. I don't think no matter how many physical senses you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then, like
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical. Oh,
listen,
damn.
No. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is what we experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early,
what about this? What about this definition that Super Spinning Monkey Ball posted? Proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait, so what does true mean then if it's not reality? Because reality is
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it, then. So you definitely don't know it, then.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it. You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth is a ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoron statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat. Right, Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows...
I said I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word.
No, because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things. Because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And thus,
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say, I know it. It's not proven.
No, there's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed.
Crack, your example of the boiling pot is a perfect example. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
But you know that Canada exists. You know for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah. So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada.
No, I'm sure about salt water.
Okay, does Canada exist?
Canada exists, and salt water is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that
now show the strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because there's no curvature to prove that it's a globe.
Exactly right.
So then you can't know that it's a globe since you've just
knowledge is a separate question.
Can't be proven. So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
no,
you don't
I said I can't prove
curvature. It. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you asked me about proof, and I said
okay.
I can't
let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then? Since you can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
maybe I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit. He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get into it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please. Are you saying
yes? No. Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Go.
One question. And so you're saying you can prove the curvature mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
so
saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got 3 elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you can speak of epistemology, but there are even problems within epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of course.
So, yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs, as will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle. Right. Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily. Right. Okay. So truth would be the right leg. Okay. It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg. Okay. In the middle, where the vagina is, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay. Poorly justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is. Okay. But the issue is that you say you can know things, but to know things, first, you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things, in fact, are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another. Anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary. And I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know of any arguments.
Students, Matthew.
Am I gonna what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief. He's got a porno subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know
Yeah,
what?
no, you're all right,
I know
Matthew,
that there are
honestly,
problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
fundamental.
thing, and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you prove Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
Now he can't,
No,
now he can't
Were
prove
you
it again.
expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah, give
Like,
the guy
yes.
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, improvable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold. And this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, right. I mean, you get to the bottom. You get to the bottom of the barrel, and it's kind of like, well, now we've gone through the proof. The end result is you trying to change the general meaning of the word proof. That would indicate that the whole proof discussion didn't go so well for the globe, and now you're trying to pansy around the word and change basic definitions that everyone understands. Right, this is so telling for this whole discussion. Right, the side of proof on the globe side is so bad.
You know what? I mean, you know what we've proved is how easily it is to waste a bunch of your time.
Well,
we haven't, because it's a good example. This is important for people to hear, right? Because this is what they're doing. They're changing the definitions of words so that they can keep up this fantasy belief.
And you realise we've seen them literally in defense of Matthew as well, because you realise that Matthew's a highly intelligent individual, so he actually understands exactly how damaging it is to expose this form of logic, and we should actually be very thankful to Matthew for having these types of conversations with us, because in fact he is exposing the very typecast of individuals and people that purport to have knowledge of such things, while knowing that technically they have no real evidence or proof of it, while still purporting it to be something that's completely factual. And in doing so, he's not necessarily betraying any of his cohorts. It's just that he is honestly just showing the position in which that needs to be held in order for these things to occur. And still sort of be able to be held in the mind as true in the minds of these people. So we should thank him really for actually helping us expose exactly what it is that's occurring.
No, exactly. And Matthew's chill, so I give him respect for coming here and having the discussion, and at least you're kind of honest enough that you realize you can't use the traditional word proof, which most people do with the globe, because you understand it's not the case. It hasn't been proven in that sense that you just said most people think it is. You said teachers shouldn't be teaching
but I
it in
take
the way
your
they
point
teach
that
it.
not that many people use the word proof the way I do. So maybe I should rethink about
Matthew, can I try to translate? Because I was asking for an... Please, 1 minute only.
Yeah, but Sasha, you can. But afterward, wait there a second, Sasha. All I'm saying is in a second, just wait for each person to finish speaking before you come in. I understand it's hard sometimes to get in, but we'll try and moderate properly so that everyone